Chapter 1. My name is Yang, and am I transported to another world? With his mind still in a haze, Yang gazed at the woman before him, lost in contemplation. Xiao, and did you hear? Now that you're at a new school, please take good care of your younger brother. You know how poor Qi Ye's eyesight is. As she spoke, memories surged toward Yang like a tidal wave. Rubbing his throbbing head, he came to the realization that he had indeed traversed into the realm of the god-slaying. Moreover, he had inexplicably become Qi Ye's cousin, a character absent from the original narrative. Yang felt a wave of despondency wash over him. It is essential to recognize that this is no peaceful domain. Countless mysteries abound, along with otherworldly entities and the looming shadow of Cthulhu. In a not-so-distant future, the entire city of Tsangnan is destined for destruction, and it seems unlikely that he will escape unscathed. For his current appearance differed significantly from his former self, leading Yang to conclude that he had undergone a soul transmigration. This indicated that he had likely succumbed to the curse of the vengeful Shiva. Lost in thought, a young boy with eyes shrouded in black satin stood at the doorway. And I'm ready. Where's my cousin? Oh, I'm ready too. Let's go. Classmates, today we welcome 2 new students to our class. Let's give them a warm round of applause. At this moment, Lin Qiyi and Yang stood on the podium introducing themselves. Hello everyone, I am Lin Qiyi. I look forward to your guidance. Instantly, the classroom erupted with excitement. Yang understood the reason behind this commotion just days prior. Qi and his own mother had come to distribute eggs to the students. This seemingly peculiar gesture had piqued the curiosity of many regarding Lin Qiyi. Listening to the chatter below, Yang paid it no mind. Hello everyone, my name is Yang. After a brief introduction, he assisted Lin Qiyi to an empty seat. Hey, classmate, let's be friends, Li Yifei. Yang turned to glance at him. Was this the legendary Li, the Naga, the second in command of the mental hospital, and the foremost aide to Director Lin, the most dazzling polymath? While he pondered, Lin Qiyi had already taken the initiative to respond to Li Yifei. Hello, classmate, I'm Lin Qiyi. This is my cousin, Yang. He nudged Yang with his elbow as he spoke. Say something, he's greeting you. Yang couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Was this the inaugural meeting between a slave and his master? Before Yang could utter a word, a female teacher entered the room, clutching a stack of books. She exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Qiyi and Yang before commencing the lesson. Please turn to page 91 today. We will discuss the history and dilemmas of modern-day Xia. As she began to speak, Yang eyelids grew heavy. No, I cannot sleep. Darkness gradually enveloped his vision. After a prolonged battle against slumber, he finally opened his eyes. To his astonishment, the once crowded classroom now contained only himself and a sheep? No, more accurately, a creature with the head of a sheep and the body of a man. Yang attempted to move his body, only to be astonished to discover that he could not move at all. At that moment, Ares spoke, to forge your end anew. Are you willing? Although Yang remained immobile, his trembling eyes betrayed the tumult within his heart. The end? Goodness, is it the Tendi end? I am willing. I truly am. Damn it, speak, mouth. All that could be heard was a disdainful chuckle from Ares. Subsequently, Yang watched in disbelief as Ares placed shimmering golden objects into his mouth. After a long while, Yang's body gradually regained sensation. What? What did you just feed me? A playful smile adorned Ares' face as he enunciated each word deliberately. 3,600 paths of Tao. Tao, are you saying you gave me the echo? Ares remained silent, his form slowly dissipating. At that moment, Yang in the real world was sprawled on his desk, grinning widely. Drool pooled on the desk, starkly contrasting with the expressions of his classmates and the exasperated teacher. Hey, echo, hee. Lin Qiyi beside him had an awkward smile, his face contorting in discomfort. I'm sorry, teacher, my cousin is a bit. The history teacher merely waved his hand, gesturing for Lin Qiyi to wake Yang and continued with the lesson. When the bell signaling the end of evening study rang, students spilled from the classroom, stepping into the night. Among them was a small group of nearly 10 individuals making their way outside the school. Within this group, Lin Qiyi's lips twitched slightly as he spoke helplessly. Actually, I can see it, I just can't see the light very well. And I still have Yang with me. He then glanced at the boy, whose face was lit up with a foolish grin, mumbling the word echo. Never mind, Chia. Let's walk you home, Yang, seems a bit. As they moved further from the school, the group gradually thinned. Besides Lin Chia and Yang and only Li Yifei, class monitor Jiang Qian, and 2 bystanders remained. Hey, what do you think this mist really is? I feel it's just a common natural phenomenon. Who knows? What if it's some kind of supernatural event? Upon hearing this, Yang lifted his gaze to the speaker. Well, it seems your guess was spot on. Unbeknownst to them, the group wandered into a dark, narrow alley. Do you smell something foul? No. Knowing the plot, Yang eagerly began to rub his hands together. Is it time to make a move? In the original narrative, it was at this very moment that they encountered the escaped phantom with a face like a ghost. After a chase, Lin Xie unleashed a divine eruption, turning the tide against their pursuer. Yang had not intended to wade into such murky waters, but who could resist after receiving the echo? Now presented was an opportune moment to experiment with the echo. Thus, Yang within the crowd began to concentrate his thoughts intensely on the concept of thunder. However, after a considerable pause, nothing transpired, leaving Yang An's face flushed with embarrassment. Lin Xie noticed something amiss with Yang and beside him. What's wrong with you? Before he could finish, a figure resembling a hyena burst forth from the darkness, though its size was as imposing as that of a grizzly bear. As the crowd finally beheld the figure before them, a collective gasp of horror escaped their lips. Upon his head rested a ghastly, contorted visage, pallid and grotesque, while a long, scarlet tongue writhed like a serpent. What in the world is that? Run! In an instant, panic ensued as the masses scattered in every direction. Yang grasped Lin Xie's hand, fleeing while pondering the situation. How frustrating the resonance had not activated. Was it a deficiency in conviction? Just then, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. The resonance is incompatible with the laws of this world. The corporeal form shaped by this realm severely hinders its activation. What should I do then? I don't think we should concede so easily. I meant to say, after death, use eternal rebirth to reconstruct your body. An image of that detestable sheep flashed through Yang An's mind, and for reasons unknown, he felt as though the creature was grinning mischievously. While he was lost in thought, the ghastly figure was drawing nearer to Lin Xie and himself. A pair of colossal claws descended upon them with terrifying speed, and in a critical moment, Yang An forcefully shoved Lin Xie aside. Lin Xie stumbled a few steps, while Yang An was violently struck by the claw, crashing into a wall. Yang An, the second chapter of a human-level zodiac? As debris flew and dust billowed around him, Yang An found himself in a state of astonishment. Brother Sheep, why do I feel as though that blow didn't hurt as much as I expected? He mused inwardly. Although the resonance cannot be summoned, divine power remains at your disposal. Currently, you are likely at the human level of strength. Human level? Isn't that just an ordinary person? No, it is different. Here, human level refers to the spectrum from an ordinary individual to the earth-level zodiac. Oh, with that, Yang An rose once more, picking up a steel pipe from the ground. Hey, Chia, be careful. Now, your brother is going to smash this creature's head. In a mere moment, the steel pipe whistled through the air as Yang An swung it with vigor. Suddenly, he made a swift motion. The pipe struck the ghastly figure's head with tremendous force, only to shatter upon impact. Caught off guard, the creature let out a cry of agony. However, Yang An's assault did not waver as the pipe broke. He swiftly drove a fragment into the creature's heart. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick, causing the pipe to pierce through its chest entirely. The entire confrontation transpired in a matter of seconds, leaving the onlookers in shock, particularly Li Yifei. Oh, wow. Brother Yang, that was so impressive. Just after the battle, Yang An stood in stunned silence. At present, his physical prowess seemed to align with that of a typical human-level zodiac without the resonance. He estimated he had reached the later stages of his realm. Just as Yang An reveled in his self-satisfaction, he overlooked the lurking presence of another ghastly figure in the shadows, poised to strike. Lin Xie, endowed with the domain of the mundane, shouted, "Be careful. There's another one." No sooner had the words left his mouth than another ghastly figure lunged from beside Lin Xie. Claws aimed directly at him, as the claws in my vision gradually loomed larger before me. A putrid stench enveloped my nostrils, and a sense of unwillingness and terror crept over my entire being. I am unwilling. I refuse to accept this. Why? It is all my fault. An angel has blinded me for 10 years, and now this ghastly creature has come for me as well. The grievances of a decade erupted at that moment. I could no longer endure. Come on, I'm not afraid of you, I exclaimed, swinging my blind cane towards the ghastly figure, as if I sought to shatter not just the phantom, but the myriad of frustrations accumulated over the years. Meanwhile, Yongin stood by, observing the unfolding spectacle, for he was aware that Lin Chi-Yi was on the verge of awakening. In an instant, a brilliant and fierce column of light soared into the sky, illuminating the dark corners of the old city as if it were midday. Wow, is this the legendary power of the Seraphim? What an eye-opener. The ghastly figure, ensnared within the luminous column, was pinned to the ground, gasping for breath. Aside from Yongin, the others were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force. In the distance, Team 136 was in utter shock. Is that the Forbidden Ruins? This power is simply outrageous. It must be at least boundless. Red Ing interjected, not just that, it could even be Klein of the Six Realms. Before she could finish, Wu Xiangnan interrupted, no, this should be the Divine Ruins. The group's attention sharpened. A deity? Indeed. Searing, sacred, formidable. It must be that one. Wu Xiangnan fixated on the fading column of light, enunciating each word carefully. The King of Angels, Michael. At that moment, the remaining ghastly figure, sensing such an overwhelming presence, attempted to flee. However, as it made a move, a resonant hum echoed. The sound of a blade rang out suddenly. Zhao Kongcheng wielded a straight sword, descending like a divine warrior. The pale blue light of the blade danced menacingly over the ghastly figure. In mere moments, the creature was adorned with a multitude of deep gashes. With the final strike delivered, the towering, ghastly figure collapsed like a mountain, stirring a cloud of dust. After everything subsided, Zhao Kongsheng turned his serious gaze toward the two. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Am I handsome? Yongin immediately chimed in. Handsome, but not as handsome as me. You just love to talk. Zhao Kongsheng replied, his expression clouded with annoyance. All right, back to business. You two. Who is the Seraphim's agent? Before he could finish, Yongin promptly sold out his brother. It's him, he said, pointing at Lin Chi-Yi, who remained bewildered. Wait, the Seraphim? And you just sold me out? Don't worry, selling out my brother is my specialty, Zhao Kongcheng said, rubbing his forehead. Rest assured, I am not a villain. I merely wish to inquire if you would join us, the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers? Well, regarding the Night Watchers, they'll keep it brief, yet it is a lengthy tale. On March 9th, a century ago, a fog emerged from Antarctica, engulfing vast expanses of the earth, with only our great Xia surviving. You all know this, so I shall not elaborate further. After a brief pause, he spoke. Since the emergence of the mist, a mysterious creature has been continuously appearing within the realm of our great Xia. In response, the authorities have established an organization known as the Night Watchers to safeguard the safety of the civilians. When the night of darkness descends, I shall stand before multitudes, sword drawn against the abyss, blood staining the heavens. This shall be our vow, one we shall defend with our very lives. At this point, Yongin could distinctly sense the fervor within Zhao Kongqing's heart. So, young man, join us. However, Lin Chia interjected, no. Huh, why not? I hold great respect for you and admire your courage. Yet, I cannot join. My sole desire is to protect my world, which encompasses my family aunt, Ajin, and Yongin. Yongin, upon hearing his name, was taken aback. Huh, me? But I want to join. Yet, Zhao Kongqing replied, get out of here. With your frail arms and legs, you would merely be courting death. Nonsense. I am strong. Strong? In what way are you strong? Your words? Upon hearing this, Yongin could hardly contain his indignation. He had just learned some grappling techniques, or rather, had just activated a cheat. Look, do you see that ghost-faced person over there? I defeated it. I don't believe you. Hey, this is too much. This is too much. After the farce, Zhao Kongcheng attempted to persuade Lin Chia, but Yongin blocked his path. Let's go, Chia. Don't pay him any mind. Following this, Yongin dragged Lin Chia away, leaving behind a scene of unconscious students and a bewildered old Zhao. Upon returning home, the two simply collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted, and fell into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, Chia still found himself unable to sleep and stepped onto the balcony, where he discovered another person. "You're not asleep either?" Yongin inquired. "No. If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Your strength against that ghost-faced person. What was it? Under the moonlight, Yong'an's eyes seemed to shimmer with an inner light. "Actually, I'm also a divine agent." "A divine agent? What does that mean?" "In this world, some individuals may awaken powerful abilities they are referred to as forbidden ruins. The deities select a portion of these individuals as their agents to assist in accomplishing certain tasks, endowing them with divine power, known as divine ruins." Divine ruins? Chapter 3. My divine ruins are called the End. That Zhao Kongsheng, I refer to him as the agent of the Seraph. The Seraph? Could it be him? In any case, whether you wish to join the Night Watchers is entirely up to you, but I am certainly inclined to do so. Why? That is not your concern. In any case, someone has urged me to take this path. Lin Chiye remained silent. The implication was clear. It was the directive of Yang An's deity. However, neither of them noticed the glimmer of spiritual brilliance in the eyes of the black dog, named Xiaohei, lie beside them. At that moment, in the 136 Detective Agency, "Old Zhao, if you encounter the Seraph's agent, be sure to bring him back." Honging shouted at Zhao Kongsheng. "Alas, if he is unwilling, what can I do? Should I throw myself into his arms and feign despair to persuade him to join?" "Hey, I say you," Chen Mai interjected. Hong Ying's point was indeed valid. The Seraph's power was formidable, and such strength would undoubtedly attract the covetous gaze of the ancient God's church. We cannot invite him to our team, but at the very least, we must ensure his safety. Just as the meeting was concluding, Zhao Kongsheng suddenly turned to Chen Mai and said, "By the way, Captain, today a young man expressed his desire to join the Night Watchers, but I declined as he appeared rather frail. What is there to discuss?" "Well, that is true, but he claimed to have defeated another ghost-faced man by himself." "Oh, interesting." Chen Mai narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in thought. The following day, Zhao Kongsheng was already stationed at the entrance of Lin Chiye's school. For the Night Watchers, investigating an ordinary student was exceedingly simple. They had already gathered comprehensive information about Lin Chiye and Yang An's family, a regular aunt, a younger brother named Yang Jin, and Yang An. However, as noon approached, there was still no sign of Lin Chiye. "Damn, where is he? This kid hasn't skipped school, has he? Lin Chiye took a leave of absence today. Didn't you know?" A teasing voice chimed in. Zhao Kongsheng looked up to see Yang An. In truth, Yang An had intentionally come to find Zhao Kongsheng, knowing he would be waiting here for Lin Chiye, and his purpose remained the same. He wished to join the Night Watchers. Yang An had previously inquired of by Yang regarding the reconstruction of the ruins of the End, but had only received, "Kill or slay the mysterious." Seeing Yang and Zhao Kongsheng remarked, "TSK. Lin Chiye didn't show, but you did." "Huh, what can I say? It's all fate. ISNT it. By the way, did you really kill that ghost-faced man last night? You did it, right?" Yet, Zhao Kongsheng's expression turned grave as he replied, "If you truly did, we might need to invite you to meet our captain." Yang An smiled nonchalantly. "Very well." Inside the 136 Detective Agency, Chen Mai gazed intently at the young man before him and asked seriously, "You claim you defeated that ghost-faced man. On what grounds?" Yang An remained silent, merely smiling, and in the next instant, he appeared beside Lung Xian, who was cleaning his firearm. The terrifying speed startled everyone. This was not the power of supernatural arts, but rather a manifestation of divine strength. Previously, in the realm of consciousness, Ares had mentioned to Yang and that the End of Days was alive. The more souls that were immersed in the End of Days, the more potent the supernatural arts and divine power it would yield. Moreover, the earlier sacrifice of the ghost-faced man had elevated Yang An's physical prowess to that of two individuals. There were no fluctuations of mental energy. Was it solely due to his formidable physical capabilities? Wu Xiangnan and Chen Mai pondered silently. Old Zhao exclaimed, "No. Little brother, are you serious?" This scene left a significant impression on Chen Mai, who promptly intercepted Yang An and said, "All right, stop running. Come with me to the training ground." I shall personally assess your strength. The group then made their way to the training arena. Is this the training ground? You may choose any weapon here and spar with me. Shaolin will time us, and we will rate you based on how long you can endure. Understood, Captain. As they spoke, Yang had already picked up a long staff and skillfully twirled it. Although he had not received any systematic training prior, it seemed as if inspiration had struck him, and he handled the staff with remarkable ease. Chumai narrowed his eyes. A long staff, is it? As Xiaonan pressed the stopwatch, Yang struck first. The staff, enveloped in a fierce wind, surged towards Chunmai. Since Yang had not displayed any forbidden realms, Chunmai opted to engage purely through martial skill. Facing the aggressive blow, Chunmai calmly parried with his sword. Clang! Chunmai was taken aback by the immense force behind the blow. After receiving it, his sword naturally ascended. Yet, Yang suddenly pushed off the ground, swiftly distancing himself from Chunmai. This lad has quite the sharp combat instinct, aware of maintaining distance to leverage the advantage of his long weapon, Chunmai mused. Subsequently, Yang began to twirl the staff in place. Just as Chunmai was struck by surprise, a resounding boom echoed, and Yang's figure appeared before him in an instant. What? Chunmai had no choice but to focus entirely on countering the tempestuous onslaught, and for a moment, the arena was filled with the clashing of weapons. Ultimately, Chunmai's skill proved superior. Amidst the flurry of staff strikes, he discerned a fleeting opening. The star blade lunged forth suddenly, forcing the staff to hurriedly shift to block the strike. Not good, Yang gasped. The staff, still reeling from the impact, was met with another strike. Crack! The staff shattered, and the spectators hurriedly looked on, witnessing Chunmai's blade poised at Yang's throat. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. A youth devoid of mental energy, yet whose physical strength was nearly at the pinnacle of the realm. Wu Xiaonan spoke up. Kid, what is your forbidden realm? Yang grinned widely. Hee, I currently possess no forbidden realm. What? The crowd was astonished. Yang, standing amidst them, promptly clarified. I do not have a forbidden realm, but I do possess a divine realm. Upon uttering these words, a ripple of intrigue surged among the crowd. The divine ruins? Wu Xiangnan inquired anxiously. Are you also an emissary of a deity? Yang mentally conjured an image of the stern visage of Ares. Indeed, I am the representative of the god of the end. The god of the end? The assembly mused internally, having never encountered such an unfamiliar deity. What mission and powers have been bestowed upon you? As for my mission, it is to annihilate, to eradicate all mysteries. As for my capabilities, I currently possess only exceptional physical attributes. Further potential remains to be explored. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat grave, Chunmai interjected, in any case, since you wish to join the Night Watch, we wholeheartedly welcome someone of your caliber. However, your situation is unique, and we must report to headquarters. For now, let us register you as an intern. Understood, Captain. Yang saluted Chunmai with a semblance of decorum. In the ensuing moments, Yang engaged in casual conversation with the members of Team 136. Before long, they became quite familiar, as the sight of figures he had previously only encountered in books now stood vividly before him, evoking a sense of excitement within Yang. This time, I will surely save old Zhao, along with the others. It was not until the sky outside gradually darkened that Yang exited the detective agency. As he strolled along the road, he began to devise an intricate plan. First and foremost, he must acquire the echo. By calculating the timeline, it appeared that old Zhao would meet his demise tomorrow. If I could take old Zhao's place in death, I could not only unlock the echo, but also save him, and perhaps persuade 7 knights to join the Night Watch. Ah, perfect. Now, let us eagerly await the splendid debut of my scapegoat. Chapter 4, Beyond the Echoes in the Room. Yang anestogs gradually sang. Slowly, the darkness was supplanted by a desolate cityscape, where a more vivid sun hung in a blood-red sky. Amidst the ruins, he turned to the man before him and inquired, Brother Yang, if I were to perish by invoking the spirits, would I then unlock my forbidden domain? White Yang shook his head slowly. I cannot say for certain. However, if your physical form is native to this world, it is highly probable. Upon hearing these words, Yang felt a surge of excitement. Beyond the echoes, The forbidden domain? He pondered. Then White Yang spoke again, after your demise. The corporeal form constructed by eternal life is ultimately but a product of echoes. Therefore, to transcend the shackles of this world, you may need to locate a certain object. What object? Young Anpreset, I seen a half-forgotten, came to reply. The following morning, Yang was roused from his slumber by Lin Chiye's excited exclamations. Aunt, I can see. Before Yang and could fully comprehend the situation, his aunt had already dragged him and Yang Jin before Chiye. With tears of joy in her eyes, she proclaimed to the two brothers, Wonderful, wonderful. My dear children, you can see now? Do you realize? Chiye can see. Congratulations, brother, Yang Jin said with a slight smile. At that moment, Yang stepped forward with a suggestion. Mother, shall we celebrate tonight? Chiye wishes to express gratitude to a teacher at school who has helped him. Yes, indeed, we must celebrate. However, Chiye looked on in confusion. Gratitude? Me? Yes, it is you. Gratitude. The two exchanged glances, filled with unspoken communication. Gratitude for whom? Chiye questioned. That is not your concern. What are you discussing? Take me along. Yang Jin, having deciphered the silent exchange, interjected. Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt. Off you go. He then pushed Lin Chiye out the door. Yang Jin remained behind, a complex expression in his eyes. On the way, Yang addressed Lin Chiye. Chiye, I have joined the Night Watchers. The Night Watchers? After a moment of silence, Lin Chiye replied, Then you can fight with peace of mind. I will guard our home. Hearing this, Yang playfully punched Lin Chiye's shoulder, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Oh, foolish Chiye. Do you think you can escape? Meanwhile, on the campus, Li Fei and others found Lin Chiye. After their encounter with the Phantom Face, Zhao Kongsheng had taken them back to the office and altered their memories. Now, they only recalled meeting a murderer in the alley, with Yang stepping forward to rescue them. Brother Yang, thank you for your help the other day. Oh, it was nothing. Hey, why isn't Chiye wearing his unmask today? Well, my eyesight has improved significantly. Oh, then congratulations are in order. After concluding a day of classes, Yang parted ways with Chi Yi at the school gate. Chi Yi, I'm going to check on the night watchman. You can make your way home, right? Uh-huh. Yang stood once more at the entrance of the office. Sister Hong Ying, where's old Zhao? Oh, him? You want to check on your family's situation and to have a heart-to-heart with your younger brother. Upon hearing this, Yang An's expression shifted. When did he go? About half an hour before you finished school. What's wrong? I intended to confront old Zhao right after school, and he slipped away instead. With this thought, Yang disregarded the torrential rain outside and hurried homeward. The icy raindrops incessantly pounded against Yang An's face as he muttered to himself, Damn it, old Zhao, you better have that meal in my house. At that very moment, Zhao Kongsheng stood at the entrance of Lin Chiye's home. All right, Chi Yi, I've understood your situation, so I won't delay further. Lin Chi Yi quietly murmured an apology. Hey, there is no need for apologies. Everyone has their aspirations. Your world is entrusted to us. With that, he took his leave. Study hard and aim for a good university in the future. Just as Zhao Kongsheng was about to depart, Lin Chi Yi spoke up. Why not stay for dinner? Yang had specifically asked. And he also approached, Yes, Teacher Zhao. Yang mentioned that Chi Yi would like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your care. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongsheng was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha, that kid. But no, I have some urgent matters at school. The rain fell like a waterfall. Lin Chi Yi escorted him downstairs, watching Zhao Kongsheng disappear into the rain. Captain, we have discovered the whereabouts of the Phantom King. What? Hold him off. We'll be there shortly. Before the fearsome creature stood a tall figure. He glanced back towards Lin Chiye's home and declared, My family, my world. It is naturally my duty to protect them. Although Yang did not encounter Zhao Kongsheng, he found the Phantom King. The boundless void slowly unfolded. Yang still wielded a steel pipe, its cold gleam reflecting the stormy night. Although Yang intended to perish here, he yearned to experience the power of the Chuanjing. The Phantom King merely stood there, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. As raindrops fell from the sky, two figures surged forth. Clang! The steel pipe firmly braced against the Phantom King's claws. Terrifying strength reverberated through the pipe, causing Yang Anne's expression to shift. In the next moment, Yang retreated to advance, suddenly stepping back and then launching a powerful strike. Just as Yang exerted all his strength into the blow, he felt a disorienting whirl. Yang realized that the Phantom King had activated his forbidden domain, Phantom Realm. This strike landed squarely on the ground. The sensation of dizziness lingered, and before Yang could regain his composure, he was forcefully hurled away, his chest pierced. His body collided heavily against the barrier of the boundless void. His consciousness began to blur. At that moment, a voice resonated from behind. "Hey!" Yang quickly opened the boundless void. "I'm here to assist you." Zhao Kongsheng had arrived, anxiously gazing at the figure within the domain. "Stop boasting, old Zhao. Entering here would be your demise as well. Damn it. Why are you trying to be a hero?" Yang ceased his retorts, picking up the fractured steel pipe and charging once more towards the spectral Face King. Although Yang's strength did not warrant such a beating, the influence of the spectral face territory compelled him to endure relentless assaults and severe injuries. Torrential rain repeatedly washed away the bloodstains on the ground, and the alley was gradually shrouded in mist. Yang spat out a mouthful of old blood, poised to fight again when a warm and radiant golden light illuminated from behind. 7 knights, guided by the Starry Night Dancer, had found his way here. "Huh! My performance was not in vain. The audience has finally gathered." Yang grinned in the shadows. Chapter 5. I'm now devoid of all wants. At the moment of the shattering within the boundless void, Lin Xie and Zhao Kongsheng rushed in with urgency. "Yang, are you all right? Is everything fine?" Cough, cough. "I'm not dead yet." In the midst of their exchange, a sharp sound of a blade resonated, its dazzling cold light piercing through the air painfully. "You too. Leave first. I will hold it off," Zhao Kongsheng declared, his face gradually becoming indistinct in the rain-soaked night. "Impossible. I'm also one of the Night Watchers. Moreover, behind me lies my home," Yang responded, slowly rising to his feet. Seeing this, Lin Xie nodded in agreement. At this moment, having entered the mental asylum and acquired the skill Starry Night Dancer, he had no intention of retreating. Together, Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie charged forward. Yet, despite Lin Xie's attributes being quintupled, he still appeared to be no match for the Ghost Face King. With a fierce shout, Lin Xie tensed his arm muscles, summoning all his strength and launching himself like a cannonball toward the formidable and terrifying form of the Ghost Face King. A dull thud echoed as Lin Xie's strike seemed to collide with an indomitable mountain, the Ghost Face King remaining utterly unmoved. Not only that, but a sneering, almost human-like contempt appeared on its grotesque visage, as if mocking Lin Xie's audacity. In the next moment, a glint of cold light flashed in the Ghost Face King's eyes. With a speed that defied belief, it extended a massive, powerful hand and effortlessly seized Lin Xie. Then, with a violent toss, it hurled Lin Xie like an object toward Zhao Kongsheng, who, startled, had no time to think. He swiftly sheathed his long knife and darted forward to catch the airborne Lin Xie. "I told you both to leave quickly. I will hold the line here," Zhao Kongsheng shouted as he steadied Lin Xie in his arms. Yet, before his words could fully escape his lips, the Ghost Face King launched another offensive. It vanished from sight in an instant, only to reappear in front of the two like a wraith, its razor-sharp claws gleaming ominously, carrying a fearsome force that surged toward them. Zhao Kongsheng, recognizing the imminent danger, drew his blade to defend himself. Clang! Sparks flew as he struck, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of swift slashes. Although he left some superficial wounds on the Ghost Face King, it remained unscathed internally. Roar! The Ghost Face King bellowed, its muscles bulging like coiled serpents, as it swung its claw toward Zhao Kongsheng. Just as this lethal blow was about to land, a jagged steel pipe, broken and bristling with spikes, hurtled toward the Ghost Face King like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the threat from behind, the Ghost Face King was compelled to momentarily halt its assault on Zhao Kongsheng and Lin Xie, turning to meet the incoming steel pipe with a swipe of its claw. Yang's figure flitted past the two like a wraith, as a steel pipe loomed ominously, poised to pierce the body of the Ghost Face King. Startled, the Ghost Face King unleashed its full power once more. To Yang, the earth seemed as if it had been enchanted, crashing towards him. Bang! Yongin collapsed onto the ground, his vision spinning chaotically, leaving his mind in disarray. From their earlier confrontation, the Ghost Face King recognized that Yongin posed the greatest threat to it. Without hesitation, it prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Zhao Kongxing bellowed, "You beast! If you have the guts, come at me." He began to search his body. 7 nights. I once told you my dream was to become a general. It seems that dream may never come true. What are you planning? Lin Xie asked anxiously, confusion etched on his face. Huh? Do you remember the emblem of the Night Watchers? It conceals a drug called ghostly spirit, which, when injected, greatly enhances mental strength, allowing even those without the forbidden ruins to access its power. However, it comes at the cost of one's life, does it not? Zhao Kongsheng remained silent, his expression solemn as he proclaimed, "When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls, wielding my blade against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood." Lin Xie, filled with urgency, shouted, "Hey, don't do anything reckless. If we can't win, we should flee. The other Night Watchers will come, right?" At that moment, the atmosphere was steeped in a sense of tragic heroism. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Kongcheng finally searched his body again. "Where's my emblem?" he exclaimed. Meanwhile, Yongin lay on the ground, saying, "Give it up, Lao Zhao. You've exhausted all your tricks. What more can I do?" He then produced the emblem inscribed with the Night Watcher's code, and without a second thought, he plunged it into his palm as it released a fine needle. "This is my world. I will save myself." As the ghostly spirit coursed through him, an indescribable agony surged through Yong'in's body. Though the pain made him cry out, the power he gained was undeniably tangible. In an instant, his mental strength flowed like a mighty river within him. The boundary was formed. For the first time, Yong'in experienced the sensation of possessing mental power, feeling a force that seemed innate to him. His own forbidden ruins, observing the vast sea, emerged, a realm beyond this world. To observe the heavens is to know their insignificance. To gaze upon the vast sea is to recognize one as own triviality. The observing the vast sea bestowed upon him an unparalleled capacity for learning, allowing even the forbidden ruins to be grasped through observation, consuming mental strength for mastery. Yong'in's eyes gleamed with brilliance. All those beatings were not in vain. He mused inwardly. As a participant who had endured the Ghost Face King numerous times, he comprehended at the instant he acquired this forbidden ruins. In a fleeting moment, an indescribable aura surged forth from Yong'in like a torrent. The Ghost Face King he unleashed consumed his adversary entirely in the blink of an eye. Bang! The Ghost Face King, with a physique reminiscent of a towering mountain, trembled violently before succumbing to the ground. Despite its repeated efforts to rise, the outcome remained unchanged. The Ghost Face King was engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend how its power had fallen into another's grasp. In its line of sight, Yong'in seized the star blade from Zhao Kongsheng, the blade trailing along the ground, igniting a few sparks. The Ghost Face King attempted to resist, swinging a punch with all its might towards the advancing Yong'in. Yong'in, however, made no unnecessary movements. He swiftly severed the Ghost Face King's hand with a decisive strike. It was as if he were performing a most mundane task. Merely this one stroke, a final farewell for you. With a soft slice, the blade glided across its neck, and the head of the Ghost Face King was severed cleanly. To prevent the Ghost Face King from resurrecting, Yong'in meticulously shattered its parasitic mask into fragments. As the tension within him eased, Yong'in suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. "My apologies, General Zhao, for stealing your moment of grandeur." Zhao Kongcheng stood silently to the side, cold raindrops trickling down his weathered face. Yong'in paused for a moment before addressing Lin Xie. "You have witnessed the dangers of this world. Join the Night Watchers. You cannot protect your mother and Ajin alone." Lin Xie felt a pang of bitterness within, struggling to hold back tears as he replied, I understand. Yong'in, you." Before he could finish, Yong'in's neck stretched forth, and he fell silent. Old Zhao and Lin Xie remained quiet, a peculiar emotion spreading within their hearts. After a long while, a voice crackled through the earpiece. "Yong'in, are you all right? Report. Captain, the Seraphim agent Lin Xie is willing to join the Night Watchers and..." Yang and heroically sacrificed himself in the battle against the Ghost-Faced King. At that moment, Yang, now in a state of spirit, gazed upon Ares in the realm of endings. Brother Yang, is this the power of resonance? Indeed, Ares replied, a barely perceptible smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 6. I have returned. In an instant, the members of Team 136 were left in stunned silence. What? Yang An is dead? This news resonated in their hearts like a thunderclap, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. Hong Ying, clutching her weapon, remained silent, her eyes slightly reddened. Beside her, Si Xiaonan wore a mournful expression. Although they had only known Yang for a few days, he was undeniably a part of Team 136. At that moment, Chenmai slowly retrieved an old-looking mobile phone. Ding ding ding. Hello, Commander. That individual named Yang. My comrade has perished in battle. I suggest we cease the investigation. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before Yifan finally responded with a simple, all right. The torrential rain seemed poised to engulf the entire Tsangnan, mingling blood and rainwater as it pooled around Lin Xie's feet. Just as Zhao Kongcheng bent down to lift Yang's lifeless body, intending to return it to their detective agency, an unexpectedly resounding and heart-stirring bell tolled without warning. Clang! The deafening sound echoed as if it were breaking the heavens, sweeping through the old city with astonishing speed. It was so loud that every glass object shattered in an instant, scattering into countless tiny fragments. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Zhao Kongcheng's expression shifted dramatically, without hesitation. He drew his long knife, his vigilant eyes scanning every corner around him. Simultaneously, an overwhelming presence, suffocating in its intensity, surged forth like a tidal wave. The pressure it exuded was reminiscent of the commotion caused by Lin Xie's awakening. This is the aura of a deity. Who is it? Chenmai exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, a cheeky voice rang out from behind Zhao Kongcheng. Hey, old Zhao, I'm back. Turning around, both Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Xie stood frozen in disbelief. Old Zhao, what happened? See, Commander, another Yang has appeared. What do you mean another one? On the ground lay a Yang infused with the essence of a celestial steroid, while behind Zhao Kongcheng stood an intact, grinning Yang. The torrential rain intensified, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour its prey. Who are you? Seeing this, Yang smiled again. I am Yang, a night watchman. Lin Xie, utterly bewildered, interjected. You are Yang? Then who is this on the ground? That is also me. Huh? Oh dear. This is all the doing of my deity. Come on, let us go eat first. I will explain everything later. Meanwhile, at home, their aunt looked at the three drenched figures, resembling drowned rats, and let out a bitter smile. I said to eat first before setting out. Just look at how heavily it is raining outside. Come, remove your clothes. Teacher Zhao, you too. Why not wear Yang's clothes for a while? It was not until they were seated at the dining table that Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Xie began to regain their senses. Are you suggesting that your deity rescued you, preserved your soul, and even crafted a new corporeal form for you? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kongcheng was left astounded. The ability to conjure a physical body for a living being from nothingness is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. It is worth noting that the last individual known for such creative prowess was the legendary sage, the demon empress, Enhua. Upon receiving this revelation, Zhao Kongcheng could hardly remain seated. He immediately contemplated reporting this to Chenmai. However, due to the necessity of concealing his identity in front of Lin Xie's aunt, he had to abandon the thought. Having joined the Night Watchers and adhering to their regulations to safeguard the families of the members, he could no longer reside with his own family. Consequently, Lin Xie and Yang used the pretext of enlisting in the army to move out from his aunt's home and temporarily settled in Hong Ying's grand villa. Though Lin Xie often felt he had been deceived in a daze, he could not quite fathom it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Team 136 discovered the corpse of the ghost-faced king and Yang's body in the alleys of the old city. Lung Xian conducted a preliminary examination on Yang's corpse and shortly thereafter reported to Chenmai, Captain, the body is indeed Yang's. The cause of death was an injection of ghost goddess essence. Chenmai exhaled a long, heavy sigh. Understood. We shall wait for old Zhao to return and gather more information. Report everything as it is. In the deep of night, after the torrential rain had subsided, the world was cleansed anew, with only the moonlight hanging in the night sky. In the realm of finality, the flesh and blood of the ghost-faced king gradually disintegrated, transforming into a blood brick utilized in the construction of a rising edifice. This time, the nourishment from the realm of finality was substantial. The physical strength was nearing the earthly level, though your mental prowess remains merely in the realm of a lamp. Your physical form has already ascended to the early stages of the pool realm. However, Brother Yang, these echoes seem to differ somewhat from my recollections. In what way? I can sense the Madman perpetually activating within me, yet I remain unaware of its purpose. You must understand that the activation of echoes relies not solely on your mental strength, but also on the faith that fuels the energy for manifesting those echoes. Given the Madman's peculiar nature, it continually gathers a significant amount of faith for you. Yet simultaneously, it also elicits a considerable amount of madness. To prevent you from succumbing to insanity, worry-free buries this madness away. Although it persists, it at least ensures your safety. After absorbing these words, Yang felt enlightened. So, the Madman serves as my hidden reserve of energy? Precisely. The following morning, Yang and Lin Chia hurried to the Peace Affairs office. As they had joined the Night Watchers, they could no longer remain in school, and the matter of their academic status was entrusted to Zhao Kongqing. Yang gazed at the chaotic scene before him, momentarily speechless. Wen Qima, noticing Yang at the doorway, called him inside. "Ah, welcome, little brother. The responsibility for this client is now yours. I shall take my leave." With that, he hurriedly departed. Before Yang stood an elderly woman, fervently articulating her concerns. "Oh dear, young comrade, you must assist me. My cat Mimi has gone missing. Please help me find her." "Ah, certainly, madam. Please do not rush. Could you describe what your cat Mimi looks like?" "Oh, my cat Mimi is simply delightful. She is quite charming, and all the neighbors adore her." "Oh, I see. So what does she look like?" "She is very well-behaved and exceedingly cute." "Just how well-behaved and cute is she?" "Extremely well-behaved and incredibly cute." In a flurry of urgency, Yang entrusted this elderly lady to Lin Chia. "I leave her in your capable hands. I believe you will manage splendidly." In the training ground, Chen Mai stood before Yang and Lin Chia, with two wooden long swords at their feet. "All right, let us commence today's training. We must make the most of our time. Before the new recruits' training, we need to mold you into proper sentinels. Lin Chia, you shall go first." "Yes." Subsequently, amidst the sympathetic gazes of the onlookers, Lin Chia endured a lengthy half-hour of whipping. Under the captain's affectionate supervision, Lin Chia felt his physique becoming firm and resilient. "Alas, how pitiful," remarked Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying, stifling their laughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang began his firearms training under the guidance of Long Xian. Chapter 7. Your marksmanship. Cold Xian, wielding a most ordinary Glock pistol, inquired of Yang, "How about it? Can you handle it?" Yang shot him a sidelong glance, exclaiming, "I'm just a student, what do you think?" "True enough. Today, we shall engage in a brief practice with this firearm. While it may prove inadequate against formidable foes, it is quite effective for dispatching lesser adversaries." With that, Cold Xian commenced a demonstration of shooting right before Yang eyes. The sound of gunfire rang out, bang, 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 and soon after, several bullet holes marred the target paper. "Impressive," Cold Xian remarked with a calm smile, handing the pistol to Yang. "Care to give a try?" Yang accepted it with a grin, and at the moment he grasped the weapon, an aura of confidence radiated from him, a resonance within that remained unvoiced. In the blink of an eye, a gleam of golden light flickered in Yang's eyes as spiritual vision surged within him. After a few more shots, Cold Xian stood in stunned silence. "What? Each shot is a perfect 10? Yang feigned humility. "Oh, it's nothing special, just the kindness of my fellow villagers." Cold Xian began to question the initial inquiry. Had he truly never handled a firearm? Noticing the increasingly ominous look in Cold Xian's eyes, Yang slowly shielded his rear. Undeterred, Cold Xian insisted on having Yang shoot from various distances and with different types of firearms. The results remained consistently astounding. He was terrifyingly accurate. Later, Cold Xian complained to the members of Team 136. The morning flew by in no time. I just had to vent to Captain Chunmai. Yongin is simply not human. He tried every type of firearm we have, and they were all perfect 10s. Chunmai raised an eyebrow. Is that so? I must ensure to train that lad thoroughly this afternoon. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, sporting a swollen face, lamented beside Yang and brother. The captain is not human either. He wielded a wooden sword as if I were a mystical being. Yang could only pat Lin Xie's shoulder sympathetically. You've had it rough, my friend. Now it's my turn. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's injured eyes revealed a glimmer of schadenfreude, which Yang had dismissed as a mere illusion. Such a boisterous character could not possibly revel in another's misfortune. Could he? Surely he was mistaken. In the afternoon, Yang accepted the wooden sword handed to him by Chunmai. Come on, let me witness your swordsmanship. Yang initiated the attack, taking a bold step forward before executing a strike. Chunmai effortlessly sidestepped the blow, a smirk gracing his lips. To him, Yang seemingly fierce assault was riddled with flaws. Swiftly, he retaliated, and Yang hastily defended himself. However, Chunmai's blade danced like a nimble serpent, always finding gaps in Yang's defense. Within moments, several shallow cuts adorned Yang's body. However, Yang remained composed, skillfully defending himself while keenly observing Chunmai's movements. With the combined activation of spiritual vision and observing the sea, a wondrous light danced in Yang's eyes. Just as everyone anticipated his imminent defeat, Yang suddenly launched a direct strike. The posture and motion he displayed remarkably resembled Chunmai's technique that had previously shattered his long staff. The crowd gasped in astonishment, and Chunmai's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that Yang could not only adapt to his style, but also emulate his swordsmanship. It is worth noting that Chunmai's martial prowess had been honed through countless life-and-death battles. Yet Yang, and at that moment, Chunmai realized that Yang's sword skills were encroaching upon his own. The only recourse left was to overpower him with sheer mental strength. As for the reason he could not rely on physical prowess, it was simply because he could not match it. Let us not forget the formidable physical attributes of the human-level zodiac. Ultimately, with a thunderous shout, Chunmai infused his mental energy into the wooden sword, delivering a strike that severed Yang's blade. As the battle concluded, Zhao Kongsheng and the other team members rushed in. Wow, impressive, young man. Your swordsmanship bears some resemblance to my own, exclaimed the older Zhao. You boast too much. Can you even match the captain? Retorted Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan in unison. Laughter erupted from everyone in the office. A hint of amusement graced Chunmai's lips as he waved his hand. All right, everyone tidy up. I shall prepare dinner tonight. Hooray! Cheered Si Xiaonan joyfully. Later that night, Lin Xie's consciousness once again entered the asylum of the gods. Mother, I have come to see you. Lin Xie spoke helplessly to the woman before him, clad in a flowing black gown. This was Nyx, the goddess of night from Greek mythology, one of the supreme deities. Her face, adorned with tenderness, slowly lifted. Oh, Danadus, my child, is this your friend? Nyx inquired of Lin Xie. What? A profound silence enveloped the expansive asylum. Lin Xie doubted his own ears. Was he not the only one here? Or had Nyx relapsed? My foolish brother, your elder brother has arrived. As Lin Xie pondered, a familiar figure appeared beside him. Yongin, how did you get in? That is none of your concern. I am here to see our mother. The tenderness in Nyx's gaze returned. Oh, I remember now. You are also my child, Danadus's elder brother, Hypnos. Indeed, mother. I have come to see you. Before he could finish his sentence, Yongin was enveloped by a wondrous and gentle force, drawing him into Nyx's embrace. After a moment, Lin Xie hesitantly spoke. Should I leave? Oh, of course. Danadus, you must understand, it has been a long time since I've seen Hypnos. Yongin extricated himself from Nyx's embrace and added, Dear mother, it is nearly time for me to depart. I shall visit you often. After all, Yongin initially came merely to familiarize himself, not intending to prolong his stay. However, Nyx's eyes were still filled with reluctance. Are you leaving? Hypnos, before parting, let your mother bestow her blessings upon you. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light, dark and resplendent like the starry sky, emanated from Nix's hand and entered Yongen's body. At that moment, Yongen was unaware of what Nix had done to him. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. The blessing of the night goddess? What does it signify? The night is her divine realm, and as her cherished child, you shall gain immense strength in darkness, akin to the starry night dancer. Indeed, at that moment, from Lin Xia's perspective, Nix's healing progress surged forward by over 10%. Could it be that playing the role of her child could aid in her mental afflictions? Just as Yongen was about to depart, Lin Xia intercepted him. "Hey, don't leave just yet. I have something to ask you." "Sure, brother. What is it?" Lin Xia inquired. "You owe me an explanation. Why are you here?" At this, Yongen stifled a laugh, wearing an innocent smile. "I have no idea. You truly do not know?" Yongen's demeanor began to grow increasingly evasive. Lin Xia remained silent, aware that Yongen was concealing something from him. However, since he chose not to disclose it, Lin Xia decided against pressing further. Observing Lin Xia's current expression, Yongen suppressed a chuckle and then asked, "How is our mother's healing progress?" 15%. It was merely 5 before you arrived. Is that so? Yongen lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought. It appears, if you continue to play her son and converse with her, she might recover more swiftly. Perhaps. Chapter 8. Ankinji. The days that followed unfolded in a rather mundane manner. For Lin Xia, it was simply a cycle of rising, training, enduring blows, and dining. This monotonous routine continued without variation. Meanwhile, Yongen, having encountered the terror of the Nantawa serpent demon, had assimilated the skills of his comrades in Team 136. His proficiency in marksmanship and swordplay had become quite comprehensive. Presently, his only shortcoming lay in his mental strength, which was stagnating at the mid-stage of the Lantern Realm. Consequently, Yongen found himself cast out onto the streets by Chun Mai, assigned to patrol. The sunlight overhead was glaring, making it difficult for Yongen to open his eyes. Wisely, Yifei, still lying low. The Nantawa serpent demon incident should be on the verge of erupting, he mused. To his knowledge, the mysterious entities appearing in the incident were not merely a handful, but nearly 100. If he were to capture them all, Yongen hesitated to envision the heights he could attain. However, he was also wary of rushing into the school to confront Li Yifei, for the Nantawa serpent demon possessed the ability to transform individuals into its progeny. Should anything go awry, turning Songnan City into Raccoon City would spell disaster. As Yongen's thoughts wandered, a somewhat familiar figure approached him. "I see you've been lurking here for nearly 3 days, your gaze fixated on that teaching building. May I inquire as to why you find this so tedious?" Yongen focused on the newcomer, exclaiming, "Oh, Ankinju, the legendary key to the door, the brilliant mind of the Nightfall team." "Ankinju?" She replied with a smile and a nod. "Is it for that sort of thing?" "What thing? Please clarify." Yongen urged. Ankinju offered a shy smile. "Indeed it is. From my observations, I noticed you pass by here every day, almost unconsciously with a remarkably high frequency, often gazing at that building. So, I set up a camera within your line of sight after school one day. Guess what? I saw something." Yongen fell silent for a moment before responding. "Hey, serpent demon, right?" Upon hearing this, Ankinju's smile widened considerably. Is that so? I never would have guessed." "Yongen, you harbor such a secret." Yongen's expression darkened. "Are you trying to trick me? And how do you know me?" "It's no trouble to tell you. A voice has lingered in my mind." Ankinju paused, disregarding Yongen's astonished expression. "It instructed me to find someone named Yongen. Thus, I began observing you and Lin Xia from the moment you enrolled." This revelation struck Yongen like a heavy blow to his chest. A voice? Is it Cthulhu? Have they already taken notice of me? But that doesn't add up. If they were aware of my existence, I surely would have lost my sanity by now. Who could it be? The narrative seemed to diverge from Yongen's understanding, enveloping him in an inexplicable dread that sent chills throughout his being. For a moment, his consciousness appeared to sink, but soon after, he regained his composure swiftly. In truth, Yongen is a rather timid individual. When circumstances surpass his expectations, he succumbs to profound panic. Hence, prior to the awakening reverberations, Yongen remained in a perpetual state of trepidation. However, just moments ago, for reasons unbeknownst to him, amidst his growing anxiety, a flicker of joy emerged within his heart. Gradually, the corners of his mouth began to curve into a smile. And Qingyu, let us strike a bargain. Upon hearing this, and Qingyu adjusted his glasses with keen interest. A bargain? Pray, elaborate. I am listening. I can provide you with experimental materials, but in return, you must perform certain tasks for me. What sort of experimental materials? In a few days, a significant upheaval shall occur at the school. An entire horde of serpent demons. Is that all? After listening, and Qingyu shook his head in exasperation. Certainly not. As he spoke, Yang casually plucked a small wild grass from the roadside before him. Then, under the effect of frantic growth, in the blink of an eye, the wild grass surged forth, twisting like a serpent, soon reaching a height comparable to that of a human. With a casual toss, Yang sent the grass into the air, where it gradually disintegrated into ashes. I possess a total of 3,600 such abilities. I can offer my bodily tissues for your study, or even a complete version of myself. Upon hearing this, and Qingyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Do you know? What captivates me most at this moment is not your myriad of extraordinary abilities, but rather why you have chosen me. I am merely an ordinary high school student, am I not? As he spoke, and Qingyu leaned in closer. Or perhaps, you possess knowledge of something even more arcane? Yang and Tu donned a smile. Curious, are we? Then assist me in my endeavors. Ha ha ha. Very well. After concluding his conversation with Qingyu, Yang felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Damn, engaging with intelligent minds is truly taxing. During their dialogue, Yang deliberately wove in several inconsistencies, aiming to captivate Qingyu. In the early stages of a narrative, as in Qingyu, he could provide substantial assistance. Later, as a key to the door, he could facilitate his access to the powers of Cthulhu. For Yang understood clearly that to survive in a world of slayers, confronting Cthulhu would ultimately be inevitable. Lost in thought, Yang ambled back to Team 136, hands clasped behind his back, resembling an elderly gentleman on a leisurely stroll. Wu Xiangnan gazed at the nonchalant Yang before him, momentarily at a loss for words. You're back? Should I venture out again? What do you think? Wu Xiangnan straightened his demeanor and continued, the captain has matters to attend to this afternoon, so the training of Lin Qie is entrusted to you. Upon hearing this, Yang suddenly perked up. Yes, captain, I shall train Lin Qie diligently. Hey, are you trying to set me up? Just call me vice captain. Elevating one's title. Such is the way of human relations. Captain, all right, enough banter. Off you go. In the training grounds, Lin Qie stood resolutely, gripping his wooden sword with determination. Suddenly, Yang entered the arena, his wooden sword resting upon his shoulder. Qie, be gentle with me. I'm getting old and can't compete with you youngsters anymore. A dark line crossed Lin Qie's forehead. Is Yang unwell? Just because he claims to be old, does he think he has reached the same level as the captain? As the 20-meter radius of the mortal realm slowly unfurled, the atmosphere in the training ground grew increasingly intense. Lin Qie initiated the assault with a forward slash. Yang deftly blocked the strike, and with a fluid motion, redirected the sword to the side, firmly pinning it down. He then launched a kick towards Lin Qie. Yang, mindful of his strength, deliberately tempered his force, fearing that a full power kick could seriously injure Lin Qie. In the world of swordsmanship, individuals below the river realm generally possess similar physical capabilities. One cannot simply wield brute strength to dispatch an opponent merely because they are in the pond realm. At this moment, the enhancement of spiritual power on the physical form was not as pronounced. However, Yang was different. He had an advantage. Although he restrained his strength, the kick still sent Lin Qie flying. Wow, Yang, you're really ruthless, Lin Qie exclaimed. Yang merely shrugged with a smirk. Using his wooden sword for support, Lin Qie rose slowly, charging forward once more. Bang! He collided with the wall. Bang! He was hurled against the wall again. Bang! 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 Later that evening, when Shimai returned and saw Lin Qie's bruised face, he inquired with curiosity, what happened? Did a mysterious force invade? Not quite, Lin Qie replied. Chapter 9. luring the snake out of its hole at the dining table. Everyone held their chopsticks at the ready, resembling soldiers prepared for battle, until Captain Chun might brought the final dish to the table. A rush ensued. In an instant, chaos erupted as the diners scrambled for food, devouring it as if swept away by a tempest. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan appeared quite aggrieved. You all need to slow down. I can't get anything. At that moment, Long Xian, seated nearby, spoke up to offer kind words of comfort, yet his hands moved with relentless speed, as if speaking consumed precious time that he sought to make up for with his rapid movements. Ultimately, the melee at the table came to a hasty conclusion. Captain, your culinary skills have improved, Hong Ying declared, reclining on the sofa with a look of satisfaction. Indeed, when Shima chimed in from the side. Once they had settled down completely, Yang began to ponder deeply. Truth be told, enough time had passed. But why was there still no word from Li Yifei? Something was amiss. It felt exceedingly wrong, perhaps 19 parts wrong. In a matter of minutes, Yang mentally traced the narrative arc of the early chapters of Slayer of Gods. First, there was Lin Xie encountering the mass specter with his classmates, followed by Zhao Kongqing's urgent rescue. Next came the 10-year pact between Zhao Kongqing and Lin Xie on a rainy night. Then the Nantua serpent demon, having witnessed the night watchman slay the masked king, contemplated infiltrating their ranks. So, where exactly had I altered the storyline? After a prolonged period of contemplation, it dawned on him. The classmates who encountered the masked specter had inexplicably survived, and those who should have escaped had not. This had resulted in the memories of the assaulted students being altered. If his reasoning was correct, Li Yifei must have forgotten the attack by the masked specter, leading the Nantua serpent demon to remain oblivious to the subsequent slaying of the masked king by the night watchman. Thus, the Nantua serpent demon was still attending school leisurely at this moment. With this realization, a gentle smile crept onto Yang En's lips. It seemed that our Mr. Li, the Nantua serpent demon, second in command of the Divine Mental Hospital, and a jack of all trades, had grown too comfortable. It was time to apply some pressure. Simultaneously, an intriguing plan began to take shape within Yang En's mind. The following night, at the entrance of Second High School in Songnan City, Li Yifei's figure slowly emerged from the gates. As the target appeared, a shadow in the darkness began to stir. The dim streetlights flickered in the alleyway. As Li Yifei stepped into a puddle, splashing droplets, an inexplicable chill washed over him, prompting a sudden desire to flee the area. He hurried away, oblivious to the fact that the streetlight above had gradually extinguished, twisting like a worm in the darkness with its steel frame. The scenery in the alley rapidly retreated behind him, and in a moment of disorientation, Li Yifei seemed to glimpse a suit. It did not appear quite right. The suit moved autonomously without wind, crawling on the ground like a locust. Li Yifei could even discern its appendages. Noticing the hurriedly fleeing Li Yifei, the suit seemed to react to some unseen stimulus, leaping toward him. Oh no, a ghost! In an instant, a cry reverberated through the air, startling Lin Xie and Yang En, who were patrolling nearby. It seemed the plan had succeeded. Yang En mused to himself, a smirk forming. The streetlight and the suit were indeed his handiwork. He had first unearthed a worm from the soil, then captured a grasshopper from elsewhere, ultimately crafting such a creature using soul migration. It was Li Yifei. Lin Xie recognized the voice's owner. In the next moment, the divine might of the seraph swept through, as the mortal realm of deities gradually unfurled. Found you. Follow me, he urged, pulling Yang En along as they fled. Meanwhile, during his retreat, Li Yifei stumbled upon the worm streetlight. The streetlight lay on the ground, its bulb flickering intermittently like breaths, while its body wriggled continuously, creating a rather bizarre scene. Suddenly, the suit leaped onto Li Yifei's back, scuttling about chaotically. What the hell is this? A grasshopper suit? It doesn't harm people, but it's utterly revolting. Amidst his growing anxiety, Li Yifei's pupils began to constrict, gradually narrowing to resemble a serpent's gaze. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted, revealing the divine majesty of the seraph in the air. Li Yifei's eyes instantly returned to normal. He abruptly lifted his head and, to his astonishment, saw Lin Xie and Yang and crouched silently atop a rather modest building, resembling two silent statues. Yang Xie, Li Yifei exclaimed joyfully, but before he could finish, Yang leapt down like a bolt of lightning, gripping a razor-sharp dagger tightly in his hand. He traced a fierce arc in the air and with tremendous force brought it down upon the grotesque worm streetlight. The sound of a sharp clang echoed like a thunderous bell in the night. Upon closer inspection, the dagger had embedded deeply into the head of the worm streetlight, nearly disappearing within. Yet, Yang did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he summoned more strength. With this action, the dagger sliced downward along the streetlight's body with unstoppable momentum. Sparks flew, and electric flashes illuminated the scene. At last, as Yang landed firmly, the once fearsome worm streetlight had been cleaved into two halves, collapsing helplessly to the ground, no longer capable of movement. Simultaneously, Lin Xie atop the building was not idle. Empowered by the ability of the Starry Night Dancer, his speed surged to a breathtaking level. In a flash, he darted forward like a specter, reaching out towards the grasshopper suit that was attempting to abandon Li Yifei and flee alone. Although the grasshopper suit sensed the impending danger and struggled desperately to escape, its speed was insignificant compared to Lin Xie's. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xie's hand had firmly grasped the locust in a suit, leaving it with no means of escape. Lin Xie cast a disdainful glance at the creature in his grasp. How shall I deal with this? Allow me to take care of it. Suddenly, an indescribable aura erupted from Yang's body. Disintegration gradually activated. The streetlights and the suit began to transform into ashes, dissipating into the air. Witnessing how swiftly the two subdued these peculiar monsters, admiration welled up within. Wow, what are you two up to? Observing this, Yang smiled enigmatically. We are conducting official business. It's confidential. Do not speak of it outside. Could it be that you two are the legendary agents established by the state to investigate supernatural phenomena? The pair remained silent, leaving only a mysterious silhouette behind. Hey, Yang Qiye. I also wish to join you in battling supernatural events. With that, Li Yifei enthusiastically waved his fist. Yang did not look back, merely leaving behind a calm remark. Joining us is not something an ordinary person can achieve. You must at least demonstrate your abilities or make some contributions. Upon hearing this, Li Yifei was taken aback, as if deep in thought. However, in a place unseen by Lin Xie, Li Yifei's eyes glimmered with a faint green light, his pupils transforming into vertical slits. Contributions indeed. Chapter 10. The first glimpse of trouble as anticipated by Yang and, a week later, Li Yifei proactively reached out to Lin Xie. Upon their meeting, Li Yifei, in a state of frantic urgency, exclaimed, Xie, I must tell you, I encountered monster. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, inquiring a monster? What sort of monster? Subsequently, Li Yifei began to recount the supernatural incident he had recently experienced. That evening, I was heading back to school to retrieve my assignment notebook. By chance, I ran into the director of education and our class representative for Chinese, Lu Xiaoyan. Initially, they were merely discussing the upcoming essay competition, and nothing seemed amiss. Just as I contemplated slipping away, they continued their conversation and soon arrived at the door of the classroom, where I was hiding, effectively trapping me inside. I held my breath, praying not to be discovered, hoping to wait until they departed. Just as the director was about to leave, I witnessed Lu Xiaoyan grasping his arm. The two drew closer together. At first, I thought Lu Xiaoyan might be attempting to engage in a teacher-student romance with a middle-aged man. However, Lu Xiaoyan's mouth grotesquely widened, revealing a mass of pulsating flesh, as if it had been forcibly torn apart. Moreover, her mouth bore a set of razor-sharp teeth, and her eyes were reduced to mere whites, creating a particularly eerie and unsettling appearance. I nearly screamed at this horrifying sight. Then, what transpired next filled me with dread. I watched in horror as Lu Xiaoyan's entire head split open, exposing a row of densely packed fangs. In one swift motion, she devoured the director, chewing once before regurgitating him. Yet, when the director reemerged, he wore the same uncanny smile as Lu Xiaoyan, and then they both vanished at the end of the corridor. As Li Yifei concluded his tale, Lin Xie drew in a sharp breath. An icy chill coursed down his spine as he immediately understood the gravity of the situation. A mysterious entity, one possessing transformative abilities and having lurked for an unknown duration, posed an immense threat. Thus, Lin Xie resolved to take Li Yifei to the detective agency. Yang and Lin Xie rose to their feet, prompting Li Yifei to ask, "Where are you going?" "We are taking you to our base to meet our captain." Yang An replied, "This matter is too significant. It will be challenging for just the two of us to handle." Inside the Peace Detective Agency, Zhao Kongcheng stood up excitedly upon hearing Li Yifei's account. Meanwhile, Lung Xian and Wen Qimao remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Observing this, Wu Xiangnan shared her insights regarding the snake demon. This adversary is formidable, possessing exceptional camouflage abilities, able to communicate normally, and most troublingly, it has the capacity to consume and transform living beings. Much like a zombie, Hong Ying reflected. Indeed, thus a reckless attack on the snake demon would be inadvisable. We must strike decisively at the demon's core. Listening to Chen Mai's analysis, Si Xiaonan inquired, "So, would it suffice to eliminate Lu Xiaoyan?" Yang An interjected, "We cannot ascertain that Lu Xiaoyan is the primary entity. She is likely merely one of the subordinates. What should we do then?" Lin Xie gazed at Chen Mai. After a prolonged contemplation, Chen Mai slowly articulated, "Thus I, old Zhao, and Xiangnan shall take charge of establishing a no-restriction zone outside the school to prevent the serpent demon from escaping. We will also conduct a thorough investigation of the relevant external personnel associated with the school." He then turned his attention to Yang, Un, and the others. Meanwhile, Yang and Chia, Hong Ying, and Xiaonan will masquerade as students infiltrating the campus to locate the serpent demon's true form. During this period, you four are to heed Hong Ying's commands. Lung Xian will be responsible for remote fire support, while Wen Qimao will delve into the information database for pertinent details regarding this mysterious occurrence. After a pause, Chen Mai inquired, "Are there any objections?" "None," the group replied in unison. Subsequently, Chen Mai's gaze fell upon Li Yifei. "If possible, please accompany Chia and the others, as they will require your assistance in navigating the school." He added, "I am aware of your desire to join the Night Watchers, and I shall propose your inclusion to the higher-ups after this operation concludes." Upon hearing this, Li Yifei nodded resolutely. Just as the group was about to depart, Lung Xian called out to Yang, En, and Lin Xie. He handed each of them a handgun, saying, "Take care of yourselves." The two exchanged knowing smiles. Rest assured, 30 minutes later, the five stood at the school gates. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were clad in the school uniform of the second high school. Despite the somewhat outdated red and white attire, it still accentuated their alluring figures, with a youthful aura enveloping them. "Ah, it has been ages since I wore a school uniform. It feels as though I have relived my youth," Hong Ying remarked, stretching languidly. Yang chimed in, "Indeed, beautiful people can wear anything and still shine." Hong Ying raised her brows. "Oh, little brother, you have quite the discerning eye." Lin Xie interrupted with exasperation. "All right, how we proceed? Let us scale the wall. I shall go first." With that, Hong Ying tossed her long gun over the wall and with a slight exertion of her snowy legs, leaped into the air. Observing this, Si Xiaonan and Lin Xie followed suit and climbed over the wall. "Come on, Yang'an, you all proceed. I shall enter through the front gate." "Huh." With that, Yang and Li Yifei approached the school's main entrance. "Yang, how will you get in?" "I'm a student. Why would they deny me entry?" "But isn't your student status invalid? Classes are still in session. So how will you get in?" Then, Li Yifei grinned and produced a piece of paper from his bag. "Hee, I have a leave slip." After this, Yang shared a meaningful smile with Li Yifei, choosing not to say more. "Hey, which class are you from?" "Classes are already underway." The gatekeeper glared at Yang and the others. Li Yifei hastily presented his leave request, saying, "Sir, I am from Class 5. Here is my leave note." After verifying that the note was in order, the elderly gatekeeper opened the barrier, allowing Li Yifei to pass. Just as Yang was about to follow him in, the gatekeeper blocked his way once again. "Where's your leave request?" Yang, looking bewildered, responded the leave note. "Haven't I shown it to you already? Step aside. When did you show it to me?" "Ah, let me ask you this. Does Li Yifei have a leave note? Is he a student? Huh, am I not a student as well? If he has shown it to you, does that not equate to me having shown it to you? Speak. Look into my eyes. Tell me why. In the midst of this exchange, causality quietly took effect, plunging the gatekeeper into contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally said, "Hey, that makes sense. You may enter." Li Yifei stood by, utterly stunned. Wait, this actually works? Is it true that the loudest voice prevails? I shall try this tactic next time I skip class. That is something you cannot learn. A languid voice drifted from behind Li Yifei. Oh, is that so? No. Wait, how did you hear what I was thinking? He guess? Could it be that he possesses the ability to read minds? With such a thought lingering, Li Yifei cautiously ventured. Am I to call you Grandpa? To which Yang chuckled, swiftly executing a sweeping kick that sent Li Yifei sprawling, followed by a grip around his throat. So, you dare to insult me? Do you believe I wouldn't send a whole truckload of people after you? Ouch. Ouch. My mistake, Yang. My mistake. Chapter 11. Preliminary investigation. At this moment, Hong Ying and her companions have begun to search the campus extensively. How is it? Has Qi Yi discovered anything? However, Lin Qi Yi, with a furrowed brow, shook his head in concern. The situation is dire. Although my mortal realm can detect those who have been infected by the snake demon, I have yet to encounter anyone who can be deemed the host. Is that so? Hong Ying's brows knitted together. Beside her, Si Xiaonan suggested that such aimless searching would ultimately yield no results. Rather, let us divide our efforts. Qi Yi can investigate Lu Xiaoyan, while Red Ying and I will look into the director. Agreed. Qi Yi, do take care. If you encounter anything beyond your capability, use the earpiece to call for help. Rest assured. At that moment, a voice suddenly crackled through the earpiece. It was Yang. You all proceed with your investigation first. I will seek out someone trustworthy for some intel. After he said this, only the static of electrical noise remained in the earpiece. A trustworthy person? Who could that be? Perhaps one of our former classmates. Lin Qi Yi speculated on Yang's behalf. In truth, Lin Qi Yi was aware that this trustworthy individual might not be so simple, but he chose not to delve deeper. Yang had been harboring secrets for quite some time, yet Lin Qi Yi opted to place his faith in him. Meanwhile, Li Yifei followed Yang into an ordinary teaching building. Brother Yang, who is this trustworthy person? You will find out once you see them. At the same time, aboard in Xinyu was idly spinning a pen in class. The material the teacher was discussing was truly lacking in difficulty and interest. When would Yang contact me? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her pen suddenly slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. A playful smile flashed across in Qinyu's face. Outside the teaching building, Brother Yang, weren't we supposed to find someone? Why are we just sitting here? Oh, don't rush. Is it possible for the snake demon to escape? Just then, a somewhat cold voice broke through the air. Is it time? Li Yifei looked up to see Qingyu. Ah, I remember you, the top scholar of our grade. And Qingyu, could it be that the person Brother Yang is waiting for is you? Yang an adreset an Qingyu. How have you managed with what I gave you the other day? It's been mediocre. I have a basic understanding of the principles. Can you replicate it? Not to the extent of your abilities, which are rather absurd. What are you two talking about? In fact, Yang In and Qingyu were discussing the matter of the locust suit. Yang In had previously provided Qingyu with the product of the soul migration, hoping he would conduct some research on it. It was during this occasion that Qingyu awakened his forbidden realm, the one true answer. Qingyu smiled, but said nothing. What would you like me to do now? No, you need not do anything. I am here to deliver ready-made experimental materials for you to test, fresh and lively. At this moment, Li Yifei wore a bewildered expression. What experimental materials are you discussing? Just as the words left his mouth, a pair of powerful hands firmly grasped Li Yifei beside him. Turning to look, he found it was Yang. Oh no, you can't be talking about me. He immediately began to struggle violently. But for Li Yifei, escaping Yang's grip was an impossible feat as Qingyu approached gradually. Fear took complete hold of Li Yifei's mind and body. I truly fail to comprehend how a formidable non-dual serpent demon would expend such effort merely to masquerade as a beleaguered high school student. What? Are you planning to participate in the college entrance examination to alter your destiny and escape the vast mountains? As soon as he spoke, Li Yifei's face erupted in fury. His entire physique swelled immensely, his legs transforming into a serpent's tail, scales crawling across his body. Have I been unmasked? The moment he finished speaking, the Nantawa serpent demon's tail swept violently, stirring a cloud of dust. The tail struck Yang forcefully, sending him flying. Although the attack was fierce, it caused no real harm. It merely damaged the earpiece on Yang's ear. Just as Yang prepared himself for a one-on-one duel with a Nantawa serpent demon, he suddenly noticed the Nantawa serpent demon had dashed into the nearby underbrush to escape. Beside him, and Qingyu's face was alight with excitement. Such wondrous creatures truly exist in this world. But it seems you failed, didn't you? What now? Yang maintained his calm demeanor. Rest assured, I never miss. Ignoring Qingyu's current expression, he reached for something at his waist and handed her a dark object. You will soon find yourself in a period of chaos. Keep this close for your protection. And Qingyu felt the item in her pocket and confirmed it was a firearm. A smile lingered on Yang's lips. Let me see how long you can evade. Meanwhile, a resonant sound echoed on the large screen in the end of day's realm, named Tracking. On the other side, Lin Xie had seized the opportunity during class dismissal to enter his former classroom. Hey, Xie is back. Xie, didn't he transfer out? Listening to the barrage of comments, Lin Xie began to explain, everyone, please listen. I'm merely back to take care of some matters, and will be leaving shortly, so I thought I would stop by. Thank you all for your kindness recently. Oh, Xie, your eyesight has returned? Oh, yes. As Lin Xie conversed with the others, he felt a hidden distress. Apart from Lu Xiaoyan, it seemed someone else had been replaced. Was that girl, Han Yuan? Meanwhile, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had arrived at the director's office, only to discover that the serpent demon disguised as the director had already fled. Just as everyone was enveloped in confusion, a voice crackled through the earpieces once more. Hello, can everyone hear me? Yangge and I have come under attack. I am now separated from him. What? Li Yifei, don't panic. Return to the classroom. I am here. Lin Xie spoke urgently. What does the serpent demon that attacked you look like? The voice of Hong Ying followed. Is Yang all right? The serpent is quite robust, more so than any I have encountered before. As for Yangge, I am uncertain of his current condition. It is highly likely that the serpent is its true form. In any case, you should come to me first, and then we shall search for Yang, and together, Lin Xie reassured from the other end of the headset. All right. Just as the group was about to spring into action, a rousing melody began to play. Is this the raising of the flag? Hong Ying inquired, puzzled. This is bad. Should a riot ensue, the casualties would be tremendous. At this moment, Yang strolled down the corridor of the arts building, whistling a melodious tune. So this is where you were hiding, Li Yifei? However, at that moment, the Nantawa serpent demon transformed once more into Li Yifei. Unbeknownst to Li Yifei, he was merely a fragment of the Nantawa serpent demon's psyche, devoid of the serpent's memories. He had taken refuge in the art classroom of the arts building. From his perspective, Yang had already fallen victim to the Nantawa serpent demon, which was now donning Yang's guise in search of him. Li Yifei, where are you? Come out and play. The voice echoed. Li Yifei from class 5. Your mother's brought you some piglet soup. Unbeknownst to him, Yang's words had already been recorded in the team's communication channel. Xie, I am currently hiding in the arts building. Yangge, he may already be. No, I believe in that fellow. This might be a trick of the serpent demon. Chapter 12. Who is the serpent demon? With a resounding thud, Yang forcefully kicked open the iron door before him. However, what lay exposed to his gaze was a group of female students clad in ballet attire. Who are you? Yang stated coolly, observing the panicked expressions of the girls before him. I'm pressed for time, so I want to indulge in roleplay with you. If you wish to play, seek out Xie. He has an affinity for such antics. Just the other day, he was embodying Darnadus. No sooner had he finished speaking than 4 resounding chimes echoed through the air, a grand announcement of sorts. The words original item, explosive solidification, frantic growth reverberated within Yang's being. In that moment, seemingly suspended in time, the very air around him appeared to be gripped by an invisible force. A brilliant flash of light surged forth, revealing a long staff fashioned from rock, ablaze with fierce flames, now firmly in Yang's grasp. The surface of the stone was riddled with intricate cracks, as if etched by the passage of time. And from these fissures, a radiant golden-red glow pulsated ceaselessly. "Ladies, have you ever heard of the sea-settling divine needle?" Yang Yin's voice resonated like a thunderclap in a confined space. With a mighty swing, he brought the flaming staff crashing down upon the nearest female student. The flames coiled around the staff, writhing wildly in the air. As the staff sliced through the atmosphere, it emitted a piercing whistle. Then, a deafening roar erupted, akin to thunder itself, reverberating in the ears of those present, shaking them to their very core as if the world were on the brink of shattering. The staff struck the girl with an overwhelming force, and in an instant, her body was obliterated before she could even shed her skin, her organs spilling forth in a gruesome display. Witnessing this horrific scene, the remaining students began to tremble violently. Their skins seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, swiftly shedding layers as they transformed. The chilling hisses that escaped their lips sent shivers down the spine. Scarlet tongues flicked from their mouths, exposed to the frigid air like venomous serpents, exuding an aura of dread. Their serpentine eyes gleamed with a cold, ferocious light, fixated on Yang and as if they intended to devour him whole. In the next heartbeat, the transformed students lunged at him in unison, their bodies twisted midair, akin to streaks of black lightning, moving with a speed that bewildered the senses. Some opened their gaping maws, revealing sharp teeth, seeking to sever Yang Yin's throat. Others extended claw-like appendages, aiming to rend his flesh. Yet, Yang Yin remained undeterred. The staff in his hands danced with ferocity. Any serpent demon that came into contact with it erupted in a spray of crimson, blood gushing from the wounds. In stark contrast, Yang Yin resembled a formidable wolf among sheep, his sinister laughter echoing as he navigated through the throng of serpent demons, the staff soaring in a flurry. Each strike claimed another serpent demon, a display of sheer dominance. "Ha ha ha, your souls belong to me. All mine. Ha ha." In comparison to the serpent demon, Yang An resembled a frenzied monstrosity. Observing that the offspring gathered here were on the brink of annihilation at his hands, Li Yifei could no longer remain idle. He transformed once more into the non-Tua serpent demon. Upon the reappearance of his target, a macabre smile crept across Yang Yin's bloodied visage. "Ah, Li Yifei has come forth." In truth, the true power of the non-Tua serpent demon merely reached the threshold of the pool realm at best. Its most formidable trait lay in its exceptional ability to conceal itself and its capacity to conjure a multitude of mysterious illusions. Yang Yin found no significant trouble with its corporeal form. As soon as the demon emerged, it was met with a forceful blow to the face. The gargantuan creature was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the wall. "Damn it, why is this happening?" Li Yifei thought. "Ever since I set foot in this school, it feels as though I have been manipulated at your whim." Yang Yin calmly waved his finger, his demeanor unruffled. "You are mistaken. My strategies against you extend far beyond your imagination." "What do you mean?" the non-Tua serpent demon inquired, astonished. At that moment, in front of Li Yifei, Yang Yin slowly removed his school uniform, holding it in hand with an air of nonchalance. He then retrieved an unknown reptile from his other hand and swiftly crushed it. Instantly, the school uniform seemed to be imbued with life, beginning to twist and writhe. The non-Tua serpent demon, witnessing this spectacle, was flooded with familiar sensations, as if a painful and harrowing past was being resurrected. Its countenance turned ashen, filled with shock and fury. It opened its mouth to speak, but fell momentarily silent, pausing before uttering. "So it was your scheme from the very beginning. You aimed to draw me out from the student populace?" "Indeed, you are correct," Yang Yin replied with an impassive tone, yet his eyes radiated confidence. The non-Tua serpent demon erupted in a fit of rage, roaring, "You scoundrel! I shall tear you to shreds." With that, it lunged forward, emanating a potent aura of wrath. "Still not learning your lesson, are you, Li Yifei?" Yang An bet, brandishing his weapon and engaging the non-Tua serpent demon in combat. Amidst the fray, the demon interjected, "Though I may not best you, what if all the students in this school perish? What then? Ha ha!" At that moment, the Nantua serpent demon appeared to be driven to the brink of despair. It resolved to activate all serpentkin. Awaken my offspring. Feast upon your fill. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from within the Nantua serpent demon. Yongin scoffed at the sight. Humph, do not delude yourself. Then, two resonant chimes echoed from within. The mingling of silence and breaking all laws created an ethereal hemispherical domain that enveloped the entire art building. I call this move the force to silence. Impressive, isn't it? At that moment, the Nantua serpent demon was astonished to realize that it had seemingly severed all connections with its serpent progeny. Damn it, what have you done? In the midst of our fierce confrontation, you suddenly summoned your son for assistance. Could I possibly acquiesce to that? At this very moment, the Nantua serpent demon was thoroughly flustered. According to his expectations, he had envisioned using the entire school as leverage. Yet unexpectedly, he had completely lost that trump card. No, that is not correct. There remains a glimmer of hope. As long as he could escape this building, if only he could break free. With this thought in mind, the Nantua serpent demon swiftly swung his tail towards a nearby fire extinguisher. Bang! In an instant, smoke enveloped the entire corridor. Attempting to flee again, Yongin swung his staff forcefully forward, but ended up striking nothing but air. Having previously utilized the tracking technique to locate Li Yifei, and having repeatedly employed the resonant skill, Yong'in's mental stamina was regrettably depleted at this moment. With no other option, he had to rely solely on himself to search for Li Yifei. Meanwhile, as Lin Xie stepped into the art building, he sensed something peculiar about the place. Strange? Why do I feel as though the divine ruins are somewhat suppressed? Lin Xie cautiously traversed the dimly lit, narrow corridor of the art building with the star blade in hand. Sister Hongying, please organize the students outside. I am concerned that the Nantua serpent demon may deploy all his progeny to use the school as hostages. Understood. Please be careful. If there are any updates regarding Yongin, inform us promptly. Just as those words left his lips, intermittent sounds drifted from not far away. Chia! Chia! Who? It's me, Li Yifei. There lay Li Yifei, weak and bruised, sprawled at the entrance of classroom. What has happened to you? Immediately, Li Yifei began to weep. Chia! Brother Yang, he is dead. He was killed by that serpent demon himself. Then it wore Brother Yang's skin and chased after me with a stick, shouting that it wanted my soul. Woo-woo, a soul? Can this serpent demon truly collect souls? Chapter 13. Mixed doubles. At this moment, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan had successfully infiltrated the broadcasting room. The teacher inside, upon seeing the two girls clad in school uniforms, immediately erupted in anger. What are you two doing? Are you staging a rebellion? It's class time, and you're here too. Before he could finish his sentence, Hong Ying drew a pistol and aimed it at the teacher. I apologize, but we require your cooperation at this moment. With that, she holstered the weapon, and the broadcasting teacher promptly bent his knees in submission. What can I do for you? I will comply without hesitation. Sometimes, a weapon serves as a more convincing form of identification. Si Xiaonan interjected. There is a creature lurking in your school. It devours people and assumes their appearance. Therefore, I need you to assist us in gathering all the faculty and students. A creature? You are. No unnecessary questions. Understood. Meanwhile, in the restroom of the academic building, and Xingyu had been standing for nearly half an hour. I truly hope you are not toying with me, and Xingyu mused inwardly. Ahem, this is a notification that our school will conduct a patriotic thought education activity. All faculty and students are to assemble on the playground. Notification, notification. It seemed the time was drawing near. With that, and Xingyu pushed open the restroom door and headed towards the playground. He recalled how Yang and had previously told him that, according to his foresight, there would soon be an announcement to gather the faculty and students, and his teammates would be among them. He requested Xingyu's assistance if possible. The playground, huh? As Hong Ying and her companions made their way to the playground, the broadcasting teacher trailed behind at a distance, his eyes filled with malice. Strange. Just moments ago, I was completely cut off from the host. Yet the host is still alive. It must be the work of these two women. As he pondered this, a sinister smile crept across the broadcasting teacher's lips, and foul saliva dripped silently onto the ground. Suddenly, he lunged at Si Xiaonan, who had sensed something amiss behind her. Although Si Xiaonan's role was merely that of a medic, she was in truth an agent of Loki, the god of trickery, having once outwitted him at the cost of her own life. Faced with the sudden attack of the serpent demon, Si Xiaonan appeared flustered. Yet deep down she knew that someone would surely come to her aid. Just as the serpent demon was about to strike, a gunshot echoed through the air. A bloodied hole appeared in the demon's forehead, blood gushing forth. "Thank you, Long Xian. It was nothing. Just be careful." With that, the two continued their journey towards the playground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xie reassured the gravely injured Li Yifei, "Do not worry. Yang is not so easily defeated. That serpent demon must have used some sort of trickery to confound you." Although Lin Xie remained skeptical of Yang's character, his strength was undeniably reassuring. Let us not dwell on the fact that within a mere week, all members of the 136 squad have mastered their essential skills. The sheer physical prowess displayed is far beyond what a mere serpent demon could withstand. After all, the serpent demon possesses an alarming capacity for contagion, indicating that its true form is unlikely to be particularly formidable. At best, it may surpass the average serpent demon by a slight margin. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Xie had already aided Li Yifei to his feet. "Allow me to assist you. I shall escort you to safety, and once you are secure, I will return to confront the true form of that serpent demon." "Xie, do you think my performance is sufficient to gain entrance into the Night Watch? Trust me, and also have faith in the captain. He will surely recommend you to the higher-ups." Unbeknownst to them, the two had reached the staircase on the second floor. Step by step, they finally descended the last flight and arrived on the ground floor. The brightness outside the art building was so intense that Li Yifei found it difficult to open his eyes. He could not fathom why he felt such an overwhelming longing for the light beyond the art building. A sense of inexplicable comfort enveloped him, as if stepping outside would bring an immediate end to all his troubles. While lost in thought, a figure he recognized all too well suddenly appeared before his eyes. The figure wielded a long staff, its body smeared with a thick, foul-smelling blood. Lin Xie could discern the scent. It was unmistakably that of the serpent demon. Yang grinned widely, exclaiming, "Ha! I have found you." No sooner had he spoken than a powerful gust of wind surged past Lin Xie. The long staff elongated dramatically, its end shooting forth like a bullet, piercing Li Yifei's body. He instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood and was propelled backward. At that moment, Lin Xie's eyes blazed with a golden flame. As soon as Li Yifei was sent flying, Lin Xie swiftly appeared before him, delivering a fierce strike. Despite Li Yifei's desperate attempt to shield himself with crossed arms, he was soon drenched in blood. "Xie, why?" The only response was a singular utterance. "I can sense it. This is undoubtedly Yang'an. If he acts thus, there must be a reason." Yang'an then strolled over to Lin Xie's side. "Li Yifei, do you not yet realize? The serpent demon we have relentlessly pursued is you." No sooner had he uttered these words than Li Yifei fell silent, motionless. When he finally lifted his gaze, his serpentine eyes were cold and unyielding. "If you force me to reveal my true form, then do not blame me." In the earlier confrontation with Yang'an, Li Yifei had at least retained some semblance of his human appearance. However, at this moment, he had fully transformed into a grotesque creature. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xie surged forward like a flash of lightning. The star blade in his hand sliced through the air, aiming directly at the serpent demon with ferocious intent. In an instant, the blade shimmered, and Lin Xie's onslaught was relentless, striking fiercely at the serpent demon's hardened scales. To his astonishment, however, when the star blade collided with the scales, it merely sparked a few feeble flames, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Just as the formidable Nantua serpent demon prepared to strike back with its massive claws, a shadow darted in like a wraith from the side. It was Yang'an. The staff in Yang'an's hands surged forth with the ferocity of a dragon emerging from the sea, crashing down upon the Nantua serpent demon with tremendous force. That despicable creature, time and again, it has thwarted my endeavors, the demon roared in fury, but before it could finish its words, Lin Xie soared into the air and delivered a kick akin to a cannonball, landing squarely on its body. The sheer power of this blow sent the Nantua serpent demon staggering backward. The synergy between Lin Xie and Yang was nothing short of seamless. They shielded one another and collaborated flawlessly, leaving the Nantua serpent demon utterly bereft of any opportunity to retaliate. Yang and staff was not only astonishingly powerful, but each impact against the demon's body triggered peculiar explosions, incessantly battering and injuring it. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, under the influence of Yang An's affection and guidance over the past few days, had made remarkable strides in his swordsmanship. And with the terrifying perceptiveness bestowed upon him by the ordinary realm, he swiftly discerned the Nanto serpent demon's vulnerabilities and weaknesses during the skirmish. Consequently, under the relentless assault from Lin Xie and Yang, and the Nantoa serpent demon found itself utterly powerless to counterattack, left to endure the onslaught with anguished cries. Chapter 14. Azure Dragon on the Playground, and Xingyu had encountered Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan. Greetings. You are teammates of Yang'an, are you not? I am his friend, here to assist you. Hong Ying gazed at the suddenly appearing youth, questioning, Yang'an? We do not know him. Seeing their puzzled expressions, and Xingyu offered a resigned smile and retrieved a dark object from his pocket. The pupils of Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan widened in alarm upon recognizing the standard equipment of the night watchman, a handgun. Noticing their pretense fade, and Xingyu promptly elucidated, my forbidden ruins can assist you in identifying the serpent demon concealed within a crowd. Hence, Yang'an sent me to aid you. That rascal even arranged this? Wasn't I supposed to be the leader? Ongying Uftandiyoni. Now, let us find and eliminate the hidden serpent demon. Just as they were about to act, and Xingyu halted Hong Ying. Wait a moment. If we kill the serpent demon in front of all these students, it will incite chaos, and that would be troublesome. Hong Ying raised an eyebrow. Then what do you propose we do? A glint of brilliance flashed in Xingyu's eyes. I suggest we proceed with a staggered assault. On the playground, Hong Ying had changed back into her regular attire and stood at the podium. Students, each class will enter the assembly hall sequentially for a meeting. The class to my right shall go first. Amidst the bustling chatter, class 1 of the first year entered the assembly hall. As soon as they stepped inside, a loud click echoed. What is happening? The doors to the assembly hall have been locked. Perhaps we are about to engage in some clandestine low-fat games, murmured the crowd. Speculation swirling. In the midst of the students' confusion, and Xingyu moved through the throng. You, and you. Step forward. Was he planning? Came the whispers. As several individuals were summoned to the podium, their exchanged glances revealed the gravity of the situation. Before Hong Ying could speak, the students on stage began to tear off the human skins draped over their bodies and lunge towards the surrounding crowd. What on earth is this? Oh my! A monster! Amidst the panic, a commanding female voice rang out. Rose flame feather attire. In an instant, a spear engulfed in flames pierced through, swiftly dispatching the transformed students on stage. However, one serpent demon managed to evade the spear's assault and charge towards a girl in the audience. Help! A gunshot reverberated throughout the assembly hall. The serpent demon was struck down just a step away from the girl by Xingyu's precise aim. Proceed. It is time for the next class. And Xingyu's voice was cold and resolute. Si Xiaonan stood by, comforting the students of Class 1. Do not be afraid. We are here to protect you. Please refrain from discussing this incident with other classes after you exit. If anyone inquires about the missing individuals, kindly remain silent. With that, Si Xiaonan guided everyone out of the assembly hall. Hey, students, what event is occurring here? I believe I just heard gunfire. Oh, it's nothing. They are screening an anti-Japanese short film. Next up is your turn. The Nandu snake demon here has become severely battered. Damn, this snake demon is so slippery. Listening to Yang An's complaints, the Nandu snake demon was instantly filled with despair. Slippery? If I were even a bit slippery, you would have smashed me to death with that stick of yours. Damn it. Wielding a stick that can extend and explode, you just keep swinging it. It's hard to evade, and just when I manage to dodge one of your strikes, Lin Xie's big mouth comes in for the attack. In a recent battle, Yang An had taken on the role of the main attacker, while Lin Xie provided damage support. Moreover, Lin Xie seemed to have awakened some sort of attribute. striking with an incredible speed. The Nandu snake demon could sense that Yang-un, despite possessing the power to defeat it, was holding back as if waiting for something. At this moment, Yang-un was assessing the condition of his mental energy. It's been long enough. My mental energy has sufficiently recovered. The plan can now proceed to the next step. In an instant, Yang-un suddenly leaped, the force of his stick multiplying more than twice. Behold, snake demon, receive my blow. This time, Yang-un held nothing back, channeling all his strength into the mightiest strike, forcefully smashing down upon the Nandu snake demon. In that fleeting moment, half of the Nandu snake demon's body was obliterated under this blow, reduced to ashes. Its wails had yet to cease when the Nandu snake demon was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string. A vivid crimson handprint was clearly visible on its face. My apologies. I got carried away. Chia, it's your turn to deliver the finishing blow. Me? Why? It will benefit our mother. Lin Chi understood that our mother referred to Nyx. Thus, he refrained from further comment. The blade in his hand radiated brilliance, and with a swift stroke, he decisively ended the snake demon's life. Meanwhile, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan were only halfway through their task, and the other snake demons had already begun to sense something amiss. Consequently, in the center of the playground, nearly 40 snake demons erupted. The furious roars of the snake demons reverberated throughout the entire playground. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan fought valiantly among the horde, while Qingyu provided long-range support with her handgun, occasionally coldly dispatching a few snake demons that were about to inflict harm. Flames surged within the throng of serpents, and Hong Ying emerged like a dragon, exuding an impressive aura. How infuriating! Are Chia and the others not done yet? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the nearest snake demon let out a horrific scream. Immediately after, it spread like a virus. Thud! The snake demons fell like a tide. Hong Ying, drenched in fragrant sweat, gasped for breath, proclaiming that they had succeeded. Si Xiaonan adjusted her earpiece to synchronize with the captain. Report, Captain. The task of slaying the Nandu snake demon has been successfully completed. Aside from the infected students and faculty, there were no casualties. After a short while, a voice on the other end sounded somewhat shocked. No casualties? What happened? We'll provide you with a detailed account of this mission after we handle the aftermath. At this moment, Lin Chia and Yang had dragged the corpse of the Nandu snake demon to the playground. And Qingyu glanced at Lin Chia before approaching. What are your plans for handling the aftermath of this incident? Red Ying interjected, addressing in Qingyu before I divulge anything. You must first tell me, will you join the Night Watch? And Qingyu raised an eyebrow. Join the Night Watch? Will that permit me to study the mysterious corpse? Red Ying shook her head apologetically. I'm afraid that's not possible. Each mysterious corpse is handled by the relevant departments of the Night Watch. Ordinary members are not authorized to engage with them. Upon hearing this, and Qingyu sighed in resignation, then I suppose I will not be joining the Night Watch. Very well, interjected Si Xiaonan. Given the extensive implications of this task, we must restrict external information. Consequently, individuals associated with the mission will undergo memory modification. He then added, although you contributed significantly to this mission, I regret that the regulations necessitate this course of action. Is that so? And Qingyu managed a wry smile. However, I have things I must pursue. I cannot afford to lose my memories regarding this matter. Therefore, I'm afraid I cannot accept your proposed handling. Just as the words left her lips, a mysterious figure clad in a blue robe, with long flowing hair and a weathered dragon mask obscuring their face, abruptly manifested before them. With lightning speed, the figure's left hand grasped in Qingyu, instantly bringing her to Yang-An's side. Yang-An swung his staff in an attempt to intervene, but the enigmatic individual effortlessly blocked him. A slender, pale hand slowly descended upon the corpse of the Nandu snake demon. In an instant, the mysterious figure, and Qingyu, and the snake demon's corpse vanished without a trace. What was that just now? Yang-An queried, his expression grave. I cannot ascertain. Moreover, during my brief encounter with him, I sensed no use of spiritual power, he added. No spiritual power. Could it be some form of sentient being? The joy of slaying the Nandu snake demon swiftly dissipated. However, Lin Xie cast a sidelong glance at Yang and nonsense. I do have the night goddess Nyx residing within me. That individual exuded an unmistakably potent aura of the night goddess's blessing. Do you truly think I wouldn't notice? Lin Xie silently mused. At this juncture, he had unequivocally confirmed that the mysterious figure who had just appeared was undoubtedly linked to Yang. Chapter 15. Let us join forces, and Xingyu was carried under the arm of the man in green, brought to a meticulously arranged underground tunnel. All right, I shall set you down here, he said, observing the gaze fixed upon him by Xingyu. Do you not have any inquiries? You see, I can perceive your soul. At this, the man in green chuckled lightly. How dull. As he spoke, he slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing the visage of Yang and beneath. This disguise was deliberately crafted by Yang and inspired by the appearance of the Azure Dragon. Endure this little discomfort for now. In the time to come, I will partner with you to hunt the mysteries lurking within the city, providing your body for research. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xingyu's lips. There's no need for any sense of grievance. Ultimately, I must express my gratitude for liberating me from this monotonous existence. Yang twitched slightly. As long as you are pleased. In order to conceal their actions from prying eyes, Yang had momentarily unleashed the resonance driven by the belief of the madman through forget worries. A surge of madness rushed forth, and in a mere moment, Yang found himself dizzy and overwhelmed. After conversing with Xingyu, he collapsed onto the ground, drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, within the detective agency, a debriefing of the recent operation was underway. In essence, the mission had been a success. They had dealt with the non-Tua serpent demon while ensuring no additional casualties. Well done, everyone, declared Wu Xiangnan, standing before the whiteboard in the conference room. Chunmai then added, regarding the man in green who appeared at the end, we have reported it to headquarters. Rest assured. Furthermore, to reward everyone, I will be cooking tonight. Hooray! Exclaimed Si Xiaonan, bouncing with excitement. Throughout the meeting, Lin Xie pondered the true intentions of Yang. By chance, their eyes met, and in an instant, Lin Xie found himself within the confines of the God's Asylum. Yang, dressed casually, appeared by his side. Here, we can speak freely without fear of eavesdropping. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xie could no longer restrain himself and inquired, what exactly are you scheming? Upon hearing the question, Yang sighed deeply before responding, allow me to tell you. In truth, I have glimpsed a predetermined future. A future? What sort of future? Lin Xie pressed. A grand and tumultuous future. Although we ultimately emerge victorious. You must understand, I should not be here. I have become a variable. Thus, I must ensure that the future unfolds as I have foreseen, with meticulous order. Is that so? Lin Xie replied. Therefore, I implore you to trust me. Qi, I harbor no intent to harm you, even if my current actions seem unfathomable. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xie nodded in agreement. Observing this, Yang reverted to his carefree demeanor. Let's proceed. I will take you to find a caregiver for our mother. Caregiver? What does that mean? Yang offered no further explanation, simply grasping Lin Xie's hand as they made their way to the dungeon. You will understand once we enter. As Lin Xie opened the dungeon door, a remarkably familiar figure came into view. The Nanda serpent demon? Lin Xie exclaimed at the creature locked within the cell. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when the Nanda serpent demon, flicking its tongue, turned to glare fiercely at Yang. Where's this? What do you two intend to do? At that moment, Lin Xie was equally puzzled, voicing, I have no idea what you're doing here either. Observing the scene, Yang abruptly kicked the door of the cell. Who are you talking to? Let Li Yifei speak with us. What do you mean, let Li Yifei speak? Lin Xie questioned in confusion from the side. Do you know why the Nanda serpent demon was able to evade your probing? Why? Because this fellow is suffering from schizophrenia? Li Yifei is a personality he has split off. When Li Yifei dominates his body, he is no different from an ordinary person. Oh, just as he spoke, the Nanda serpent demon transformed back into an ordinary high school student. Li Yifei quietly squatted there. Hey, dear classmate Li Yifei, your friends have come to bail you out. Li Yifei looked up in bewilderment, clearly still grappling with the fact that he was the serpent demon. Chia, what are you doing here? and Bratoryang. At this point, Li Yifei seemed to recall some rather unpleasant memories. Before Lin Xie could respond, two dialogue options suddenly popped up before him. Do you wish to recruit Nanda, Serpent Demon Li Yifei, as your caregiver? What is this? Yong'an nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is the reason I brought you here. He then turned to Li Yifei. I know you can still hear me. From now on, your body can only be dominated by the Li Yifei personality. If you dare to show your face, prepare for annihilation. Do you understand? Although the Nanda, Serpent Demon, did not speak, Yong'an knew he had acquiesced. All right, Chia. You can now discuss the caregiver contract with Li Yifei. I will take a stroll around. Having said that, Yong'an began to wander around the courtyard. He first engaged in conversation with the goddess of night, Nyx, and before long, had charmed her into a state of delight. He then continued to meander through the courtyard until Yong'an stopped before room 4. Activating spirit sight, he attempted to peer through the door of the room to catch a glimpse of the great sage, only to discover, damn, I can't pass through. TSK, do you think this small door can obstruct me? Breaking all laws and spirit sight reverberated within Yong'an. His eyes erupted with a golden light, piercing through the veil of illusion that surrounded him. Thus, Yong'an's gaze penetrated the iron door of the room, landing upon Sun Wukong. He beheld a venerable ancient ape, clad in a cassock, quietly seated on the floor of the mental institution. Upon witnessing this, Yong'an could not help but exclaim, alas. The great sage has ultimately become the victorious fighting Buddha. On the other side of the iron gate, Sun Wukong seemed to have heard this sigh, slowly opening his eyes to meet Yong'an's gaze. In that instant, Yong'an felt an odd sensation, as if he had been caught in an act of voyeurism. Hi, monkey brother? In the next moment, Yong'an felt as though his very soul was being drawn forth by an invisible hand. When he opened his eyes again, he was enveloped by the fragrance of blossoms, surrounded by a mountain full of peach trees. Countless monkeys frolicked about, playing and cavorting in a lively manner. Amidst this revelry, there stood a formidable and handsome monkey, adorned in a suit of golden chainmail, treading upon cloud-like lotus silk shoes, crowned with a phoenix-winged purple gold tiara and wielding a pair of emerald dragon claws. At that moment, Yong'an's eyes widened in disbelief. What the? Great sage, he can't possibly be coming to punish me for my earlier remarks. Can he? No sooner had he uttered these words than the great sage brandished his Rui Jingu Bang and lunged towards Yong'an with great force. What the? In the next instant, Yong'an's consciousness was once more anchored back in his own body. What just transpired? Before Yong'an could comprehend the recent events, the voice of Bai Yong echoed in his ears. Sun Wukong has bestowed upon you a single hair. A hair? Really? Indeed, it appears to bear a spatial imprint. Whenever you desire, you can enter that previous realm. It seems to be Flower Fruit Mountain. What do you think the great sage intends? Perhaps you must defeat the great sage within that illusion. Me? Defeat the great sage? Is that for real? Chapter 16. To Yong'an as Yong'an's consciousness returned to his true form, he was greeted by the familiar sounds of commotion behind him. Grandson, have you come to see your grandmother? There stood Li Yifei, clad in a black caregiver's uniform, respectfully beside Nike's. Chia, who is this? Before Lin Xie could respond, Yong'an interjected, Mother, I brought your grandson to see you with Donatus. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was met with an eye roll from Li Yifei. You really care for me, don't you? To acknowledge a stranger as your mother? Isn't that right, Chia? However, Lin Xie's subsequent actions left Li Yifei utterly astonished. Dear mother, how have you been lately? Thank you for your concern, Donatus. I am well, but Donatus, I wish to walk in your divine realm. My divine realm? Lin Xie appeared bewildered, assuming Nike's was having another episode. At that moment, Yong'an reassured her. Do not worry, dear mother. The opportunity will come. Thus, amidst Li Yifei's confusion, the tale of the legendary caregiver began. In reality, Lin Xie and Yong'an gradually regained their senses. Although much transpired in the mental institution, in reality, it was merely a fleeting moment. At the dining table, Yong'an, the report from Hong Ing states that you possess a rod that can explode and extend. Oh, that, Yong'an began, I was just about to explain. As the number of mysterious beings I have slain increases, so too do the abilities granted to me by the deities I represent. Upon hearing this, a look of intrigue flashed across Wen Shima's face. Initially, I had no intention of training you in the divine ruins, given your powers were merely a remarkable physical constitution. However, since you have acquired new abilities, do share them. I shall help you plan accordingly. With that, Yang replied, all right, and began to elaborate. Currently, I possess several abilities. Firstly, I can promote the growth and elongation of objects, with no restrictions on the material. Wen Shima raised an eyebrow. This ability is quite interesting. Please continue. Moreover, I can turn any object I touch into a bomb. Wen Shima quickly inquired, what is the magnitude of its power? It depends on the strength of the spiritual energy I infuse into the object. With my current level of spiritual energy, I could obliterate a Nanda serpent demon in one strike. The eyes of those present widened in disbelief. To possess such power with spiritual energy at the level of a lamp could annihilate a being nearing the pool realm. The implications were staggering. If executed properly, even the pinnacle of the pool realm might not withstand it. That is indeed somewhat terrifying. Chumai maintained a composed demeanor. Please continue. The remaining two abilities are the generation of rocks out of thin air and the ability to nullify the opponent's forbidden ruins. What? Old Zhao's extraordinary whistle tone. They could barely maintain their composure at the former ability, but the latter, breaking all laws, truly astonished everyone. Even Chunmai, the team leader, was momentarily stunned. Does your nullification ability have any limitations? For instance, restrictions based on realm differences or range. Upon witnessing Chun Mai's demeanor, Yang discerned his thoughts. He was merely pondering whether I could alleviate the effects of Shiva's curse. Thus, Yang simply smiled and shook his head. Captain, it seems you hold me in too high regard. My ability to nullify is limited solely to the attacks directed at me, with the consumption of mental energy contingent upon the intensity of the assault. Subsequently, the light that had sparked in Chun Mai's eyes gradually dimmed. However, this was merely a facade presented by Yang. In truth, the breaking of all laws could nullify even the decrees of deities. Yet the curse of Shiva's curse demanded an excessive toll. Under the current circumstances, even exhausting Yang completely would not suffice. Nevertheless, it might be worth a try. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Yang's eyes, as if he were concocting a grand scheme. In any case, your abilities are exceptionally unique. They must remain confidential. I shall amend your records and elevate the level of secrecy. Now let us move on to another topic, dinner. With the captain's declaration, the others fell silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang gradually regained consciousness, finding himself beside a rudimentary surgical table, upon which lay the unmistakable corpse of the Nandu snake demon. Awake? There's instant noodles nearby, the Kong Shuifu brand. After this remark, Xingyu resumed his concentration on dissecting the Nandu snake demon's corpse, occasionally exclaiming, how exquisite! As he made his discoveries, Yang paid little heed to Xingyu's words, his gaze transfixed on the lifeless form of the Nandu snake demon. The gazing at the vast sea technique slowly activated. After a while, Yang dejectedly lowered his head. Is it truly futile? I should have sought to learn his abilities while he still drew breath. After a considerable time, Xingyu finally ceased his dissection of the Nandu snake demon, and Yang replenished his strength. Upon confirming that the corpse had lost its value, Yang incinerated it thoroughly with crimson flame. Let us proceed. I shall continue to seek materials for experimentation. Yang extended his hand towards the entrance of the sewer, and Xingyu gazed at the hand offered to him, a slight smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Let us go. And Xingyu grasped the outstretched hand. At this moment, Yang had changed out of his robe, donning a nondescript black hoodie. This alone, of course, was insufficient. Gradually, Yang raised his hand and gently brushed it across his face. In the next instant, transformation quietly flowed through him. Yang's appearance transformed into that of an extraordinarily handsome young man, imbued with a hint of shadowy allure. Is this the visage you shall adopt? Is it not appealing? Yang retorted, and Xingyu fell silent, refraining from further comment. With his hood drawn up, Yang and Xingyu gradually vanished into the night. In a land of finality, Yang eagerly approached the white sheep. Brater Young. Why does the feedback from the land of finality seem rather scant this time? I have captured a total of over 70 lamp boundary snake demons. The serene gaze of Ares fell upon Yang, and momentarily instilling a sense of trepidation within him. What is wrong? He inquired. Oh, nothing, Ares replied. Regarding your question, I can only say that you are growing increasingly formidable. The realm of termination demands more. If you continue to offer it a frail soul, naturally, your gains will diminish. How has it come to this inflation? Yang pondered aloud. Ares, disregarding his murmurs, continued. However, it is not without progress. At the very least, you have ascended to the pool realm, have you not? Yang contemplated this in silence. It was only upon the conclusion of the Nantawa serpent demon incident that he could truly enter the realm of god-slaying. Subsequently, Lin Chie would partake in the new recruit training, where he would encounter his genuine comrades, members of the Nightfall Squad, with his chin resting on his hand. Yang reflected on this strategic aspect that needed to be addressed sooner rather than later. During the new recruit training, although his will and tactical acumen would undergo significant enhancement, Yang believed that what he truly required was an elevation of his raw power. Exceptional tactical prowess alone would not suffice for him to devise strategies in the forthcoming war of the Southern Gods. Only through the relentless pursuit of the mysterious could he achieve substantial growth. In addition to offering his soul to the realm of termination, he could also learn other esoteric skills through gazing at the sea. Thus, he opted to utilize endless life to create an additional version of himself to accompany in Qingyu. However, it would not be accurate to describe this as merely an additional creation. Ultimately, both incarnations of Yang and were manifestations of the same essence, with neither preceding nor succeeding the other. In summary, during the period of new recruit training, the advancement of his strength would rely upon the other version of himself. Chapter 17. The Thief and the Many-Faced in the Dead of Night. The deserted streets continued to shimmer with neon lights. Beneath the dim glow of a street lamp stood a long-haired girl in a white dress, quietly holding a black umbrella as she gazed at the man before her. The man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, emanated an air of elegance. Why are you holding an umbrella at this late hour when it isn't even raining? He inquired, perplexed. The girl merely smiled at him, offering no response. Noticing her silence, the man lost interest and began to walk away. Top! Top! The crisp sound of footsteps echoed behind him. For some inexplicable reason, this ordinarily mundane sound took on an unsettling quality at that moment. The man turned sharply, only to find the girl in the white dress still standing motionless behind him. How strange. Where are those footsteps coming from? He thought, struggling to suppress his mounting dread as he quickened his pace. Top! 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 As he hurried, the footsteps behind him became increasingly frantic, eventually transforming into a full sprint. What is that? The man felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Realizing his facade of calm was futile, he broke into a full run. The overwhelming fear gripped him, preventing him from looking back. All he knew was that no matter how hard he ran, the footsteps relentlessly pursued him. In the midst of his frantic escape, the man was astonished to find that the buildings around him had not changed in the slightest. At that moment, a profound fear enveloped him entirely. Had he dared to glance behind, he would have been paralyzed with terror. He would have seen the girl's limbs elongating grotesquely, her eyes transforming into hollow voids as she crawled on all fours like a beast. Just then, a mocking youthful voice pierced the air. It's time. I have learned your abilities. It's time to send you on your way. As soon as the words fell, a grand and solemn chime resonated in their minds. In the blink of an eye, everything before him shattered like fragile bubbles. To his astonishment, the man found himself once again standing beneath the street lamp, with the girl in the white dress beside him. However, unlike before, there was now a boy next to her, wielding a short knife, roughly the length of his forearm. With a reverse grip on the knife, the boy swiftly plunged it into the girl as hard. Yet, contrary to expectations of a gruesome scene, the blade met only a metallic clang, as if striking an iron object. Upon closer inspection, a scratch appeared prominently on the nearby street lamp. Oh, it seems you have this trick up your sleeve? How intriguing. I want to learn. The boy, Yang, revealed a peculiar smile, unsettling enough to instill fear in the man in the suit. What do you intend to do? He stammered, words trailing off as Yang-An's aura surged ominously beside him. In an instant, Qi Jing's mental energy erupted like a volcano, resonating with the sounds of dissociation, crimson flame, and thunderclap as they attached themselves to the blade. In an instant, the short blade buzzed incessantly, its gleam sharp and chilling, as arcs of electricity and flames intertwined and danced upon its surface. Subsequently, Yang moved with a swiftness akin to lightning, his short knife slicing through the air toward the girl in the white dress. Each strike was like a tempest, swift and decisive, the blade carving through her form, leaving behind stark, haunting black scorch marks. Within a mere moment, Yang had unleashed nearly 100 blows. The street lamp beside him lay shattered, utterly broken. As the street lamp collapsed, the girl's expression shifted to a visibly palpable terror. She reverted to her previous appearance and screamed as she fled forward. Hey, where are you running off to? I haven't yet mastered your damage transfer technique. While I possess more advanced skills, you cannot deprive a student of their zeal for learning. Yet the creature paid no heed to Yang-An's taunts, fixated solely on her desperate escape. However, Yang-An's mocking voice drew nearer and nearer until a pair of elongated hands rested upon her shoulder. Soon after, the creature felt the warm breath of Yang and against the nape of her neck. Do not flee. My companion requires your corpse, and I seek your soul. No sooner had the words left his lips than the world within the creature's eyes began to invert. After several revolutions, it stabilized. How strange. Why is my vision growing darker? No, I must escape. I must flee from that terrifying human. I must run. A youth clad in a white coat emerged from the side. Is she the target this time? Indeed. Following this, and Xingyu gestured for Yang and to direct his gaze toward the man in the suit. What shall we do with this person? It's simple. I promise to be good. I won't tell anyone. Yang flashed a benevolent smile. All right, I believe you. With that, he struck the suited man unconscious and indulged in some mischievous antics. Afterward, Yang-An and Xingyu departed leisurely, leaving the unfortunate suited man sprawled on the roadside. The next morning, a news report graced the television in the Hongying Villa. This morning, a citizen discovered the renowned entrepreneur Mr. Zhao Ming in disarray, drunkenly collapsed by the roadside, attempting to fight a street lamp, which resulted in its destruction. Below are interviews with nearby residents. What? That Zhao scoundrel couldn't even spare the street lamp? I knew it. That Zhao must have defrauded too many people through insurance, and a brave soul has delivered justice. When Yang rose early to see this news, he sighed, alas, society has declined. What kind of beast would not even spare a street lamp? Sister Hongying, do you not agree? Hongying, busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, waved her hand dismissively. Who knows? By the way, would you like a fried egg? Yes. Oh, and Chia said he didn't want an egg, so just give it to me. Shameless old thief. Would I ever say that? At this moment, a lively atmosphere enveloped the Hongying Villa. Meanwhile, within the 136 Detective Agency, Chumai regarded the individual before him, sporting 2 dark circles under their eyes, with a serious expression. You are saying that you encountered a monster last night. 2 individuals came to your rescue, but subsequently rendered you unconscious. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Upon hearing this, Chunmai promptly produced 2 photographs and inquired, Are these the individuals who saved you? Zhao Ming scrutinized the images carefully. The one clad in a white coat is indeed one of them, while the other is not. Are you certain? Absolutely. Chunmai appeared unfazed by these confirmations. At that moment, Captain Wu Xiangnan interjected, The one in the white coat must be in Xingyu, while the other individual is likely the one who initially abducted him. Indeed, we have dealt with cases of this nature more than once this month. Each time, it involves in Xingyu and a different individual. The adversary seems capable of altering their appearance. Old Zhao then spoke up, Captain, what could their motives possibly be? If they are indeed acting as vigilantes, why not simply join the night watch? After a brief period of contemplation, Chunmai provided an answer. Their objective is likely the enigmatic corpse. A corpse? What would they possibly want with that? Old Zhao queried, perplexed. That remains a mystery, and moreover, according to headquarters, the mysterious corpse we have stored in the morgue has also been stolen. Wu Xiaonan lamented, alas, what a tumultuous time we find ourselves in. In any case, a bounty has now been placed on them, and Xingyu's code name is the Thief of Secrets, while the other, whose visage remains unknown, is designated as the Thousand Faces. Chapter 18, The Trap in the Sewers. With Yang and assistance, and Xingyu's research base transformed from the dilapidated state depicted in the original text to a surprisingly warm and inviting atmosphere within the dim, damp sewers. Simultaneously, and Xingyu's capabilities have significantly advanced compared to her contemporaneous portrayal in the original narrative. Over the course of these days, Yang experienced an extraordinary enhancement through relentless hunts. Beyond the myriad of mysterious skills accumulated, the most profound change lies in the realm of his mind, the end of days. As he tirelessly hunted the enigmatic beings day and night, several blood bricks accumulated against the walls of the edifice within the end of days. Though his physical prowess remained within the realm of humanity, Yang now felt a newfound confidence, believing he could easily overpower another version of himself residing in the Hongying Villa. Moreover, Yang was astonished to discover that his end of days shared a connection with the other Yang-Ans. What implications does this revelation hold? It suggests that the Yang and at Hongying's residence could learn other mysterious forbidden realms through the end of days, including the forbidden realm acquired during the rescue of Zhao Ming. The fundamental application of this realm involves sealing the opponent's five senses, creating an illusion of escape. Building upon this foundational technique, Yang enhanced it with additional echoes, resulting in a new forbidden realm he named a Dream of Nank. The capability of this new realm is straightforward. It can seamlessly draw individuals into an incredibly vivid illusion. Meanwhile, within the Peace Detective Agency, the members of Team 136 gathered in the conference room, convening to discuss, and Xingyu and Yang and Chunmai stood at the podium, with a whiteboard displaying images of Xingyu and Yang and captured during a recent mission. These two individuals have been exceptionally active lately, frequently stealing mysterious corpses and hunting the enigmatic. The higher-ups had instructed us to make every effort to apprehend them. Does anyone have any thoughts? After a moment of contemplation, when Shima spoke up, since they're so keen on hunting the mysterious, how about we borrow a controllable mystery from headquarters and set a trap? That's a splendid idea. I believe we should give it a try. At this juncture, Yang, who had been silent, suddenly raised his hand to inquire. Aren't you curious about how they accurately locate and hunt the mysterious? The entities they pursue possess hidden abilities rivaling that of the Nan Tua snake demon. Si Xiaonan realized, indeed, over the past month, they have demonstrated greater dedication than we have. Lung Xian replied, this indicates they must possess some ability to directly find the mysterious, even those concealed within human society. Lin Xie then proposed, what if we could win them over? Casting a subtle glance at Yang, if feasible, it would be worth a try, Wu Xiaonan remarked. After a vigorous discussion, Chimai ultimately decided to proceed according to Wen Shima's plan. However, the collective schemes of the crowd were entirely unveiled by Yang and through his transmission. Far away in another corner of the city, Yang listened with amusement as they discussed their plans to deal with him. The most outrageous among them was Hong Ying, who shamelessly declared that upon capturing him, she would punish him by inflicting harm upon his little brother as a reprisal for stealing their achievements. A chill coursed through Yang and at her words. Yet, he had no intention of evading their plots. Rather, he was emboldened by a sense of pride. He promptly relayed the entire situation to Xingyu, expressing his determination to confront this challenge head-on. And Xingyu, aware of her inability to persuade Yang and otherwise, nonetheless prepared some contingencies. She discreetly extracted a small portion of the organization from Yang and proceeded to clone it for cultivation. I will assist you in creating a soulless body. You can first learn my parasitism technique and then transfer your consciousness into the clone. This way, even if you're captured, you need not relinquish this body. Oh, little fish, you are truly amazing. I could weep. I thought you would deliberately push me to confront them and then attempt to steal my corpse. Upon saying this, Xingyu exaggeratedly covered her mouth. Oh dear, I completely forgot. Had I known, I would have let you face your demise. Perhaps you could just pretend you didn't hear what I just said? A light-hearted atmosphere filled the underground sewer. Meanwhile, Yongin focused his mind, deeply contemplating the hair that Monkey King had gifted him. In the next moment, the winds shifted and the heavens turned. Upon opening his eyes, Yongin found himself once again within the flower and fruit mountain. The great sage, upon seeing him, wasted no time and swung his staff. Yongin had anticipated this, and as the great sage charged, a long staff materialized in his hands in an instant. The great sage raised his hand to strike, the Rui Jingu bang gleaming with a cold brilliance in the sunlight, its Tao rhythm surging like waves upon its surface. Yongin met the attack with his staff. With a resounding clang, akin to the tolling of a great bell, the sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. Instantly, Yongin's feet sank deep into the hard rock, rendering him immobile. The immense force struck him like a tidal wave, numbing his hands. Yongin deftly redirected the great sage's assault to the side, using his staff to push against the ground, causing it to extend abruptly. Like an arrow released from its bow, Yongin propelled himself towards the great sage. He concentrated all his strength into his right foot, infusing both hardening and explosion powers into the strike. With a thunderous impact, the kick was as formidable as Mount Tai pressing down on an egg, sending shockwaves that sent birds fleeing in panic and causing the beasts of the deep mountains to tremble in fear. Thick smoke billowed like ink, enveloping the two combatants. Yongin savored the overwhelming force transmitted through his foot, unable to suppress a bitter smile. The great sage truly lived up to his reputation. As the smoke began to clear, one of the great sage's hands shielded his side, staunchly absorbing the blow. Subsequently, the great sage seized Yongin's foot with a grip akin to that of wielding a weapon. Yongin's expression shifted dramatically. Great sage, be gentle, be gentle. I am Chinese. In the next moment, the great sage hurled Yongin towards the ground with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The great sage seemed to find mere strikes insufficient for his amusement, promptly delivering several more powerful blows. After this relentless onslaught, Yongin collapsed to the ground, as if stripped of all purpose in life, his gaze vacant and fixed upon the heavens. The atmosphere was eerily silent, punctuated only by the faint, indistinct sounds of Yongin's groans. Subsequently, from Yongin's perspective, the great sage approached him and extended a hand. Yongin grasped it firmly, and with the sage's support, he struggled to his feet. The great sage casually tore off a nearby branch, adorned with two plump, succulent peaches. He tossed one to Yongin, retaining the other for himself, and then leapt onto the branch to indulge in his feast with unabashed delight. Yongin, unperturbed, joined in, sinking his teeth into the peach. Great sage, why, munch, 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 do you give me this insignificant thing only to, munch, munch, strike me as well? The great sage, reclining on the branch, cast a disdainful glance at Yongin, followed by a derisive snicker, yet offered no reply. Nevertheless, Yongin continued to munch on his peach, chattering incessantly to himself. Eventually, the great sage, being a monkey of the macaque variety, could no longer endure Yongin's incessant prattle. He leapt down from the branch, eliciting wide-eyed astonishment from Yongin. Hey, wait, great sage, I won't say anything more. I promise. The golden staff loomed larger in Yongin's vision. Chapter 19. The Space Cube Captain. The mysterious object sent down from above has arrived. The members of Team 136 gazed intently at the cube, ensnared within a cage. Is this the mystery we've been assigned? Can it truly be effective? Hong Ying voiced her skepticism. At that moment, Wu Xiangnan stepped forward to elucidate the situation. This is a realm-level mystery known as the Space Cube. As its name suggests, its ability lies in distorting space akin to a Rubik's Cube. When combined with the Void Domain, it should adequately prevent the sudden disappearance of the Thousand-Faced. The Space Cube? It seems reminiscent of the mysteries deployed by instructors during new recruit training. Yongin remarked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Captain, what exactly is the origin of this mystery? Upon hearing Yong's inquiry, Chumai lowered his voice intentionally. Well, both you and Shi Yi are exceptional talents, naturally destined to excel in new recruit training. So I shall divulge this to you. It is said that this mystery was originally intended for your training. However, as there is still a week until it commences, it has been temporarily lent to us. I see. Yang mused, his head bowed in contemplation. However, there is one thing you must heed, Chimai recalled, adding, since it is still needed for the new recruit training, we must ensure this mystery is not damaged. Otherwise, it will be difficult to provide an explanation. Understood. The group then commenced preparations under Chun Mai's direction. During this process, Lin Xie approached Yang and, regarding your scheme, you shouldn't fall for it, right? At this moment, Lin Xie remained unaware that the thousand-faced was also Yang, believing it to be a pawn in his strategy. I doubt it. After all, he can hear our entire plan. Yang replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. He too felt that the individual in question had become somewhat arrogant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang had readied his weapon and awaited the night watchman to cast the bait. I wonder what kind of mystery they will present, he thought, excitement bubbling within him. As the tracking began to respond, Yang sprang from the sofa he had mysteriously acquired. To secure this mystery and avoid any potential pitfalls, he had already infused his short blade with thunder, dissolution, and crimson flame. Furthermore, to prevent the adversary from recognizing him through mental fluctuations, he had preemptively stored a portion of his while using energy storage, intending to utilize it in battle. With a nod to Qingyu, he set forth towards the direction indicated by tracking. Qingyu gazed at the now deserted hideout, pondering the chaos that had ensued. In a long-abandoned construction site, the space cube floated quietly within the building, while Lung Xian positioned himself in the distance, armed with a sniper rifle. The rifle was loaded with tranquilizer darts, capable of neutralizing the forbidden ruins and incapacitating individuals. After all, they had not committed any grievous offenses. Capturing them and educating them at a reformatory for a few years would suffice before their release. If they perform well, it may only take a year or two. Meanwhile, Wu Xiangnan, Chun Mai, and Wen Qima lay in wait, while old Zhao was prepared to deploy the Boundless Void. On the other hand, Lin Qiangan, along with Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan, pretended to be unsuspecting bystanders participating in a daring game, only to be mysteriously ambushed. Help! Help! In a dilapidated cell, Hong Ying was bound to a pillar, feigning distress. Oh dear, Sister Hong Ying, your cries lack fervor and emotional depth. How could you possibly deceive anyone? Yang scoffed at the scene. If you think you could do better, go ahead. Xiaonan, show Sister Hong in your acting skills. Me? I'm not good at acting. You know I'm the most honest person, never deceiving anyone. Now, this is what you call talent. So natural that I almost believe Xiaonan myself. TCH, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Lin Xie, tied to another pillar, interjected, if no one comes, are we to remain bound here indefinitely? In that instant, it seemed everyone realized something, and they all began to shout for help with desperate voices, echoing their sorrow. Even the captain outside, observing, couldn't he help but remark, I remember tying them with a slipknot, yet they're calling out like that. Perhaps those kids are particularly dedicated. However, unbeknownst to them, Yang had already arrived. Under the special effect of spirit sight, he witnessed the unfolding situation within the building. Are they playing bondage? With such a thought, Dream of Nank gradually activated. The effect this time was simple. It merely rendered everyone unable to see themselves. Soon after, accompanied by spatial fluctuation, Yang, wielding a dagger, abruptly appeared on the scene. Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan remained oblivious to the additional presence before them. Yet Lin Xie and Night Watcher Yang unwidened their eyes in astonishment. Didn't he say he wouldn't fall for this trick? Lin Xie glanced at Night Watcher Yang, who looked incredulously at Faceless Yang. What are you doing here? Oh, you know me well. The Night Watcher team issued a challenge, and of course, I had to accept. Night Watcher Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Damn, had I known not to alter my personality when using Endless Life, this person before me is not me at all. He is simply a fool. Meanwhile, Faceless Yang began to feel displeased. Hey, you know I have mind reading, right? So what? I'm talking about you. The two Yang ANS started to exchange heated glares. Wow, your gaze is so foul. Night Watcher Yang couldn't he help but exclaim loudly. Lin Xie felt utterly speechless. Great. Neither of them is normal. After Night Watcher Yang and voiced his thoughts, Hong Ying turned her attention to him. Young An, who insulted you? Thus, gazing at the simpleton before him, the Night Watchman Yang and promptly resolved. Sister Hong Ying, Chimian, come forth. As the words escaped his lips, Yang and swiftly maneuvered, casting off the ropes that bound him. A long staff suddenly emerged in his hand, striking fiercely towards Qian Mian Yang and He. Can I say a few words without you getting all worked up? Qian Mian Yang and retorted, pouting and muttering curses under his breath. He then sprang into the air, narrowly evading the blow. However, as he landed, the resonant sound of breaking all laws reverberated from Yang's body. Wherever the chimes swept, all prohibitions and barriers were rendered ineffective. Consequently, Qian Mian Yang and's form gradually materialized before the astonished gazes of Hong Ying and her companions. Is he really here? Hong Ying exclaimed in wonder. As soon as the words left her mouth, she unfastened her own bindings. With the tip of her flame-tinged weapon aimed directly at Qian Mian Yang, and she charged forth. Chapter 20. Have you purchased a cheat behind my back? Qian Mian Yang and narrowly evaded the assault from Hong Ying when he heard the captain's voice over the intercom. Captain, the target has appeared. Hurry to implement the capture. Xiaonan shouted. However, the message sent by Si Xiaonan vanished without a trace, as if it had fallen into a bottomless pit. Xiaonan, reporting to others is not the behavior of a good child. Qian Yang and thought to himself. Unbeknownst to them, the entire building had already been enveloped by the silence. The night watchman, Yang Un, possessed the capability to shatter the silence. Yet, he believed that if he broke through it, the foolish individual before him would inevitably be subjected to a merciless beating by everyone. For the sake of future plans, Qian Yang and could not afford to go to the retreat just yet. However, he truly yearned to eliminate the fool in front of him. Wasn't it better for him to diligently follow and Qingyu to level up? How could he so obviously leap into a trap? With this thought, the long staff in the hands of the night watchman Yang and was wielded with even greater vigor. Waves of force seemed to cling to the staff as he shouted. Take this. Like a cannonball, he thrust the staff forcefully into the ground, propelling his body into the air like an arrow released from its bow. In midair, he spun like a top, harnessing the momentum to rotate several times before extending the staff again, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. In an instant, explosive fury was ignited to its utmost potential, and his mental energy surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. This powerful strike descended upon Qian Yang and with the force of a mountain. It must be said, the blow was executed with remarkable finesse, prompting even Qian Yang and to exclaim in astonishment, "Wait, are you buying cheats behind my back? Why does this strike resemble the great sage's staff technique? Do you think I haven't played Black Myth?" Recognizing the ferocity of the blow, Qian Yang and understood he could not take it head-on and attempted to sidestep. However, as if sensing his intent, Hong Ying, wielding her spear, blocked his escape route with the agility of a fierce leopard. Her movements were swift and decisive, devoid of hesitation. In the moment of his astonishment, Hong Ying cried out, "Flame, feather robe!" As her voice echoed, a surge of searing flames erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption. The flames enveloped her like a feather garment, transforming her into a queen of fire, crowned in glory. The conflagration blazed fiercely, casting her figure in a divine light, reminiscent of a war goddess descending upon the battlefield. Her spear shimmered ominously in the fiery glow, instilling a sense of dread. "I cannot provoke you. I shall retreat." Thus, Qian Yang and changed direction. Yet, Lin Xie approached, radiating the divine might of a seraph, effectively blocking another escape route. At this moment, the night watchman Yang and in midair couldn't help but grin. This strike had not entangled the breaking 10,000 laws and could not pierce through his immortality and heavenly strength, but it was still enough to give him a run for his money. As the night watchman Yang and contemplated the situation, his staff descended mercilessly. Bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the venue, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Surely he must be unharmed? Who could say? After a while, Lin Xie was the first to sense that something was amiss. "Wait, The communication device still failed to transmit any messages. He still remained. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the crowd was astonished to discover a large hole had suddenly appeared in the very spot where the enigmatic Yang had stood. Had he fled below? No. He was still there, merely concealed. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense, and the crowd began to gather. For the multifaceted Yang could launch a surprise attack from an unknown location at any moment. Just then, the nearby spatial cube began to emanate waves of disturbance. What was happening? Hong Ying inquired, her eyes fixed upon it. Yet, barely had she spoken when the surrounding space began to unravel. Pieced together haphazardly like a disordered Rubik's Cube. Had the mysterious force erupted? Damn, what time to choose? In an instant, the crowd, which had been clustered together, found themselves transported to disparate locations due to the spatial distortion. In truth, it was not a mysterious upheaval. From the perspective of the night watchman Yang, and he observed meticulously, it was in fact the multifaceted Yang and who had shot forth an exceedingly slender thread from his body. When this thread made contact with the spatial cube, it erupted into chaos. As for why he did not intervene, that was simply because Yang sought to learn as well. The radiance belonging to observing the sea had already begun to flow gently in his eyes, as if intending to further divide the already fine thread into even smaller strands. The other Yang also took note of this, or rather, he had come with the very intention of imparting the mysterious skill he had already acquired. Thus, Yang deliberately slowed his movements, fearing that the time required for observing the sea might not suffice for him to grasp the technique. In this moment, the distinction between night watchman Yang and multifaceted Yang blurred. Both were Yang united by a singular purpose. Mastery of thread manipulation was within reach. At this moment, Yang sat serenely in his own designated space, breathing evenly, as if awaiting a visitor. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Has he arrived? The visitor was none other than the other Yang. Without further ado, the latter urged, "Open your eyes and witness the skills I shall demonstrate for you." With that, the multifaceted Yang began to gradually practice, showcasing an array of techniques related to the dream of Nenk, freezing ray, and more, an overwhelming variety unleashed regardless of their utility. Goodness, how much mystery have you captured? Oh, not much. Just this. And what about you? Do you not intend to impart your astonishing staff techniques? Upon hearing this, the night watchman Yang summoned his staff, preparing to demonstrate it, when an idea struck him. Damn, I'll learn this staff technique only after being defeated by the great sage countless times. Do you think you can painlessly copy it from me? Dream on. Indeed, Yang was perplexed as to why he could only acquire certain skills by engaging in a genuine confrontation with the great sage, in the presence of the great sage. His ability to grasp, observing the vast sea, was utterly futile. Perhaps it is better to teach a man to fish than to merely give him a fish. Why not summon Lin Chia? I shall procure a similar enhancement for you. TSK. The multifaceted Yang gazed at the individual before him, a tide of skepticism surging within him. Could this inconsequential fellow genuinely possess such goodwill? Would he truly provide me with an enhancement? Given my own deteriorated state, could he possibly be in a better condition? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he nonetheless resolved to transfer Lin Chia's domain over to this place. Just as he was about to take action, the multifaceted Yang suddenly found himself in an awkward stupor. What is the matter? Do you know how to solve a Rubik's Cube? Huh, I seem to struggle with it. I can't seem to revert it back to its original state. Sino, my friend, are you perhaps intellectually challenged? Yang's tone bore no trace of reprimand or sarcasm. He was earnestly inquiring with genuine concern for the individual before him. However, how could the multifaceted Yang tolerate such a remark? He retorted immediately, "Then let me ask you this. If I am intellectually challenged, what does that make you?" Huh? Are you also intellectually challenged? One must understand that the height of a fountain cannot exceed its source. Similarly, one cannot conjure someone wiser than oneself out of thin air. TSK. So what shall we do? Just then, a voice cold yet tinged with exasperation interjected, "Shall I take over?" Chapter 21. The arrival of Brother Yang accompanied by this voice. Both Yang were momentarily bewildered. "Brother Yang, you've come?" Is it possible for you to manifest in this realm? Of course. Though it may entail some minor complications, those old fellows can only manage so much. His words were laden with an air of mystery, tinged with a hint of disdain. As his voice faded, an indescribable aura descended, imbued with divinity and madness. In the next moment, Bai Yang's figure silently appeared beside the two. For reasons unknown, his sudden presence felt entirely natural, as if he had always been there. Whoa, Brother Yang, when did you arrive? However, just as Bai Yang revealed himself, the sky abruptly darkened, ominous clouds swirling as if the entire world had plunged into a profound silence, time seemingly suspended to await the arrival of that figure. "I found you, Bai Yang." With a furious roar, a twisted, bizarre, and surreal figure manifested in the air, akin to a specter. This entity exuded a chilling aura, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld it. At that moment, Chun Mai and the others, still unaware of the unfolding events within the building, were rendered speechless by this sudden development. Their eyes widened, fixated on the enigmatic figure, their hearts brimming with shock and dread. "What manner of existence is this?" Chun Mai murmured, his voice betraying an unmistakable terror. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Bai Yang merely snorted, seemingly unconcerned by the apparition's emergence. "A pitiful remnant of a defeated soldier is unworthy to dance before me." His words were cold and dismissive, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. Before his voice had fully dissipated, an overwhelmingly powerful force surged forth like a torrential wave, instantly enveloping the entire world. This force was so potent it rendered one breathless, as though it could obliterate everything in its path. The sky, under the impact of this force, was brutally torn apart, revealing a pitch-black void. Within that emptiness, a sense of impending destruction swirled, reminiscent of the apocalypse's arrival. The once terrifying figure, in the face of this power, was reduced to nothingness, as if it had never existed at all. In an instant, everything returned to tranquility, as though the harrowing scene had been naught but an illusion. "Brother Yang, what are you looking at in the sky?" The ever-curious Chim Yang and inquired of Bai Yang. Strangely, the world seemed to have collectively forgotten the terrifying spectacle that had just transpired. "Nothing, merely recalling something," Bai Yang replied, waving his hand as the space began to shift once more. In the next moment, a bewildered Lin Xie appeared before the group. "Xie, come here. Let me introduce you. This is your brother, Yang. Now, greet him," Chim Yang and said to Lin Xie. The night watchman Yang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Huh? What is going on between the two of you?" "Disregard that. The reason for summoning you is of importance." After speaking, the two Yang ANS activated, entering the dream, and entered the psychiatric hospital. Sensing a stir within, Lin Xie also immersed his consciousness in the experience. Inside the psychiatric hospital, Li Yifei was diligently cleaning the courtyard in front of the intensive care unit. "Oh, Brother Yang, it's been a long time. Is this... your mother has given birth to another brother?" Li Yifei jested at the sudden appearance of the two Yang-s. Yang retorted in annoyance, "Enough of that. This fellow is quite bothersome." Meanwhile, the goddess of night, Nyx, warmly rushed over and embraced both Yang-s. "Oh, Hypnos, my dear child, it's such a relief to have you back safely." At that moment, Nyx's healing progress had reached 46%, with only 4% remaining until Lin Xie could extract another ability. Yang silently vowed to ensure he would benefit from Lin Xie's next skill extraction. "All right, mother. I have some pressing matters to attend to. Let Thanatos keep you company for now." With that, he pushed Lin Xie into Nyx's embrace. "Yang, how dare you?" Nyx furrowed her brow. "Thanatos, no foul language." At this point, the two Yang ANS had arrived at the front of Ward 4. "Monkey brother, Yang comes seeking fur." Sun Wukong, seemingly oblivious, remained seated in the ward. "Monkey brother, Yang comes seeking fur." "Monkey brother." Finally, after countless sincere pleas from Yang, Sun Wukong could no longer remain still. Drawing the essence of the thousand-faced Yang into the ward, Sun Wukong abruptly plucked a handful of fur and forcefully stuffed it into Yang's mouth, declaring, aside from the master's tightening spell, "You are the second person capable of giving me a headache, merely with your words. Yang chuckled and accepted the fur. As they prepared to part, Sun Wukong suddenly addressed Yang and Youngster. You'd best remember what transpired today. Following this, his essence was promptly sent back by Sun Wukong's hand. Well, did the great sage grant you any fur? The night watchman Yang and approached with a gleeful expression. The thousand-faced Yang and slightly bewildered confirmed, yes, I received it. But it seems I may have irritated the great sage. What do you mean? Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Regarding today's events, the great sage instructed me to remember them well. In an instant, the night watchman Yang and laughed even more heartily. Oomph. Even someone as revered as I am has been treated so poorly by the great sage. Just you wait. Yang, and felt joyous from the depths of his heart. All right, we've exchanged our farewells. It's time to go finish the performance. By the way, did you come today unprepared for any contingencies? Just a little. Yang gestured with his fingers, pinching them together. As consciousness returned, Lin Xie began inquiring about their relationship. Yang, you must tell me what your relationship is. Otherwise, I want to know how to proceed. He is my biological brother, whom I have never met. Get lost. As the two conversed, a sudden and violent explosion erupted. What happened? Damn it. I just visited the mental hospital, and it failed. Then you're finished. Await your demise. What awaits you is the merciless beating from all members of Team 136. You must help me. With so many surrounding you, how can I assist? What about my duty as a night watchman? We are bound by blood, brothers by the same parents. At that moment, flames erupted from a nearby room, piercing through the wall that separated them. The instant Hong Ying appeared, night watchman Yang, and summoned his staff and struck Qin Mian Yang with it. Lin Xie, quick to react, launched a kick as soon as he saw Yang attack. Damn it, you two. Before he could finish his sentence, Hong Ying brandished her spear and shouted, Jie, Young An, I come to aid you. Her spear shot forth like a dancing dragon. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, the remaining members of Team 136 hastily sprang into action. In an instant, the boundless void was deployed, with the captain leading the others into the fray. However, realizing he could not escape, Yang seized his resistance and shifted his focus to the spatial cube. I can live again. Dying here is of little consequence. At least I must bring back the remnants of the spatial cube. Qin Mian Yang and barely deflected Hong Ying's thrust with his dagger, and immediately, bolts of lightning surged towards the spatial cube. Night watchman Yang, and witnessing this bolt of lightning, felt his pupils constrict. Thunder? He shouted, stop him. His target is the spatial cube. Yet it was too late. The lightning struck the core of the spatial cube with blinding speed, penetrating it completely. I've succeeded. Just as he spoke, breaking all laws, and teleportation activated simultaneously, transferring the remnants of the spatial cube back. As he prepared to relocate himself, he was suddenly struck by a tremendous force. Hong Ying soared upwards, her magenta flames accompanying a precise kick that collided with Qin Mian Yang. He crashed through several walls, propelled into the air and exposed to the gazes of all. In the distance, Lung Xian watched this scene unfold, laughing from the depths of his heart. Bang! Chapter 22. The Art of Deception with a Resounding Bang. A specially crafted bullet shot forth from Lung Xian's gun like a bolt of lightning. This projectile sliced through the air at an astonishing velocity, emitting a sharp whistle akin to the scythe of death, glinting ominously as it surged directly towards the chest of Qin Mian Yang. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to halt. Good grief! That scoundrel Lung Xian. Yang thought to himself. In this heart-stopping instant, his reflexes reached their zenith. Just as the bullet was about to strike his chest, Qin Mian Yang, like a wraith, swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously raising his dagger with astonishing speed to shield himself. Clang! A crisp collision echoed throughout the venue, accompanied by a dazzling shower of sparks. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Qin Mian Yang had successfully deflected the lethal blow with his dagger at the very last moment. The force of the impact was tremendous, causing him to stagger backward a few paces, yet he ultimately thwarted the terrifying strike. This moment of miscalculation allowed Qin Mian Yang to deduce the sniper's position. Seeing his first shot fail, Lung Xian quickly fired again. However, Yin Yang and bellowed, and with a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, his muscles became extraordinarily agile. He wielded his dagger with precision, intercepting every bullet that was aimed at him. From a distance, Lung Xian stood in stunned disbelief. Is it possible that you can even react to bullets? Just as Yin Yang and began to revel in his prowess, the next moment, Chun Mai and Zhao Kongsheng appeared before him like phantoms, their figures flickering as they materialized. Clutching their straight blades, they exuded an air of cold menace, as if they intended to tear the very fabric of space asunder. The two men moved in a fluid dance, seamlessly obscuring each other's intentions, making it difficult to discern their true aims. Zhao, the elder, was the first to strike, unleashing a powerful slash with his blade towards Yong'an, the force of which stirred a fierce gust of wind. Yet, Yong'an, ever vigilant, deftly evaded the attack and countered with his own weapon. Zhao Kongsheng, is that all you've got? Young Undaunted. However, Zhao's strike, though seemingly ferocious, was merely a feint. At the moment Yong'an parried Zhao's attack, the true threat emerged. Unbeknownst to Yong'an, Chun Mai had been poised to strike like a panther, ready to pounce. In an instant, he leaped into the air, his blade slicing through the atmosphere with a chilling glimmer, raining down a series of fierce slashes upon Yong'an alarmed. Yong'an braced himself with all his might. But Chun Mai's onslaught was relentless, a tempest of strikes that left him reeling. Amidst the chaos of this furious assault, Yong'an found himself momentarily overwhelmed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Kongsheng bent low, springing forth like a coiled spring, ready to deliver another blow. The straight blade in his hand traced an arc through the air, wielding an overwhelming force as it struck down fiercely towards Yong'an. This formidable blow was reminiscent of the legendary power of Hua Shan, leaving Yong'an in no time to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the blade struck his body. With a resounding thud, Yong'an's figure was sent hurtling several meters away, akin to a kite severed from its string. How thrilling! Had it not been for my timely hardening, I would have been in dire straits. Observing his opponent momentarily falter, Zhao Kongsheng revealed a broad grin, displaying his gleaming white teeth. So what do you think, kid? Was that strike not magnificent? Oomph. It lacked a certain flair. In the next moment, the three echoes that Yong'an had prepared in advance erupted forth. Vivid arcs of electricity and flames entwined around the short blade, intertwining to extend the blade's edge until it gradually transformed into the shape of a spear. Yong'an transitioned from a short blade grip to that of a long weapon. Violent arcs of electricity began to dance around him, causing his hair to stand on end. This blade, now that is truly impressive. With that, he leaped forward, charging towards the two adversaries. Be careful. The newly extended blade is perilous. Understood, Captain. Yong'an gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, his battle fervor rising uncontrollably. Neither side rushed into an attack, remaining vigilant against one another, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. From a distant high-rise, Lung Xian's scope remained steadily fixed on Yong'an. Captain, we're in a stalemate here. I've got him my sights. This time, he won't escape. Upon hearing the voice through his earpiece, Zhao Kongsheng's expression shifted. Hey, you over there, let's have a chat. We're not here to capture you. We merely wish to invite you to join us. Yong'an the Thousand-Face grinned. Recruit me? Does that mean my theft of the mysterious corpses won't be considered a crime? Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback for a moment before responding. It's merely a few mysterious corpses. You'll be out of the fasting center in no time. Moreover, our captain can vouch for you. At most, a few months of labor reform. Think of it as a work-study program. Gradually, Thousand-Faced Yong'an's expression grew conflicted. Though, it was all a ruse. For in Yong'an's plan, he desperately needed a black market identity to play a double role alongside his counterpart in the Night Watch. All right, I accept your proposal. That said, the Night Watch's Yong'an raised an eyebrow. He had gleaned Thousand-Faced Yong'an's thoughts through his mind-reading ability, deliberately feeding the Night Watch Yong'an a specific notion. This fellow seems to be up to something. Oh well, since I possess a kind heart, I shall indulge him for a while. As Thousand-Faced Yong'an dispelled the resonance of the three echoes, Crimson Flame and the frost he had learned from the mysterious source began to manifest in tandem. In an instant, a dense mist enveloped the entire area. Simultaneously, both Yang and unleashed a dream of Nick. An invisible wave surged outward, and this time, Yang An's invocation of a dream of Nick even overshadowed Lin Chiye's mortal realm. In the midst of the mist, the night watchman Yang and gazed at the figure before him. "It's entrusted to you," he said, and with that, the multifaceted Yang and extended his slender, pale hand and lightly snapped his fingers. His attire underwent a peculiar transformation, gradually morphing into the appearance of the night watchman Yang, and the two Yang ANS continued to lock eyes. After a moment, one of them let out a soft chuckle. "I'm leaving. No need to see me off." In the next instant, the breaking all laws briefly dismantled the spatial constraints of the unbound void, allowing for a swift leap. When the fog dissipated, only the members of Team 136 remained. "Damn it, he got away," Shamai exclaimed. "TSK, why do the young ones enjoy deceiving others so much?" He promised to join the night watch. The conclusion of the battle did not ease Chun Mai's concerns. He surveyed the sky, his brow furrowed. A person capable of executing an array of skills without any discernible psychic energy could even escape the unbound void. The absence of psychic energy, a trait he found unsettlingly familiar. Contemplating this, Chun Mai discreetly glanced at Yang. By now, night had quietly fallen, the blood-red sunset casting a glow upon Yang face. At that moment, Yang was seen embracing Lin Chiye, loudly exclaiming his hunger. "Let us go eat." From a distance, and Qing Yu, having witnessed this, chuckled softly before turning away. The Yang within the team also cast a subtle glance into the distance. Chapter 23. New Recruit Training Rise and Shine. "Qi, Yang." The commanding voice of Hong Ying resonated through the living room, amplified by a large megaphone. Lin Qi lingered in bed, while Yang was undergoing a rather unfortunate transformation. After a series of agonizing groans, Yang found himself unceremoniously kicked off the bed by Hong Ying. Witnessing the dismal state of his neighbor, Lin Qi hastily prepared to freshen up. Life is so mundane. Rising early feels like a murder of humanity," Yang lamented. "All right, hurry up. New recruit training commences tomorrow, and the northern climate is no joke." "It's cold," Hong Ying urged. At this, Yang An's already dim eyes grew even more vacant, for he was acutely aware that, due to Lin Chi's meddling, the training location had been relocated to Songnan City. Thus, the items they intended to purchase today would be utterly useless. However, a thought struck Yang. The training is bound to be tedious, so why not procure some delightful items instead? With that in mind, he unceremoniously shoved Lin Chi aside from the sink and began his own preparations. Lin Chi exclaimed, "You scoundrel!" Meanwhile, Hong Ying, Si Xiao Nan, and two others strolled leisurely through the mall, clad in casual attire. They meandered, stopping intermittently to admire and critique various products. This leisurely shopping expedition proved exhausting for both Yang and Lin Chi. "Hey, this would suit you perfectly, Xiao Nan," Hong Ying exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she pointed to a garment with excitement. "Wow, this one is lovely too, Hong Ying. Xiao Nan Kai Ding." At that moment, Yang delicately picked up a dress he had chosen and approached Qi, sweetly saying, "I want to see you in this, Qi." Upon closer inspection, Qi's expression soured as he realized it was a JK skirt. He barked, "Yang, that is a JK skirt. Take your backside and get out of here with it." Upon hearing Qi's furious outburst, Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "I think this is a fantastic idea." Yang quickly chimed in, "Right, Hong Ying? You think so too? Why doesn't this boy appreciate good intentions?" Lin Chi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe apple. "Oh, you're blushing," Yang teased. Qi retorted, I'm simply invigorated. Is that acceptable?" However, as everyone proceeded to pay, Yang suddenly dashed back. "Where are you going?" "I left something in the store. I'll retrieve it. You all go ahead." After hearing this, the group paid him no mind and moved on to their next destination. Though Lin Chi felt an unsettling premonition. Ding. Payment successful. Subsequently, Yang emerged from the store, his face alight with joy, despite the cashier's bewildered expression. As the group strolled past the department store, Yang, who had been filled with exuberance, suddenly froze in place, as if struck by a spell. His gaze fixated on the array of goods displayed at the entrance. He muttered, "Sister Hongying, please buy me this. I want that one too." Naturally, Hongying was not inclined to acquiesce to his demands. With her arms crossed and a resolute expression, she replied, "Absolutely not. This is the captain's money. If you buy that, the captain will have to subsist on air for the foreseeable future." Upon hearing this, Yang Yan's mood soured instantly. He began to throw a tantrum, stomping his feet and exclaiming, "I don't care. I want it. If you don't buy it for me, I won't leave." As he spoke, he slowly leaned toward the ground, on the verge of throwing himself on the floor in protest. Seeing this, Hongying couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, although she maintained a fa-ade of anger, retorting, "Humph. I simply won't buy it. Go ahead, throw a fit." Yang Yan seemed incensed by her words. He straightened up abruptly, shot her a fierce glare, and without further ado, turned to leave while muttering, "Penny pincher." At that moment, Lin Xie felt a sense of familiarity with Yang Yan's retreating figure, particularly his comical demeanor, which reminded him of a certain potato-like rascal. Inside the detective agency, Hongying was busy tallying the supplies they had purchased. Almost done. Just then, the agency's phone rang. Chenmai answered, "Hello." "What? The training location has changed?" Tsongnan. "Huh? So all these items were for naught?" Hongying exclaimed. However, among those present, one person would feel even more disheartened. With a mournful expression, Chenmai lamented, "Hongying, why not try returning these items? I would like to, but..." "The tags have already been removed." In an instant, Chenmai's face fell as if struck by lightning. Suddenly, Yang leapt forward. "It's fine, Captain. Though these items were in vain, at the very least, Chia will definitely find use for this." With that, Yang extracted an exquisite JK outfit from a pile of thick garments. "Ha ha ha. Yang, you actually bought it?" Lin Xie's furious voice reverberated throughout the detective agency. Hongying noted that even the usually stoic vice captain, Wu Xiangnan, was shaking with laughter at that moment. Old Zhao, too, was utterly outrageous, laughing heartily while comparing the JK skirt against Lin Xie. The comparison only incited more laughter. "Xie, your brother is quite generous. The size fits you perfectly. You could gift it to Hongying. Xiao Nan and the others wouldn't be able to wear it." At this point, Lin Xie felt an overwhelming urge to draw his blade against the scoundrel Yang Yan. Thus, the two engaged in a lively chase around the agency, creating quite the ruckus. For a moment, the weight on Chenmai's heart dissipated entirely. After a while, this farcical scene finally came to a close, and Chenmai waved his arm, addressing the group. "Tomorrow, 2 newcomers from our team will embark on their training as recruits, and by the time they emerge, they will have transformed into competent night watchers. Therefore, I shall take it upon myself to prepare a farewell feast this evening." "Hooray!" Si Xiaonan exclaimed, raising her arms in jubilation. Lung Xian observed her silently from his side. "Captain, you are truly wonderful," when Qimo remarked nearby. "In Guangshan, young master, the tickets to Tsongnan have already been booked." "Tsongnan? I have yet to visit there," replied a chubby boy with a slight Guangshan accent, reclining in a lounge chair while leisurely enjoying the attentions of the lovely sisters around him. Within an ancient and picturesque temple, a man with long black hair stood at the entrance, bowing 3 times. "Master, I am leaving. Please take care." At the station bound for Tsongnan, uncertainty loomed as to why the training location had been set there. "Rest assured, boss, upon our arrival in Tsongnan, we shall remain your most loyal subordinates." At that moment, a tide of hidden currents surged from all directions. Seemingly, various concealed factions had their sights collectively set on this ordinary coastal city. These gazes emanated from both within the fog and beyond it. In the newly established training camp, Chief Instructor Yuan Gang was perusing the roster of new recruits. "This year's batch is quite promising," remarked the assistant instructor. Indeed, the young master of the Guangshan Bailey Group, 2 divine agents from Songnan City, and 3 holders of exceedingly hazardous forbidden territories. Listening to this lengthy report, Yuan Gang took a deep breath, resigning himself to the challenge ahead. This is going to be quite a task. Chapter 24. Newcomer Benefits Stop. Password. Lin Xie and Yang and stood dazed at the entrance of the rookie training camp, dragging their suitcases behind them. "Hello, We are here to participate in the rookie training. Here are our credentials. The sentinel at the entrance took the documents from Lin Chia and, after a thorough inspection, remarked, "So you two are the esteemed divine agents of Songnan?" Lin Chia was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected inquiry, then replied, "Yes, what of it?" "Oh, nothing. It's just that you both have quite a reputation." "All right, your credentials are in order. You may enter." "Thank you. We appreciate your efforts," Yang added with a wave. As they walked along, Lin Chia turned to Yang and said, "Let us hurry. The earlier we arrive, the better our chances of securing a decent dormitory." However, Yang shook his head. After all, among the vast multitude of transmigrators, the preferred choice for roommates was undoubtedly the flamboyant Shin Qingzhu. Yet, this was merely a thought Yang kept to himself, not voicing it to Lin Chia. "Chia, in this new environment, you must learn to be independent. Do you understand? You cannot always depend on your amiable and reliable elder brother. Be obedient, all right? Amiable, reliable? You truly have a knack for humor," Lin Chia retorted, his voice tinged with the weight of the duality of existence. He looked at Yang and, incredulous, "Who is relying on whom? In the team? How many times have you only gotten up when I called you?" "Huh?" Faced with Lin Chia's inquiry, Yang appeared somewhat unfazed, casually waving his hand. "Oh, don't dwell on such trivialities," as if all this were of little consequence. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the dormitory door. "All right, I shall reside in this room. As for you, find a place that suits you." Clearly, Lin Chia was still irked by Yang An's earlier remark regarding his reliance on him. "Then you can make your own bed. I shall take my leave." Not long after Yang departed, Lin Chia was alone, arranging his bed. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted at the door, disrupting his thoughts. Lin Chia furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Yet he chose to ignore it and continued focusing on his task. However, the next moment, the dormitory door was forcefully kicked open by a group of burly men clad in suits. The door slammed against the wall with a resounding and jarring thud. The abrupt intrusion startled Lin Chia, causing his brow to furrow even deeper. Then, a brazen voice boomed from the entrance, "TSK, whose luggage is this at the door? Are you unaware that our young master intends to occupy this room?" Before the statement could fully settle, one of them made a move to toss Lin Chia's luggage out. Lin Chia observed with keen interest, incredulous that such a cliché scenario of a wealthy heir bullying others was unfolding before him. He vowed that should they dare to discard his belongings, he would ensure they witnessed the formidable power of the seraph. At that moment, a stout figure burst forth from behind, delivering a swift kick to the bodyguard. "How dare you touch him? This is my roommate." The voice was filled with indignation. My apologies, young master. It was my mistake. You scoundrel. I detest those who bully the weak. What if you frighten my roommate? Someone, bring forth the local specialties I prepared for him." Lin Chia, perplexed, exclaimed, "Huh?" Subsequently, the jovial Bailey entered with a beaming smile. "Oh dear, I apologize, my roommate. I may have startled you earlier. Here are some local delicacies from my hometown. They're not worth much. Feel free to choose." Before him lay an entire row of meticulously arranged gift boxes. Through Lin Chia's perception of the mundane realm, he was astonished to discover they were filled exclusively with exquisite luxury watches. Among them, he could only identify the Rolex Submariner, while many others remained nameless to him. So, this is what not worth much means. What a revelation. Please, I cannot accept such extravagant gifts. Oh, and how did you know what was inside before I even opened it? That's impressive. Well, my divine realm is rather unique. Divine realm? Could it be that you are one of the agents of the two deities? Noticing Lin Chia's bewilderment at Bai Li's enthusiasm, Bai Li composed himself and extended his hand. "Greetings, I am Bai Li Tumming, but you may call me Fatty. Let's be friends." "You are Lin Chia or Yang? I am Lin Chia. Yang is my elder brother, and he is likely at—" Before he could finish, a playful voice interjected. "Is someone calling for me?" Unbeknownst to them, Yang had appeared in the dormitory, seated comfortably on Lin Chia's bed, adorning a Rolex gifted by Bai Li. "Wow. Impressive. I had no idea you were here. Hello, I am Yang and Lin Chia's elder brother. Greetings, handsome. Would you care to select another welcome gift?" "Wow, Fatty, you are truly wonderful. I now declare that you hold a place in my heart, even closer than Chia. The two felt an instant affinity, as if they were long-lost brothers, while Lin Chia seemed merely a passerby in their reunion. Their conversation flowed effortlessly from one topic to another, covering everything from familial matters to the vast expanse of history. With each exchange, they found themselves increasingly aligned in interests, so much so that they nearly wished to swear brotherhood on the spot. Yang and I, by Li Tuming, may we not seek to be born on the same day of the same year. Meanwhile, Lin Chia's expression darkened. While Bai Li's hospitality was commendable, he wondered why Yang had to intrude. Have you settled into your dormitory? Is your bed ready? With that, Lin Chia ushered Yang and towards the dormitory entrance. TSK, have you finished arranging your belongings? You come here to loiter. At this, Yang suddenly smacked his forehead. Oh no, engrossed in claiming the novice benefits. I completely forgot to cultivate the affinity with the NPC in my inner chamber. With that thought, I hurriedly dashed toward my dormitory. Oh, Chia, has Brother Yang returned? Indeed. He has yet to organize his belongings in the dorm. Meanwhile, within Yang En's dormitory, Shen Qingzhu sat on his neatly made bed, a cigarette but clenched between his lips. Beside him, a young subordinate with a crew cut was impatiently tiptoeing, seemingly awaiting something. Brother, why hasn't this fellow returned yet? I still need to swap dorms with him. How should I know? Shen Qingzhu replied casually. However, let me reiterate, if he is unwilling to exchange, do not force him. Understood? Understood. The subordinate echoed in unison. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Oh dear, are you my roommate? Chapter 25. The Unflappable Brother. As the sound echoed through the room, all eyes turned towards the entrance, where a strikingly handsome and charismatic young man casually leaned against the doorframe. This was none other than Yang. Finally arrived, huh? Remarked one of Shen Qingzhu's subordinates. At that moment, another individual stepped forward and called out to Yang, Hey, you there. I need to discuss something with you. We'd like to share a room with our boss, so please vacate the premises. But don't worry, I'll help you move your things. However, in response to this unexpected demand, Yang did not acquiesce as everyone had anticipated. Instead, he wore a look of mild distress. I apologize, but I have a peculiar habit of being unable to sleep in unfamiliar places. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your request. Although his tone was courteous, his attitude was resolutely firm. How can you be like this? The subordinate clearly felt displeased by Yang An's refusal and was about to engage in further debate when he was halted by a sharp glance from Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu slowly approached Yang and, smiling as he spoke, if he doesn't want to move, then let it be. Why force the issue? Besides, do you really think I am so dependent on you all? His words, laced with a hint of jest, also conveyed an undeniable authority. As soon as he finished speaking, several of Shen Qingzhu's subordinates quickly offered their apologies. Sorry, boss, that wasn't our intention. Before they could elaborate, Shen Qingzhu interrupted. No need to say more. Go find your own dormitory. Yes. They hurriedly exited, closing the door behind them. Hello, Shen Qingzhu. What is your name? Yang lifted his gaze to meet the confident demeanor of the young man before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. I'm Yang. You say? Excellent. I shall remember you. Shen Qingzhu's smile widened, and he playfully patted Yang on the shoulder. As my roommate, rest assured, I will look out for you. Inwardly, Yang mused on the intriguing nature of Shen Qingzhu. Despite his brash words and rebellious appearance, he recognized this was merely a facade. Familiar with the narrative, Yang understood the true essence of Shen Qingzhu. He was gentle, formidable, and remarkably dependable, much like a genuine elder brother. The prickly exterior was merely a layer of armor for self-protection. With this thought, Yang An's smile became more genuine, and he looked at Shen Qingzhu, stating slowly, I shall rely on you more in the future. Seeing that Yang An was amiable, Shen Qingzhu felt his initial apprehensions dissipate. He then initiated a casual conversation. My forbidden domain is designated as Code 068, a hyperdimensional realm capable of manipulating the air, Shen Qingzhu declared, confidence seeping into his words. Yang An smiled slightly at this revelation, choosing not to respond immediately. He fell into silence for a moment before suddenly extending his right hand and gently snapping his fingers. A soft pop resonated, as if the air had been ignited in an instant. Before his eyes, the cigarette held between Shen Qingzhu's lips ignited with a small flame. This wondrous spectacle left Shen Qingzhu wide-eyed and momentarily astonished. He had not anticipated that Yang could conjure fire so effortlessly and through such a simple gesture. "Is this your forbidden domain ability?" Shen Qingzhu inquired curiously, his perception of Yang An's prowess profoundly altered. Yang An, observing the look of surprise on Shen Qingzhu's face, couldn't help but smile more broadly. Shen Qingzhu marveled, the power to control flames? How fitting for my temperament. As he pondered this, he attempted to extinguish the flame on the cigarette by depleting the air around it with his own ability. Gradually, the air began to dissipate, and the surrounding environment appeared to warp, yet the flame on the cigarette showed no signs of weakening. Frowning, Shen Qingzhu intensified his efforts to absorb the air. However, as he reached the limits of his capability, he was taken aback by an astonishing development. With the surrounding air nearly vanished, the vibrant flame remained utterly unaffected. "What is happening?" It won't extinguish. Yang An, witnessing the astonishment in Shen Qingzhu's eyes, waved his hand, causing the flame to vanish. "I am the agent of the God of the End, and the forbidden domain is the End." The revelation of being a divine agent struck Shen Qingzhu like a thunderbolt, sending tremors through his mind. Upon arriving at the new recruit training camp, he had heard the instructors mention the two divine agents of Songnan City. It was said that these agents had united to slay a severely wounded mysterious entity upon the awakening of their forbidden domain, subsequently eliminating another entity with infectious capabilities among the populace without any casualties. Reflecting on this, Shen Qingzhu narrowed his eyes. It seemed his roommate was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Yang was intrigued. This guy doesn't seem so arrogant after all. He is rather polite. I really shouldn't have heeded GOS slander. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed throughout the dormitory building. "Everyone, assemble at the training ground." Instantly, the dormitory was filled with the sound of a throng descending the stairs. A flurry of activity as everyone hurried, anxious not to be the last and risk reprimand. "Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Who just grabbed my backside? I'm a guy. Stop pulling down my pants. They're really going to fall." The dormitory descended into chaos. At last, all the recruits gathered, albeit scattered, forming a formation, their gazes sharp as they fixed upon the instructors on the training platform. Yang An estimated there were over 20 instructors present, some of whom bore distinct markings upon their souls. He understood that these must be the infiltrators sent by the ancient God Church. Beside him, Shen Qingzhu leaned in closer. "Are these our instructors? It appears to be quite ordinary." Yang An cast a glance at him and then spoke. "All of these instructors have genuinely experienced the battlefield, and among them, the chief instructor is the vice captain of the night watchman squad in the capital. Would you not agree that he is formidable?" Shen Qingzhu then fell silent. "Stand at attention, recruits. What manner of disarray is this?" At that moment, Yuan Gang stood alone on the podium, addressing the new recruits. While those below could only sense the unique aura of military ferocity and pressure emanating from him. "You are all prodigies hailing from the great Xia, heralded as the hope of the future. Yet in my eyes, you are nothing. You lack the resolute will and physical prowess, and you possess no capacity for absolute calm in your thoughts. When faced with even a moderately powerful adversary, you will surrender like ordinary civilians, for you are weak." As these disparaging words were uttered, the expressions of those present collectively shifted. Particularly, Shen Qingzhu's face began to flush with indignation. "Yang An, what is the matter? This fellow is truly infuriating. I refuse to accept this." Chapter 26. The New Recruit, What is your name? Yang An stood quietly beneath the training platform, observing as Yuan Gang spoke eloquently above. Yet, his heart remained untouched by Yuan Gang's rhetoric. After all, the act of disparaging trainees fervently before training commences is a classic tactic employed by military instructors. The intent behind such behavior is merely to instill a sense of resentment within the trainees, thereby motivating them to muster the spirit necessary for the arduous training ahead. However, for Yang An, Yuan Gang's words felt rather feeble and lacking substance. Not to mention that Yang himself could articulate insults far more scathing than Yuan Gang's. His past experiences with similar psychological tactics had rendered him impervious to such attempts. Thus, despite Yuan Gang's animated speech, Yang remained unfazed, simply smiling at him. Disregarding the severity of Yuan Gang's remarks, he discreetly positioned himself beside Lin Xie. "Oh dear Xie, why do you appear so listless?" "It's nothing," Lin Xie replied wearily, waving his hand dismissively. "Are you truly all right?" Casting a glance around as if evading someone's gaze, Lin Xie lowered his voice. "I wish to switch to your dormitory." This revelation piqued Yang's curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. "What happened?" "Alas, here's the situation. Last night, while I was asleep, Fatty stealthily stuffed some expensive watches under my bed. When I caught him, he absurdly claimed he was smelling my feet. He even said, 'Brother, you smell delightful.' I swear in that moment, I truly felt like throttling him. I told him to sleep well, and then in the middle of the night, a foul odor wafted through the air. I opened my eyes to find him extending his foot toward me, asking if it smelled good. Upon hearing this, Yang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yuan Gang, noticing someone daring to laugh during his lecture, was immediately incensed. "That new recruit, do you think you're strong? How dare you zone out while I'm speaking?" "Instructor, just now, my grandmother communicated with me telepathically to inform me she has given birth, and I'm just so overjoyed." Yuan Gang's brows furrowed even tighter, his eyes ablaze with fury. "I hope you can still find joy later." Seeing that the instructor had ceased his tirade against him, Yang quietly turned to Lin Xie, nearly unable to contain himself as he asked, "So, does Fatty's foot smell good?" Lin Xie replied, "Are you a poet or something?" Meanwhile, Yuan Gang continued to belittle the crowd. "Do you think having a decent foundation makes you exceptional? Wrong. Only those who can truly grow are exceptional. Those who have not matured are mere novices. Not even a single hair of mine could be compared to you." As he watched the new recruits begin to stir restlessly, Yuan Gang realized that his provocation had succeeded. It was time to send in the mass squad. "What? Are you all dissatisfied?" "Indeed, we are dissatisfied. By what right do you belittle us so thoroughly?" The first to speak up was the rebellious recruit, Shun Qingzhu. "What is your name?" Yuan Gang inquired, fixing his gaze upon him. The young subordinate beside him hastily gestured to his leader, signaling him to cease his words. Yet, Shun Qingzhu merely waved his hand dismissively. Shun Zhuqing. Shun Qingzhu cleverly provided a false name. "Excellent. Who else dares to defy?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a throng in the audience raised their hands in unison. "Indeed, we refuse to comply." Among them were even Shun Qingzhu's own subordinates. Yuan Gang scanned the crowd, gaining a preliminary understanding of this new batch of recruits. "Oh, the lad who just chuckled didn't raise his hand? Truly a coward. Well, very well. You dissent, but you must demonstrate this to me. You are entitled to your dissent." Instructor, how shall we prove it?" Yang inquired from the audience, raising his hand. With someone to play along, Yuan Gang followed suit. "You shall find out soon enough," he declared, producing a walkie-talkie and uttering the command, "Let them enter." In the next moment, an astonished cry erupted from the crowd. "Look, something is moving in the sky." This exclamation instantly captured the attention of those nearby, who all turned their gazes upward. Indeed, it appeared that several indistinct figures were darting across the sky, their speed akin to that of shooting stars. "What is that?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. "It looks like people," another uncertainly suggested, "but how could they be so high up? Moreover, there are no safety measures. Heavens! Jumping from such a height would surely result in death." A terrified voice cried out. All eyes were fixed on the 7 figures, clad in gray cloaks, plummeting through the air like phantoms. Even more astonishing was the fact that they bore no protective gear, allowing the fierce winds to whip around them, as if they were utterly unconcerned for their safety. However, amongst these 7 figures, one stood out as particularly jarring and out of place. This figure struggled in midair, as though ensnared in a terrifying nightmare. "Oh no, I'm going to die. Captain, help me." "Ah!" Accompanied by this panic scream, the figure spun wildly in the air, reminiscent of a fish on the verge of drowning. Vortex, can you quiet down? What if we get exposed? Rose cried out anxiously, her voice laced with urgency. Damn it, I have acrophobia. Why does Yuan Gang make us jump? Vortex's tone was filled with dread and despair, his complexion as pale as parchment. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Oh dear, isn't this what Instructor Yuan asked us to do to establish authority? Besides, when he called and requested us to put on a show before the recruits, weren't you the first to agree? Tian Ping interjected, attempting to soothe Vortex's panic. I don't care. Did a fight. Vortex could not absorb Tian Ping's words. His fear had consumed his entire being. Tian Ping shook his head helplessly and remarked to the captain, Captain, why not just let this fellow fall? What on earth? Do you have no humanity? At that moment, Wang Mian issued a stern reprimand. Enough. Mind your image. We must maintain decorum. Do not let anyone overhear. Although the mass team had made great efforts to cultivate their public persona, it was rather unfortunate. Yang'an possessed spirit hearing, and Lin Xie wielded mortal realm, enabling them to hear every word exchanged between the two. Not only Yang'an, but even Lin Xie was on the brink of laughter, their faces flushed with embarrassment. On stage, Yuan Gang noticed the peculiar behavior of the two brothers and inquired once more, impatiently. What now? Report. My grandmother is about to give birth. Yana maintained that same excuse. And what about you? Why are you laughing? My grandmother is also about to give birth. Did you two grandmothers coordinate? Two old babies are about to welcome a little baby? No, that's not it. He is my brother. Oh, that makes sense. Chapter 27. The masked squad, the 7 members of the masked squad, descended ever closer to the ground, as if on the verge of a fateful encounter with the earth itself. Vortex felt a surge of anxiety that rendered him nearly breathless. He bit down hard on his lip, terrified that a slip of the tongue might unleash a cry of panic. Come on, snap your fingers already, he urged desperately, his gaze fixed intently on Tian Ping, his eyes pleading and revealing the depths of his fear and urgency. Tian Ping stood quietly, his figure appearing somewhat fragile under the sunlight. In response to Vortex's entreaties, he merely exhaled softly, the sound as delicate as a feather drifting to the ground. Yet, following that sigh, Tian Ping suddenly extended 2 slender fingers. With a gentle flick of his hand, as if by enchantment, an extraordinary force rippled through the air. The weight that had burdened the squad members dissipated as if an invisible hand had lifted it away, leaving them feeling remarkably light. They floated downwards like feathers, gliding gracefully toward the earth. The gray cloaks billowed softly in the breeze, while sunlight shimmered on their masks, reflecting a dazzling brilliance that imbued them with a mysterious and unique aura. How splendid! Once Xie becomes captain, I must on a style like this, Yang mused inwardly. Wang Mian's gaze swept over the group with a detached indifference before finally resting on Yang'an. Is this the lad? The one Kronos specifically asked me to look after? He seems rather unremarkable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden dull thud echoed, akin to a heavy object crashing to the ground, jolting Wang Mian back to reality. Everyone turned in surprise, eager to ascertain the source of the unexpected sound. However, as their eyes fell upon the origin of the noise, astonishment lit up their faces. Vortex, standing beside Wang Mian, had unexpectedly buckled at the knees and knelt before the group of newcomers with no prior warning. His abrupt action was so startling that none present could react in time. He remained there, trembling slightly, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and awkwardness. After what felt like an eternity, Vortex seemed to come to his senses, stammering out, Vortex of the masked squad wishes everyone a happy new year. His voice echoed in the still air, striking an oddly jarring note, and his comical appearance elicited suppressed laughter from those around him. Standing beside him, Rose's expression had darkened considerably, and she shot a fierce glare at Vortex. Should we take him down? The remaining members of the masked squad echoed in agreement. Sounds reasonable. In that moment, not only the members of the masked squad, but even Instructor Yuan was left utterly bewildered. Is he really kneeling? Is this for real? Perhaps. They celebrate the new year faster than us? After all, their captain is the agent of the god of time, which makes their uniqueness quite understandable. The crowd harbors subtle speculations regarding the actions of the vortex, yet they dare not voice their thoughts, for the repute of the 4 special teams looms large. While everyone yearns for a more rational explanation, it is Yang who calmly approaches the vortex amidst the gathering's gaze. Here, the New Year's money is merely a single yuan, lest your captain absconds with the excess. Yang extends a 1 yuan coin to the vortex. Is this appropriate? Wait, you actually believe that when someone wishes you an early New Year, they mean it? You would accept New Year's money? Would you? By the heavens, he actually took it. Oh dear. Thank you, little brother. The vortex grins broadly as he accepts it, clasping his hands in gratitude. He then swiftly brushes off his trousers and stands upright. Sigh. Wang Mian reflects inwardly, turning his attention to the new recruits below. Greetings, everyone. We're the 4th special team, the masked team. At this moment, Yuan Gang strides back onto the training platform. Are you not convinced? Then I shall present you with an opportunity. From now until 9:30 tonight, regardless of the methods you employ, if you can unmask any member of the masked team, you shall be deemed the victors. You will be exempt from training and graduate tomorrow. Otherwise, prepare for rigorous training. Do you understand? No, this is unfair. We are merely in the Lantern Realm. How can we possibly contend against the nearly all-sea realm masked team? Do you believe it impossible to defeat across realms? Are you not aware that one among you has slain a severely injured entity of the River Realm while still in the Lantern Realm? What? We have such a monster among us. Surely, he must be boasting. I believe I have heard of this individual before. As murmurs ripple through the crowd, Yuan Gang's resonant voice reverberates once more. Very well. We shall not take advantage of you. The masked team will suppress their realms to match the Lantern Realm for this duel. Equal standing, 239 against 5. What say you? Are you daring enough? We are all in the Lantern Realm. Why should we cower? Exactly. We'll just overwhelm them. Kulme. The spirit of the new recruits is undeniably high, save for Chi. Why do you appear so troubled? Bai Li Pang inquires with concern. This battle will be arduous, and victory is unlikely. Why? I can sense a faint but formidable aura emanating from that individual named Wang Mian. He is quite dangerous. So, what do you mean by not being able to win? If any of us fortuitously manages to unveil their masks, does that not imply that all new recruits possess such capability? To defeat them and thereby nullify the training would, in essence, be irresponsible towards the lives of others. As he speaks, Lin Xie's thoughts drift back to a rainy night long ago. Truthfully, when Yang N's body gradually grew cold and rigid in his embrace, despair engulfed him. Indeed, it is precisely because he wished to avoid such experiences that he joined the Night Watch. It is also for this reason that he became acutely aware of his own frailty. Lost in thought, Yang approached him, resting a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Why ponder so much? Do you truly believe the instructor would allow you to escape training? If you succeed later, he will undoubtedly conjure a myriad of excuses to evade responsibility. Rest assured." Sighing, he conceded, indeed, I've been overly anxious. From the martial arts platform, Wang Mian bellowed down to the crowd, "Novices, prepare to dodge." No sooner had the words left his lips than Tian Ping extended a finger, lightly gesturing forward. In an instant, one of the new recruits was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. Goodness, a zero-frame initiation. In the next moment, the crowd scattered, with most of the bewildered newcomers opting to stand their ground and fight. A cacophony of diverse attacks erupted all at once, while only a few astute individuals made a beeline for the armory. Chapter 28. The confrontation within the subterranean base. Yuan Gang gazed at the devastating scenes displayed on the monitors, unable to suppress a sigh. Alas, I should have known better than to overestimate them. Even before the battle commenced, we have already lost over 90 men. After all, this was a team that had once vanquished formidable foes from the Infinite Realm, and facing these inexperienced recruits was akin to a dimensional strike. Nevertheless, it may be for the best. Those truly capable of confronting them have managed to escape, and with fewer individuals, there will be less obstruction. In front of the warehouse, Chia and the rotund Baiba had arrived at the entrance. "Chia, can you unlock this door?" Baiba inquired, gazing at the sturdy iron barrier before them. This. Lin Chia's expression began to shift into something peculiar. Nearby, Molly approached slowly, placing her palm against the warehouse door. An instant later, the door began to tremble violently, accompanied by an exceedingly sharp humming sound. Just as Molly was on the verge of forcing the door open, an astonishing event unfolded before the astonished onlookers. The iron door, forged from steel, was suddenly opened from within. Yang stepped out leisurely, exclaiming, can't you open a door more politely? Huh? Wait, how are you inside? Molly asked in surprise. Guess what? Baiba leaned against Lin Chia, speaking to him. Chia's so cool. Lin Chia shot Baiba a glance of disdain. Due to the urgency of the situation, Molly did not delve into how Yang had managed to enter. She grabbed a katana and prepared to step outside. Passing by Lin Chia, he suggested, "Let us collaborate. You must be from the highly dangerous Forbidden Ruins, right?" However, Molly scoffed, "Collaborate with me? On what grounds?" At that moment, Yang chimed in, "How about the fact that we are the agents of the Seraph and the God of the End?" As soon as those words left his lips, Molly's eyes flickered, and she was about to respond when suddenly, a dazzling golden-red flame erupted from Yang's hand, akin to a volcanic eruption. Amidst the roaring inferno, a counterfeit golden staff shimmered faintly. In the blink of an eye, this staff surged towards Molly at an astonishing speed, as swift as lightning slicing through the night sky. It elongated midair, transforming into a spear-like weapon aimed directly at Molly's rear. With a resounding clang, reminiscent of thunderous bell, the sound reverberated through the air. Startled, Molly swiftly turned to see that the masked team's moon ghost had silently appeared behind her, gripping a glinting dagger that clashed against the golden staff. The moon ghost's form was ethereal, shifting unpredictably. Not bad," he remarked nonchalantly. "Not too shabby." Yang replied with a grin, as the golden staff elongated once more, delivering a tremendous force that sent the moon ghost crashing against the wall. The moon ghost cried out, "What the hell is this kid's background?" Just as the words left his mouth, he vanished once more. Molly anxiously called out, "Be careful. Don't let him escape. Rest assured, he is still here." Yang's voice flowed steadily, unhurried and calm, as if he bore no fear of the concealed moon demon. Meanwhile, the moon demon, hidden away in a shadowy corner, pondered silently. This young man was decidedly peculiar. Engaging him directly would be unwise. It would be more prudent to first dispose of the weaker individuals surrounding him. With this thought in mind, the moon demon stealthily approached Lin Chia, who stood farthest from Yang. As the distance closed, a sense of delight surged within the moon demon. This novice is indeed inexperienced, allowing me to draw so close without suspicion. However, just as the dagger in the moon demon's hand was about to strike, a flash of cold light suddenly appeared. A gleaming straight blade appeared like a specter, intercepting the dagger's path without warning. What? The moon demon gasped in shock. Had it been discovered? How could this be? Upon closer inspection, he realized that Lin Chia's eyes burned with a golden flame, as if they could pierce through him entirely. Lin Chia's gaze was akin to two blazing torches, fixed intently on the moon demon. Sensing the force emanating from the dagger, the moon demon felt a flicker of relief. Thankfully, this young man was not like the earlier anomaly. Just as he thought this, the moon demon's expression shifted dramatically. The katana in Molly's hand began to tremble slightly. Yang understood that this was her forbidden technique, Forbidden Ruins, manifestation of all. With an extraordinarily high-frequency vibration, it radiated a formidable power. A low, resonant hum filled the air as the katana vibrated, white energy swirling around Molly like mist. In an instant, a terrifying blade aura erupted, hurtling directly toward the moon demon. The blade aura passed through the moon demon's form, crashing into the wall behind him, which collapsed in an instant. Truly terrifying, the moon demon mused. How could this be? The blade aura clearly struck him. Molly stood frozen, unable to comprehend how such a strike could inflict no damage at all. Yang and Lin Chia quickly discerned the truth. Be cautious. The enemy possesses the ability to transform his body into moonlight. You two seem quite knowledgeable. With their warnings, the others awoke from their stupor, realizing that after the fierce battle, the warehouse walls had crumbled like tofu, allowing torrents of moonlight to flood in. This is bad. Does this mean we can no longer harm him? Not entirely. Yong'in's gaze fixed upon the flammable and explosive materials within the warehouse. An idea? Lin Xie noticed Yong'in's unusual intensity and inquired. With the new year approaching, do you wish to set off fireworks? You can't be serious. Is that appropriate? Whatever. Let us give it a try. He then leaned closer to Bailey Fatty and whispered something. Watching Yong'in and the others quietly confer, the moon demon felt an unsettling premonition that this young man was concocting something devious. The young man appeared exceedingly furtive, undoubtedly harboring a myriad of nefarious intentions. Just as Yue Gui was preparing to exert himself in a decisive effort to eliminate Yong'in, he was taken aback to discover the boy had fled. The moonlight began to flow gently around Yue Gui. Oh no, he is about to become invisible again. The anxious voices resonated from within the warehouse. Brothers, let's first deal with this solitary member of the mass team. He is not adept at direct confrontations, called out Bailey Pang, who had somehow ascended to the high platform, directing his shout downwards. In that moment, Yue Gui was nearly certain that Yang was up to something, for it was improbable that he would summon so many to obstruct him otherwise. Oof, can they truly hinder me? No sooner had he spoken than Yue Gui once again melded into the moonlight, yet I will not allow you to interfere with Yong'in. Lin Xie shouted at him. In the next instant, the might of the seraphim erupted in full force, as Lin Xie murmured, the night is not solely your domain. Golden flames seemed poised to explode from Lin Xie's body, and an immense pressure descended upon every individual present at that moment. In the distance, Yong'in turned back to gaze, a smile gracing his lips, appreciating Lin Xie's commendable performance. Chapter 29. My goodness, what a spectacle. Lin Xie moved like a bolt of lightning, instantly plunging into the arena, his grip tightly wrapped around a dagger that emitted a chilling gleam. His movements were swift and precise, as if he were one with the blade. The moon ghost's expression shifted, his face paling as he wielded a dagger, darting like a specter to launch attacks from various angles against Lin Xie. Yet, no matter how he altered his assault, Lin Xie's dagger seemed to possess an innate awareness, effortlessly intercepting each of his strikes. The moon ghost cursed inwardly. This lad is exceedingly uncanny. Every attempt he made was effortlessly thwarted by Lin Xie, who appeared to predict his maneuvers, seeking out vulnerabilities amid his attacks. In a flurry of agile dodges and swift advances, Lin Xie gradually closed in on the moon ghost. His footwork was fluid and unpredictable, leaving the moon ghost bewildered. Suddenly, Lin Xie's dagger traced a dazzling arc in the air, successfully parrying the moon ghost charge while simultaneously launching a perilous thrust aimed directly at the moon ghost's face. The moon ghost's heart raced, and he inwardly lamented, "This is bad." Just as this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming force of gravity converged upon Lin Xie. In an instant, he coughed blood and was violently slammed to the ground. The onlookers turned to see. Not far away on a rooftop stood a man. His back turned to the moonlight as he observed them, the lingering aura of psychic energy hinting at his identity. Damn it, the scales. Lend a hand. These little brats are quite formidable. Seriously, Moon Ghost, a few novices have you in such a state? From the other side of the arena, a mocking voice belonging to the whirlpool echoed. To the north, Wang Mian also dragged Yuan onto the battlefield. Boom! A thunderous sound startled everyone, and they turned to find it was the Rose. Wang Mian, exuding his unique aura of authority, addressed the crowd. Novices, regrettably, you were surrounded. Surrounded? 5 individuals encircled by over 50, an absurd reality indeed. Lin Xie gripped his dagger tightly, fixing a determined gaze upon Wang Mian. Just when everyone expected Lin Xie to confront them head-on, he unexpectedly employed the legendary maneuver known as the King's Descent. He ran away. The whirlpool exclaimed. Isn't he an agent of the Seraph? Shouldn't he fight to the last moment, declaring that death is preferable to dishonor? The Rose shot a weary glance at the whirlpool. Do you think he's the protagonist of some fervent novel? Retreating is entirely reasonable. In such a predicament, to fight head-on would be the height of folly. Wang Mian chimed in. Seeing that the formidable Lin Chia had fled, the crowd dispersed in a rush. "You cannot escape," declared the scales. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers, instantly transferring the gravity that had been imposed upon Lin Chia onto the gathered crowd. Fortunately, some of the more powerful individuals, like by Li and Molly, managed to escape. What a shame that Lin Chia is still a divine agent. And yet he doesn't even fight, Molly remarked with displeasure. At this moment, Bali Pang Pang wore a mischievous grin as he reassured Lin Chia. "Oh, fret not. Everything is still unfolding according to the plans of those two brothers." "Plans? What plans?" Let us not linger on questions. We should head to the dormitory building to find them. On Wang Mian's side, he had already rounded up all the remaining recruits, embarking on a quest to locate Yang Un and his companions. However, in a nondescript corner of the warehouse, Shun Qingzhu was firmly silenced by his subordinate, who had a tight grip on his mouth to prevent any sound from escaping. "Apologies, boss. You know we stand no chance against those five. Venturing out now would be akin to delivering ourselves as targets. Are we just to watch our teammates get eliminated? Patience, my friend. We shall seek another opportunity." Shun Qingzhu, still restrained, seemed eager to voice his thoughts until he spotted an unexpected figure. "Oh, bro, you're here. I've been searching for you." Interested in teaming up against the masked squad? Meanwhile, in the underground command room, Yuan Gang observed the screens with keen interest. "I never anticipated this kid would display such prowess," he remarked. Indeed, not only did he thwart the Moon Ghost's ambush, but he nearly toppled it as well, echoed the other instructors. Yet, regarding Yang, they felt a sense of hesitation despite his evident strength. What if we check on what he is currently up to? As they switched to the specialized surveillance perspective, the instructors widened their eyes in astonishment. Is he planning to eliminate the masked squad? In the footage, Yang had stealthily extracted all explosive materials from the warehouse and was strategically placing them throughout the dormitory building. "Yang Un, what on earth are you doing?" Yuan Gang shouted into the intercom, visibly agitated. These were not merely the explosives intended for ambushing whirlpools, but genuine ordnance meant for dealing with mysterious and spontaneous large-scale incidents. If Yang executed his plan as laid out, while Wang Mian may not speak for certain, at the very least, some members of the masked squad would undoubtedly face dire consequences for the sake of their educational mission. What is the issue? I'm just conducting an exercise. An exercise with tactical nuclear warheads. It's just that your words seem to provoke me a bit, and I wanted to salvage some honor. Return those devices this instant, and I shall offer you my apologies. But if I take them back, how will I confront the masked squad? What exactly are you planning? After a moment's pause, Yuan Gang declared with unwavering conviction, "Absolutely not. This is out of the question." Well then, perhaps tomorrow's headline within the Night Watchman will read, "The chief instructor's verbal insult to recruits drives them to despair, resulting in casualties among the masked squad during exercises. TSK. This kid, allow me a moment to ponder. All right, before the masked squad arrives, I'll comply." "Good. Now, that's the spirit." Suddenly, Yang gently snapped his fingers, causing all the weapons of mass destruction he had strategically placed to vanish in an instant. "You little rascal, where have you hidden those items? Rest assured, you shall see them once the drill concludes." "Oomph, you better be right." Just as Yuan Gang concluded his dealings with Yang, the instructor beside him broke into a cold sweat, utterly astonished. This young man dared to threaten the instructor, and astonishingly succeeded. It was truly unfathomable. Subsequently, Yang turned his gaze towards his companions, Lin Chia, Bali Pang Pang, and the inexplicably recruited Chao Yuan. "Brother Yang, why did you put away the prepared fireworks?" Indeed, those tactical nuclear warheads and airburst munitions were merely creations of fireworks and clever contraptions crafted by Yang. After all, it was inconceivable for Yang to genuinely threaten Yuan Gang using the members of the masked squad, nor would such items be found in the training base. However, through secret communication moments ago, Yang had successfully deceived Yuan Gang with his heart snatcher and counterfeit tactics. Yang flashed a mysterious smile at Pang Pang, assuring him that the strategic objective of the fireworks had been achieved, and thus, the superfluous items were naturally set aside. As the previous communication with Yuan Gang had been clandestine, the others remained oblivious to what had transpired. Soon, within Lin Xia's perception, 5 familiar figures emerged. He whispered, "Young An, they are coming." Chapter 30, Nightfall Squad versus Masked Squad. Ladies and gentlemen, the Masked Squad has arrived. Surely, you have not forgotten our earlier plan. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on these fellows' faces as they fall into our trap, exclaimed Shen Qingzhu with palpable excitement, gazing at Yang and before him. Gao Duansai, Allah, I still do not comprehend why you insist on involving me. Yang remained taciturn, gesturing towards Lin Xia. The person you seek is him. His name is Lin Xia. Lin Xia, are you truly Lin Xia? Chao Yuan inquired, approaching Lin Xia with the enthusiasm of a love-struck maiden. Yes, that's me. What is it? Lin Xia replied, bemused. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Truly splendid. Yang interjected at the opportune moment. So, will you join us in ambushing the Masked Squad? Indeed. Chao Yuan nodded vigorously. Yang then began to relay instructions to the others. Firstly, the Masked Squad will undoubtedly be cautious here, as this location harbors the most new recruits, making it the toughest nut to crack. They will certainly be on high alert before entering. Therefore, do not rush to detonate the explosives upon their arrival. Wait until they venture deeper before triggering them. As for the bait, I trust the other recruits will fulfill that role admirably. Outside the dormitory building, the leader remarked, "This bone seems rather difficult to chew." Vortex's hairs stood on end. "Even if it is hard to swallow, we must tackle it," he replied. Among these new recruits, there are 3 high-risk individuals, and 2 agents are still lurking. Are you afraid? Rose teased. Puffed. Who would fear a bunch of rookies? Vortex boasted, thumping his chest with bravado. After which, as if to demonstrate his prowess as a member of the elite squad, he charged headlong into the dormitory. Wang shook his head in resignation. Let us split up and enter as well. In a pitch-black corridor, a cluster of individuals lay strewn about haphazardly. Indeed, rookies remain rookies. In the end, the captain was overly cautious. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a peculiar air bubble suddenly zoomed towards him. In the next instant, a blinding white light erupted from the bubble, a violent explosion detonating at Tianping's chest, thick smoke enveloping the corridor. Before Tianping stood Rose, wielding a massive hammer to absorb the brunt of the impact. Damn, who resorts to such underhanded tactics? He exclaimed, but no one responded. Instead, nearly 7 more bubbles were launched. Quickly, Tianping assessed the trajectory of the bubbles and deduced the assailant's position. A crude method. With that, Tianping activated his gravitational domain. The bubbles were inevitably suppressed by gravity, cascading to the ground. There, following Tianping's indication, Rose soared forward, her hammer swelling to an immense size, akin to that of a grand lamp. With terrifying force, the colossal hammer descended. However, to Tianping's astonishment, there was no one present at the site. This is bad. It's an ambush. Tianping, a member of the Masked Squad, instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, it was already too late. Shen Qingzhu and Yang appeared at the far end of the corridor, seemingly emerging abruptly from the shadows. Aha, you've been tricked. The corner of Zhuanggu's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. In the next moment, his fingers moved delicately, as if casting some arcane spell. Instantly, the surrounding air began to compress rapidly, drawn by an invisible force. This process was swift as lightning, almost imperceptible. In the blink of an eye, the air in the corridor grew thin, coalescing into a small sphere that floated serenely before Yang. Here you go, Zhuanggu said with a smile, gently patting Yang on the shoulder before stepping back. Yang gazed at the air sphere, an unusual sensation stirring within him. He understood that this seemingly ordinary sphere contained immense energy. Just then, the resonance of Qi-yin surged, as if responding to the compressed air sphere. Initially, Qi-yin flickered slowly on Yang's index finger, forming a tiny flame. However, as time passed, the flame grew larger and more vigorous. Oh no! He thought Tianping's expression suddenly turned grave, as if he had realized something. Yet before he could articulate his concerns, the resonance of Qi-yin erupted violently. The compressed air ignited in an instant, becoming the finest accelerant. It appeared that a tacit symbiosis had formed between Qi Min and Qi Yin. The wind lent strength to the fire, and the fire amplified the wind's might. The once diminutive air sphere exploded, unleashing astonishing power. A colossal column of fire surged forth like a ferocious dragon, charging directly towards Tianping and Xiangwei. The force of this fire far surpassed the earlier low-grade distractions. Its impact potent enough to reduce anything in its path to ashes. Just as the two felt utterly helpless, an unexpected event transpired. A vortex suddenly manifested before them without warning. In the vortex's grasp, a tremendous energy began to coalesce, swirling like a tumultuous torrent within its palm. As the energy continued to gather, a massive energy vortex gradually took shape, its core pulsating with a brilliant crimson light. The moment this energy vortex met the fire column, an astonishing explosive force erupted forth. The blood-red radiance surged forth like a volcanic eruption, colliding fiercely with the roaring flames. In that instant, the fire's power seemed to be subdued by this overwhelming energy, gradually waning. Seeing this, Tianping's tension eased somewhat, while Xiangwei exhaled in relief. "Wow, Vortex, you've finally done something worthwhile," Xiangwei exclaimed excitedly. "From now on, I suppose I'll begrudgingly let you join us at the dining table." However, the Vortex had no inclination for jest. At this moment, his hands were enduring immense pressure, as if the searing flames were intent on melting his palms. "Please stop it, Rose." The power of the flame far exceeded what could be contained within the realm of the lamp. The voice of the vortex trembled, clearly on the verge of collapse. "Step aside." Before the words could fully escape his lips, the vortex suddenly twisted backward with great force, releasing the flame he had barely managed to suppress. The fire surged forth like a wild stallion, crashing through the wall, resembling a blazing meteor streaking across the sky, ultimately vanishing into the distant heavens. After accomplishing this feat, the vortex collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. At that moment, Wang Mian and Yu Gui, having rushed over, supported his body. "Are you all right?" Upon seeing this, the vortex managed a cheeky smile and said, reporting to the captain, "I have fulfilled my duty. I am just a bit drained." With that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At least, the vortex had not violated the rules. Before fainting, his realm remained constrained within the lamp. "However, Captain, that power we just witnessed could not possibly have originated from the lamp realm." The next moment, Wang Mian stood up and, lost in thought, declared Instructor Yuan, "No matter how one looks at it, that cannot be the power of the lamp realm. I request a revision of the rules. Chapter 31. You are Pool Realm. I shall engage you in Pool Realm, Yuan Instructor. That Yongin, is he actually Pool Realm?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang was rather taken aback. "Are you certain?" "Most likely." As soon as these words were uttered, the instructors in the monitoring room gasped in astonishment. A mere recruit possesses Pool Realm. Indeed, if I recall correctly, this young and only awakened in the God Ruins a little over a month ago. This individual is truly formidable. However, among the instructors, a few exchanged glances that betrayed their unease. "Damn it, this young'un will undoubtedly pose a threat to Lord Whisper's plans. If we cannot win him over, we must find a way to eliminate him before he grows stronger." In any case, those present harbored their own thoughts, though they concealed them well. Yuan Gang, meanwhile, rubbed his temples in contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he finally provided a response to the masked team. "No, we cannot allow one Pool Realm to turn all of you into Pool Realms. But what if we inadvertently lose to him?" The vortex, lying on the ground, weakly spoke up, its demeanor evoking a sense of familiarity in Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes. "How can you threaten me too?" After much inner turmoil, Yuan Gang declared, "Only Wang Mian and one other can be Pool Realm. As for who shall be that other, you may decide amongst yourselves." Upon receiving this answer, the corner of Yu Gui's mouth involuntarily curved upwards. "I was wondering why that stick-wielding fellow was so fierce. Turns out he is Pool Realm." "Captain, perhaps I should be that other person," Rose suggested at that moment. As he surveyed the group before him, Tianping suddenly noticed something peculiar. "Hey, Captain, aren't we supposed to act separately? How come you all are together?" Speaking of this, Wang Mian felt a surge of frustration. "Damn it, I was initially harvesting recruits on the second level with the Yuan, when suddenly a madman appeared, babbling strange words. Just as I was about to send this lunatic on his way, he lunged at me with a knife like a rabid dog. At this point, Wang Mian seemed to recall something distressing. Originally, he couldn't have bested me, but he fought desperately. What if I accidentally killed him? That would be a grave sin. So I chose to avoid confrontation. Along the way, I encountered Yu Gui. Is that so? Tian Ping pondered. And what about you, Yu Gui? How did it go on your end? I have my own grievances. This batch of recruits, especially that Lin Xie, seems to have a vendetta against me, charging at me with the Starblade. My invisibility was of no use. The moment I transformed into moonlight, he forced me out with divine might. After finally seizing an opening to kick him away, guess what happened? He ran away, exclaiming, "This is my escape route." And then, I ended up here. At this point, the members of the mass team began to exchange glances. A bold hypothesis emerged among them. Run, Captain, run. Given the circumstances, even the vortex should have caught on by now. Damn it, we have fallen into a trap. They have deliberately lured us here. However, it is already too late. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated, as if the very fabric of the world had been shaken. The floor where Wang Mian and his companion stood was instantly torn apart by a tremendous explosive force. Flames and thick smoke erupted, soaring skyward. The colossal shockwave resembled a ferocious beast, engulfing the entire dormitory building. Countless bombs detonated simultaneously at that moment, triggered by the meticulously arranged points set by Yang and exploding in a continuous chain reaction akin to a series of firecrackers. The explosive power of these devices was immense, shaking the entire dormitory building to its very core. Yang's plan was not merely to injure the mass team, but to execute a far more sinister scheme, to entomb them alive beneath the rubble. To this end, he had specifically affixed a portion of explosives to the foundation of the dormitory. Of course, Yang believed that the infamous mass team would not perish so easily. After all, there was still Wang Mian. His temporal marauder possessed the ability to reverse the timing of the explosives back to before detonation. However, achieving this would require an extraordinary amount of focus. Come on, Wang Mian. To save your teammates, unleash that technique. At this moment, Yang and his group had already relocated to an open space beside the dormitory, quietly reveling in the splendid display of fireworks. Ha! Young An, you are truly remarkable. This will surely give the mass team a run for their money. Shin Qingzhu laughed heartily, playfully patting Yang on the shoulder. Indeed, Brother Yang, I am genuinely impressed. The plump one chimed in. At that moment, smiles adorned the faces of the crowd, except for, "Gee, what troubles you?" No sooner had the words left their lips than countless sword auras began to emerge from the ruins of the collapsed dormitory. It's the Yuan. As a young master of the Bailey group, he was certainly aware of the forbidden object his family had bestowed. Yuan, what is that? It is a forbidden object given to Wang Mian by my family, Yuan. The faster the user wields the blade, the stronger the sword aura produced. Wang Mian's temporal marauder can accelerate his time, making him the perfect match for this forbidden object. In the next moment, the sword auras mercilessly tore through everything around them like a meat grinder. In an instant, the already fragmented dormitory was shredded into even finer particles, resembling sand and stone, instantly stirring up a cloud of dust. Gradually, as the smoke dissipated, there stood the 5 members of the mass team amidst it all. At the last moment, Wang Mian transcended his limitations, continuously reversing the surrounding structures, thus averting a tragic fate of being buried alive. Of course, during this process, Wang Mian also took the opportunity to rewind the vortex. Technically speaking, the mass team had already lost, but Yang had no desire to expose them. At this juncture, Wang Mian took the lead in addressing the one called Yang. "This is all you're doing, isn't it?" Yang bashfully scratched the back of his head and replied, "Oh, just a little trick, nothing to be taken seriously." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang charged forward, wielding a counterfeit golden cudgel, and confronted Captain Wang Mian. "Captain Wang, I seek your guidance." Meanwhile, the others engaged in fierce combat. Among them, Mo Li, with a serious expression, admonished by Li Pang, "You, a pampered heir, utterly incapable of even harming a chicken, should hide behind me. At that moment, Bai Li Pang felt a surge of emotion. Wow, she is truly impressive. In the instant he was momentarily distracted, he instinctively reached for his storage ring, free space. As the heir of the illustrious Bai Li group in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, I cannot always rely on others, he declared to Mo Li, his movements unwavering. Swiftly, he retrieved a golden longsword from free space and formed a sword gesture with his fingers. Transform into 3,000. In that fleeting moment, the golden longsword seemed to come alive, gracefully floating into the air. Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The sword multiplied before their eyes, transforming from 1 into 10, then 10 into 100. In no time, the sky was filled with countless identical golden longswords, densely packed like a golden rain of blades, leaving onlookers in awe. With a gentle incantation from Bai Li Pang, he exclaimed, "Fall!" The immense multitude of swords descended as if enchanted, cascading towards the members of the masked team like a torrential downpour. Vortex's expression shifted dramatically. What on earth? Where did this wealthy fool come from? Chapter 32. Full power. As the corpulent figure wielded the perilous artifact, one transformation into 3,000, chaos began to unfold. A deluge of golden sword rains surged toward the masked team. Mia Polotrex. With a disdainful snort, Tianping summoned his mental energy, channeling it throughout his being. Gravity reversed. No sooner had the words left his lips than the once mighty sword rain began to flow upwards, aimed directly at the rotund figure. Realizing the precarious situation, the figure quickly withdrew the mental energy infused in one transformation into 3,000, while a golden necklace radiated a brilliant light. Yao Guang's protective aura. Clang. The flying swords struck the shimmering barrier, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. Nearby, Morley could no longer contain herself, her broadsword gathering momentum for a swift strike. On another front, Wang Mian and Yang were locked in a fervent battle. Ah, Young An, it is now clear why you garner so much attention. As soon as the thought crossed Wang Mian's mind, his movements transformed into an extraordinary flurry, swift as lightning, as though he had pressed the fast-forward button. In an instant, an intensely formidable blade aura erupted from Yuan, roaring forth like a ferocious beast. Yet, Yang faced this overwhelming force without trepidation. The counterfeit golden rod in his grasp began to tremble slightly, arcs of electricity flickering across its surface. Captain Wang Mian, is it truly necessary to strike down a mere rookie? Yang's voice was calm and unhurried. If it were you, certainly. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the blade aura shot forth like a released arrow, slicing through the air with astonishing speed, emitting a sharp, crackling sound, akin to a ravenous predator lunging at its prey. At that critical moment, the counterfeit goldenrod in Yang's hand seemed to come alive, suddenly elongating. 1 inch shot forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly toward the blade aura. In an instant, the two forces collided mid-air, and even before they made contact, an intense clash of energies erupted. A cacophony of crackling sounds filled the air, resembling the collision of two immense powers, sparks flying from the end of the rod like a dazzling display of fireworks. However, the rod was not the genuine golden staff, and during this exchange, it began to bend ominously. Yang's gaze sharpened. He understood that if he continued on this path, he would inevitably suffer defeat. With a fierce glare, he stomped the ground with his feet like iron pillars, producing a thunderous sound. Then, summoning all his strength, he thrust the counterfeit golden rod upward. The blade aura whistled through the air, as if seeking to tear the very fabric of reality, exuding an overwhelming might that instilled fear. Following this, Yang brought the rod crashing down upon the ground, causing several fragments of stone to erupt. Bang! 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 He struck several times, hurling the debris toward Wang Mian. Witnessing this spectacle, a hint of disdain flickered at the corners of Wang Mian's mouth. What is this? Out of tricks, are we? Reduced to hurling stones in a fit of rage? Unperturbed, Wang Mian sidestepped with ease, effortlessly evading the incoming debris. Meanwhile, Yang wore a faint smile. Not at all. Captain Wang Mian, I have my ways. As soon as he spoke, Wang Mian's expression changed drastically. He sensed that the stones were inexplicably flying back towards him. In a hurry, he raised his sword to block, but at the very moment of contact, something even more astonishing occurred. The moment the fragments of stone met the blade, they inexplicably triggered an explosion of considerable magnitude. Ugh! Wang Mian let out a muffled grunt. What a cunning fellow. After a cloud of smoke cleared, Wang Mian spoke again. Realizing Yang possessed such formidable abilities, he decided to no longer hold back, activating temporal fury in full force. In an instant, Wang Mian's speed surged to over 5 times its normal rate. The England in his hand danced with such swiftness that afterimages trailed behind it, and a multitude of blade auras began to shoot forth. Faced with Wang Mian at full power, Yang remained utterly unfazed. On the contrary, a subtle smile curved the corners of his mouth. Finally, you've recklessly unleashed your divine prowess. Yang thought to himself with hidden delight. Gazing at the sea, activated once more, and a peculiar glow began to swirl gently in the depths of Yang's eyes. At the same time, 5 resonating chimes emanated from within him. Spiritual sight, spiritual hearing, spiritual touch, spiritual smell, spiritual taste. The 5 echoes began to intertwine. Spiritual taste is my own invention. In that moment, Yang's senses were vividly heightened. With all 5 senses pushed to their limits, he involuntarily birthed a 6th sense, spiritual perception. In an instant, the laws of time swirling around Wang Mian began to manifest in Yang's vision, gradually becoming clearer. For a moment, Yang even forgot that he was still engaged in battle with Wang Mian. Hey, what are you dazed about? Lin Xie cleaved through the incoming blade aura and stood protectively in front of Yang, and seeing Yang's lack of response. Lin Xie cursed inwardly, but did not hesitate for a moment, stepping forward resolutely to shield Yang. Now let me take over, Lin Xie shouted, unleashing his full power as his mortal realm divine domain surged to its peak at that instant. Unlike Yang's method of confronting the blade aura's head-on, Lin Xie's mortal realm divine domain endowed him with extraordinary insight and predictive ability. He could clearly observe every subtle movement of Wang Mian and even anticipate the direction of his next attack. The next strike will be a left slash. Just a second before the blade aura came crashing down, Lin Xie suddenly rolled to the right with lightning speed, narrowly evading the lethal blow. That was close, Lin Xie thought to himself, yet his face bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was filled with fighting spirit. Bring it on. In the ensuing moments, this bizarre scene unfolded repeatedly. Lin Xie seemed to have an advantage, deftly evading Wang Mian's attacks at the last possible moment, causing every one of Wang Mian's strikes to miss. This inevitably drew Wang Mian's attention to him. What is going on with this year's recruits? How is everyone so formidable? In an instant, Lin Xie's movements began to flicker like a specter beside Wang Mian. The speed was so astonishing that Wang Mian was left utterly speechless. However, I am in the pool realm, and you are not one who can defeat me. Just as the words left his mouth, Wang Mian, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly caught a glimpse of Lin Xie's true form amidst a flurry of afterimages. A smirk graced his lips, a cold smile. Let us see how you evade this strike. With his declaration, a fierce blade aura surged forth like a meteor, hurtling directly towards Lin Xie. The momentum of this blade was overwhelming, carrying an unparalleled might, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of space itself. Confronted with such a ferocious attack, Lin Xie had no choice but to halt, summoning all his strength to counter this blow. His hands gripped the starry blade tightly, his mental energy being mobilized to its utmost capacity. With unwavering conviction, Lin Xie swung forward to meet the impending blade aura. In that fleeting moment, the two forces collided with a cataclysmic roar that reverberated through the air. The violent impact sent Lin Xie's body reeling backward, his steps faltering as he staggered several paces before barely regaining his footing. Ugh, this forbidden object is truly troublesome. Fatty, this belongs to you. Do you have any solutions? Meanwhile, Fatty, suspended in midair with the aid of Yao Guang, exclaimed, "Wait, let me search for a forbidden object that can restrain him." With that, He began rummaging through the free space. Ah, found it. Tada! The binding scroll, accompanied by a dynamic and powerful melody. Wily Fatty produced a roll of yellow and black striped tape. Chapter 33. The sealing scroll upon witnessing the emergence of the forbidden object capable of subduing their captain. The members of the masked team felt an immediate tightening in their hearts. The balance. We cannot allow that chubby fellow to approach the captain, Vortex urgently exclaimed. Rest assured, I shall ensure that the little rotund one cannot even take flight, came the response. As the words were uttered, an immense gravitational force instantaneously enveloped the corpulent figure of Bailey. The unexpected pressure forced him to emit a muffled groan. Molly, now, at the critical moment of his descent, Bailey hurled the sealing scroll towards Molly with great force. Upon hearing Bailey's call, Molly did not hesitate. Having extricated herself from the entanglement with the moon ghost, she hurried towards the scroll, tried to escape. The moon ghost's gaze sharpened as he transformed into a beam of moonlight. When he reappeared, he stood behind Molly, brandishing a dagger that glinted with a chilling light. Be careful. Bailey's eyes widened in horror at the scene. However, the moon ghost's plan ultimately fell short. Another bubble flew towards him from behind. Shun Qingzhu, wearing his military cap backward and chewing gum with an air of disdain, regarded the moon ghost with contempt. You dare to toy with my teammate? In the next moment, just as the moon ghost was about to strike with his dagger, the bubble detonated explosively before him. Moreover, the bubble's power had been skillfully controlled, successfully repelling the moon ghost while the resulting gust propelled Molly forward, allowing her to secure the sealing scroll. I got it. Molly hoisted the katana onto her shoulder and began sprinting toward Lin Xie and the others. Oof. Once we have sealed away your forbidden object, let us see how you can prance about then, she mused inwardly. After a while, Yang began to grasp the nature of the temporal laws before him. Yet, he felt as though something was amiss. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed once more. Hey, you don't intend to ascend directly to divinity from the pool of realms, do you? Huh? What do you mean, Brother Yang? If you can successfully inscribe the law of time upon yourself, wouldn't you then possess the authority of a deity? So, give up. Does this mean I ultimately cannot seize the power of time? You can preserve the insights you've gained regarding the temporal laws for now. When you grow stronger, you may inscribe them onto yourself later. Alas, very well. But how do I preserve it? You know how. I know, wait. It seems I actually do know. Yang, a moment away from cursing, suddenly halted. A peculiar glow dissipated from Yang An's eyes, and his world seemed to return to normal, except for the half-moon that had emerged in the realm of his mind. When Yang An emerged from this state of near enlightenment, he found himself somewhat bewildered. How did it end up like this? He beheld Lin Xie, Bailey, Zhuai and Molly, all ensnared by the sealing scroll, resembling rice dumplings, while Chao Yuan had long since vanished, brandishing his blade and screaming as he charged into the distance. At that moment, Lin Xie cursed vehemently. Yang An, at a crucial moment, you faltered. Do you have any idea how many blows I endured to protect you? Behind him stood the imposing masked squad, with Xian Yuan sporting a mocking grin. Awake now? Your comrades have all been subdued by us. You should recognize the situation and act accordingly. With that, he kicked the sealing scroll to Yang An's feet. Truth be told, Yang An felt rather foolish. Indeed, he had merely approached this assessment with a casual mindset, believing that Lin Xie could hold his own against Wang Mian. He was unaware that their opponent had elevated their realm to the pool stage. Consequently, Lin Xie and his companions were no match. Alas, how naive I am, he thought, his eyes momentarily losing focus as he murmured to himself. What? Xian Yuan asked, cupping his ear as if he hadn't heard clearly. In the next moment, Yang An raised his head. Instantly, Wang Mian's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he prepared to draw his blade to block Xian Yuan, Yang An's replica golden cudgel soared through the air, with physical attributes already nearing the earth stage, and further enhanced by the blessing of the night goddess. Yang An's strength had reached an alarming level. The cudgel struck Xuan Yuan's face with tremendous force, sending him flying, and by the time he landed, the mask on his face was riddled with cracks. This is bad. Xuan Yuan's mask is about to shatter. However, something peculiar occurred. Under the activation of Yang An's clever object, Chuanyuan's mask merely fissured yet remained firmly affixed to his face. At that moment, Wang Mian's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, narrowed slightly. It seemed that this Yang An had grasped the true essence of the assessment. In the monitoring room, the instructors were oblivious to why Chuanyuan's mask remained on his face, attributing it to sheer luck. Except for Yuan Gong. He could perceive the extraordinary nature of Yang An. At this juncture, a fierce shout erupted from within the masked squad. Rose wielded a massive pink hammer that expanded dramatically, crashing down upon Yang An like a mountain. As the shadow of the hammer loomed over him, Yang An calmly uttered, hardening, vigorous growth. In the next instant, the cudgel in his hand elongated abruptly, bracing firmly against the descending hammer, rendering Rose's efforts futile. Seeing that Rose could not contend with him, Yang An was about to make his move when Wang Mian bellowed for everyone to attack simultaneously, urging them not to allow him any advantage. As he spoke, Moon Ghost once again vanished, his dagger poised menacingly at Yang An's nape. Upon noticing this, Yang An flashed a charming smile. That trick, I can replicate it too. In an instant, after a prolonged silence, a dream of Nank activated once more. Yang An swaggered in front of them, vanishing into thin air, causing Moon Ghost's dagger to lose its target. Damn, how many abilities does this kid possess? Stay calm. Everyone, gather around me. The remaining 4 members of the masked squad stood back to back, on high alert for even the slightest rustle in the surroundings. At that moment, Yang An abruptly materialized in midair, wielding the golden staff that radiated a crimson glow as if it had amassed boundless power. The staff target was none other than the Rose who had just attacked. The massive hammer in the Rose's grasp swelled in size, while the captain, at that instant, unleashed a flurry of blade light toward him. Witnessing this scene, the Moon Ghost could not suppress his laughter. This strike was formidable and unwavering. You could not evade it. Following this, the Rose would likely intercept the blow, and the captain's blade aura would inflict severe damage upon you. Such is the synergy among the members of the special squad. However, in the face of such circumstances, Yang An grinned once more. Hooked, Yang An mused inwardly. The next moment, he bellowed, seized the heart and soul. Consequently, the Moon Ghost, who had just been gleefully mocking Yang An, found himself mirroring Yang An's actions as he collided with the oncoming blade aura. Huh? What is happening to me? No. Don't. The Moon Ghost, caught off guard, brashly absorbed the blade aura with his face. His form was subsequently propelled backward, landing peacefully alongside the swirling vortex, with a deep gash etched across his mask. Chapter 34. Purely carnal battle at this moment. Only Wang Mian, Rose, and Tian Ping remained in the arena. They were well aware of Yang An's ever-changing abilities, which made him difficult to guard against. However, they reasoned that his mental energy could not possibly sustain such a wide array of powers. Thus, they concluded that their only viable strategy was to prolong the confrontation. If they could merely draw out the fight until Yang An's mental energy was depleted, they would surely discover a method to defeat him. Admittedly, this tactic felt somewhat humiliating. It was undeniably the most effective approach at present, for Yang An's mental energy was nearly exhausted, dwindling to less than 1/10 of its capacity. Rose couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Alas, to be reduced to employing such a strategy against a rookie. But what did it matter? A cat, whether black or white, is a good cat as long as it catches mice. Tian Ping consoled her by extending his hand and pressing it into the air, conjuring a gravitational field within the arena. While it would not impose any restrictions on their movements, it would allow them to pinpoint the invisible Yang and with precision based on the fluctuations of the gravitational field. There, following Tian Ping's direction, Wang Mian suddenly unleashed a blade of energy. Accompanied by a sharp, slicing sound that cleaved through the air, the attack hurtled towards Yang and at an astonishing speed. However, he merely sidestepped leisurely, evading the terrifying strike with ease. Oof, have I been discovered? Realizing that his concealment had been penetrated, Yang An boldly stepped into view, swaggering before them. Hey, I must say, esteemed seniors, is it fair for you to bully a rookie simply because you outnumber me? Mind your own business. Rose retorted with irritation. In any case, the masked team could never be defeated by you novices. Yang shook his head in resignation. At this moment, without resorting to the Madman ability, his mental energy was only sufficient for 2 uses of the 3-character echo or 3 uses of the 2-character echo. What to do? Yang pondered internally. To conserve mental energy, the borrowed golden staff had long since transformed into an unremarkable pile of rubble. Now, he had to meticulously calculate how to maximize the remaining opportunities to eliminate as many members of the masked team as possible. Which one should I target? The 3 members of the masked team could see that Yang was running out of options, and a sense of dark delight filled their hearts. Fortunately, there were not many rookies around to witness their humiliation. They could finally bring this to an end. With this thought, Rose was the first to strike. Kid, I see you have no mental energy left. How do you plan to fight us barehanded? Rose boasted, with a massive hammer in her hand. As large as a small building, she ruthlessly swung it down towards Yang blinked, his body flickering, and then he shot towards Tianping like an arrow released from a bow. From previous combat experiences, it was evident that Tianping's close-quarters combat abilities were inferior to those of Rose and Wang Mian. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate him first. Tianping was unperturbed. He had already assumed a position, eagerly awaiting Yang's approach. In Tianping's heart, he firmly believed that Yang's formidable physical prowess was the result of his divine cultivation. Now, stripped of both spiritual power and weaponry, how could he possibly contend against a member of a specialized squad like himself? Lost in such thoughts, Yang had already closed the distance between them. Tianping swung his blade in Yang's direction, only to discover he had merely struck at an illusion. In that fleeting moment, Tianping realized the gravity of his mistake. Allowing Yang to approach was undoubtedly the most foolish decision of his life. By the time he regained his composure, it was far too late. Yang's leg, propelled by a fierce gust, was poised to strike him in the lower back. Do not harm my team member. With that exclamation, Wang Mian's movements accelerated dramatically. In an instant, he appeared beside Yang, swinging his sword in an attempt to force Yang back. Yet, to his astonishment, Yang, like a madman, showed no intention of retracting his leg, as if he were determined to inflict damage on Tianping at any cost. What the hell? Do I have a grudge against you? Tianping's eyes widened as he stared at the approaching Yang, and Wang Mian, too, was filled with alarm. Withdraw your leg. If that blade falls, your leg will be ruined. Nevertheless, Yang revealed a chilling smile, sending shivers down the spines of those present. In the next moment, 2 anguished cries pierced the air. Ah, my lower back. Ah, my mask. A shocking scene unfolded before them. The slash intended for Yang and had miraculously struck Rose instead. I heard the echo of framing. Thus, Tianping's lower back was severely injured, sending him flying alongside the unfortunate Yuema and Xuanhua. Rose, however, sustained no harm, only having her mask severed, which she desperately clutched to prevent it from falling. Miss Rose, I believe it is time for you to withdraw. Aware of her elimination, Rose could only emit a soft groan, her face etched with resentment as she lay beside Xuanhua. After all this transpired, Yang turned his gaze toward Wang Mian. The 2 shared a prolonged stare. Finally, Yang feigned a high-pitched voice, mimicking Wang Mian's earlier words. Do not harm my team member. Wang Mian retorted. Do you have some sort of ailment? Unbeknownst to Yang, the face beneath Wang Mian's mask had flushed with embarrassment, for he genuinely had no retort. Both Yuema and Rose had been eliminated due to their own injuries inflicted by his strike, which only fueled Wang Mian's frustration. Kid, if you have the guts, stand there and don't move. I'll make sure you don't survive. At that moment, Yang suddenly spoke. Captain Wang Mian, how about this? Let us engage in a true martial arts contest, devoid of any divine tools or restrictions. What do you say? Upon hearing such a proposal, Wang Mian could not suppress his laughter. Why on earth would you think I would agree to that? You lack spiritual power, while I possess it. You have no divine tools, yet I do. Why would I relinquish my advantage? Kid, never foolishly assume you can negotiate with an enemy. You still have much to learn. Yet Yang calmly shook his head. Captain Wang Mian, I understand that principle. Thus, I am not negotiating terms with you. With that, a crisp snap of fingers echoed. A resounding chime resonated from within Yang. The breaking all laws ability activated. The smile on Wang Mian's face abruptly vanished. What's happening? I can no longer sense my divine ruins, not even the eagle kite. You little brat. Wang Mian's eyes narrowed beneath the mask. Fisating intently on Yang An. In an instant, he severed my control over my own divine ruins. This is something even the town ruin monument cannot achieve. Can the authority granted by the divine reach such a level? Wang Mian pondered inwardly. He understood the magnitude of the upheaval this ability would incite. It would herald a new era. Contemplating this, Wang Mian declared, "All right, I accept your terms." This action was not merely for his pride, but rather to create an illusion for the instructor's monitoring from the control room, that he was not reliant on the divine ruins and that it had nothing to do with Yang'an. It was a protective measure, for no organization is ever a solid fortress, not even the Night Watch. At that moment, a fierce wind swept through. Yang'an placed one foot upon the discarded bricks, slowly bending down to retrieve the dagger belonging to the multifaceted Yang'an. The strong gust lifted the tattered remnants of his military training uniform. Chapter 35. We always have one more person than you, the once proud dormitory building, now reduced to ruins, resembled the carcass of a colossal beast. Yang'an stood atop the head of this monstrous entity, gazing down at Wang Mian. The exposed steel framework glimmered a cold gray under the moonlight as Wang Mian slowly drew forth his weapon, the Yuan. In an instant, their blades clashed, igniting a shower of sparks between them. Remarkably, Yang'an, wielding his short knife with formidable strength, managed to withstand the force of the Yuan's strike. The blade trembled, transmitting its violent energy to Wang Mian's shoulder. In that moment, Wang Mian understood that in his current state, defeating Yang'an required finesse rather than brute force. Yet, Yang'an's onslaught was far from over. His short knife moved with the swiftness of lightning, grazing past Wang Mian's ear. The resulting gust akin to a vicious whip that lashed against his face, leaving a stinging sensation. Nevertheless, Wang Mian, as the captain of the 4th Special Squad, had weathered countless battles. Though the speed of the attack was staggering, it posed no real threat to him. As the knife brushed past his ear, Wang Mian's reflexes were as rapid as a flash. He pivoted, his combat boot grinding against the shards of glass scattered on the ground, launching a kick towards Yang'an's chest. The kick sent a multitude of glass fragments soaring like a surging tide, hurtling directly at Yang'an's face. Seeing this, Yang'an did not dare to hesitate. He flickered like a phantom, leaping agilely to narrowly evade the fatal blow. Though he escaped the kick, several shards still grazed his visage. Upon landing, Yang'an swiftly pressed forward, his movements fluid and seamless. He feigned an attack towards Wang Mian's throat with his left hand, while simultaneously driving his elbow into Wang Mian's side. Yet, Wang Mian did not shy away from the blow. He twisted his waist, absorbing the impact in a calculated exchange of injuries. As a searing pain coursed through him, he cursed inwardly. This kid, he strikes with such ferocity. In the same breath, Wang Mian's right hand wielded Yuan, which descended like a coiled tiger, striking with thunderous force towards Yang'an's wrist. A sharp clang echoed as metal met metal, the two weapons colliding against their chests, sending sparks flying. Realizing that he was at a disadvantage in this fierce engagement, Yang'an promptly decided to create distance and bide his time. The collapsed dormitory's steel framework groaned under pressure, emitting a disconcerting sound. Suddenly, he delivered a powerful kick to a nearby pile of rubble. The resounding crash sent debris scattering in all directions, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of dust, obscuring both Yang'an and Wang Mian from sight. Within this chaotic haze, visibility plummeted to near zero, severely hampering their line of sight. Yet, Wang Mian remained composed, his grip tightening around Yuan, the sharp blade trembling slightly in response to its master's palpable tension. He remained vigilant, every nerve in his body taut and alert, unwilling to afford even the slightest lapse in focus. At that moment, a shadow suddenly surged forth from the smoke like a bolt of lightning, its speed astonishing. This shadow lunged at Wang Mian from an eerie angle, its ferocity catching him completely off guard. Startled, Wang Mian reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly sidestepping to narrowly evade the lethal strike. This sensation is the moon demon. Wang Mian gazed at Yang and with a hint of astonishment. Realizing that he could discern the unique style and assassination techniques of the moon demon within Yang's attack. Could this lad's talent truly be so extraordinary? Merely observing the moon demon's moves a few times allowed him to master such lethal arts? Wang Mian marveled internally. However, despite the turmoil raging within him, he maintained an outward demeanor of calm composure. As Yang En and Wang Mian crossed paths, Yang En fluidly threw his knife with his left hand while seamlessly catching it with his right. The blade sliced through the air, tracing several silver arcs as it advanced toward Wang Mian. Wang Mian's expression shifted slightly, revealing a flicker of surprise. It appeared that Yang En possessed not only unpredictable skills, but also commendable physical prowess. In close quarters, the long knife, Yuan, was less than advantageous. Nevertheless, Wang Mian hoisted onto his shoulder, pivoting his body around his waist to execute the Night Battle 8 Directions blade concealment technique. Caught off guard by such a fierce onslaught, Yang En found the tip of Yuan grazing his visage, leaving a crimson line of blood. Damn it, Captain Wang Mian, are you deliberately aiming for my face? Wang Mian refrained from retorting as he was still plagued by a burning pain in his lower back. Unable to communicate further, the two resumed their fierce combat. In the command room, the chief instructor remarked, I fear this Yang may be difficult to train. Indeed, this lad was nothing short of a monster, initially hiding his true abilities and avoiding a direct confrontation with the masked team. Later, he had gathered all high-risk agents and the young masters of the Guangxin group to ambush the masked team thoroughly. Were it not for the last-minute adjustments that lowered the masked team's level to the pool realm, they might have been thoroughly defeated by this group of newcomers, which attests to his tactical acumen. As for his strength, the instructors gazed at the dormitory building, now reduced to rubble, lost in contemplation. At the peak of his mental prowess, he had effortlessly obliterated the masked team's vortex, and with his divine skills, he had single-handedly taken down 4 foes, eliminating 3 of them. Now, he was evenly matched with Wang Mian in pure martial prowess. Yuan Gang exhaled gently, secretly adding another note in his mind. The mere fact that he had successfully threatened the chief instructor was absurd. Reflecting on it now, it was utterly ridiculous. Where on earth did the base acquire tactical nuclear weapons? How could I, such a fool, have believed he possessed them? I wonder how that old rogue Xiao Pinga managed to laugh so smugly before I became chief instructor. It seems he had already conspired with Chun Mai. Yuan Gang was well aware of the relationship between Xiao Pinga and Chun Mai. In the realm of black and white, the agents known as the Twin Stars once flourished. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to many, when they were basking in their glory, Chun Mai unexpectedly requested a transfer from the capital, finding himself instead in Songnan. As these thoughts lingered, the monitors displayed the fierce battle between the two, now nearing its conclusion. Both warriors lay breathless upon the ground, their bodies marred by a multitude of small wounds. Captain Wang Mian, I suppose we can consider this a draw. Barely, one murmured. Dream on. You haven't even removed your mask yet. We are the victors, came the retort. At that moment, Yang erupted into a fit of peculiar laughter. Hey. Captain Wang Mian, I had intended to spare you some dignity, but have you forgotten? Among the new recruits, there are 3 exceedingly dangerous ones. Ha! What? Yang's laughter pierced through Wang Mian's mind like a steel blade, momentarily short-circuiting his thoughts. Are you referring to the lunatic who fled as soon as the fight began? Yang offered no reply, his eerie laughter only growing closer to Wang Mian. Hey, Yang An, speak up. Stop laughing. It's giving me a headache. I'm not laughing. Don't lie. Then how do you explain this hee? How did it come to be? With a look of dread, Wang Mian slowly turned his head, only to be met by a grotesque visage, a terrifying smile stretching across its mouth. Chao Yuan. By the heavens. Wang Mian's scream reverberated throughout the night sky. Chapter 36. Chao Yuan's chastity belt. The instructor stood in perfect formation on the training platform, casting a sweeping gaze over the newly assembled recruits. You have utterly disappointed me. How many of you are still standing at the end of this competition? Huh? 239 individuals were completely overwhelmed by just 5. In the end, none of you managed to unmask a single member of the opposing team. With such skills, how dare you claim you're not novices? All the recruits lowered their heads in shame, for the truth was undeniable. Nearly half of them had been eliminated in the initial skirmish and during the ambush by the masked team. Only a scant few had managed to break free from the encirclement. As for the fate of the remaining individuals, they were left in the dark. In stark contrast, Lin Xie and his companions displayed a remarkable array of expressions. They felt both the elation of having ultimately defeated the entire masked team and the humiliation of having been captured shortly after a direct confrontation. Ensnared by their own comrades' sealing scroll, the sense of embarrassment weighed particularly heavily on Brother Zhuai. At the onset of the battle, he had confidently proclaimed his intention to vanquish them. Yet the reality of facing the masked team revealed the stark disparity in their abilities. In the end, it was Yang and who stood alone, valiantly fighting against the entire masked team. It was then that he truly recognized the formidable nature of his roommate. Noticing Shen Qingzhu appeared somewhat dejected, Yang quietly approached to offer solace. Come now, Brother Zhuai, do not dwell on it too much. In truth, from the very first ambush we launched against them, they were already defeated. At this, Shen Qingzhu lifted his gaze to cast a sidelong glance at him. How was he thinking of anything else? Seeing Brother Zhuai's prideful demeanor, Yang could not help but chuckle softly. Indeed, our Brother Zhuai is the strongest. With a long sigh, Shen Qingzhu turned away. Only after a moment did he softly inquire, "What did you mean by that? Do you remember our blood-pumping combination technique?" Yang began. "Yes, it was quite powerful. What about it?" After we executed that move, the one called Vortex was already down. However, in the final battle, he was back to full vigor, and when we blew up the dormitory building, the floor they occupied remained completely intact. You mean precisely. The masked team we faced was no longer the same as what Instructor Yuan described. They had transcended to the pool realm. Yang's eyes fixed on Yuan Gang, sending a chill down his spine. They're at least at the pool realm. The pool realm. Goodness. I can't believe that head instructor with his thick brows and large eyes would resort to such underhanded tactics. I must have a serious word with him. As Yang En and the others turned their gazes towards him, Yuan Gang couldn't help but tremble. Memories of earlier events flooded back to him. That kid, what does he intend to do? It seemed he was about to remove Wang Mian's mask. Quick, stop that fool. At least Yang En has the sense not to remove their masks. He could manage to fool them. If Chao Yuan truly takes Wang Mian's mask, it would be a disaster. At that moment, Wang Mian was in excruciating pain, unable to move a muscle. Even if he summoned all his strength to his legs, he remained utterly still. There is no time. Alas, in the face of adversity, I resolved to cast aside my pride. When the new recruits inquired, I would simply claim ignorance. It was unthinkable to deny them their training. At that moment, a sudden cough emanated from the microphone in the monitoring room. Hey, instructors, do you wish to prevent Chao Yuan from removing Wang Mian's mask? Came Yang En's mischievous voice. Quick, stop him. We will comply with any demands. All right then, Yang En replied, awkwardly extending a finger to form an odd gesture. A glimmer of the madman's conviction leaked forth, and it was this faint hope that empowered Yang En to activate tracking. In an instant, the sealing scroll that had previously ensnared Lin Xie and the others seemed to come alive, soaring directly towards Chao Yuan. Initially startled by the unexpected commotion, Chao Yuan attempted to retreat, but the scroll had already made contact with him, causing a portion of the oppressive malevolence to dissipate. A flicker of clarity emerged in his crimson eyes. Gao Duan, do not resist. Trust me. Yang En showed that, urging Chao Yuan's dwindling rationality to take one last decisive action, to cast down his weapon. Subsequently, the chastity belt reactivated, binding Chao Yuan securely once more. Beside him, Wang Mian observed the scene with a complex expression. I thought you mentioned that the absence of the divine ruins was due to your depletion of spiritual power. Wang Mian remarked with a hint of melancholy beside Yang En. In response, Yang En offered an awkward smile. Heh, it seems I truly have none left. Returning to the present, Yuan Gang continued his discourse on the martial platform. The mass team has suppressed their realms to match yours. Each one of them, brimming with confidence before the fight, inquires whether victory is within reach. Yes, Yuan Gang paused briefly before continuing. What nonsense! However, among you, there exists one individual who has demonstrated exceptional prowess. He managed to confront the fierce onslaught of 5 members of the mass team alone and survive this intense battle. Although he ultimately failed to unveil his opponent's mask, he has unequivocally exemplified what true strength is and what it means to be a prodigy. I am not one to go back on my word. Since he has thoroughly proven his capabilities, he shall no longer partake in the upcoming training sessions. Instead, he will assume the role of an instructor to guide and train you. Yuan Gang's proclamation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, igniting a fervent uproar. The audience erupted in animated chatter, exchanging whispers and speculating about this unforeseen decision with astonishment and confusion. Who on earth is it? Transitioning from recruit to instructor in an instant? I have no idea. It must be that Seraph's agent. Not necessarily. It could be someone from a high-risk background. Hey, do you recall that individual who, upon awakening, could slay the mysterious deity of the Chuan realm? It might just be possible. Speculations abounded regarding the identity of this individual, with the exception of Lin Xie and his companions. TSK, look at this fellow, suddenly becoming an instructor. This feeling is more unbearable than death. Lin Xie silently raged within, struggling to accept this harsh reality. Nevertheless, despite his discontent, Lin Xie did not emerge from this ordeal entirely empty-handed. In the midst of this fierce battle, the divine aura emanating from Wang Mian unexpectedly yielded remarkable results. This aura not only invigorated the night goddess Nyx, accelerating her healing progress to an astonishing 50%, but it also caused the second door within the asylum to begin radiating a brilliant light. Lin Xie could envision that it would not be long before Nyx would reunite with her neighbor. This news was undoubtedly exhilarating, for it indicated that he would acquire an additional means of offense, and he even felt confident that he could surpass Yang and in the variety of skills. Oh, praise the god of unfathomable. However, at this moment, Lin Xie had no time to venture into the asylum to extract skills. Although he did not comprehend why Yang and had repeatedly insisted that he must wait for his arrival before extracting skills, out of trust for Yang, Lin Xie resolved to heed his advice and temporarily suppress his anticipation. Chapter 37. Under surveillance within the confines of the divine asylum, Lin Xie and Yang stood transfixed before a colossal wheel. Now, let us commence the extraction of your abilities, Yang remarked to Lin Xie. Agreed. Lin Xie nodded, his hand gently making contact with the wheel's surface. The immense stone-carved wheel exuded an aura of antiquity and sanctity, while Lin Xie's gaze remained fixed on the ever-evolving pointer. In contrast, Yang was markedly more at ease, for he was confident that Lin Xie would draw from the crucial god ruin known as the Abyssal God Ruin. This signified the divine's absolute dominion over the laws, embodying the primordial power of the goddess of night. The Abyssal God Ruin would play an indispensable role in Lin Xie's subsequent growth. As for Yang's presence here, it was, of course, to ascertain if there were any opportunities to seize. Following his encounter with Wang Mian, he realized that God Ruins were not beyond replication. However, to replicate them, one must inscribe the entirety of the law. Yet his own body could not bear the direct imprint of the inscribed law. Thus, he opted to preserve it within the realm of Terminus, awaiting the day when he would possess sufficient strength to ascend using the laws he had pilfered. Regrettably, the temporal law he had inscribed from Wang Mian was incomplete, for its vastness was such that even Kronos could not fully encompass it. However, the Abyssal God Ruin was a different matter altogether. The law of night was monopolized by Nyx, granting him the potential to acquire the complete law of darkness from this source. After all, the realm of Terminus should not be solely adorned with a sun of ochre hue. It must also embrace the vastness of the starry sky. As the pointer gradually decelerated, it ultimately came to rest upon the Abyssal God Ruin, prompting Lin Xie to exhale a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not a transcendent birth. Just as Yang eagerly anticipated Lin Xie revealing his newly acquired abilities, Nyx unexpectedly emerged from the side. Her steps were light and graceful, as if the entire world held its breath at her arrival. Nyx approached Lin Xie, extending her hand gently to rest upon his shoulder. Danes, your brother has yet to receive his reward. Do not be impatient. Her voice was akin to celestial music, both tender and melodious. Her gaze shifted to Yong'an, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Hypnos, you two are included. This pronouncement struck Yong'an's heart with the precision of an arrow, piercing the softest recesses of his being. He stared, wide-eyed and incredulous, at Nyx, scarcely believing the words he had just heard. I am included? His voice quivered with anticipation. Nyx smiled and nodded, a glimmer of affection in her eyes. Of course, you're also my child. Her tone was so assured that Yong'an's doubts evaporated instantaneously. At that moment, a gigantic wheel identical to Lin Xie's materialized before Yong'an. The wheel began to rotate slowly, its images and inscriptions flashing rapidly before his eyes. However, Yong'an's attention was entirely diverted from the roulette before him. His gaze remained fixed on Nyx, his heart brimming with emotion and joy. I am too. Yes, I am also your child. In this moment, Yong'an sincerely regarded Nyx as his second mother, a figure akin to the hard-working woman from Sangnan City. In the distance, Lin Xie's aunt seemed to share an unspoken connection, casting a glance toward the horizon. The roulette in front of Yong'an gradually came to a halt. This is Knight Satin Tailor? Yong'an did not recall this ability appearing in the original work, but upon seeing the relevant description of this skill, he suddenly comprehended its essence. Knight Satin Tailor allows one to weave the starry sky into garments. The clothing crafted possesses a texture reminiscent of flowing starlight, with the most distinctive feature being that the garments act like a portal, lacking physical form. The wearer can even don the attire and disappear from view. Yong'an's expression shifted to one of mild perplexity. This sounds akin to grinding indestructible into powder and evenly applying it to clothing. It is widely known that indestructible guarantees the user's survival, yet the injured area is enveloped in a layer of starlight, which, like a portal, lacks substance and leads elsewhere. Yong'an's brows arched in realization. Yes, this must surely be a manifestation of indestructible, pulverized, and uniformly applied to fabric. Since this thought took root, Yong'an's gaze towards Nyx grew somewhat peculiar, particularly when he beheld her dress of night hues. Incidentally, Nyx's attire was also crafted using this ability. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xie remained oblivious to Yong'an's odd demeanor, chattering away, wow. Your ability seems incredibly impressive. What if? I already knew how. Impossible. You're just a newbie. If you could do that, I'd eat upside down. With that, Yong'an instantaneously disassembled his right hand using dissociation. Gazing at the dark hue enveloping his wrist, Lin Xie was taken aback. As doubt crept in, he cautiously moved his hand closer to Yong'an's wrist, only to be met with an even more astonishing sight. Lin Xie's palm traversed through Yong'an's wrist, and as he delved deeper, his entire arm vanished within Yong'an's wrist. No, this is too bizarre. Unable to bear the strangeness, Li Yifei turned away, suppressing his nausea. The next day, Yuan Gang summoned Yang to the conference room alone. Speak up, kid. I've already made you an instructor. What else do you desire? Looking at Yuan Gang before him, Yang grinned. Instructor Yuan, let me pose a question. Do you think there are any spies among the new recruits? Are you suggesting? But that's impossible. Every night watchman is seasoned. I know their backgrounds inside and out. Instructor Yuan, you may be unaware that one of the ancient deity's agents from the cult of the ancient gods, known as Whisper, possesses the extraordinary ability to completely brainwash individuals. Most of his followers have been acquired in this manner. He has specifically targeted the instructors of this new recruit training, all seasoned veterans of the Night Watch, ensuring that no one would question their presence. Thus, it becomes more plausible for them to infiltrate. Yuan Gang replied, pausing for a moment before continuing to Yang. Do you have any thoughts on this matter? Of course. Yang responded confidently. Not only can I identify the spies lurking here, but I can also dispel their hypnosis. However, Whisper is unaware of this, nor is the cult of the ancient gods. My suggestion is to cast a long line and catch a big fish. Seeing Yang and so self-assured, Yuan Gang nodded appreciatively. Very well. Since you have a plan, we shall follow your lead. Make some time to find Captain Wong. He has something to discuss with you. Captain Wong? Where is he? On the training platform. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yang rose and made his way toward the training platform. Yuan Gang watched as Yang gradually distanced himself, feeling a profound sense of pride. This is indeed the future of our great Xia. Captain Wong, you summoned me? Ah, you've arrived. At that moment, Wang Mian was not wearing his mask. His slightly refined features regarded Yang and with curiosity. What are you staring at? Yang asked, instinctively placing a hand over his chest in caution. I am simply observing how remarkable you are, having attracted the attention of such prominent figures. Prominent figures? Who? Kronos. No. Say that again. Who? Yangen's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 38. The Agent of the God of Time Before Long. Wang Mian languidly extracted a green turtle children's watch from his pocket. He then placed it on Yangen's wrist, leaving Yangen utterly perplexed. Captain Wang Mian, what on earth are you doing? Are you attempting to bribe me with a green turtle watch? What official could possibly resist such a bribe? A glimmer of cunning flickered in Wang Mian's eyes. Oh, you might not be as impervious to this kind of enticement as you think. As soon as Wang Mian's words fell, an invisible wave of temporal energy radiated from the green turtle watch. Yang found himself momentarily stunned. Wang Mian continued to elucidate. This is a token from Kronos, the god of time, signifying your acknowledgement as his demigod agent. From this moment forth, you shall share in the powers of the Time Marauder. This proclamation stirred a tempest of emotions within Yang's heart, akin to a colossal stone crashing into tranquil waters. He could not fathom why this unfamiliar Kronos would take such a step, and the implications of this bribe sparked a renewed awareness of his past. The great sage Nyx and Kronos, these were the gods Yang had encountered thus far, yet curiously, they all seemed to shower him with undue favor. Suppressing his impulse to lash out, Yang continued to ponder. Logically, they should not have known him, and thus there could be no connection between them. Yet, the current circumstances suggested otherwise. The progression of reality had once again diverged from the original narrative he was familiar with. The last time such a deviation occurred was when Qingyu was brought before him, raising the question, what did these two discrepancies in the plot signify? Could it be that there are other traversers in the world of slaying gods besides myself? Or perhaps, Yang entertained a bold and unsettling hypothesis. Maybe, just maybe, not only he, but also the seemingly simple-minded companion of Qingyu was not the first Yang in this realm. Were we all creations of perpetual existence? However, this audacious notion lacked any substantiation, and no one could provide him with answers. Thus, Yang could only suppress his burgeoning questions and await further developments. Noticing Yang's prolonged silence, Wang Mian inquired with concern, "What is it?" "Oh, it's nothing, just lost in thought," Yang replied. Accepting this response, Wang Mian did not dwell on it, but instead took a deep breath and said, "In any case, this is how it stands. We must perform well in the base. We have received new assignments from above. As for your earlier decision not to let Xiao Yuan remove my mask, I owe you a favor." With that, Wang Mian turned to leave, but was suddenly halted by Yang's voice. "What is this? Feeling sentimental? Reluctant to part?" "Of course not," Wang Mian retorted. "You gifted me a green turtle watch. I should at least return the gesture." With that, Yang pulled out an exquisite gift box that appeared to be quite valuable. "Here, a genuine Rolex Submariner. Wear it well. In the future, do avoid counterfeit goods." Wang Mian's expression darkened, and he immediately questioned, "Where did you acquire the funds for a Rolex?" For my new player benefits." "New player benefits? During my time in the military, why was there none?" I see. It must have been that greedy fellow, Yuan Gang, with his prominent eyebrows and bright eyes. In the afternoon, the new recruits gathered once more at the training platform to bid farewell to the mass team. "Novices, we are departing. We shall return to wish you a happy new year," exclaimed Xin Yuan, waving his arms while hanging onto the helicopter's edge. Inside the aircraft, Rose witnessed this embarrassing display and frowned. Without hesitation, she delivered a kick to his rear before shutting the cabin door. "Hey, what is the meaning of this? I haven't boarded yet." Brothers, he has been left behind. Let us take our revenge. Indeed, those with grievances shall have their revenge. Those without shall kick a few times to ward off misfortune. Yang silently gazed at the helicopter as it receded into the distance, quietly sending a message to Wang Mian to be cautious during the mission, hoping he would return safely. The corner of Wang Mian's mouth curved slightly beneath his mask. After the farewell, Yuan Gang once again took to the training platform. All right, the mass team has departed. Now it is your training time. Allow me to briefly outline the forthcoming training regimen. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie and the others instantly adopted a serious demeanor, while Yang, brimming with excitement, had already joined the instructor team on stage. First, our training will be divided into two parts. The first part will consist of pure physical training. We will utilize a forbidden substance to suppress your abilities, rendering you akin to ordinary individuals, after which you will undergo extensive physical training and evaluations. During this period, we will employ various methods to hone and torment you. Can you endure? Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Excellent. Novices, cherish your remaining moments of bliss. True training commences tomorrow. Dismissed. Afterward, the recruits turned back with forlorn expressions towards the dormitory building, which had been reduced to mere rubble. Who could fathom how they had spent the previous night outdoors on the vast lawn? The sounds of grinding teeth and snoring had echoed throughout the night. Damn it. This morning, I awoke to a cacophony of howls, startling me awake, lamented one new recruit. Now, they stood uncertain of where to go after being dismissed. However, at that moment, Yang, clad in instructor attire, approached the ruins. With both hands clasped, he shouted, "Original object, ingenious object, 3 rooms, and a hall technique." In an instant, a massive boulder rose from the ground and, under an unknown force, was painstakingly sculpted into a habitable form. Yet, the stone structure was limited to nearly 20 rooms, resembling the previous dormitory building. Then, Yang raised his arm and declared, "There are only 20 rooms. First come, first served. Let the fortunate ones claim them." "Wow, brothers, there are rooms available," exclaimed one recruit. "I don't care. I must secure a room today," said another, who was swollen and covered in mosquito bites, resembling a Michelin tire. "What's the deal with your room, buddy?" Yang chuckled and continued. "The starting bid for each room is 200 yuan per night. The highest bidder wins." 200? Is this an auction? Why don't you just steal it? Yang raised an eyebrow and then pointed at him, exclaiming, "Ah, my friend, you make a valid point. The room price is now 300 yuan per night." As the room rate swiftly escalated to 300 under the scrutiny of others, the man fell silent, intimidated. However, among the crowd, Bai Li, plump and jovial, wore a grateful expression, exclaiming, "Ah, Brother Yang is so generous, even offering us a place to stay. You are too kind." Offering? My friend, have you been bitten by a mosquito on the brain to utter such absurdity? In response to this remark, Bai Li chuckled heartily. Isn't a starting bid of 300 per night essentially a gift? Especially meant for me. At that moment, someone nearby discreetly nudged him, saying, "Hey, brother, don't argue with him. He is the young master of the Guangshan Bailey Group. Technically, he could indeed monopolize all the rooms here." Really? Chapter 39. My brother is different. I offer 500. Don't compete with me. I'll raise it to 600. I'll add another 100. The lawn was abuzz with voices as a number of financially capable recruits eagerly raised their hands. The reason was simple. They could no longer bear the thought of spending another night outdoors. The weather was sweltering, a season rife with the proliferation of mosquitoes. And the unfortunate fate of the Michelin man was merely the beginning. Many more would soon fall prey to the bites of these pests. Furthermore, physical training was set to commence the following day, and insufficient rest would only escalate the difficulty of the upcoming regimen. Even putting aside these concerns, the prospect of securing a room from Yang, and with a sum of money, was, in essence, an investment not only in a physical space, but also in a relationship with Yang and himself. Whether it was seeking leniency during training or gaining a semblance of familiarity with this influential figure outside the training camp, the benefits were undeniable. Of course, this line of thinking was shared only by a select few astute recruits. The majority were simply fixated on acquiring the room. Among these, however, The arrogant brother, Zhai, had already distanced himself with his entourage. Their financial constraints rendered them unable to participate in the bidding. And brother Zhai's pride would never allow him to humbly request a room from Yong'an. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Yong'an, since you are capable of constructing such a shelter, why not put in the effort to rebuild a dormitory for everyone? Consider it a contribution to the community. This suggestion was met with widespread agreement. Exactly. We're all in the same cohort. Why should you charge for a shelter? It's as if you're hoarding money. The uproar grew louder, and Yong'an furrowed his brow before breaking into a knowing smile. Observing Yong'an's demeanor, the crowd interpreted it as a sign of concession. What is all this fuss about Yong'an being so impressive? With just a little nudge, he's bound to yield, the initial instigator thought to himself. Meanwhile, those who held investment aspirations regarding Yong'an did not join in the ruckus, opting instead for a more cautious approach. Their philosophy was simple. I want to provoke you, but I aim to benefit from you. Once I've reaped the rewards, you cannot fault me. After all, constructing shelters isn't something I'm forcing upon you. As everyone awaited Yong'an to showcase his prowess in building the shelter, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, a long staff materialized in Yong'an's grasp, its imposing aura rendering the onlookers breathless. Have you all misunderstood something? I am an instructor. Wilderness survival is an essential part of your curriculum. This room is not owed to you. With that, the staff in his hand radiated a brilliant light. Yong'an swung the staff with great force, delivering a thunderous blow upon the rocky shelter, causing intricate fissures to spread across its surface. Boom! In an instant, the structure collapsed, unleashing a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. If you're not going to build it, then don't. Is it really necessary to go this far? Yet, Yong'an's calm voice resonated through the air. It is not that I have neglected you. Originally, you still had a chance. As for now, seek out that remarkable individual. What? Just as he was about to finish his sentence, the person beside him abruptly launched a kick into his side. Good heavens! I was just about to reach that room. Why must you speak out? The Michelin tire man roared. That kick was akin to the spark that ignites a powder keg. Instantly, a brawl erupted on the playground against those few individuals. Yong'an, observing from the side, couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, humanity! When one's interests are untouched, they remain aloof and high above. Yet, once their own interests are infringed upon, even the pursuit of greater benefits for all can provoke immense fury." Beside him, Lin Xie helplessly remarked, "Isn't this all you're doing?" You've caught me," Yong'an admitted. Subsequently, he gathered Lin Xie, Pang Pang, and others and made their way to the instructor's dormitory. All right, no one should suffer at the expense of our brothers. After saying this, Yong'an's mental energy surged once more. The four resonances of original object, mugwort, frantic, growth, clever object began to echo within him. A resounding roar filled the air as a building, nearly identical to the previous dormitory, rose from the ground. However, Lin Xie found himself at a loss for words. Wait, if you can reconstruct the dormitory, then what was the purpose of that cave dwelling you built earlier? Were you simply trying to incite a conflict between them? Gazing at Lin Xie's piercing gaze, Yong'an felt bewildered. Why is this kid staring at me? Does he yearn for a surge of fraternal affection? After completing this task, Yong'an turned to the others, saying, "All right, you all go ahead and choose your beds. I will negotiate a deal with the chief instructor." Wow, Yong'an truly lives up to his name. He is unwaveringly loyal to his brothers. Li Pang Pang expressed his admiration. It's merely a trivial matter. By the way, where is Zhai? No idea. Never mind, I'll go look for him. 10 minutes later, Yong'an found him feigning a stroll on the lawn with his subordinates. Hey, Zhai, why aren't you moving your bed? I don't need to. What do you mean you don't need to? A room has been prepared for you. With that, Yong'an pushed Zhai towards the newly reconstructed dormitory. Don't just stand there. You all come along. Yong'an called out to Zhai Ji's subordinates. On the way, Zhai, with a serious expression, said to Yong'an, name your price. My brothers and I can share a room. I will repay any debts incurred. Yong'an was initially taken aback, but then burst into hearty laughter. What money do you need? A place for you and your brothers has already been constructed. Don't forget, you once promised to look out for me. I am also your subordinate. My subordinate? Shai muttered. All right, we've arrived. Shai, is your bed still the same as before? No problem? Oh, fine. After settling Jai Gu and his group, Yang proceeded directly to the command center. What is the matter? Yuan Gang gazed at Yang and before speaking. Instructor, I have come to discuss the matter of reconstructing the new recruits dormitory. The dormitory? Shouldn't you be moving into the instructor's quarters? Why the sudden concern for this? I have no choice. Although I can reside in the comfortable instructor's quarters, I cannot help but worry about my brother. He is my own flesh and blood. How could I bear to see him suffering in the biting cold? Yuan Gang glanced outside at the temperature hovering around 20 degrees, lost in contemplation. The reconstruction of the dormitory is certainly necessary, or perhaps I could entrust it to you. I assure you, the task will be completed. Then, instructor, what is the budget approved? Is 2,500,000 sufficient? Let's be a bit more generous. With 2,500,000, it would only be a substandard project. Come on, let's aim higher. 8 million. I guarantee you a dormitory of excellent quality. Alas, very well. I will approve it for you. When will it be completed? With that, Yang walked over to Yuan Gang's side. Kulme, chief instructor, follow me. He then led Yuan Gang to the window of the command room, pointing at the newly constructed dormitory. There, it's built. Now release the funds. Yuan Gang was left speechless. Chapter 40, a sharp whistle pierced the serene night, abruptly rousing the slumbering recruits from their dreams. What is happening? An irate voice echoed from the training ground. Everyone, assemble on the field within 3 minutes. Those who are late shall face the consequences. At that moment, a wave of complaints erupted. It's only 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. However, no matter how vehemently they protested, the instructor would not wait for them. They had no choice but to hastily don their clothes and rush downstairs. Yuan Gang stood on the lawn, silently observing the arriving recruits. As expected, the first to arrive was that lad, Lin Xie. According to Yang and that little rascal, his brother's potential is not to be underestimated. If they were to follow the original rules and compete against the mass team, Lin Xie might not necessarily lose. Contemplating this, Yuan Gang couldn't help but smile slightly. The future of our great Xia is promising. From a mere Cangnan, 2 such promising individuals have emerged. Yet, to Yuan Gang's surprise, the second to arrive was someone named Shun Qingzhu. In Yuan Gang's impression, this person had a rather roguish demeanor, lacking any semblance of soldier though. His proficiency in the use of the forbidden ruins was commendable. Gradually, the recruits on the training ground began to gather. Yuan Gang, with the keen eyes of an eagle, surveyed the crowd before finally speaking. Those who did not arrive within 3 minutes stepped forward. Run 10 laps around the field. Instructor, we didn't tea time ourselves. How can we know when we would arrive? A tall, slender recruit raised his hand to inquire. Yuan Gang cast a casual glance at him. You, go run 10 laps first. The recruit attempted to argue. 15 laps. The recruit, faced with Yuan Gang's unwavering stance, could only suppress his frustration and begin to jog. I will give you 10 seconds. Those who feel they have exceeded the time, go run. If you're late and do not comply, 20 laps. Upon finishing, rest in place. As soon as the words left his mouth, nearly a dozen individuals stepped onto the track. You, and you. All of you to the track. 20 laps. Meanwhile, Lin Xie felt a sense of relief. I am the fastest. I estimate it will take nearly 2 minutes to finish. Baili Pang undoubtedly found himself among the running recruits. Just then, Yang emerged from an unknown corner. Instructor Yuan, Lin Xie has also arrived late. He must run. Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang, and you little thief, don't try to frame me. I was the first to arrive. Really? Yang unfigmed inocente. His eyes widening, then glanced at the green turtle children's watch on his wrist. Wait a moment. My watch shows it was already noon when you arrived. Lin Xie glanced at the frozen hands of the watch, infuriated yet laughing. You. All right. So you want to play this game, do you? Instructor. As Lin Xie intended to leverage the instructor's authority to impose sanctions on Yang, the outcome was far from what he anticipated. Did you not hear Instructor Yang? Run 10 laps. Yuan Gang suppressed a smile as he spoke to Lin Xie. Lin Xie began his journey filled with immense resentment. However, during this endeavor, Yang En's mocking voice echoed from behind him. Pay attention. It's not 10 laps, it's 20. Because you failed to step forward. Lin Xie shouted in anger while running. Yang En, I curse you. Thus, Lin Xie, while expressing his grievances, begrudgingly continued to run. In that moment, a serene chanting suddenly enveloped Lin Xie. Initially, he did not comprehend the situation, thinking that his curses towards the bully had summoned a divine affirmation. Soon he realized, Gao Juan, why are you following me? Aren't you supposed to be exempt from running? No, Xie, you are the one capable of resolving my karmic entanglements. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall steadfastly accompany you. Although such saccharine dialogue made Lin Xie uncomfortable, he nonetheless replied, thank you, Chao Yuan. It's nothing. Xie, if you encounter any troubles, I will do my utmost to assist you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Then, could you help me eliminate Yang En? After listening, Chao Yuan silently quickened his pace, choosing not to engage further with Lin Xie. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the new recruits, having concluded their laps, rushed towards the dining hall like hungry wolves, yearning for a hearty meal. However, upon arrival, they were left dumbfounded. Before them lay bowls of steamed buns and raw meat. How are we supposed to eat this? Are we really having hot pot for breakfast? At that moment, Bai Li, who had overheard this speculation, couldn't help but salivate. Growing up in Guangshan, he could tell that the raw meat was exceptionally fresh. And if it could be used for a simple hot pot, the flavor would be exquisite. In stark contrast to Bai Li's excitement, Lin Xie furrowed his brows, a troubling suspicion slowly forming in his mind. Surely, they don't expect us to eat this raw. Hearing Lin Xie's words, Yuan Gang wore a simple smile. You guessed correctly. You're indeed supposed to eat it raw. But fear not. This meat is fresh and free of parasites. Instantly, the expressions of everyone present contorted into grimaces. Sigh, let's eat. Lin Xie sighed, closing his eyes as he began tearing into the raw meat. Meanwhile, some among the crowd were daring enough to indulge in the unusual fare, especially Chao Yuan, who seemed to relish it immensely. Just as Lin Xie had set aside his reservations and began to consume the raw meat alongside the buns, Yang En bounced over with a basin of clear water. Astonishingly, no matter how much Yang En jumped, not a single drop of water spilled from the basin. What do you want? Lin Xie inquired of Yang, and clearly still harboring resentment. What are we having for dinner? Yang En placed a bowl atop an iron rack, and before the gathered crowd, unleashed Crimson Flame. He can still employ the Forbidden Abyss? Unbelievable. In truth, Lin Xie was also capable of wielding the Divine Abyss, yet he refrained from resorting to it during training, unwilling to cheat. Yang En's actions left those present perplexed, save for the portly figure who seemed to grasp something. No, don't do that in front of me. No. Yang, go please. Yang, and in his clumsy Cantonese exclaimed, wow. Fresh beef. I shall prepare a clear broth hot pot, slowly immersing it and savoring every bite. The others looked on in confusion, pondering, is he eating hot pot? Can clear broth be delicious? Only the plump one appeared to understand, tears welling in his eyes. Indeed, clear broth hot pot. How exquisite this fresh beef is. Hey, Fatty, you seem to know a lot about this. Is it tasty? However, Bali Fatty turned around, startling everyone. He bit his lip tightly to stifle his drool, eyes brimming with tears. No, not delicious. Truly, really. Yang continued to chant. Add some soul, ginger, scallion soy sauce. Perfect. Time to eat. As he placed a slice of beef dipped in ginger, scallion soy sauce in his mouth, he exclaimed excitedly, absolutely divine. Chapter 41. Close combat training in the training grounds. A newly appointed instructor was eloquently expounding on various practical combat techniques. Now, can anyone tell me what it takes to conquer the mysterious? From the audience, Shun Qingzhu promptly interjected, report. It relies on the Forbidden Ruins. The instructor chuckled derisively before slowly responding. The Forbidden Ruins. Indeed, a crucial asset, but is your Forbidden Ruins truly formidable? Strong enough to suppress the mysterious with just a flick of your finger? I ask you, can you do that? Report, I can. What is your Forbidden Ruins? Super high-risk Forbidden Ruins. code number 068, Chi Min. The instructor exclaimed, "Oh, what? I suddenly cannot hear you." He pretended not to have heard Shun Qingzhu's answer, scanning the audience once more for any alternative responses. At this moment, Bai Li Pang chimed in, report. It relies on money. Upon hearing this even more ludicrous answer, the instructor genuinely laughed. You, yes you, step forward. In a state of utter bewilderment, Bai Li Pang clambered onto the training stage, and once he steadied himself, the instructor continued, "Now, demonstrate to me how you would defeat me. Should I be a mysterious entity, using money?" Bai Li Pang, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, asked, "Are you sure? What? Can't you do it? If you can't, then you." The instructor widened his eyes in astonishment as Bai Li Pang produced his personal forbidden item, free space. Seated atop Yao Guang, Bai Li Pang was flanked by dozens of one transformation, 3,000 weapons. The sheen of his jade armor shimmered softly, his visage adorned with true sight, while the scroll of sealing floated gently beside him. To add to the spectacle, nearly 100 unknown forbidden items transformed into luminous orbs, encircling Bai Li Pang. Indeed, in that moment, Bai Li Pang exuded an air of regal magnificence. Yang, in observing nearby, could not help but marvel. Truly, he is one of the three pure ones, the celestial treasure of the great Xia. However, Lin Xia astutely discerned a troubling detail. What? Does the majority of Pang's forbidden items seem defensive? There are hardly any offensive ones. Logically, the Bai Li group should possess ample offensive items. At this juncture, Bai Li Pang cautiously inquired, "Instructor, am I to proceed?" With a mere thought, one transformation, 3,000, soared into the sky, transforming into a rain of swords, all aimed directly at the instructor. "Hey, wait. That's unnecessary. That's unnecessary. I acknowledge you. I acknowledge you." Seeing Bai Li Pang retract his forbidden items, the instructor secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "How am I supposed to teach this? A battalion filled with monsters." After a brief pause, he continued, "Everyone may have different methods of dealing with the mysterious. However, a robust physique and profound combat skills are the foundation upon which we stand. Today, I shall instruct you on close combat with cold weapons." Noticing the restlessness among the new recruits, he felt a strange urge to investigate but chose not to delve deeper. "That new recruit, why aren't you in the standard training uniform? You, step up here and assist me with a demonstration." Amidst the crowd below the stage, Yang, with a look of astonishment, pointed at himself. "Me? Yes. You. Come up." At this moment, the expression on the new recruit's face turned even more peculiar. It is universally acknowledged that our night watchmen are equipped with the Starblade, a type of straight sword. Therefore, it falls upon me and this esteemed individual to demonstrate the proper use of a straight sword to everyone. In the distance, Yuan Gang and the other instructors exchanged glances, unable to suppress the smirks of schadenfreude upon witnessing Yang and being called up. "Do not fear, new recruit. I shall go easy on you." No sooner had the words left his lips than the straight sword was thrust towards Yang at an extraordinarily peculiar angle. One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable combat skills of this instructor, yet he encountered Yang with a nonchalant flick of his wrist. Yang effortlessly parried the strike with precision. The instructor, seemingly disbelieving, accelerated his attack, creating afterimages with his blade. Crack, 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 crack. Yang maintained his indifferent demeanor, yet the speed at which his weapon erupted was utterly terrifying. In the midst of the chaotic dance of blades, the instructor, convinced he had discerned a flaw in Yang's technique, thrust forward with confidence. A new recruit is indeed just a new recruit. However, what the instructor did not anticipate was that Yang, instead of evading the incoming strike, aimed his own blade directly at the instructor's neck. At this distance, "Victory is mine," the instructor mused inwardly. Yet, as fate would have it, the instructor's blade passed straight through Yang's form, as if piercing a mere wisp of air. By the time he attempted to evade, it was too late. Yang's wooden sword descended upon the instructor, rendering him into a deep slumber. Just before losing consciousness, the instructor faintly heard a voice, I'm actually not a new recruit. I'm an instructor here to teach. Oh my, if you're not a new recruit, why didn't you say so earlier? And thus, the instructor succumbed to a peaceful sleep, harboring profound resentment. Meanwhile, Yongin stood innocently upon the stage. My apologies. I must have exerted too much force. Gazing at the now peacefully slumbering instructor, Yongin spoke, due to our close combat instructor falling ill. I shall take over the lesson from here. Yes, he is indeed unwell, no doubt about that. However, I am not particularly well-versed in theoretical matters. After a moment of contemplation, Yongin suddenly conceived an excellent idea. How about this? We shall have another assessment of the masked team. However, the use of forbidden grounds is prohibited, and it must take place right here in this training field. Yes, thus, the decision has been made joyfully. Upon hearing these words, the audience below erupted in uproar. Only Lin Chiye closed his eyes in resignation. What is the matter, Chiye? Do you all know? In terms of martial prowess, Yongin has mastered the combat techniques of the entire 136 team, including our captain, Chun Mai. In terms of stamina, he could easily defeat a formidable opponent known for their endurance from the Kawakami clan. What? Chun Mai's strength, as the young master of the Bailey group, Bali Pang Pang is naturally aware of. As a whistle blew, the new recruits seized the wooden swords that had been distributed. Hey, 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 kill, 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 hey, hey, hey. A surge of malevolent energy pierced the heavens. Chao Yuan, with a sinister grin, strode forward, charging towards Yang, and Lin Chiye's expression shifted, and he shouted urgently for everyone to join forces, insisting that they could not afford to lose a major player right at the outset. Indeed, Chao Yuan's monstrous physique and seemingly indomitable strength could truly be regarded as their mainstay. Emerging first from the fray was Chao Yuan himself, prompting a sly smile to creep across Yang's lips. His leg muscles tightened instantaneously, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, brimming with boundless power. Just as Chao Yuan was about to close in, Yang's legs ignited like gunpowder, erupting with astonishing force. This energy propelled Yang's body forward at an astonishing speed. In an instant, he surged forth like a specter, a billowing cloud of dust rising behind him. Simultaneously, the dagger gripped tightly in his hand seemed to come alive, carving a strange yet fierce arc through the air with the flick of his wrist. A resounding crack echoed, reminiscent of the air being torn asunder, the sound born from the fierce friction between the dagger and the atmosphere. In the next moment, Chao Yuan's body was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily before Lin Chiye. Observing this, Yongin wore a faint, languid smile. Appearing somewhat nonchalant, he leisurely rested the wooden blade on his shoulder and remarked in a casual tone, "Let us make a swift exit. Let us go together." Chapter 42. Truly ruthless on the playground. 200 individuals wielding blades surrounded Yang, and witnessing the recent fate of Chao Yuan, none dared to make a rash move. In the next moment, as Lin Chiye was the first to charge forward with his weapon, the others followed suit. Yang retreated half a step, then thrust his blade towards the chest of a new recruit, causing the young man to groan and collapse. Simultaneously, Lin Chiye's form flickered into view beside Yongin. With veins bulging in his arms, he raised his weapon in an upward strike. Quite perceptive. Yongin raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Lin Chiye's ability to seize the moment of his attack. However, the attempt to harm Yongin was still rather juvenile. Instead of evading, Yongin lifted his right leg high and brought it down forcefully towards Lin Chiye's wooden blade. Crack! The wooden weapon shattered before Lin Chiye's incredulous gaze. Seizing the momentum, Yongin pivoted and struck Lin Chiye's waist with the back of his blade. A muffled grunt escaped Lin Chiye as Yongin prepared to eliminate him. But Chao Yuan charged in with a ferocious scream. Thus, Yongin was compelled to abandon his intention to eliminate Lin Chiye and redirected his focus toward Chao Yuan. "Chao Yuan, are you still aware?" Yet the only response was a haunting, manic chuckle. "Very well. I shall not guide you any further. Sleep well." With that, Yongin quietly reinforced his wooden blade with a layer of hardening and struck fiercely. Chao Yuan attempted to block with his weapon, but alas, someone was clearly cheating. Consequently, Chao Yuan's wooden blade shattered, and he was sent flying, losing consciousness. The overwhelming malice gradually receded back into Chao Yuan's being. The encircling group of 200 began to constrict around Yang, and aiming to limit his mobility. Wooden blades rained down upon him like a tempest. Yet, Yang remained unfazed, wielding his weapon with impeccable precision, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. This was not a display of cheating on his part. Rather, Yang was an instructor. His goal was not merely to prove his strength by defeating all, but to address the shortcomings of each new recruit. To achieve this, he needed to keenly observe the cutting habits and power dynamics of every recruit, correcting them one by one. Thus, Yang moved gracefully, weaving through the dense flurry of blades as if they were mere phantoms, navigating freely as if in a realm of his own. When cleaving from above, ensure the blade descends straight. Do not let it veer. Yang agilely dodged a blade aimed at him while simultaneously kicking aside another advancing recruit, all the while reminding them loudly, when wielding your weapon, pay heed not only to the direction of the blade, but also to your footing. Do not focus solely on the upper half and neglect the lower. As Yang's words echoed, he swiftly dodged and executed a sweeping kick that sent a would-be assailant crashing to the ground, addressing him directly. At that moment, an unexpected figure attempted to launch a surprise attack from behind Yang. However, Yang seemed to have anticipated this development long ago. Without even turning his head, he nonchalantly remarked, "Your intentions are laid bare." Immediately, he executed a swift kick that not only sent the individual sprawling, but also sent the wooden sword flying from their grasp. As for Bai Li Pang Pang, Yang still suggested that he focus on enhancing his physical stamina. As the battle escalated into an intense frenzy, Yang's wooden sword was already riddled with nicks and dents, yet each strike landed with precision upon his opponent's joints or muscle groups. Before long, only Lin Shi remained in the arena, a result Yang had deliberately orchestrated. "Come now, my dear brother. Allow your elder brother to take care of you." Lin Shi remained silent, gripping his wooden sword tightly as he swung defensively, fending off Yang's relentless onslaught, which resembled a tempest. He understood all too well that a reckless counterattack could leave him vulnerable to Yang's opportunistic strikes. Therefore, he resolved to adopt a defensive strategy, carefully observing Yang's movements in search of an opening. "Hey, Jie, don't just stand there in a daze, attack." Yang's voice echoed in his ears. Yet Lin Shi remained undeterred, his focus unwavering as he scrutinized Yang's every action. The clashing of wooden swords resonated through the space like a rapid drumbeat. Lin Shi held his sword firmly, positioned across his chest, the blade quivering slightly under the immense pressure he was enduring. Suddenly, Yang executed a dazzling series of 3 rapid strikes. The first blow shot toward Lin Shi's right shoulder like a bolt of lightning, which he barely managed to deflect with his wooden sword. The second strike, however, altered its trajectory unexpectedly, sweeping towards Lin Shi's waist like a fierce gale. Caught off guard, Lin Shi instinctively retreated a step, narrowly evading the blow as the blade grazed his clothing, producing a sharp, rustling sound. As Lin Shi steadied himself, the third strike lunged towards his abdomen like a serpent striking from its lair. With no time to ponder, he executed a swift turn in midair to evade this lethal attack. Yet, this maneuver was precisely what Yang had anticipated. The strike was merely a feint. As Lin Shi's body had not yet settled, Yang's wooden sword swiftly altered direction and accelerated with a thunderous force, descending upon him with fierce intensity. "Ah!" Lin Shi cried out in pain. Just then, as Yang completed the strike, his weathered wooden sword shattered into 2 pieces. The new recruits around them collapsed to the ground, groaning in despair. Yang casually tossed aside the hilt of his sword and inquired, "So now, do you acknowledge your shortcomings?" One must concede that though Yang's approach was somewhat harsh, his training was undeniably effective. At the very least, the mistakes made in this skirmish were ones they would likely never repeat in the future. Observing that none of the recruits responded, Yang chuckled wryly. Soon after, the twin blossoms quietly activated, instantly connecting all present. Yang let out a muffled groan before kneeling upon one knee. At this moment, the twin blossoms, employed by Yang transcends mere sharing. If we perceive pain as a totality, the twin blossoms, was initially designed to distribute all suffering evenly. However, under Yang An's deliberate control, 50% of the total pain was directed towards him, while the remaining 50% was shared among the others. The new recruits, witnessing their pain diminish instantaneously, could not help but exclaim, "Huh, I seem to feel less pain now. Yes, yes, I can barely manage to stand." At this juncture, Yang An declared, "Since I am your instructor, I shall not shy away from the agony of training." It was only then that Lin Chie realized that within the confines of the training camp, Yang An's role as an instructor took precedence over his identity as an elder brother. In that moment, the others too ceased to regard Yang An as a peer, but rather as an instructor. Chapter 43. Who are you? Awakening from slumber, Instructor Han slowly opened his eyes to behold the stark white ceiling of the infirmary. "Instructor Han, you're awake. Are you feeling any discomfort?" However, Instructor Han merely stared vacantly at the ceiling. "Instructor Han?" After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "Where is the commandant? I wish to resign." The medical staff attending to him looked on in confusion. "Why is that, Instructor Han? Is it those new recruits you cannot manage?" "No, I have simply discovered an extraordinary talent within myself." In the cafeteria, the new recruits continued to gnaw on their raw meat with great difficulty, save for Yang An. Today, the menu was not the usual plain broth, but rather a spicy hot pot. "Delicious!" exclaimed Yang An. "Get lost," retorted another recruit who, overwhelmed by the tantalizing aroma wafting from Yang An's direction, slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Damn it, I'm done. The spicy hot pot is too torturous. Rather than endure this temptation, I might as well go outside for some fresh air." As he lifted his foot to depart the cafeteria, Yang An's calm words halted him in his tracks. "This afternoon, you will undergo your first extreme training. If you don't eat enough, the next session will be quite brutal." "Huh, Yang An, what kind of punishment awaits if we fail to complete the training?" With a serene smile, Yang An replied, "Worse than death." In an instant, a chill ran down the spines of all the new recruits present, accompanied by the rumbling of a large black bus. The recruits braced themselves for the impending extreme training. "Jinan Mountain, is this the location for our extreme training?" Lin Xie, a local, was the first to recognize the seemingly ordinary hill. "Huh, Xie, do you know about this? Share your insights, and let us analyze the information together." Since the plump recruit had spoken, Lin Xie willingly divulged all that he knew. Jinan Mountain stands approximately 4,000 meters high, surrounded by a series of smaller hills. The area is minimally developed, featuring treacherous terrain with few visitors. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong, a former Special Forces soldier, began to formulate an initial guess regarding the forthcoming training. Could it be a weighted cross-country run? As the bus gradually came to a halt, Instructor Hong's steady voice resonated. "The content of today's extreme training is quite simple. I will assign you a weight of 35 kilograms, and before dawn, you must traverse the mountain range behind me. However, during your run, drones will relentlessly pursue you. Should anyone be struck by the paintball guns equipped on the drones, severe punishment awaits. Do you understand?" At that moment, Shun Qingzhu raised her hand. "Report, Instructor. May we attack the drones?" A slight smile crept onto Instructor Hong's lips. "You are not permitted to attack in any manner, not even to touch the drones. You cannot obstruct their firing. In the face of the drones, your only option is to run. Either escape the mountain range or run until you faint. Are there any questions?" Seeing that no one responded, Instructor Hong called out, "Very well. Now, come to collect your basic equipment and line up to enter." Once all the new recruits had entered, Yang An sauntered over. Instructor Hong was aware that this individual had been placed under a first-level alert by Yuan Gang. Thus, as Yang An approached, Instructor Hong immediately tensed his muscles and heightened his focus. "What brings you here?" "I'm here to assist you in training the new recruits." "Training? ISNT Extreme, training my responsibility?" "Oh, while that may be the case, I'm not incapable of lending a hand." Upon hearing this, Instructor Hong immediately became wary. "Lend a hand? It would be a feat if you didn't cause chaos. Don't be hasty. Allow me to share my plan with you." Throughout the conversation, the expressions on Instructor Hong's face shifted from skepticism to a sly grin. and finally to a complicated demeanor. Young Un, speak honestly with me. Is Lin Chia truly your brother? I sense a deep-seated animosity between you two. Instructor Hong gazed steadily into Yang An's eyes as he spoke. Oh, not all. I merely believe, as an elder brother, it is necessary to properly train my younger sibling. And fine, let us proceed as you suggest. Yang An gestured an okay sign and then merrily bounded off into the forest. However, little did Instructor Hong expect that another Yang An was fast asleep in his dormitory at the training base. He could never have imagined that the Yang An before him was, in fact, the cunning Yang An collaborating with Xingyu, responsible for multiple thefts of mysterious corpses. His purpose here was straightforward. Tracing had informed him that a mysterious entity was about to be born. Coincidentally, this entity had been ensnared by the night watchman using forbidden objects. Consequently, he had to adopt another Yang An's identity to infiltrate, while also teasing his long-lost younger brother. As for the suggestion Yang An provided to Instructor Hong, it was naturally. He would masquerade as the mysterious entity to infiltrate and begin hunting the new recruits, emphasizing that he would prioritize Lin Chia as his target. Naturally, he was allowed entry by Instructor Hong. At that moment, Yang An was nimbly leaping from branch to branch. Soon, with the aid of spiritual sight, he easily spotted the figure of the boastful Shun Qingzhu and his entourage. A smirk crept onto his lips, deciding, "It shall be you." With this thought, a long staff materialized in his hand. However, as Shun Qingzhu was progressing, he suddenly sensed a wave of malevolence approaching. Turning his head, he saw a thick staff lunging toward him. "Damn it, Yang An, what are you doing?" Shun Qingzhu instantly recognized Yang An's attack, raising an eyebrow in surprise. This guy seems to be getting along quite well with the boastful one. Despite Shun Qingzhu's recognition of the assailant, Yang An did not cease his movements. The long staff continued to descend with remarkable speed. Just then, Shun Qingzhu's gaze sharpened. He suddenly kicked the ground beneath him, sending a cloud of dust soaring and obscuring his vision, while his small knife lunged forward with precision. In the next moment, Yang An's figure emerged through the dense dust, wielding a staff that seemed to elongate like a bullet, striking the leader squarely in the chest. Simultaneously, the other gang members hastily assumed fighting stances. The leader inquired, "Brother Yang, why are you doing this?" However, Yang An merely smiled faintly and replied, "Of course, I'm here to show you all some affection." With that, he began to wield the staff with finesse, toppling the others to the ground with just 3 swift strikes. Following this, Yang An waved his hand toward the distance, and a drone swiftly approached. After marking several individuals with a paintball gun, he continued his pursuit of the remaining foes. Meanwhile, outside the forest, Instructor Hong received a phone call. "Hello, who is this?" "Old Hong, how could you be so ungrateful? Taking the new recruits out for extreme training without inviting me." "Ah, who are you?" "It's me, Yang in Chapter 44. An intruder has arrived." Yang and listened intently to Instructor Hong's account over the phone, lost in contemplation. It was peculiar. Being well-versed in the narrative, he knew that it was unlikely for the instructor to disrupt Lin Chia and his training at this juncture. Could it be that there was yet another scheme afoot? He suppressed his curiosity and initiated a conversation with another version of himself through the transmitting sound ability. "Hello, what brings you to Jinan Mountain at this hour? If any of the sentinels discover you, all our efforts will be in vain." On the other end, a calm voice responded, "I happen to come here to pursue a mysterious entity. You cannot fathom the enigma that lies within Jinan Mountain." This statement piqued Yang An's interest. "Do not keep me in suspense. Speak plainly. Most of the hidden mysteries in Sangnan City have been eradicated, so I utilized tracking to seek out those that remain unformed. The result, tracking, revealed that there is an unhatched earth dragon here, and it appears to be a wind vein earth dragon." A wind vein earth dragon? This term stirred Yang An's intrigue. In the original narrative, Lin Chia had once tamed a flame vein earth dragon named Hong Yen, which played a significant role in subsequent events. If he could capture this yet-to-hatch wind vein earth dragon, it would undoubtedly be magnificent. What Lin Chia possesses, I too shall claim. Moreover, mine shall be even more impressive than his. Having realized that Yang Un, who was following in Qingyu, had no ulterior motives, Instructor Yang decided to let the matter be. He merely performed the necessary FA-ade, informing Instructor Hong of a notorious fugitive, codenamed the Faceless, who had once roamed Songnan City, hunting down and stealing the remains of mysterious beings. It was reasonable to surmise that this individual was the one who had returned. Following this, Yang returned to his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. After all, they cannot possibly apprehend him. I shall refrain from meddling. Meanwhile, upon learning of this development, Instructor Hong promptly reported it to Yuan Gang, who reacted swiftly. He dispatched a contingent of instructors skilled in reconnaissance and combat into the forest, thus initiating a game of cat and mouse, Yang capturing new recruits while the instructors pursued him. As for Shun Qingzhu, after he and his subordinates had been knocked unconscious, they were dragged away by other instructors, adorned with the truth ring. The effect of this truth ring was simple. It compelled individuals to answer truthfully, leaving no room for deception. As Shun Qingzhu gradually regained consciousness, he found himself firmly restrained in a chair. What? What do you want from me? I warned you. Failure in training would result in severe consequences. The instructors chose to start their inquiries with Shun Qingzhu's subordinates. Li Liang, what is the most embarrassing thing you have ever done? Under the influence of the truth ring, Li Liang had no choice but to respond. During my high school years, one morning, I suddenly experienced excruciating stomach pain on my way to class. With no restroom in sight, I had to hide in a discreet corner of a stairwell to relieve myself, and I had forgotten to bring any tissue. The instructors stifled their laughter and continued to question him. And how did you resolve that predicament? I utilized an examination paper and inadvertently stained my clothing with it. Note, this narrative is derived from a personal experience of the author's roommate, purely artistic and unembellished. After Li Liang concluded his account, he slumped down, as if all strength had drained from him. Meanwhile, Lin Xie and others, still fleeing, quietly assessed Li Liang's narrative. However, the instructor coldly remarked, "Do not rush. I have yet to finish my inquiries. Why do you hold such admiration for this thorny individual, Shun Qingzhu?" Li Liang then responded, "We are all children from the orphanage, and since childhood, he has stood before us, protecting us. Just before the college entrance examination, my younger brother was assaulted, and we intended to conceal this from Shun Ge, fearing it might hinder his studies. Shun Ge is a scholar. Participating in the exam could lead him to a bright future. However, somehow Shun Ge learned of the incident and skipped class to confront nearly 10 opponents alone. In the end, he was expelled and began working alongside us." Upon hearing this, the instructor raised an eyebrow, clearly taken aback by the revelation that Shun Qingzhu, despite his sharp exterior, possessed a tender heart. Soon, the focus shifted to Shun Qingzhu, and the instructor, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Shun Qingzhu, I am curious, given that you have so many admirers, do you have a prodigy you admire in return?" The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Li Liang and others internally mocked the notion that Shun Ge could have such a person, considering his proud demeanor. Nevertheless, contrary to expectations, Shun Qingzhu uttered a name, Yang'an. At that moment, Yang'an, still darting through the forest, paused upon hearing the announcement. "Me? ISNT, that the fool who has altered our Shun Ji's demeanor?" In Yang'an's mind, Shun Ge was the type who harbored lofty aspirations and would seldom admire another. The instructor intended to probe further, but was met with Shun Qingzhu's reddened eyes, as if they conveyed a warning. "Ask again, and I shall show you my resolve." Shun Qingzhu bit down hard on his lip, even as a trickle of blood seeped out. The instructor did not anticipate such ferocity from Shun Qingzhu and reluctantly abandoned his inquiries, shifting to investigate other embarrassing tales. Meanwhile, Yang'an pushed aside a patch of grass towering above him. Revealed was a dark, foreboding cave. Sensing the pulsations emanating from within, a smile crept upon Yang'an's lips. It appeared this was the place. He activated Flash and boldly ventured inside. Initially, the cave entrance was narrow, accommodating only Yang'an's passage. As he delved deeper, a flicker of flame illuminated before him. Is there a legend? Yang'an promptly deactivated Flash and conjured an illusion using Nanku Imeng. Stealthily, he crept inside, only to discover an altar upon which lay a dragon egg. Around the altar lay a heap of fresh bones, and an analysis of the footprints on the ground suggested that someone had visited 3 days prior. Yang raised an eyebrow, pondering the intricate and convoluted magical formations before him, feeling momentarily overwhelmed. Brother Yang, do you know what these are? It appeared to be a teleportation incantation, designed to open a spatial passage by sacrificing a certain quantity of living beings, thereby transcending the national guardian monument of the Great Xia. Moreover, judging by the complexity of the patterns inscribed, the number of entities required for the teleportation would not be insignificant. Teleportation? This is likely the handiwork of the ancient god church. However, there is no need for excessive concern. This formation is still quite some distance from being fully charged with energy. In that case, I shall graciously accept this dragon egg. Just as Yang lifted the dragon egg, intent on making a swift exit, the white sheep's voice halted him. Do you not wish to deceive the ancient god church? Oh, how so? Following the white sheep's guidance, Yang began to modify the formation, employing an illusion to create a replica of the dragon egg and place it upon the altar. Brother Yang, what purpose does this alteration serve? Yet, perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he sensed a subtle upturn at the corner of the white sheep's mouth. I have altered the destination of the teleportation array. The new endpoint is naturally within the realm of finality. Upon hearing this, Yang An's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you saying I now possess a self-service monster spawning cage, and it was acquired through pilfering from the ancient god church? Precisely. Wow, Brother Yang, you are truly cunning. Far more so than I. What? Do you have any objections? None. I absolutely adore it. Chapter 45. I must escape listening to the sounds emanating from the Bluetooth speaker. Bali Pang Pang's complexion turned pale. In the next moment, his speed increased dramatically, even hinting at a possibility of surpassing Lin Chiyi. It is essential to remember that it is nighttime. Lin Chiyi's physical capabilities have been enhanced fivefold, yet Bali Pang Pang managed to reach such a level. Hey, Pang Pang, what are you doing? However, Bali Pang Pang did not look back. His voice carried a hint of determination. With my stamina, I might not be able to escape. If I cannot run until I faint before being caught, then please end my life. After saying this, he resolutely continued to run forward. Lin Chiyi felt a wave of exasperation. How afraid are you of having your past questioned? Nevertheless, Chao Yuan appeared quite intrigued. Do tell. I am rather interested. Pang Pang remained silent, focusing solely on his forward momentum. In the darkness, bullets whizzed through the air like spirits of the night. Aimed at the group. Duck. Lin Chiyi suddenly dove, tackling Bali Pang Pang to the ground. A bullet grazed Bali Pang Pang's scalp. Damn, Pang Pang. I'll distract those drones. You stay hidden here. With that, Lin Chiyi sprang up, calling out to the drones, come at me. Over here. The drones detected Lin Chiyi's movements and immediately fired several paintballs. However, Lin Chiyi twisted his body and escaped beneath the drones. 2 paintballs exploded on the ground, sending colorful dust into the air. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, 3 drones immediately pursued the direction in which Lin Chiyi had fled. Pang Pang lay on the ground, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Brother Chiyi, I, Pang Pang, will forever remember your kindness. Beside him, Chao Yuan was in a state of urgency. Quick, Pang Pang, we must catch up. I need to protect Chiyi. Wait for me. Just as the two were about to move, a shadow silently descended behind them. Hey, you two. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Pang Pang turned in astonishment. Young brother Young, what are you doing here? Suddenly, as if realizing something, his expression changed drastically. If he remembered correctly, Brother Yang was an instructor. Thus, his presence here could only mean he was here to apprehend him. With this thought, Pang Pang let out a wail to the heavens. Jie, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for making you take the bullets from me. I'm about to be captured again. Yang raised an eyebrow, recalling that this was his first encounter with Bai Pang Pang. Hee, just as amusing as described in the original story. However, just as Yang was about to extend his hand, Chao Yuan charged towards them like an arrow released from a bow. Pang Pang, be careful. Chow Yuan's voice thundered in by Li Pang Pang's ears. Suddenly, he felt a stir within his body. The Black King Annihilation was reacting. This was definitely not the Yang, and they had previously known. This revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Ba Li Pang Pang in shock, while even Yang appeared momentarily stunned. He can recognize me? Is it possible, or is it the Black King? Yang lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. Yet his gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, fixated intently on Chow Yuan, or more precisely, on the entity within him, He Wang, also known as Gong Yangzhua. In an instant, Chow Yuan's body seemed to be ignited by a formidable force, and a dense aura of malevolence surged around him, coiling like a black whirlwind, as if he had been entirely consumed by it. Simultaneously, dark red flames erupted from his form, burning fiercely like the infernal fires of the underworld, radiating outward. The temperature of these flames was so intense that the surrounding air warped and distorted, as if it were on the verge of being utterly incinerated. Bailey Pang Pang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively attempting to summon his mental energy, only to realize that his free space, designated for stowing various forbidden items, had long been surrendered at the onset of training. At that moment, Chow Yuan suddenly waved his hand and shouted, "Pang Pang, quickly flee." In truth, Chow Yuan himself was bewildered. The individual masquerading as Yang and was capable of inducing a slight disturbance in his forbidden domain, He Wang, Zhanya. Though Pang Pang wished to remain and assist Chow Yuan, the latter, with his last vestige of reason, shouted, "Your forbidden items are not with you. You cannot aid me. Hurry and find Chia." Upon hearing this, Bailey Pang Pang gritted his teeth and turned to run. Meanwhile, Yang, remaining stationary, felt a wave of exasperation, as if he had become some grand villain. Yang spoke. "No, I'm not a bad person. Why the dramatic display?" Yet the only response was the indistinct murmurs from Chow Yuan. Yang keenly sensed that Chow Yuan had mentioned phrases like "it's you." And once again, "you." What did that mean? Do you recognize me? No sooner had he uttered these words than Chow Yuan charged at him, wielding Bailey Pong Pong's straight sword. Sighing, Yang appeared to conjure a mysterious force that rippled through the air, striking Chow Yuan with a resounding impact. Chow Yuan coughed up blood violently, yet soon after, he roared defiantly and rose to his feet. Meanwhile, Bailey Pang Pang was anxiously navigating through the thicket, tears glistening faintly in his eyes. If only I could do more than just utilize forbidden items. If only my strength were sufficient. Chow Yuan. Hold on. The visibility in the forest under the cover of night was poor, and Pang Pang had stumbled over branches numerous times. At that moment, a flicker of despair began to take root within him. He pondered whether, had he not been the young master of the Bailey group, he would not possess so many forbidden items to rely upon, and thus would not find himself rendered powerless without them. A chill of despondency gripped his heart. Just then, a voice pierced through the gloom of his thoughts. "Pang Pang, what are you doing here? Where's Chow Yuan?" Lin Chia's figure emerged from the darkness ahead. Chia, you must go assist Chow Yuan. Someone resembling Yang Ge has arrived. It likely isn't part of the instructor's arrangements, and Chow Yuan is still there." Lin Chia raised an eyebrow. A figure strikingly reminiscent of Yang? Could it be? Just as Lin Chia pondered this thought, a voice unexpectedly resonated within his mind. "Indeed, it is I who have arrived." At that moment, Yang had dragged the unconscious Chow Yuan into view. Chow Yuan appeared to be drenched in blood, droplets falling to the ground. "You." Lin Chia gazed at Chow Yuan, his pupils constricting, rendered speechless. Noticing the peculiar look in Lin Chia's eyes, Yang hastily clarified, "Oh, Chow Yuan is perfectly healthy. The stains on him are merely the result of paintballs fired from a drone. I have done nothing. Moreover, I merely happened to pass by and came in to see you." As he felt the scrutiny of the mortal realm divine domain upon him, Yang did not resist, allowing Lin Chia to examine him. After a while, Lin Chia let out a sigh of relief, while Bai Li, perplexed, looked on at the two. Chapter 46. What plans do you have? 7 nights. Do you know this person? At that moment, Yang turned to face Bai Li Pang Pang. "Nice to meet you, Pang Pang. I am Yang, and the same Yang who currently lies in a new recruit training camp." "Ah, what?" Bai Li Pang Pang Raplia, perplexa. How should I explain this to you? First, you know that I am the agent of a deity, correct? My divine mission is to continuously hunt down the mysterious. The more I eliminate, the stronger I become. Therefore, before entering the training camp, I divided myself into two beings. Oh, so you're also Brother Yang, but the one who hunts the mysterious outside? Indeed, that is the case. With everything clarified, the tension that had gripped by Li Pang finally eased. You scared me. I thought someone from the ancient god church had arrived. Yet Lin Shiyi, standing nearby, retorted, "So have you finished watching? If so, I shall take my leave." Yang raised an eyebrow, sensing an air of resentment from Shiyi. What had the other me done? Just then, the buzzing of a drone filled the air once more, causing Li Pang's expression to shift dramatically. Oh no, the drone is pursuing us, 7 knights. We must flee. However, this drone was significantly larger than the previous one, equipped with formidable weaponry. Yang Smiled, aware that his borrowed identity had been uncovered. The target of these drones was him. As Yang gestured for Lin Shiyi and Li Pang to continue their escape, the drones, as if endowed with sight, immediately detected his presence and swiftly surrounded him. "Fugitive chameleon, your disguise has been unmasked. Surrender at once," boomed the drone's loudspeaker, the sound reverberating as if it were piercing Yang's eardrums. Yet, in the face of this sudden predicament, Yang remained remarkably composed. A slight smile graced his lips as he slowly extended his hand, gently brushing his face. In that instant, a shocking transformation occurred. Yang's visage morphed as if enchanted, instantly resembling that of Qing Yu. "My apologies." Yang's smile grew more mischievous as he regarded the drones encircling him, speaking leisurely. Seeing Yang's defiance, the drones showed no hesitation. They swiftly adjusted their aim, unleashing a torrent of fire from their barrels, bullets cascading like a torrential downpour towards Yang. The instructor controlling the drones chuckled. "This area has long been ensnared with suppressive artifacts. He cannot escape." However, what transpired next defied the instructor's expectations entirely. As the bullet struck Yang's body, it did not produce the anticipated tremendous impact or elicit any discernible reaction. Instead, the bullet appeared to merely penetrate his form, causing not the slightest ripple. The instructor stared in disbelief at this scene, clearly witnessing the moment the bullet entered Yang's body, yet there was no eruption of blood, nor did he hear the expected cries of anguish. Even more astonishing was the faint glimpse of a mysterious starry sky emanating from the bullet hole. In stark contrast, the other drones that were hit exhibited an entirely different response. They swayed and trembled as if they had endured a fierce gunshot, ultimately collapsing under the strain, losing control. Observing the spectacle, Yang let out a gentle sigh, seemingly unfazed by the events unfolding. He shook his head slightly, as if resigned to the fragility of the drones. Then, his figure began to blur in the air, ultimately vanishing entirely, as though he had melded into the surrounding atmosphere. The instructor gazed in astonishment at the direction from which Yang had disappeared, murmuring to himself, "Is gone? It must be so. The detection apparatus can no longer sense his life fluctuations. Should we continue training?" After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Instructor Hong resolutely declared, "Continue the training." In the new recruits training camp, Instructor Yang found himself gazing in an exceedingly familiar face, stifling a bitter smile. "So, why do you choose to approach me disguised as Qing Yu? None of your business." Instructor Yang sighed in resignation. "What brings you to me this time? I heard for Brother Yang that you have harnessed the power of time. What does that mean?" Realizing that the inquiry pertained to this matter, Instructor Yang began recounting the tale of his connection with Wang Mian, including his earlier speculations regarding the concept of endless vitality. After a pause, Qian Mian gazed at Instructor Yang with an expression of incredulity. "This is utterly absurd. You were actually chosen by Kronos? Moreover, if we are not the original Yang, and what was the purpose of the previous Yang in creating me? Who knows?" Instructor Yang shrugged, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. "But you wouldn't be plotting against me, would you?" Shifting the conversation, Instructor Yang fixed his gaze on him intently. "Impossible. My only scheme regarding you was to find someone to fill in during the recruits training period, I had no other intentions. I swear, Qian Mian insisted earnestly. You had better mean it. Instructor Yang An's expression relaxed slightly before he inquired, what did you discover at Jinan Mountain this time? At this, Qian Mian's expression brightened. Let me tell you, it was incredible. I first found an unhatched dragon egg of the wind vein earth dragon, and then I stumbled upon an altar. An altar? Yang An's eyes narrowed, as if pondering the implications. Indeed, an altar. Then, Brother Yang stepped in to make some modifications to the altar. From that moment on, once activated, it would automatically transmit the mystery to my ultimate realm. Incredible. Ha! Well, that's all there is to it. I still need to return to feed the fish, so I won't teach chat any longer. Ah, wait a moment. Take this with you. Instructor Yang and produced a green water turtle watch. Qian Mian, Yang and squinted. He could sense the aura emanating from it, which seemed to be a counterfeit. What is this? You'll find out when you ask Brother Yang later. In the next instant, Qian Mian, Yang ceased to ponder further as his form dissipated into the air once more. At that moment, a glimmer of insight shone in Yang An's eyes, as if he was contemplating something profound. Indeed, has he concealed something from me? Meanwhile, the other Yang An remarked nonchalantly, it seems he has also sensed my ulterior motives. Then, with a mocking smile, he added, but what of it? Since you emerged from endless life, your script was already destined. There is no escape. Chapter 47, This Starry Sky. 2 days had elapsed since the last rigorous training. At this moment, Yang An and Lin Xie were engaged in a sparring session, each wielding a straight blade, while a group of new recruits observed intently. Xie, your swordplay is too rigid. Be more fluid. As he spoke, Yang An's blade danced like a butterfly, effortlessly disarming Lin Xie. Rubbing his somewhat sore wrist, Lin Xie replied again. Yang An furrowed his brow and said, why don't you take a break? I need to train the other recruits. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Xie suddenly tugged at him. What is it? Yang An, why do I feel like my swordsmanship has stagnated? Upon hearing Lin Xie's question, Yang An paused, contemplating for a moment before responding. I believe you have yet to discover your own path. Your understanding of swordsmanship is superficial, merely a basic application of techniques. What should I do then? Yang An sighed deeply, practiced slowly. At least, for now, there is still ample time. In the dead of night, the moonlight gently bathed the dormitory building. Lin Xie sat alone on the rooftop, feeling somewhat melancholic. He sensed that Yang An was beginning to strive to enhance his abilities. However, he remained skeptical of Yang An's claim that he could foresee the future. This skepticism led him to suspect that a significant event might be on the horizon, further fueling his desire to grow stronger. Unbeknownst to him, Yang An's newfound diligence was actually a means to escape the confines of another Yang An's design. At that moment, the night sky suddenly shimmered. A woman dressed in a gown of twilight appeared silently beside Lin Xie. Donna's, my child, you seem somewhat forlorn. Mother? What are you doing here? At this, Nix's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible sadness. Because you haven't visited me in a long time. Have you encountered something troubling? And no, nothing. A faint smile graced Nix's face. That is good to hear. Donna's, is this the realm of you and Hypnos? The realm? Lin Xie repeated with a look of skepticism, feeling quite unfamiliar with the term. Just as he was about to inquire further about this divine realm, the dormitory building beneath him suddenly erupted in a dazzling light. This unforeseen change plunged the entire base into a heightened state of alert, searchlights blaring to full power, locking onto Lin Xie and his companions as if they were unwelcome intruders. Observing this, Nix's brow furrowed slightly. Her right hand instinctively rose, a formidable power swirling in her palm, poised for action. However, just as she was about to unleash her attack, Lin Xie hurriedly reached out to stop her, anxiously pleading, no, mother, they are my comrades, not enemies. Upon hearing Lin Xie's words, Nike's momentarily paused her actions, yet her gaze remained fixed on the open space before the dormitory, where a figure was gradually approaching. The newcomer was Yuan Gang, whose strides were steady, each step exuding an intangible aura of authority. As he reached the open area, a potent surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him like a tempest, compelling those present to take notice. Once he came to a halt, His piercing gaze locked on a Lin Chia and Nikes. His voice was calm and deep. I am Yuan Gang, Vice Captain of the 006 Squad of the Night Watchmen of Daxia. May I inquire about your esteemed identity? Before he could finish, Nikes' eyes narrowed slightly, an indescribable aura radiating from her like ripples in water. Though seemingly tranquil, the power contained within was not to be underestimated. In response to Yuan Gang's inquiry, Nikes replied leisurely, I am Nikes, the goddess of night. Her voice was melodious, yet carried an undeniable gravitas. Ah, it is Her Excellency, the goddess of night. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Yuan Gang asked. I come in search of my child. Child? Yuan Gang was evidently taken aback by this response. Lin Xia interjected. She is here to find a divine agent for her son. At this moment, Nikes noticed Yang among the crowd and bestowed upon him a gentle smile. Hypnos, come to mother. As the name resonated among the onlookers, their expressions shifted. What? Is there another deity concealed here? Hypnos? The former god of dreams? Yang awkwardly stepped forward, saying, I apologize, everyone. It seems she is calling for me. At that instant, Yang felt a powerful yet gentle divine force surge towards him like a tide, enveloping him tenderly. This divine essence seemed to possess a life of its own, softly cradling him and transporting him through space to Nikes' side. Ah, mother, how did you suddenly appear here? Yang gazed at Nikes in astonishment. Nike smiled gently and replied, I came to see you and your brother. Her gaze lingered on Yang, brimming with love and concern. Yang hastily said, but, Mother, your presence might cause a commotion among everyone. Perhaps you should return for now? I will visit you with Donatus later. Nikes appeared somewhat reluctant, but nodded, saying, Very well, I shall return. A hint of resignation tinged her voice. With a slight fluctuation of divine energy surrounding her, akin to ripples in the night sky, the fabric of darkness seemed to part. In an instant, Nikes darted within, vanishing into the shadows like a shooting star. However, just as she was about to completely disappear, she halted, turned to Lin Xia, and spoke in a barely audible tone. Donatus, your divine realm with Hypnos is quite splendid. I truly admire it. Yet, a night without stars ultimately remains too solitary. Lin Xia evidently did not comprehend Nikes' words clearly, as he wore a perplexed expression and inquired, What? What did you say? Immediately, he was called down by Yuan Gang. Lin Xia, Young An, are you both unharmed? Oh, we're fine. It seems Nikes harbors no ill intent towards us, and it appears that Xia has become Nikes' agent, while I have assumed the role of Hypnos' agent. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang was taken aback. Are you implying that you both are now dual divine agents? Yes, if you do not believe me, come. Xia, demonstrate something for the instructor. With that, an enveloping darkness descended upon Lin Xia, an utter void. Is this your ability? Indeed, instructor. My power is... Wait. I neither wish to know nor require knowledge of your abilities. It suffices for you to be aware of them. Yuan Gang remarked, turning to face the other instructors. You are all seasoned guardians of the night. I trust you will handle this matter with discretion. Yes. Yang, and rather inopportunely interjected, Instructor, my ability is quite simple. Hold your tongue. Yuan Gang cast a warning glance at Yang in Chapter 48. Am I going back? Yuan Gang wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his brow and let out a long sigh. Facing an unfamiliar deity alone was indeed quite daunting. So, what is the story with the goddess of the night? Lin Xia blinked innocently, exclaiming, I was sound asleep in bed when suddenly I found myself in this situation, surrounded by a lot of chatter before you all arrived. And you? Yang mirrored Lin Xia's expression, saying, I have no idea either. I was downstairs watching a play when they abruptly told me I was the one they were looking for and whisked me away. Yuan Gang pondered in solitude before responding. All right then, after tonight, do not spread this matter around. I will report it to headquarters. The support I requested earlier can also be disregarded. Subsequently, far away, Chun Fuzi and his young scribe grumbled as they rowed their cart upstream along the Yangtze River. Do they not have any consideration for the elderly? Waking me from my warm bed at night, only to send me back midway? 5 months later. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When has our new recruit training camp ever sent recruits home for the new year midway through training? Yuan Gang glared intently at the man before him. Chen Mai paid no heed to his gaze, continuing unabated. To be candid, our squad has already laid an ambush. If you refuse, they will resort to kidnapping. Yuan Gang hesitated, struggling to find the right words. After a moment of internal contemplation, he inquired, "May I ask, why?" "Because it is time for the first net to be cast." A voice unexpectedly chimed in. "Young Un, what brings you here?" The crowd turned to see Yang and leaning against the doorway, amusement evident in his eyes. Chen Mai was taken aback by Yang An's presence. Logically, it should have been training time, and this was a private meeting of Chen Mai that had not been disclosed to anyone. "How'd he know? Come now. Don't be so surprised, Captain. Instructor Yuan is aware of the presence of spies within the new recruit training camp." "No, more importantly, how did you come to be here?" Chen Mai asked in confusion. He guess. "Enough of that," Yuan Gang interrupted sternly. "What do you mean by saying it is time for the first net to be cast?" Yang An's lips curled into a confident smile as he explained. "The captain already knows that some are eager to take action. In that case, why not give them an opportunity? After all, instead of aimlessly defending, guiding them into our carefully laid trap would allow us to better control the situation, wouldn't it?" Yuan Gang's brow furrowed, clearly displeased with Yang An's proposal. He retorted sharply, "Absurd. You would have me gamble with the lives of those children." Yang An quickly waved his hand, maintaining an unruffled tone. "No, instructor, you misunderstand. Ordinary recruits could never make it onto the assassination list of the ancient god church. Ultimately, the only one serving as bait will be me, Chia, and the chubby one." Yuan Gang's gaze was firmly fixed on Yang and seemingly searching for any hint of hesitation or retreat upon his countenance. Yet Yang An's expression remained resolute. After a brief moment, Yuan Gang's eyes narrowed slightly as he pressed further. "You are willing to expose yourself to danger, but what of Qi Yi? And what about Bai Li Tu Ming?" At that instant, Yang An suddenly smiled with a calm demeanor and stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. The eyes of Yuan Gang and the others shifted in unison with his movement, revealing Lin Qi Yi standing resolutely behind Yang An, with unwavering determination in his gaze. "Lin Qi addressed Yuan Gang earnestly, "Eom Viling." Yang An's voice resonated once more as for Pang Pang. "I believe the Bai Li family would not fail to protect their own young master." At that moment, Yang An was confident that the Bai Li family was not yet ready to take drastic measures against Pang Pang, for the new recruits' training had not yet concluded, and Bai Li Tu Ming's credentials remained insufficient. Chen Mu pondered privately, realizing that Yang An had come thoroughly prepared. Yuan Gang contemplated for a considerable time, seemingly weighing the feasibility of the plan. "Instructor Yuan, what concerns you? Are you afraid I might perish?" "Such tenderness. Get lost," Yuan Gang retorted, clenching his teeth. "Notify everyone. 1 week from now, there will be 4 days of leave, but no one is to leave Songnan City." "Understood. I will ensure the message is conveyed," Yang An replied. Nearby, Chen Mu expressed a sense of satisfaction. "Impressive. You two have made such significant progress in a new recruit training camp." However, Lin Qi Ye's lips curled into a faint, somewhat awkward smile as he gently remarked, "I have indeed learned a great deal from this training, but as for Yang An, it's hard to say." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp, as if he had instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind Lin Qi Ye's words. He inquired, "What do you mean by that?" After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qi Yi decided to speak candidly. During the training initiation, Yang An single-handedly toppled the entire mass squad. Chen Mu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How is that possible?" Lin Qi Yi continued to explain. "Due to his extraordinary prowess, he earned an exemption from training. Not only that, but he has also transformed into our close combat instructor." Upon hearing this, Chen Mu's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, as he muttered in astonishment, "Huh? What on earth?" New recruits toppled the massed squad. Exemption from training, a new recruit becomes a close combat instructor. How could these 4 phrases possibly form a coherent statement? Amidst his astonishment, Chen Mu felt a tinge of regret. A decade prior, Songnan City had already been ravaged by the wrath of Shiva, and he was uncertain whether the deity behind Yang An would expend divine power to protect him. Furthermore, he had doubts about the true intentions of the so-called god of the end. Noticing Chen Mu's disheartened expression, Yang mistakenly assumed that Chun Mu was on the verge of despair over the impending disappearance of Sangnan City due to the wrath of Shiva. Thus, he promptly made a brilliant decision. Captain, since we are here, how about giving the recruits a light-hearted, yet engaging practical lesson? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie could not shake the feeling that he perceived a glimmer of excitement in Chun Mai's eyes. Oh dear, is this appropriate? Might it be too presumptuous? Surely not. The esteemed Captain Chun Mai of Team 136 offering them a class would surely delight them. Alas, you have truly placed me in a predicament. However, let us proceed with the lesson. The recruits exclaimed in surprise. The echoes of the transmission resonated within Yang En's being. What? You and Xingyu have ventured to another province to capture the mysterious, leaving me to celebrate the new year alone? Indeed. Is there an issue with that? Yang sighed deeply, reminiscing about the days spent wandering alongside little fish. Thus, the decision was made with joyous resolve. Do remember to keep a Jean and mother safe. I do not believe the legendary Qing source Miao Dao Erlang Shun requires my protection. What if he realizes that my staff techniques are derived from the Monkey King and responds with quip? Do you understand why I am currently in another province? Another Yong'an. Chapter 49. We return home in the playground. A throng of new recruits was rejoicing. For this afternoon, they would finally leave the training camp for a much-anticipated holiday. Seventh night. The 4 guardians of my family's elemental forces have already arrived in Sangnan. Why not forego returning home and accompany me instead? It will be safer that way, despite the unexpected inclusion of the plump companion. Lin Xie chose not to conceal the truth from him. To Lin Xie's surprise, when Bailey Pang Pang learned of the impending threat against him, he simply chuckled with an innocent grin. What is the big deal? I've faced numerous assassination attempts throughout my life. Moreover, in times of hardship, good brothers ought to bear the burdens together, right? After a moment, Bailey Pang Pang hastily added, of course, I don't mean to invite you to experience the assassinations I've endured in the past. Lin Xie couldn't help but chuckle at Bailey Pong Pong's antics. All right, a true brother will share the burden during tough times. Returning to the present, Lin Xie promptly declined Bailey Pong Pong's invitation. After all, he had originally joined the Night Watchers for the sake of his family. Neglecting to visit them during the new year would indeed be a misstep. Aware of Yanggu and Xie's formidable prowess, Bailey Pang Pang did not press the matter further. Perhaps their side might prove to be safer. As the bus gradually pulled away from the new recruits training camp, everyone was astonished to discover they seemed to have made a breakthrough. Not only the new recruits, but even Yang himself had ascended to the threshold of the Chuan realm. This was indeed beyond his expectations, as he had assumed that his usual use of resonance was futile. At that moment, Yuan Gang's voice rang out. That forbidden object suppressed you for over 5 months. When you are released, your mental energy will naturally rebound, allowing you to effortlessly break into the pool realm. Oh, incredible, Instructor Yuan. Indeed, Instructor Yuan, I adore you. Instantly, the atmosphere within the bus became fervent. Only Yang discreetly approached Yuan Gang and exchanged a few words, to which Yuan Gang nodded gently. Are you confident? Easily. In the next moment, Yang Yan's figure slowly floated out of the bus, ascending higher and higher until he matched the height of a nearby mountain before coming to a halt. What is Yang up to? I have no idea. The passengers inside the bus murmured amongst themselves. Seeing this scene, Lin Xie and Bailey Pang Pang immediately understood. The first wave of attacks was imminent. Yang took a deep breath and shouted in the sky, I am the scapegoat. At the moment those words left his lips, the heavens stirred. Nearly 10 missiles of varying sizes soared towards Yang. Even the missiles originally targeted at the recruits' camp redirected to make him their new target. What? Missiles? A terrified and incredulous scream erupted from the bus. As the missiles drew nearer, Yang wore an unseen smile in a hidden corner. He slowly extended his hand towards the sky, and the intangible space seemed to morph into a soft fabric under his grasp. In an instant, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. The once bright afternoon was abruptly distorted, as if a colossal hand had savagely torn the light asunder, drawing forth a rich veil of night. Yuan Gang's expression shifted dramatically. It was Yang tightly grasped this fragment of darkness and gestured fiercely towards the missile. In a heartbeat, the darkness surged forth like an incoming tide, swiftly woven into an expansive shroud of night, studded with twinkling stars. The missile plunged into this nocturnal canvas, creating not a single ripple. With the mission accomplished, Yang returned to the bus, leaving the other passengers in a state of astonishment. You call this the agent of the goddess of night? I reckon you are the goddess herself. Goodness, while we're down here laboriously swinging our blades, you're soaring above playing with such wonders. Nevertheless, despite their shock, curiosity was stifled. After all, who knew what might provoke this formidable individual, leading him to toss them into the depths of that night? At this moment, Yuan Gang approached Yang and sighed. How are you? Are you all right? Yang, pale and slightly fatigued, waved his hand dismissively. I'm a bit drained, but it's manageable. I've already banished those missiles into space. I'm glad to hear that. Yuan Gang nodded, oblivious to the amusement Yang concealed from his view. Missiles at my disposal. As Lin Xie and Yang slowly descended from the vehicle, their gazes converged upon a group of individuals not far away, the members of Team 136, who had come to welcome them. Hey, Xie Yang! Hong Ying exclaimed, exuberantly waving her arms, her face radiant with joy. Her voice rang out, clear and vibrant, echoing through the expansive parking lot. Lin Xie and Yang exchanged smiles and hastened towards Team 136. It's been ages. When Shima greeted them with a smile, a teasing tone lacing his voice. So, Xie, did you find a girlfriend at the training camp? Lin Xie, upon hearing this, slightly twitched the corner of his mouth and rolled his eyes, responding with mock irritation. Not that quickly. His words elicited a wave of laughter from those around, the mirth filling the air as if transporting them back to the days they had all spent together. Yang stood quietly to the side, watching the scene unfold, a warm sensation blossoming within him, silently marveling, truly, Team 136 is remarkable. At that moment, Chunmai approached, patting Lin Xie and Yang on the shoulders, grinning. Let us head back. We'll treat you both to a warm welcome. Tonight, I'll take charge of the cooking. Wow, thanks for the trouble, Captain. Si Xiao and S, two playful buns bobbed up and down, reflecting her joy. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang accompanied Instructor Hong back, as the overall commander naturally needed to preside over the command center. On the way, Yang inquired, So, have you figured out how the missile came about? He recalled an impending missile attack, but could not remember who was behind it. We found out. It was the Medusa of the ancient god church. Instructor Hong replied, while glancing at the information transmitted to his tablet. Medusa? Yang had a faint recollection of this individual, if memory serves. This person was encountered shortly after unlocking Merlin, perhaps during the time when the god of magic, Merlin, emerged from his sick room. Should I assist the struggling Lin Xie and expedite Merlin's release? The vehicle of Team 136 sped along the road, producing a cacophony as it rolled over a manhole cover. Beneath it, Xingyu gazed at Yang with confusion. Why must you insist on having that Yang return home for the new year in your stead? Do not speak to me of frivolities that I cannot comprehend. A subtle smile lingered on Yang's lips. Because I wish to save someone, and so, thus, I shall go forth to rescue them. And Xingyu shook her head in resignation and remarked, You are quite dirty. But tell me, would you truly scheme against me in such a manner? Yang, feeling the intensity of Xingyu's gaze, reassured her, Rest assured, I am merely inclined to be a bit hard on myself. Chapter 50. The hunt. The members of Team 136 gathered around the dining table, eagerly awaiting their meal. Yang, I heard you single-handedly topple the mass team of the Pool Realm? When Chima casually inquired. It wasn't that impressive. Many of the rookies exhausted their stamina, and I barely managed to hold on. Moreover, I certainly didn't defeat Wang Mian, Yang replied, glancing at the cup before him. When Chima, listening to Yang's account, formed a rough estimate of his current prowess and gave a thumbs up in admiration. Impressive. Once you leave the training camp, you might head to cities like Beijing, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. Perhaps, but I still prefer staying in Sangnan, Yang responded. Hong Ying chuckled. We have no say in such matters. In the kitchen, Chunmai was simmering rib soup, the aroma wafting through the air as bubbles rose and burst. "Captain, I can already smell it. When do we eat?" exclaimed Si Xiaonan, excitement evident in her voice. Outside, Long Xian observed the house's every movement through binoculars, a smile playing on his lips. "How wonderful it is, everyone." On the other side of the city, Yang withdrew the dagger he had plunged into a corpse. "It seems the ancient god sect has sent quite a number of people this time," he remarked, glancing at Qingyu beside him. "Let's move on to the next stronghold. This is the first time I've hunted humans, as we've always dealt with the mysterious before." And Qingyu wiped the blood from her face, her eyes gleaming with excitement. In the distance, a woman stealthily set up a sniper rifle, aiming at Yang. She thought to herself, "This chameleon is like a monster. He single-handedly took down an entire stronghold. And some of these people are from the sea realm." After nearly 5 months of eliminating the mysterious, Yang had reached the pinnacle of the river realm, and his physical abilities had successfully broken through to the earth level, enabling him to combat sea realm experts. Crucially, he not only killed, but also began to dissect the corpse on the spot. That scene would forever be etched in the female assassin's memory. Taking a deep breath, the assassin tried to calm her racing heart. Her fingers trembled slightly as they slowly pressed against the trigger. With a muffled gunshot, the bullet darted out like lightning, accompanied by the smoke as it hurtled towards Yang. However, to her astonishment, Yang seemed to have anticipated the shot. Just as the bullet was about to strike him, he deftly tilted his head, allowing the bullet to whiz past his ear without inflicting any harm. The female assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly comprehend what she had witnessed. How could this be? She had aimed with such precision, yet missed? Frantically, she peered through the scope, desperate to confirm the target's location. But when her gaze fell upon the scope, she realized Yang and had vanished without a trace, leaving only Qingyu, who wore a strange smile directed at her. A wave of ominous premonition surged within her, and her heartbeat quickened. "Oh no, I've been discovered." The thought flashed through the assassin's mind. Her complexion instantly turned ashen. Without a moment to ponder, she spun around, intent on fleeing, neglecting even to secure the firearm in her grasp. However, at that very instant, a figure materialized before her like a specter. As she focused her gaze, she beheld a strikingly handsome, sunlit face smiling at her, a smile that exuded an eerie chill. "Hello," Yang whispered, as if greeting an old acquaintance. The female assassin let out a shriek, but before she could vocalize her terror, the blade in Yang's hand sliced through her neck like a flash of lightning. A crimson haze engulfed her vision, and her body collapsed weakly, the breath of life departing her at that very moment. The assassin here should have been dealt with. Yang remarqued solemnly, hearing his words, and Qingyu appeared puzzled and inquired, "Isn't Bailey Tumming the young master of the Wanshan Bailey group?" Given his status, the family's protectors would surely go to great lengths to safeguard him. Yang smiled slightly and explained, "It is precisely because Bailey Pongpong's background is so formidable that those dispatched to assassinate him possess considerable strength. While the Bailey family's protectors are indeed formidable, it is prudent for us to offer an additional layer of assurance." In truth, Yang harbored another reason he refrained from voicing. He recalled from the original narrative that the 4 great protectors of Bailey Pongpong's family, earth, wind, water, and fire, were incapable of adequately safeguarding him. This was due to the fact that among those sent to assassinate him, there were infiltrators of extraordinary strength. One could never predict, owing to the butterfly effect, whether this might lead to even greater upheaval. Hence, Yang felt it imperative for them to personally visit just to be safe. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyu conceded that Yang had a point and nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us hasten to his side." Meanwhile, Bailey Pang Pang, donned in a bath cap, luxuriated alone in the opulent bathtub of the Tsangnan Grand Hotel, a small rubber duck bobbing upon the water's surface in rhythm with his movements. "Ah, how delightful! I haven't felt this relaxed in over 5 months." Outside his room, the 4 great protectors stood guard, and Bailey Pang Pang felt assured that no one could successfully assassinate him, thus allowing himself to unwind completely. Just as he closed his eyes to savor the moment, a knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" The voice of the protector resounded. "Report, young master." The hotel front desk informs us that a person claiming to be Chow Yuan is here to see you. Bailey Pang Pang hastily removed the hot towel from his face. His tone laced with surprise. Chow Yuan has arrived? Quickly, let him come up. Young master, what if this is an assassin in disguise? You have a point. Have him call me first. Understood. Hello, is this Chow Yuan? Bailey Pong Pong's languid voice came through the phone. Chow Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. It is I, Pang Pang. Yang Gu mentioned that if I had nowhere to go, I should seek you out, while also ensuring your safety. And how do you prove that you are not an imposter? Bailey Pang Pang turned the volume of the phone to its maximum, listening to the silence on the other end, his expression shifting slightly as he prepared to reach for his personal space. Soon after, a voice emerged from the other side once more. When you were in the new recruit training camp, taking advantage of the night, too. Before the speaker could finish, Bailey Pang Pang interrupted. Hey, all right, it's Chow Yuan, isn't it? Hee, have you eaten? Why not come over and dine with me? The expressions of the four individuals at the entrance were somewhat peculiar. What are you smelling? Continue. I still want to hear the gossip. In the next moment, Bailey Pang Pang addressed the four guardians. Could one of you kindly step out to meet my friend? Young master, we must continuously ensure your safety until you return to the new recruit training camp. So we are afraid we cannot leave your side. Sai, very well. Gao Zhuang. I've informed the hotel front desk, so please come to room 8039 to find me. All right, I'll hang up now. As the elevator ascended slowly, Chow Yuan felt a vague sense of unease. Ding. The elevator doors opened gradually, and just as Chow Yuan was about to step out, a loud crash resonated from Bailey Pong Pong's room. Chapter 51. The Treacherous Chow. What brings you here? As Chow Yuan and the other four guardians of forbidden objects were about to storm into Bai Li's room, their expressions suddenly shifted as a wave of heat surged towards them. In an instant, Bai Li's room was engulfed in flames. Thick smoke billowed out through the door, and Chow Yuan plunged through the haze, only to behold a shocking sight. No, he exclaimed, witnessing Bai Li, wrapped only in a towel, plummeting rapidly from the air. The intense impact had propelled Bai Li through the glass, sending him hurtling towards the ground below. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The assault on Bai Li was far from over. As he descended in free fall, several flying daggers appeared unexpectedly from above, hurtling towards him like lightning. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Bai Li cried out in alarm. In a moment of desperation, he gestured dramatically, conjuring forth the free space that lay upon the coffee table, which instantly materialized in his hand. Thankfully, I had Brother Yang modify the free space. Otherwise, I might have been in a bit of a predicament, Bai Li thought to himself. Reflecting on his time at the rookie training camp, Bai Li recalled his urgent desire to enhance his strength, leading him to seek out Yong'an. When Yong'an inquired about his motivations, Bai Li's answer left him both amused and bewildered. He had been frightened by another Yong'an and felt that without a forbidden object by his side in future encounters, he would be utterly defenseless. Thus, he yearned for greater power. Yong'an raised an eyebrow and examined the free space. Let me modify it so that it can always be at your side. How do we accomplish that? Bai Li asked. Simple. With one, tracking and teleportation, plus a spoonful of 3-flower cream. Yong'an declared. Done. That's it. Bai Li responded, astonished. Indeed, with mental energy as the driver, it will always appear at your side. Elated, Bai Li leaped into the air and planted a kiss on Yong'an's face, exclaiming, Thank you so much, Brother Yang. However, Yong'an merely wiped the saliva from his face with a solemn expression before summoning a thick stick that appeared before him. This stick, not only does it hurt to hold, but even a mere tap could be lethal. Yong'an mimicked the tone of the great sage. Please, don't, Brother Yang. That's excessive. I was just joking, Bai Li chuckled nervously. Very well. Allow me to jest with you in return. Guess what? When the stick strikes, will your rear be odd or even? Time returned to the present. Bai Li gripped the fire demon bottle tightly, his arms sweeping dramatically as he tilted the opening. A torrent of blazing crimson flames erupted forth like a surging flood. In the face of this fierce inferno, the glimmering daggers became woefully fragile, and upon contact with the flames, they melted away like wax under intense heat, dissolving into a pool of molten iron and dissipating into the air. However, two flickering flying knives, glimmering with an ethereal blue light, stood apart from the rest. They sliced through the raging flames at an astonishing speed, hurtling directly toward the throat of the corpulent Bailey. In a moment of desperation, Chow Yuan felt a surge of malevolence within him, igniting black-red flames. "Bailey, be careful," he shouted, immediately drawing his sword and launching himself forward, condensing his malevolent energy into a blade aura. The black-red blade aura swiftly shattered the incoming flying knives. Once this was accomplished, Chow Yuan, engulfed in killing intent, became aware of his surroundings and, in a loss of rationality, began to thrash about like a fish on the brink of drowning. At that moment, Bailey summoned Ya Wang, and golden light transformed into two auspicious clouds, catching both Chow Yuan and himself. "Chow scoundrel, what did you jump down for? Those flying knives can't penetrate my defense." However, the only response to Bailey was a sinister chuckle. "Damn, Fuli Gao Yuan." Inside the hotel, the Wind Master's brow remained furrowed. "What's wrong? Young Master is merely at the initial stage of the pool realm. He is not yet capable of controlling Ya Wang to support the flight of two individuals. For now, we can only descend into the alley below." The terrain below was intricate and convoluted, posing significant challenges to our protection of the young master. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry down and find him," the Fire Master urged. Just as they were about to take action, the ground trembled violently. "What is happening? The hidden assassin has blown up the foundation of the hotel." At this moment, Bailey could clearly see the entire Grand Hotel beginning to collapse. "What should we do?" The four Forbidden Object Masters exchanged glances. In the air, Chow Yuan declared, "I must go evacuate the crowd below. The collapse of the building would be a catastrophic blow to those beneath." Bailey added, "I will go with you." He was about to direct Ya Wang toward the densely populated area below when suddenly, the tracker attached to his towel began to emit sounds. "No, young master, your identity is special. Exposing yourself among the crowd undoubtedly increases the risk of assassination. My suggestion is to temporarily retreat to the branch office established by the Lord in Songnan." Bailey was initially taken aback. Clearly, he anticipated that the four Forbidden Object Masters would adopt such extreme measures to protect him. Nevertheless, he resolutely replied, "I am the Night Watchman. In the face of danger, I should shield the crowd, not hide behind you." The Fire Master maintained his stance. "If the young master is unwilling to listen, we may have to resort to more forceful measures." His words carried a hint of disdain. "You." At that moment, two youths appeared abruptly in the room, dragging a blood-soaked, bearded man whose life hung in the balance. "Who are you?" The Fire Master immediately summoned the Forbidden Object, Reverse Flame Blade, to attack one of them. However, Yong'an merely cast a casual glance at him and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the Fire Master's movements appeared excruciatingly slow to all present. What? The raging flames danced upon the blade, resembling a ferocious tiger poised to devour its prey. "Young man, why be so reckless?" Yong'an placed his fingers upon the blade. In but a fleeting moment, the flame upon the edge vanished without a trace. Even the efforts of the fire wielder to channel more spiritual energy proved futile. "What have you done?" Yong'an found amusement in the fire wielder's current state. All right, I shall cease the jest. I am a friend of your young master, here to assist him." With that, everything around began to reverse in time. The foundation below commenced its reconstruction, and Chow Yuan, having leaped out, astonishingly bounded back up nearly 30 floors to return to the room, while Bai Li Pang was drawn back into the hotel room by an unseen force. "Huh? What is happening?" Bai Li Pang gazed at Yang in astonishment, who responded with a playful wink. Chapter 52. How did you arrive? Bai Li Pang excellent in surprise. "Young Ge, what brings you here?" "And this esteemed brother is." "And Qing Yu, his partner." "A pleasure to meet you." And Qing Yu extended his hand courteously. "Oh, a pleasure indeed. Would you care to select a token of our meeting?" Bai Li Pang produced a gift box filled with an assortment of prestigious watches. Yang, and astonished, inquired, "Where on earth did you pull that from?" Bai Li Pang wore an innocent expression, feigning ignorance. "Well, it just appeared, poof." Yang scrutinized him with a gaze full of suspicion, eager to uncover the source of this astonishing bounty. After a moment, his eyes fell upon the scant fabric that remained covering Bai Li Pang's lower half, a bath towel. Could it be? Yang's eyes narrowed, as he seemed to unravel a monumental secret. Fortunately, the green water ghost was a gift for another version of me. He privately rejoiced. What did you just say? And Qing Yu queried. Oh, it's nothing. Please choose. So, you have dealt with all the assassins, including that one with the bomb? Bai Li Pang Gaspat. There might have been some oversights, Yang scratched his head, seemingly recalling, but in any case, I resolved everyone nearby who was watching you. None were left. I do not believe you could handle the sea realm. Hua, speaking in exceedingly slow pace, challenged him. Yang raised an eyebrow. What is there to disbelieve? He then began to rummage through his pockets. The four guardians of the forbidden items watched intently, anticipating what he might produce. After a lengthy pause, Yang finally smiled in relief, only to reveal nothing. Who was the first to question? What were you doing? Were you not supposed to prove that you killed a Sea Realm expert? Yang, in feigning innocence, replied, I was merely adjusting the trajectory. The four guardians? Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang. And Qing Yu. I'm used to it. Then Yang added, you wish for proof of my slaying a Sea Realm being? Why not say so? I shall show you. He resumed rummaging. This time, it seemed he was not merely adjusting the trajectory. Then, Yang produced a middle finger. Here, you asked for proof, and I present it. The others, Bai Pang, will you accompany me in the coming days? I shall protect you. Of course. Absolutely. Bai Li Pang's eyes sparkled. Young master, this. Yang interjected mockingly. While I converse with my Pang, you four dance and sing. Remember, before me, there's only my brother Pang, not young master Bai Li Ming. No one can coerce him. These words ignited a blaze of fury within Hua. What did you say? Hua spoke with painstaking slowness. Respecting Pang's wishes, if you have the capability, come take him away yourselves. Clowns. After Yang had finished speaking, he snapped his fingers again, causing the figures of Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan to vanish. Damn! The water elementalist couldn't help but exclaim. The earth elementalist sighed in resignation, suggesting, let us report everything that has transpired here to the boss. I will make a call. The wind elementalist chuckled lightly, adding, how about you alter your speaking pace before making that call? Upon hearing this, the fire elementalist's brows furrowed at an excruciatingly slow pace, his eyes wide with disbelief. I can't believe that still hasn't lifted this damned skill. With a sudden flash of light, Bai Li Pang felt as if he had traversed dimensions and found himself in a quaint suburban villa. He surveyed his surroundings, though the villa was modest in size. It was exquisitely adorned, nestled in a serene environment. The only incongruity was the vast expanse of vacant land behind the villa. Huh, where am I? Yanggo, you actually own a property here? Bai Li Pang exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at Yang's thoughtfulness. Yang, taken aback by the question, wore a slight, awkward smile, scratching his head as if he wished to say something, but ultimately remained silent. In truth, this property had been acquired through misappropriated funds allocated to build a training facility for new recruits, with the assistance of the instructor, Yang. Just as Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan were about to explore the villa, they were suddenly startled by the sound of flushing from the bathroom. They exchanged curious glances, wondering if there might be others in the villa. Shortly thereafter, the bathroom door creaked open and a figure emerged. Bai Li Pang squinted and gasped, Zhuaigu. I never expected to see you here. However, Zhuaigu appeared somewhat indifferent to Bai Li Pang's astonishment, merely huffing and stating, You're here? Get ready. This year, we'll be celebrating the new year here, and my other subordinates are also present. Upon hearing this, an excited smile spread across Bai Li Pang's face as he leaped with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Yay, I want to have a hot pot. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, Yang and Lin Xie had been aimlessly wandering for several rounds. Lin Xie, with a puzzled expression, remarked, How strange. Not a single member of the ancient god sect or any assassins has shown up. He had anticipated a fierce battle upon returning, fully prepared mentally for such an encounter. However, the reality was entirely unexpected, as not a single assassin had appeared. Lin Xie couldn't help but feel perplexed, turning to Yang En and asking, Yang En, do you think the members of the ancient god sect are afraid? A glint of cunning flashed in Yang En's eyes. Yet his demeanor remained composed as he replied, nonchalantly, who knows? It seemed he harbored his own calculations, unwilling to divulge them. Observing this, Lin Xie chose not to press further. At this moment, Yang En proposed, since there are no assassins to disturb us, why not tidy up and prepare to return home to see Mother and Ajin? Lin Xie pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. However, might this inadvertently endanger Ant and the others? He harbored concerns that the followers of the ancient god sect might pose a threat to his family. Yang En, brimming with confidence, reassured him, rest assured, with me around, no one shall harm my family. Sensing Yang En's assurance, Lin Xie felt a sense of relief and suggested, then, before we head back, let us purchase some groceries. Upon hearing this, Yang En's spirits lifted as he exclaimed, let us go. I recently swindled old Yuan out of a substantial sum. I am quite affluent at the moment. How impressive. I shall cling to my beloved brother's leg for support. Lin Xie gestured from his side. Ding. Insufficient balance. The three pairs of eyes exchanged awkward glances, each looking at the other. Sir, would you like to pay by card? Would facial recognition suffice? Chapter 53. I do not mind you, as the atmosphere of the approaching New Year intertwines with the snowy landscape. The red lanterns adorning the streets shine brilliantly against the backdrop of white snow. Within a modest, unpretentious building, a woman busily tends to the stove. Mother, let me assist you. Yang Jin's voice resonates from behind her. The aunt's face brightens with a comforting smile, only to fall into reminiscence moments later. Alas, I wonder how your brother and the others are faring in the army. Do not worry, Mother. They will take good care of themselves. The aroma of the cooking wafts through the air, a delightful warmth enveloping the space until the cheerful sound of the doorbell disrupts the cozy ambience. Who could that be? In response to her aunt's inquiry, the door swings open to reveal two familiar figures. Mother, we have returned to see you. Qi, Shaoan, what brings you back? You must not be disregarding military discipline, are you? Fear not. The instructor granted us a day off. We specifically seized this opportunity to visit you. That is a relief. A relief indeed. Come in quickly. I shall prepare a few more dishes. No need, Aunt. We must depart tomorrow. If you cook too much, it will go to waste, Lin Qi interjected. Meanwhile, Yang carefully surveyed the arrangement of the home. Strictly speaking, this marked Yang En's inaugural return to his family abode since emerging from Endless Cycle. His prior memories were merely inherited recollections. Surprisingly, he felt little emotional turbulence, as if this were an utterly ordinary occurrence. Alas, Endless Cycle is pleasant in many respects, yet it has not been particularly kind to me. Yang unsilently lamented, as steam filled the room, carrying the delightful scent of dumplings wafting outside. The family enjoyed a harmonious moment together. In the distance, Long Xian observed through binoculars, a subtle smile gracing his lips. That lad. However, the New Year's Eve was not as tranquil as it seemed. In the shadowy corners shrouded in darkness, ominous figures lurked, poised for action. Are you certain? One shadow whispered, doubt evident in their tone. Absolutely certain. Another shadow replied with conviction. I witnessed those two divine agents enter this building. Excellent. The first shadow nodded in satisfaction. Once our objective is achieved, you shall be duly recognized by Lord Whisper. These shadows occupied a dilapidated van, their faces faintly illuminated by the moonlight. One figure, a brutish man with a menacing countenance, instilled fear. A woman exuding an alluring charm, her graceful silhouette captivating, and a strikingly handsome youth with a hint of ruthlessness in his expression, an imperceptible smirk playing at his lips. Alongside them were two unremarkable men, blending seamlessly into the background. Listen, the stern youth suddenly commanded, his voice imbued with decisiveness. Li Si, Wang Wu, you two possess the Li strength. Remain outside to keep watch. Jingjing, Your task is to lure those two lads out. Brother Fong and I will seize the moment to rush in and capture that woman, threatening the divine agents. No one disputed his arrangements. They all nodded in agreement. Thus, a meticulously orchestrated plot quietly unfolded on this New Year's Eve. After confirming the plans, the 5 individuals, as was customary, skillfully opened the van's door. However, when their gazes met the scene outside, they were all momentarily taken aback. A pitch-black dog sat quietly by the door, its large, copper-like eyes fixated upon them. Where did this black dog come from? Why is it staring at us so intently? Questioned a slender man with an ordinary appearance, his face etched with skepticism. I'm not sure either, replied a woman, her delicate voice tinged with a hint of fear. She clung tightly to the arm of a handsome young man beside her, instinctively leaning into him for comfort, as if seeking solace from the unsettling gaze of the dog. Just as the 5 prepared to disregard the sudden appearance of the little black dog and leave, an unexpected event transpired. The dog's form began to expand at a visibly rapid rate. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to the size of an adult male lion, surrounded by a halo of sacred light. Various strange sounds signaled to the 5 that this was no ordinary black dog, but rather a being imbued with mysterious powers. What is happening? Faced with this sudden turn of events, the 5 stood dumbstruck, utterly at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, a slightly teasing voice emerged from behind. In the heavenly realm, you would refer to me as the howling celestial hound, and I would not take offense. But now that we are outside the celestial realm, what should you call me? In that instant, the group widened their eyes in astonishment, as if time had frozen. They could hardly believe their eyes as they noticed another figure sitting inside the van. Upon reflection, it seemed he had been present since their planning session. Yet none had felt it peculiar until now. Amidst their astonishment, the stranger abruptly spoke. Hello, my name is Yongin. His voice was calm and gentle. It had carried an unsettling eeriness. No sooner had he spoken than a clear chime rang out, as if a spell had been cast, sweeping through the group and shattering their silence and shock. The echoes of puppet began to resonate in the air, manifesting like a powerful shockwave that struck at the hearts of the 5. In a mere instant, their eyes lost their former clarity, becoming hollow and bewildered. Their bodies began to tremble slightly, saliva uncontrollably dripping from their mouths, as if rendered mentally incapacitated. Their expressions grew vacant, completely devoid of self-awareness, as though controlled by an invisible force. Be good now, the black dog urged. I still have some use for these individuals. I cannot hand them over to you just yet. Tell Jean that I will certainly protect Mother and the others. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yang An's eyes. Yes, you. Upon witnessing Yang An's actions, the little black creature let out a soft whimper before turning away. Once the creature departed, Yang An exhaled deeply. Subsequently, he inquired, Pray tell, which faction do you represent? We hail from the cult of the ancient gods. So, it is indeed the vermin of the ancient gods cult. Yang An thought with a cold scoff, observing the dazed individuals before him. An ingenious idea suddenly struck him. He swiftly incapacitated them and conjured a peculiar radiance in his hand. This was a power he had acquired while hunting the mysterious alongside Qingyu, capable of erasing all memories of the target within 3 minutes. As the light coursed into their bodies, a wicked grin spread across Yang An's face once more. Within him, the echoes of disaster and frame began to resonate, and soon, a continually effective disaster was transferred into the bodies of the captives. Following this, breaking all laws was implanted within them, rendering them devoid of all restrictions and mental prowess. After stripping them of their garments, he unceremoniously stuffed them into a van. Hello. Good day, officer. I would like to report an incident. There are individuals engaging in lewd activities in a van parked beneath my residence. The address is Chapter 54. I shall play no more after Yang An dealt with the assassins lurking downstairs. He cast a glance back at his mother and Jean. In any case, you should enjoy the new year here. I trust you will find it hard to part with Mother, Yang An murmured. He then slowly pulled the hood of his black sweatshirt over his head and strode into the depths of the alley, speaking as he walked. It's about time. I have played enough. I shall no longer entertain this group of little mice. As he uttered these words, the sounds of frenzy, hardening, tracking, Madman began to resonate within him, for chimes echoing through Yong'in's body, an indescribable aura emanating from him. In that instant, the entire Tsangnan region seemed to be enveloped in a mysterious force. Those with nefarious intentions, who sought to partake in this assassination plot, suddenly felt their body hair stiffen as if bewitched, becoming as rigid as steel needles. In an instant, these hairs pierced through their flesh, delivering excruciating pain. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The hairs, once embedded in their bodies, did not cease their movement, but instead raced through their blood vessels, as if endowed with a life of their own. They traversed the veins, burrowing straight into the heart. Before the perpetrators could react, the hairs had already reached their cardiac organ, and a silent yet bloody strangulation commenced. The heart, the core organ of the human body responsible for circulating blood and sustaining life, was under relentless assault. Its functions deteriorated swiftly under the violent onslaught of the hairs. Blood could no longer circulate properly, and the various organs began to falter due to a lack of oxygen. In but a fleeting moment, those involved in the assassination plan succumbed to immense suffering, their bodies grotesquely distorted from the rupture of their hearts. Of course, Yong'in spared the few individuals in the van. After all, he was curious to see how much commotion, disaster, could stir within the ancient god church. Upon receiving this news, the entire church descended into a state of utter panic. People exchanged bewildered glances, their faces pale, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. What is happening? Why have all our operatives in Tsangnan gone dark in an instant? A member of the Apostle exclaimed in distress. I have no idea. We have attempted to contact them multiple times, yet no one responds. Another apostle replied anxiously. At that moment, the usually silent whisper Avatar suddenly spoke, his voice heavy with gravity. They're all dead. This declaration struck the assembly like thunder, leaving everyone stunned, staring at Whisper in disbelief. Dead? Are you saying that someone has, in an instant, disregarded the constraints of time and space, slaughtering all our operatives in Songnan, including those formidable Sea Realm experts? An apostle trembled as he questioned. Whisper sighed deeply, seemingly resigned and astonished by the outcome. He spoke slowly. The soul imprints I have sown can no longer perceive their souls, which signifies their essence has dissipated and ceased to exist. Achieving such a feat, if not the pinnacle, can only be attributed to a formidable being like Klein. Upon hearing these words, all present were immediately plunged into contemplation. They understood that even a being of immeasurable realms could slay that group. It was inconceivable to identify and disregard spatial barriers to execute such a strike instantaneously. A stranger, a Klein powerhouse. In an instant, this revelation spread like a contagion throughout the ancient god church, even reaching the ears of the watchers. Zwiching, what do you think? The emergence of an unfamiliar Klein powerhouse in Songnan, is it a blessing or a curse? Yifan remarked it, gazing out at the scenery beyond his office, his head throbbing with concern. However, the architect of this turmoil had already returned to the quaint villa, burdened with an assortment of plastic bags. Brother Yang, let us eat quickly. I can hardly wait. Fatty exclaimed eagerly, seated in the living room. Hey, Fatty, if you wish to dine, you must contribute some effort first. Go, follow Chow Yuan and help with the vegetables. Li Liang and I will prepare the broth. Shen Qingzhu instructed Fatty. Huh, aren't we having a plain water hot pot? Biley Fatty questioned, his eyes wide with surprise. Shen Qingzhu chuckled lightly. Plain water hot pot? You are mistaken. I intend to spice up your broth with numbing and fiery flavors. What? Brother Zhuang, you have a cruel heart. Just then, Chow Yuan and Deng Wei arrived, interrupting the conversation. All right, Brother Zhuang. No need to tease Fatty. Brother Yang said tonight we are having hot pot. One clear broth and one spicy. That's a relief, Biley Fatty replied, his smile genuine. Outside, the New Year fireworks erupted in a cacophony of sound, their vibrant colors illuminating the room through the windows, enhancing the already warm atmosphere with a festive spirit. On the dining table, the bubbling hot pot exuded an enticing aroma, as if narrating the light-hearted joy shared among the group. Wily Fatty picked up a piece of well-cooked lamb, savoring it contentedly, when suddenly he seemed to recall something. Looking quizzically at Yang and inquiring, "Brother Yang, why do we not call this gathering 7 nights?" Yang grinned mischievously, replying, "Who says we don't? ISNT 7 nights here." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and Far Broadcast was instantly activated, connecting the 2 images Yang and had envisioned. Shortly thereafter, Twin Blossoms began to work its magic, linking Lin Xie and several others to Yang. In that fleeting moment, the dishes on the table overlapped, and Lin Xie's figure appeared before everyone like a projection. Lin Xie smiled gently, his heart warmed. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his beloved family, his aunt, a Jean, and Yang, little black lice. Yes, yes, yes. You are so refined. Closing his eyes, he envisioned his most trusted comrades gathered around him. In a certain sense, this was the first gathering, excluding the Gallon and Jiang Air Knight Squad. What do you think, Chia? This New Year's gift is rather splendid. I assent to it? Yang said with pride. Lin Xie let out a light laugh, teasingly remarking, "Hee hee, you have finally accomplished something human. However, what about the captain? Aren't you going to arrange something for him as well?" Yang twitched the corner of his mouth, playfully scolding, "TSK, don't push me to slap you." At that moment, a message from Nikes resonated within Lin Xie's being. "Denasdis, my neighbor has emerged from his room. Would you like to come back and take a look?" Yang was momentarily taken aback. Mei Lin has come out? Chapter 55. SpongeBob within the confines of a mental institution. Lin Xie and Yang found themselves captivated by the presence of a Western gentleman exuding an aura of profound philosophical thought. The atmosphere was thick with silence until Lin Xie, breaking the awkward tension, hesitantly inquired, "Are you the god of magic, Merlin?" Merlin smiled faintly, a glimmer of wisdom flashing his eyes as he replied, "Indeed, I am Merlin, and you must be Lin Xie. I have long foreseen your arrival." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, though he quickly regained his composure. After all, this deity of magic and wisdom was renowned for his prophetic abilities. Observing Lin Xie's reaction, Merlin's smile broadened, seemingly pleased by his response. He bowed elegantly before Lin Xie and, with a graceful stride, approached Yang. However, in an unexpected turn of events, as Merlin drew near to Yang, a sudden episode of madness overtook him. His previously composed and dignified demeanor vanished, replaced by a wild and bizarre visage. His eyes widened, and he muttered incoherently, "It's been so long. SpongeBob." He suddenly shouted at Yang, and his voice laced with madness and confusion. This unforeseen transformation left Lin Xie and Yang utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that this legendary god of magic would succumb to insanity at that moment. The powerful metamorphosis spell transformed Merlin into a pink starfish clad in beach shorts, his staff morphing into a net. "SpongeBob, let's go catch jellyfish." Lin Xie's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly trust his own sight. What is happening?" Yang, though somewhat prepared, was equally startled by the scene unfolding before him. Goodness, this Merlin is far more deranged than depicted in the original work. In the story, he only succumbed to madness when confronted with sensitive topics. Now, he has completely lost his mind. "What do we do, Yang?" Li Fei asked, standing at the door of the ward. I don't know. That disgusting pink starfish is about to escape." Suddenly, the starfish tightly grasped the net and flung it over Li Fei's head. "SpongeBob, I've caught the jellyfish king," the pink starfish exclaimed joyfully, twirling the net around Li Fei's head. Yet the chaos did not end there. The starfish bolted from his ward and into the courtyard, causing mayhem. "What do we do? We must stop him, or the institution will be torn apart," Lin Xie shouted in desperation. In that moment, Yang proposed a brilliant idea. "I have a thought. What if we calm his delusions by engaging with his mental world?" "What do you mean?" Lin Xie suddenly harbored a foreboding sense of dread. The next instant, ripples began to emanate from Yang's form, and before long, he transformed into a square yellow sponge. "Ha ha 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 ha. Patrick, let's go catch jellyfish." The yellow sponge danced joyfully beside Patrick's star. "SpongeBob," Patrick exclaimed, raising his arms in sheer delight. Soon, The yellow sponge and the pink star began to whirl around Nyx in a frenzy, shouting, "I'm ready! I'm ready!" Nyx called out to the two playful beings, referring to them affectionately as children. Lin Xie sighed, feeling a bit weary. "Honestly, I'm tired," he lamented. Meanwhile, Li Yifei gave himself a light punch, chuckling, hee hee. "Ha, SpongeBob chasing Patrick. How could I dream of such a thing?" However, just as Lin Xie was engulfed in his melancholy, a voice rescued him. Ding! Patient Merlin's treatment progress has reached 1%. The following skills can be extracted. Lin Xie widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to suppress an exclamation of disbelief. WTF? This is possible. Before him lay a gigantic spinning wheel, adorned with a myriad of magical skills that dazzled the eye. These skills included mastery in fire magic, mastery in lightning magic, mastery in transformation magic, mastery in spatial magic, and more, each radiating a formidable aura of power. As the wheel spun rapidly, Lin Xie's heart raced in tandem. He anxiously focused on the pointer, silently praying it would land in the area he desired. Yet, the pointer seemed to dance beyond his control, gliding over various sections, intensifying his trepidation. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the pointer gradually came to a halt, landing on mastery in summoning magic. Summoning magic? Lin Xie gazed at the wheel, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He murmured to himself, "This seems quite promising." While he was taken aback by the outcome, a thrill coursed through him. After all, summoning magic was regarded as an incredibly mysterious and potent art, capable of calling forth formidable beings for one's use. Though he wasn't particularly well-versed in this domain, acquiring such a skill was undoubtedly advantageous. At that moment, Merlin and Yang, having reverted to their human forms, approached curiously to examine the wheel. With a smile, Merlin remarked, "Let me see what wonderful gift you have received." Director Lin. When they discovered that Lin Xie had drawn summoning magic, Yang nodded, seemingly unfazed. "I believe this suits you well, Director Lin. After all, the powers you inherited from the goddess of night, Nyx, combined with the support of summoning magic, will undoubtedly enhance your capabilities." Yet, a question lingered in Yang's mind. He pondered, why did playing with Patrick increase the treatment progress? Could it be that offering Patrick some psychological comfort also counted as part of the patient's healing process? This perplexing thought left Yang in contemplation, as he sought clues, but ultimately found no definitive answers. As Lin Xie had obtained his belongings, Yang was preparing to withdraw. However, at that moment, Merlin called out to him, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Yang. Before you leave, I have something for you." Merlin produced a tome from the folds of his expansive robe, imbued with an ancient aura. "This is my notes and insights from my time as an apprentice in magic, along with a plethora of spellcasting tutorials." Yang squinted in surprise. "Why is this happening again? It seems that every deity I encounter has a peculiar interest in me, despite the impossibility of our prior meetings." Yet this time, Yang was determined to seek clarity. He would not be left in confusion any longer. "Mr. Merlin, I do not comprehend the significance of your actions. However, I must sincerely ask you, what is it that those behind you intend to achieve?" Merlin's lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating a sense of ease. His voice was calm and soothing, as if he had already grasped the entirety of the situation. "The time is not yet right, Mr. Yang. Your destiny has long been inscribed in the annals of the future. When that moment arrives, you shall awaken to the truth. Therefore, there is no need for you to worry. Simply proceed with unwavering resolve." Yang clutched the item bestowed upon him, deep in contemplation. "But, Mr. Merlin, this gift is of no use to me," he exclaimed helplessly. "I am utterly ignorant of magic and have no idea how to wield its power." Merlin's smile remained unchanged, his gaze as clear as a tranquil lake, quietly fixed upon Yang. "No." Merlin gently shook his head. "I firmly believe you possess immense potential for learning magic." At this, Yang could not help but smile. Intrigued by Merlin's confidence, he pressed further. "Oh, Mr. Merlin, are you so certain? I cannot help but wonder if you know something about me." He continued, "And I suspect you did not glean this information through prophetic means, did you?" Merlin fell silent, his gaze momentarily drifting away. Chapter 56 Officer, I assure you, I did nothing. The man's voice was laden with terror and helplessness as he clutched the blanket tightly around him, as if it were his sole source of protection. Good heavens! Who knows why I was in my grand villa one moment, and suddenly found myself in this van the next. Internally, he cursed his fate, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. After the group of 5 assassins had been apprehended by Yang, and their recent memories were wiped clean, leaving them in a state of confusion about what had transpired, Yang unsealed their forbidden realm and charged them with the crime of engaging in lewd activities, sending them to the police station. In the interrogation room, harsh white light mercilessly illuminated their faces, rendering them pale and haggard. You were not engaging in lewd activities. Then why were you all found without a stitch of clothing? Answer me, especially you, with that mark on your backside. An irate veteran officer bellowed, his voice echoing ominously in the cramped space, causing discomfort to the ears. However, faced with the officer's accusations, the man could only respond with a blank stare, utterly confused. Me? A mark? I did nothing of the sort. His voice trembled as he felt unjustly accused. Nothing? Then take a look at the photographs taken when you were discovered. A picture was brusquely thrust onto the table before him. As his gaze shifted from his companions to himself, he was struck dumb. No, why is there indeed a mark? He screamed inwardly. What is the matter? Can't defend yourself? Well, you see, I've been constipated lately. The doctor advised me to keep a record of my bowel movements, which is why I marked it. He stammered, visibly flustered. Yes, that's it. The absurdity of his explanation left the officer momentarily speechless, and even his companions, Jingjing and Brother Feng, bowed their heads in embarrassment. The veteran officer sighed heavily and approached the body camera. Oh dear, it seems the recording device has accidentally run out of battery. What are you planning to do? The 5, sensing something was amiss, hastily attempted to summon their mental powers to eliminate the officer and escape. Yet, wait, why can't I feel my forbidden realm anymore? Me too. I can't sense my mental energy, Jingjing echoed in disbelief. However, contemplating their predicament was no longer an option. Didn't come any closer. Memory restoration in progress. Memory restoration in progress. Memory restoration successful. The Bru Zhaoxi and Wang Wu quickly begged for mercy. Yes, we were engaged in such activities. We admit it. We confess. At that moment, the group realized they had undoubtedly been set up. Otherwise, how could they have found themselves in such a dire situation, completely stripped of their powers? Reflecting on it, they recalled that they had indeed taken on a new assignment recently. It must be the cause. It must be the objective of this task that has caused this. How dare you? The man roared in fury. Oh, are you still unconvinced? After saying this, he unleashed yet another powerful memory restoration technique. At that moment, a series of crisp footsteps echoed at the entrance, each step resonating in the hearts of those present. They turned to see a man clad in a black tailcoat, adorned with a purple kite brooch on his chest, gracefully entering, a cryptic smile playing upon his enchanting features. Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to grant me a favor. Please release my unfortunate subordinates. Upon speaking, a wave of energy emanated from whispers, spreading outward. In an instant, a violet light flickered in the eyes of everyone present. Lord Whispers, thank you for saving us. Whispers placed his left index finger to his lips, shushing them. I do not wish to hear trivial matters. I merely want to know, why are you still alive? The shadowy man's expression stiffened. Lord Whispers, I do not quite grasp what you mean by asking why we are still alive. Should we be dead? Upon hearing the man's question, the corners of Whispers' mouth curled upward even more. Ha ha, you truly do not know. Or are you pretending not to know? This time, anyone involved in the assassination plot within Songnan has perished, their hearts crushed by others. Such a significant event, and you remain oblivious? Re-reporting, Lord Whispers. We genuinely had no knowledge of this. To our recollection, the assassination plan has yet to commence. The 5 assassins could distinctly sense the fury, discontent, and a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from Whispers. Upon hearing this, it seemed to finally pique Whispers' interest. And let me see, what have you experienced? The mental energy of Whispers began to surge, the atmosphere within the small interrogation room growing increasingly tense. Fragmented memories of the five unfolded before. Whispers, like scenes from a film. The previous memories are surprisingly blank? What exactly transpired? Whispers furrowed his brow slightly, yet a subtle smile lingered on his lips, resembling a work of art. Ah, since you have become useless to me, who knows what peculiarities you might possess? I would prefer not to attract the unwarranted pursuit of a Klein powerhouse by disregarding the medium team. As the words fell, an intense chill swept through the few present. What should we do? Should we resist? Can we fight back? As they pondered this, they remained oblivious to the steel blade that had embedded itself in their hearts. Should we resist? Should we resist? They harbored such thoughts, their heartbeats gradually ceasing until the very end of their lives, without arriving at an answer. However, in the instant of their demise, Whispers suddenly sensed a chilling dread rising from within. What is happening to me? In the distance, Yongin felt an instinctive response. Oh, is this a hook? As I observed, the calamity that had been implanted within those individuals was, at the moment of their demise, attributed to their assailant. Moreover, Yongin benevolently added a touch of misfortune. Ah, what a delightful buy-one-get-one free scenario. One wonders which charming soul unleashed this Pandora's box. Alas, it matters not. I must take my leave. Should the night watchman catch sight of me, it could lead to unwelcome complications. With such thoughts in mind, I began to turn away, only to unexpectedly encounter Chun Mai, the captain of Team 136. What? Chun Mai narrowed his eyes, recognizing me as one of the three oldest deities of the ancient god church. And what of it? Whisper remained composed. One Chun Mai could not hinder him. Perhaps he could even recruit him into the ancient god church, as long as he remained discreet. Old Yuan, we have discovered traces of the ancient god churches. Whisper, requesting assistance. The location is... What? Chun Mai, exercise caution. We happen to be nearby, and will rush to your aid. Whisper, TSK. Chapter 57. I do not intend to spark a dispute in a moment of utter helplessness. Murmur let out a frustrated sound. Being ensnared by the night watchman here could spell considerable trouble. Captain Chun, I harbor no intention of instigating a conflict. My presence here is merely a misunderstanding. There is no need to escalate this situation unnecessarily. Is there? A misunderstanding? Captain Chen's expression tightened as he scrutinized the individual before him. The sudden appearance of the esteemed church of the ancient gods, murmur, in Songnan. Do you expect anyone to believe you seek nothing? Both men were engaged in their own calculations. One wished only to buy time for reinforcements, while the other yearned to flee this place swiftly. Given the circumstances, it seems there is nothing further for us to discuss. Captain Chun, may you remain lost in your nightmares. Murmur declared, gesturing dramatically as if conducting an orchestra. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. With Murmur's peculiar movements, the towering skyscrapers around them appeared to warp under an unseen force, teetering precariously as they hurtled towards Chun Mai with astonishing speed. Chun Mai watched in disbelief as the immense bricks loomed larger, seemingly poised to engulf him. Yet, not a trace of fear crossed his face. Just as the bricks were about to descend upon him, a pitch-black dagger sprang forth from the black box at his waist, glinting with lethal intent. Gripping the star blade firmly, Chun Mai unleashed a flurry of strikes without hesitation. In an instant, the sharp blade sliced through the air like lightning, reducing the once formidable bricks to mere fragments, which cascaded to the ground like confetti. Yet, a faint smirk lingered at the corner of Murmur's lips, as if mocking Chun Mai's futile struggle. Indeed, in the next moment, Chun Mai realized that it was no longer scattered bricks that were hurtling towards him, but an entire building. The edifice descended like a mountain, instilling a sense of dread. However, rather than retreating, Chun Mai surged forward with unyielding resolve. His speed was akin to a flash of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he approached the building, with the star blade in hand. He effortlessly shattered the windows as though slicing through vegetables. Glass shards erupted in all directions, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Then, in a remarkable display of agility, Chun Mai darted into the building's interior, racing through its expanse. He vaulted over various obstacles with astonishing swiftness. Ultimately, like a bolt of lightning, he emerged from the opposite side of the building. He bellowed, his body riddled with tiny wounds from the glass, crimson droplets oozing forth. With both hands tightly grasping the blade's hilt, he fixed his gaze upon Murmur. With a fierce roar, Chun Mai prepared to strike down upon Murmur with unparalleled ferocity. Yet, the outcome was wholly unexpected. Murmur maintained an air of nonchalance, calmly stating, "In the nightmare I have constructed, no one can kill me." What? Chun Mai's astonishment hung unvoiced in the air as a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Upon closer inspection, the shards of glass previously embedded in the skin appeared to have come to life. "You see," Whisper laughed maniacally, "this technique is something I recently mastered. Do you know what comes next? The glass will pierce your veins, follow your blood to your heart, and ultimately reduce it to mere fragments." Ha ha ha. Yet, Chun Mai's expression revealed no fear. "I may not know your purpose here, but I am aware that if I let you go, countless innocent lives may be lost. I am a night watchman. Death? What is there to fear?" Listening to Chun Mai's fervent declaration, Whisper pretended to applaud. "Oh, you possess quite the spirit. I relish seeing individuals like you become my devoted followers." Ha ha ha. After a moment of maniacal laughter, Whisper continued, "I shall spare your life. You will serve my purpose." A wave of terror washed over Chun Mai, for he understood the significance of Whisper, his soul imprint, and moreover, he harbored the formidable Shiva's curse within him. He could not afford to be controlled. Absolutely not. With this thought, Chun Mai abandoned his offensive and instead revealed his night watchman emblem, as if the essence of the Yama temple began to manifest. If the dark night descends, Whisper narrowed his phoenix-like eyes. "Black Wuchang? TSK. I detest those who resort to self-destruction when faced with defeat." As he spoke, Whisper snapped his fingers, and the night watchman emblem inexplicably appeared in his grasp. At that moment, Chun Mai seemed to be overcome by excruciating pain, collapsing to his knees. Whisper, brimming with excitement, lunged toward Chun Mai, adopting a kneeling posture as well. "I yearn to see that expression of yours, one that exudes both annoyance and helplessness." Ha ha ha. His eyes fixated on Chun Mai, his lips curling into a triumphant smirk. However, at that instant, a sacred and solemn chime resonated, seemingly shattering the fabric of time and space in their ears. The nightmare constructed by Whisper was utterly dismantled, revealing the original world. Behind Chun Mai stood Yang-in, wielding a club and filled with righteous fury, along with the instructors from the new recruit training camp. "Captain, are you all right?" Upon the arrival of reinforcements, Chun Mai felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. "Hey, Yang-in, be cautious. Whisper, S abilities are quite troublesome. Rest assured, Captain, I will ensure he cannot even unleash his forbidden realm." At this, Chun Mai recalled that Yang-in possessed the ability to temporarily nullify others' forbidden realms, allowing him to trust Yang and with the battlefield. Whisper's piercing eyes were fixed on Yang-in, for it was the first time anyone had managed to breach his nightmare space. "Oof. Though this is merely a fragment of my nightmare, do you truly believe a newcomer like you can defeat me?" In the next moment, the environment around them began to ripple like water, drawing Yang-in into the nightmare realm once more. With a slight smile, Yang-in declared, "If I can break through once, I can certainly do it again. Shatter all laws." The chime resonated once more, yet this time, the breaking 10,000 laws inexplicably lost its potency. Yang was instantly filled with panic. What is happening? Why can't I break through? Murmur, despite its pride, recognized that this nightmare incarnation, although at the pinnacle of the sea realm, was still not something easily shattered by a mere practitioner of the river realm. "I surmise your forbidden domain must be capable of breaking through boundaries, truly a genius. Alas, you must now belong to me." Subsequently, Murmur unleashed a soul imprint. Yang-in, caught off guard, was struck directly on the forehead by the soul imprint and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 57. When did you experience hallucinations upon witnessing the predicament of the individual named Yang? And Whispers could not help but burst into laughter. "How amusing! Just moments ago, I had pulled Chunmai from the clutches of the nightmare realm, and it genuinely startled me. I had thought that the concealed Klein had intervened. Whispers pondered quietly. They should still be present. If I lift the nightmare space now, I can bring Chunmai back. I am quite curious to see how entertaining it would be for a teammate, who I just saved, to turn around and attempt to kill me. Ha ha ha. With this thought, Whispers immediately dispelled the nightmare space. A ripple surged through the surroundings, yet contrary to expectations, Yuan Gang and Chunmai did not materialize. Instead, a furious Yang and confronted him. I can break you once. I can break you again. Breaking all laws. A bell tolled ominously. Whispers furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is happening? Just now? Huh? What is going on? Why can't I break through? The same phrases began to echo in Whispers' ears. Yang started to panic again, while Whispers felt a tinge of annoyance. Playing tricks. Whispers scoffed. Upon uttering these words, the ground beneath Yang and suddenly split open, and as he screamed and fell, the fissure promptly sealed itself. Not yet finished, Whispers manipulated the surrounding buildings to crash down upon Yang and S' previous location. This should end your charade. I detest those who deceive me. Thus, Whispers snapped his fingers once more, dispelling the nightmare space again. What in the world? I can break you once. I can break you again. What's going on? Why can't I break through? Watching Yang and frantically ring the bell repeatedly, panicking over and over again, the cycle continued for 1,000 iterations. What is happening? Why can't I break through? Whispers could not help but curse. What are you panicking about? I'm far more anxious right now. Throughout the thousands of repetitions, Whispers endeavored various methods to escape the loop. This included attempting to slice Yang in 1,000 ways or trying to protect him from death. However, it seemed as though Yang was afflicted by a great misfortune. If Whispers did not attack him, he would meet his demise through an array of unforeseen accidents. Yang had been struck dead by his own staff, tripped over his shoelaces while charging forward, and even met an untimely end under the wheels of a passing truck. The most absurd incident occurred when Yang, without any provocation, retrieved a white cloth, draped it over himself, and simply ceased to breathe. Damn it, this is beyond ridiculous. Of course, Whispers also attempted to maintain the nightmare space without dispelling it, only to be confronted by a red-clad madman wearing a coin mask who incessantly shouted Danyangzi and began pursuing him. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Chunmai's injuries were not severe. They were mostly superficial wounds, which were promptly healed by Twin Blossoms and Heavenly Strength. At this very moment, everyone present was watching in astonishment as Murmur succumbed to his affliction. His lips moved erratically, sometimes emitting a heart-wrenching cry. Please, don't die. At other times, he uttered perplexing phrases. Dead again? Oh, a fine death, you wretched. Witnessing this, Yuan Gang hurriedly approached, his face a mask of confusion, and inquired of Yang, what on earth is wrong with this little rascal? Yang, with a slight smile that radiated innocence, replied, Oh, it's nothing. He is simply having a delightful time in Mickey's magical house. Yuan Gang, even more bewildered by this response, furrowed his brow and said, We specifically brought items to suppress the forbidden ruins. How about you release him from that magical house first? After a moment's hesitation, Yang nodded, saying, Very well. Before the words had fully left his lips, Yang swiftly concentrated his mental energy into his hand and without hesitation delivered a resounding slap to Murmur. The sharp crack echoed through the air, a sound so crisp that it was likely unfamiliar to those present. As the slap landed, Murmur, his eyes gradually regained their clarity, and he looked around in confusion. Ha. So how will you meet your end this time? Will you simply lie down and perish? Or shall you be crushed beneath the weight of a heavy truck turned colossus? Oh, I see. This time, it was they who brought about your demise, correct? Ha. Taoist, you've ascended. You've become an immortal. The rest of the crowd exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss. He appears to have lost his mind. We were planning to judge him, but perhaps it's best to just end it. At that moment, Yang An's eyes gleamed with fervor as he rushed forward. Instructor Yuan, if Murmur's avatar dies, His true self will immediately gain the memories of his death. Shall we entrust him to me? I assure you I will handle it splendidly. Yuan Gang pondered for a moment and replied, Since it was you who brought Murmur to this state, I shall leave it to you. Having spoken, Yuan Gang and the others took Chun Mai for further examination. Yes, Yong'an grinned wickedly as he approached the deranged Murmur, a translucent hemispherical shield unfolding behind Yuan Gang and the others. Silence, breaking all laws, reverberated once more. Yong'an summoned a counterfeit golden rod, while Murmur clapped his hands and exclaimed, Are you going to smash yourself with that golden rod this time? How delightful! Hearing Murmur's words, a few dark lines appeared on Yong'an's forehead. As the rod swung past his head, it exploded like a watermelon. Meanwhile, Murmur's soul was captured by the white ram and dragged into the realm of oblivion, where, under the erosion of 3,600 echoes, this fragment of his soul was transformed into a blood brick, resting atop a tower of flesh and blood. A day later, as the holiday concluded, Lin Xie and the others returned to the new recruit training camp. As for Han Xiaoyun and the Snake Woman, who were supposed to make an appearance during the assassination, they had gone to seek out Thousand Faces, as Yong'an had previously operated in another province under that guise. Though they returned empty-handed, they were fortunate enough to evade the onslaught initiated by Yong'an, known as the Heavenly Yang moment, a playful reference, not a genuine phenomenon. Hey, Chi, how was your New Year? Quite well, and you, Fatty? I'm doing all right. I've been with Brother Yang along with Chao and Zhuang. So have I. As Lin Qi stood once more before the gates of the rookie training camp, a wave of sentiment washed over him. He had initially anticipated that this holiday would culminate in a fierce battle for survival. Yet the reality was starkly different. He had merely spent a day at home and 3 days lounging at the detective agency. Of course, Lin Qi was well aware that the reason the ancient god sect and other bounty hunters had refrained from causing trouble was likely due to Yong'an's intervention. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang was in delightful spirits, having received the statistics from their recent endeavors. The report boldly stated that 5 had perished in the sea territory of the ancient god sect, 20 in the river territory, with a total of over 70 casualties among the rest. Chapter 56. The ceremony of honors. The sharp and abrupt ringing of the bell jolted the new recruits from their slumber. In an instant, they donned their attire and assembled before the training platform, their demeanor now devoid of the languor they exhibited 6 months prior. Hey, Chi, if physical training has concluded, why must we rise so early? Bai Li, the portly recruit, inquired stealthily. A glimmer of insight sparkled in Lin Qi's eyes. The conclusion of physical training did not signify the end of their collective training. Moreover, given the current atmosphere, it appeared they were to report on the assassination attempts during the holiday period. The training platform was crowded with instructors, seemingly all of them present. Since the recruits' return yesterday, Yong'an had meticulously eradicated all traces of soul imprints, resulting in a greater number of instructors than depicted in the original narrative. Yuan Gang surveyed the new recruits below, a satisfied nod escaping him before he solemnly announced, Today's morning training is canceled. The crowd initially rejoiced, only to be enveloped by a heavy silence soon after. During this holiday, we endured assassination attempts by the followers of the ancient God Church, and several individuals distinguished themselves with remarkable feats. Thus, we convene this ceremony of honors. A ceremony of honors? Oh, I recall the missile incident upon our exit from the training camp. Yanggu single-handedly saved us. He must surely be among the honored. Yuan Gang paused momentarily before continuing. The Night Watchman's medals are categorized into 4 ranks, with increasing difficulty from Spark to Radiance, Star, and Sea of Stars. Presenting the first awardee, Yong'an, recipient of 2 star medals. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. What? 2? And of the star rank? This is preposterous. Even Instructor Yuan has only garnered 3-star medals over the years. Hearing the murmurs below, Yuan Gang furrowed his brow and bellowed. What are you all chattering about? Do you doubt that Instructor Yang could attain such an honor? Let me enlighten you. Instructor Yang single-handedly intercepted nearly 10 missiles to save you all, subsequently leading the charge against the remnants of the followers in Songnan City. and valiantly battled against the avatar of the ancient god church's third deity, musing to rescue the captain of the night watchman in Songnan City. Most importantly, he orchestrated the entire operation himself. Were it not for his seniority, I would consider myself deserving of the Sea of Stars medal. Yuan Gang's words fell like sparks upon a powder keg, sending a tremor through the hearts of those present. Lin Shiyi, in a state of unease, pondered the captain's near brush with death at the hands of musing. Young Un, I cannot allow you to always shield me in battle. On stage, Yang solemnly accepted the two medals, his countenance no longer bearing the frivolity of before. The subsequent awardees were ordinary instructors who participated in the harvesting operation, their achievements briefly acknowledged. In the days that followed, life resumed its tranquil course. The new recruits immersed themselves enthusiastically in tactical training, while Lin Shiyi continued to struggle in the shooting class, each shot veering far from the target, failing to strike the bullseye. Why can't I seem to shoot accurately? In a fit of exasperation, Lin Shiyi exclaimed, his forehead veins bulging. During the shooting class, Instructor Gu observed Lin's performance with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. He shook his head and remarked, "How peculiar. The target is right there, yet you cannot hit it?" At this moment, Yang, standing nearby, could not contain himself and chimed in, "Goodness, you fired 9 shots, yet only 3 managed to barely hit the target. My friend, it seems you're under a curse." Lin Xie looked at Yang, puzzled, and inquired, "What curse?" With a playful grin, Yang elaborated, "You see, you shot 9 times and only 3 hit the target. This defies scientific explanation. I call this the law of 3 nines, huh? Humph. I refuse to believe in this so-called law of 3 nines. I shall shatter this absurdity." Thus, after another 9 shots rang out, Yang bit his lip to stifle his laughter, only to find that the target still bore only 3 bullet holes. Lin Xie, in despair, lamented loudly. Why? Is the law of 3 nines truly insurmountable? Very well, I shall connect you and me with the twin blossoms. Pay close attention and learn how I aim and shoot. As the connection through twin blossoms was successfully established, a whole new world seemed to unfold before Lin Xie's eyes. To be on the safe side, Yang even cloaked the target with a layer of disaster induction. With a confident smile, Yang gently squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. However, after firing 9 shots, he suddenly froze, staring in disbelief at the target. What? How could this happen? This is possible. Yang muttered in astonishment. There on the target remained only 3 bullet holes, but the other 6 bullets, after being fired, had taken on a bizarre trajectory. It was as if they were guided by some mysterious force, ricocheting at various angles, ultimately striking the rear of the target with precision. Even more astonishing was that, although these bullets hit the back of the target, they did not penetrate it, as if halted by an invisible barrier, quietly resting in place. Lost in thought, Yang clearly had not anticipated that the law of 3 nines could be transmitted to him through twin blossoms, allowing him to directly counter the echoes. Lin Xie, observing from the side, exclaimed in a peculiar tone, "How wonderful! You hit all 9 shots." He again employed the yin-yang principles. Instructor Gu, I believe it is necessary to recruit a classmate for close combat training. Hi, I think this young comrade here is quite suitable. With that, Yang seized Lin Xie by the hair and rushed towards a training platform. Hey, wait. Hold on. You got it wrong, brother. You got it wrong. Huh? Who's your brother? Standing before you is merely Yang, the agent of the god of termination, the mysterious nemesis, the absolute capitalist, and your close combat instructor. And young man, prepare for trial. That night, a bruised and battered Lin Xie, along with Yang arrived at the mental institution. Feeling the lingering gaze of Lin Xie filled with resentment, Yang declared with bravado, "Who provoked you to insult me? Did you not speak ill of me before?" "Oomph. I stand by my own reasoning. You threatened to beat me. What now?" Lin Xie retorted, "Remember, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty." Within the confines of the psychiatric hospital, the pink starfish frolicked joyfully, while Yi Fei had been transformed by Merlin into a blue octopus. "Ha ha, brother octopus! You shall not catch me," he exclaimed. "Damn it, Change me back, will you? Eh, SpongeBob, you're back. Let's go catch jellyfish. Chapter 57. In praise of the god of magic, the absurdity unfolding before Lin Chia was indeed quite overwhelming. Particularly when Li Yifei, transformed into a cerulean octopus, lamented at his feet. Li Yifei. Lin Chia inquired uncertainly. It's me, Chia. This god of magic has truly lost his mind. Not only has he gone mad himself, but he has also turned me into this. Well, there is not much I can do for you, as I'm not versed in transformation magic. Perhaps you could remain like this for now? Meanwhile, Yang had once again morphed into SpongeBob SquarePants to chase after Merlin. Upon seeing SpongeBob, Merlin immediately ceased his flight and embraced the cheerful figure. Oh, SpongeBob, how I missed you. At that moment, a tranquilizer was injected into Patrick Star's arm. He wobbled and collapsed to the ground, his form undergoing a transformation back into a suave gentleman from the West. As Merlin slowly opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a square yellow sponge and a sorrowful blue octopus. Am I in the real world now? Merlin questioned with a hint of joy. Regrettably, not quite, Mr. Merlin. Might you first revert my caretaker back to his original form? The young man from before. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Merlin's face before he waved his hand. The potent transformation magic began to mold the octopus's body as if it were mere clay, ultimately restoring Li Yifei to his former appearance. Oh my, I've finally returned. Do you know, Chia, that Merlin has been mad for nearly 2 days? I've maintained that peculiar form for the same duration. Woe is me, this caretaking role is truly arduous. Then, what brings Director Lin to seek my counsel today? All right, Mr. Merlin, we are here to inquire about summoning magic. What? Is there something you do not comprehend? Well, summoning magic typically requires the offering of sacrifices and the dispatch of one's soul to other realms, correct? We wish to conduct our first contract summoning, but we are apprehensive about potential mishaps. Hence, we seek your guidance to oversee the operation should any unforeseen events arise. Merlin donned a warm smile, reassuring them. Fear not, I will aid you. With that, Lin Xia and Yang prepared to commence the summoning right then and there. Yang, you mentioned you could assist in procuring the sacrificial offerings. Please present them, Lin Xia urged. Of course. Yang once again delved into his consciousness, reaching a deeper realm of the end. Brother Yang, do you have the mysterious corpses I requested from Xiaoyuera? The ram gradually opened his inscrutable eyes, a cold voice emanating from him. Over there, seek for yourself. The ram pointed in a direction and ceased to engage with Yang. Upon Yang return to the mental institution, Merlin, with a curious expression, inquired, Where did you just go? I couldn't fathom it for a moment. Nothing much. I just completed a quest. With a casual gesture, Yang summoned a multitude of mysterious corpses that began to stack up around him. What on earth? How could you possibly possess so many mysterious corpses? Yet, Yang remained as innocuous as ever. What mysterious corpses? This is merely common fish food. Noticing Yang and S' reluctance to speak, Lin Xie chose to disregard it. 2 grand and intricate magical arrays gradually unfolded beneath their feet, with a mountain of corpses at their center. Xie, how about a wager? Yang proposed. What are we betting on? Let us bet on whose contract is more impressive. What do you say? Sounds good. If I win, you must call me bro, Lin Xie declared with confidence. And if you lose? Lin Xie pretended to ponder for a moment. Then I shall call you bro Yang. As radiant light burst forth, their souls were successfully extracted from their bodies, embarking on a journey across myriad realms. Due to the sheer volume of offerings this time, Lin Xie, in a moment of daze, found himself in a world teeming with monsters, and he ended up contracting a slime. Meanwhile, Yang Yan's soul wandered, observing the surroundings. He secretly wished to glimpse the world of his original self, yet it was evidently impossible. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise escaped Yang Yan's lips as he gazed upon the world before him, a strange sense of familiarity washing over him. This world appeared somewhat recognizable, as though he had encountered it before. Should I explore it? The thought flickered through his mind, but just as it took root, a chilling sensation surged through him like an electric current. Yang Yan's heart tightened as he recognized that if he rashly entered this world, he would likely plunge into madness. For within this realm, he perceived a familiar figure, a deranged priest clad in red. What the hell? Was he? Yang exclaimed, his complexion paling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware of the terror this world harbored, for it was alive. Once it set its sights on him, the consequences would be unfathomable. I must escape quickly. If I become its target, things will turn dire. Yang dare not linger. His soul was drawn by an overwhelming force, hastily traversing the endless void. However, after wandering through this vast expanse for what felt like an eternity, Yang was unable to locate a suitable world. TSK. There is nothing suitable here. Yang sighed in frustration, realizing that the beings he encountered were either overwhelmingly powerful or so feeble that they failed to pique his interest. Forget it, I'll keep searching. With a resigned sigh, Yang continued his quest in the void, hoping to discover a realm truly fitting for him. At that moment, a familiar creature appeared beside Yang. It was a dragon-like being, entirely black with violet eyes. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful breath of dragon fire. Back in a mental hospital, Lin Chia had returned with his slime. Li Yifei curiously teased him. Hey, Chia, what is this little creature? It's quite adorable. My encounter with him was purely serendipitous, and I remain oblivious to what Yang has contracted. As I spoke, Yang soul successfully returned. Upon opening his eyes, he could not help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. Gee, how did you contract a slime? A slime? Are you familiar with it? Not really. I was merely guessing. Very well then, what have you contracted? In the next moment, Yang An's eyes suddenly radiated an eerie and enchanting purple light. Simultaneously, a faint purplish aura began to envelop him, swirling around his form as if it possessed life, gradually ascending. Now, allow me to reveal what I have contracted. Arise, Ender Dragon. His voice brimmed with confidence and a hint of youthful bravado. Just as his words fell, a dazzling light flashed behind him, and under its illumination, a colossal silhouette began to materialize. As the radiance faded, the onlookers beheld the true form of this enigmatic creature, a massive dragon, entirely cloaked in black, with eyes gleaming in purple. Its physique was extraordinarily large, yet it lacked the typical features of a dragon: sharp claws and fierce fangs. What was particularly amusing was that this dragon, which should have exuded an air of majesty, appeared in a pixelated style. Its body was composed of distinct lines, reminiscent of countless small squares, rendering it somewhat comical. Gazing at the Ender Dragon he had summoned, Yang En's lips curled into a subtle smile of pride. So, what do you think? Is it not more impressive than the slime? Is it? I don't quite see it that way. TCH, someone is being unsporting and cannot take a joke. I shall refrain from naming names. Chapter 58. The final assessment within the confines of the psychiatric hospital. Lin Chia was engrossed in experimenting with the diminutive slime he had summoned, while Merlin, intrigued, approached him. This slime Merlin spoke in a low voice. What's the matter? Sir Merlin? Oh, nothing of consequence. This slime possesses considerable potential. Nurture it well. With those words, he settled into a nearby rocking chair beside Nike's and began perusing a book. At that moment, Yang interjected, All right, Chia, if you are truly dissatisfied with this summoned creature, you may attempt another summoning later. However, Lin Chia sighed, Alas, since I have brought this little fellow here, I shall take responsibility for it. At the very least, I should not abandon it. Yang raised an eyebrow. You display quite a sense of responsibility, don't you? Half a year later, Instructor Yuan, did you summon me for something? Yuan Gang, standing by the window, glanced back at Yang and replied solemnly. The training session is nearing its conclusion. We must prepare for the final assessment. Why do you need me? Yang replied, I am not responsible for such matters. No, you may not grasp my meaning. I am suggesting as the training period concludes, the other instructors will return to their respective posts. But what about you? Yang narrowed his eyes. Are you implying that because I am an instructor, I cannot participate in the final assessment? Yet, without the results of this assessment, I cannot be assigned to my designated post, correct? So, do you have any solutions? Yang could not help but chuckle. Come on, old Yuan. You merely wish for me to find a way to participate in the final assessment. Am I right? Let me guess the final assessment involves the new recruits battling the mysterious entities. if I disguised myself as a recruit? The power dynamics between the mysterious and the recruits would be skewed, hence you want me to infiltrate among the mysterious, correct? Listening to Yang and S articulate deductions. Yuan Gang S, I twitched involuntarily. Damn, I had intended to play the part of a clever strategist before this brat. Yet he has deduced everything as if he possesses some cheat. Noticing Yuan Gang S expression, Yang realized he had hit the mark. Since you've figured it out, I shan't waste words with you. This is a specially approved forbidden item from headquarters, illusory coffin, which will allow you to mimic the appearance and aura of the mysterious entities and adjust your own emanating realm at will. When the time comes, you shall take this forbidden item, and yet, before he could finish, Yang interrupted, rest assured, old Yuan, when it comes to deception, I am quite adept. What? Is this another gift from your god of endings? Indeed. Ah well, if you are confident, then prepare accordingly. I shall inform the mysterious entities not to make a move against you. Yang interjected once more. There is no need for the mysterious entities. I can create a synthetic version of them for you. Huh? What do you mean? With that, Yang promptly utilized endless life to conjure 3 lifeless masses of flesh devoid of vitality, subsequently employing shape alteration to mold these lifeless forms into the desired shapes. A towering figure, adorned with the distinctive face paint of Sichuan opera, was entirely swathed in bandages, draped in a crimson cloak, from which 4 red flags protruded. In his grasp, he wielded a gleaming saber, exuding an aura that was both bizarre and commanding. Another figure, clad in a blood-soaked scarlet costume that trailed on the ground, displayed dark purple mildew stains upon the embroidered surface, with the collar featuring an unfinished, wilting peony. His delicate, pale hands bore an unsettling quality. Meanwhile, a third individual, dressed in a sky-blue robe embroidered with bamboo motifs, had his garment cascading like a waterfall. Yet, faint bloodstains, resembling plum blossoms, marred the collar and hem. In his right hand, he held a floral spear, while his striking visage was marked by hollow eye sockets. Yuan Gang gazed in astonishment at these 3 eerie entities before him, his heart racing. What on earth is this? Yang replied nonchalantly, Fear not, old Yuan. They are merely illusions. What do you think of their crafted forms? Yuan Gang exclaimed. Are you using the new recruits as props for the supernatural? Yang chuckled, it's just a night watchman-esque duty. If one fears such a degree of mystery, they might as well seek their demise upon graduation. Although Yuan Gang found some logic in this, he retorted, Dare you turn around and speak to me? Yuan Gang felt a wave of exasperation as he observed Yang and S turn back. After completing this spectacle, Yang activated the resonance of puppet, causing the 3 figures to rise as if charged like robots and begin to survey their surroundings. Goodness, they've moved. Yuan Gang exclaimed, startled. Relax, old Yuan. How else will we complete the assessment if they remain still? Yuan Gang, with a hint of trepidation, inquired, You haven't been harboring any mysteries, have you? Yang appeared momentarily bewildered by the question, insisting, impossible. Yet inwardly, he mused that it was as unattainable as breakfast surviving until the next day. He was not one to exhibit strong self-control. All right, but we ought to give them names, he declared. Then gone. 1. Chui. Later that night, Shen Qingzhu regarded Yang, who was clutching his bedding, with a look of disbelief. Why did you move back to sleep here instead of staying in the instructor's dorm? She asked impatiently. The training is about to conclude, so I naturally must cultivate my bond with my dear brother, Yang replied, observing the flustered expression on his brother's face. He exclaimed, You wouldn't have given my bed to someone else, would you? You truly are a cold-hearted, unfeeling person. I didn't. It's just as Yang continued to probe. He was determined to uncover the truth. With the blessings of both the earthly deity and the goddess of the night, he easily breached his brother's defenses. To his astonishment, he discovered his bed adorned with a black-and-white photograph of himself, beneath which lay a piece of paper. It read, Yang and S record. Yang assisted me in ambushing the masked squad to avenge my eliminated subordinate. Yang acknowledges his loyalty as my subordinate. Yang Yan's constructed room is generously offered for me and my other subordinates to reside in. Yang took us in during the new year when we had nowhere to go and shared a festive dinner with us. Upon noticing that every word above had been clearly seen by Yang and Brother Zhuang's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Yang! Brother Zhuang bellowed in a fit of desperation, attempting to divert the awkwardness. Observing Brother Zhuang's fierce expression, Yang quickly interjected, "Hey, you mustn't hit me. Otherwise, another entry will be added to that little notebook." Ah! Brother Zhuang, consumed by impotent rage, began to violently bang his head against the wall, seemingly intent on knocking himself unconscious. By the way, before you succumb to unconsciousness, may I ask you something? Why is my photo in black and white? To save money. So this bed space, have you been reserving it for me all along? Brother Zhuang fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, in another part of the dormitory, Brother Zhuang's subordinates sensed the incessant vibrations of the wall, their expressions growing peculiar. In the dead of night, the distant sounds of operatic singing began to drift in. My brothers, gather together to protect our land and people, driving away the invaders. Chapter 59. The enchantment of the performance, the haunting melodies of the opera gradually echoed throughout the new recruits' dormitory. Who could that be? What are they doing awake at this hour? Only Lin Xie and the other exemplary new recruits sensed that something was amiss. Fatty, stay alert. The ethereal singing drew closer, and suddenly there was a resounding bang. A tall man clad in a crimson robe smashed through the wooden door of the dormitory with a broadsword, only to be met by a violently compressed air bubble and the fierce flames of crimson inferno. The formidable fire instantly sent Gon flying, igniting his red robe in an instant. What is this? Our combined force was almost entirely absorbed. Shen Qingzhu exclaimed in astonishment as he watched Gon slowly rise. Yang En's expression turned grave. I don't know, but it appears to be. Sea Realm. Shuaigu, hurry and gather the other recruits. I suspect we are under attack. Be careful, Shuaigu replied, launching an air cannon towards Gon. After creating an opening, he rushed outside. Everyone, wake up. We are ambushed. A mysterious entity is on the 3rd floor. Its realm is Sea Realm. The term Sea Realm reverberated in the ears of the crowd. How could there be a Sea Realm entity? What about the instructors? It seemed that only Instructor Yuan could contend with such a mysterious being. At that moment, Lin Xie's face grew serious. Initially, he thought the mysterious presence in the dormitory was merely a drill. However, it now seemed highly improbable. After all, how could a Sea Realm entity heed human commands? Moreover, if they intended to confront a Sea Realm being, it would be utterly outrageous. One must understand that a Sea Realm entity could instigate a natural disaster. In an instant, Lin Xie drew his blade and burst through the door. For now, he needed to locate Yong'an. However, just as Lin Xie turned his head slightly, his gaze was captured by a chilling scene at the windowsill. It was a sight that quickened his heartbeat. Bathed in moonlight, a performer clad in red stood upon the ledge, immersed in an emotional performance. His movements were graceful and fluid, each gesture exuding professionalism and finesse, as if he were a master of the art. Yet, this beauty was shattered by his voice. The performer's opera was utterly silent. No sound escaped his lips. Only his eerie gestures and expressions sent shivers down one's spine. Lin Xie's eyes met those of the performer, and he beheld a terrifying visage. The performer's face was heavily painted, with a stark contrast between the pale foundation and crimson lips. His eyes were hollow and devoid of life, yet they fixated intensely on Lin Xie, as if attempting to glimpse something beyond his corporeal form. In the next moment, the two surged towards each other like meteors, moving with astonishing speed. Lin Xie gripped his star blade tightly, resolutely thrusting it towards the performer. He silently resolved to use this strike to gauge the opponent's strength and presence. Unexpectedly, at the very moment the star blade made contact with Wen's palm, it pierced through with unimpeded force, as though his hand were but paper, instantly rent asunder, blood splattering in every direction. Astonishingly, Wen appeared to feel no pain, his severed hand still hauntingly lunging towards Lin Xie with ferocity. Taken aback, Lin Xie swiftly adapted, transforming his initial thrust into a sweeping slash, striking like lightning at the severed limb. A thunderous crash resounded, reminiscent of a heavy object crashing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, He found that the dismembered arm had been forcefully cleaved and lay amidst a pool of crimson, sending droplets of blood flying. Gazing at the scene before him, Lin Xie couldn't help but feel a pang of confusion. It was strange how fragile the opponent's flesh was, yet the aura emanating from them unmistakably belonged to a formidable being of the sea realm. Just as he pondered this, he was suddenly taken aback as numerous fine threads began to emerge from the severed arm, rapidly entwining around it like spider silk, and in an instant, the arm was reattached. Meanwhile, all the new recruits on this floor began to surge forth. By heavens, truly a mystery of the sea realm. No, wait. The voice of Brother Zhuai wasn't from this floor, which means the mysterious entity they encountered is not this one. In an instant, this revelation plunged everyone into a state of icy dread. Regardless of how many mysteries there might be, their immediate task was to assist Xia in vanquishing the one before them. The ones who had endured 10 minutes under Brother Yang's command would remain to face this adversary. The rest should rally to gather others. In the face of the sea realm, one must never fight alone. In the monitoring room, the instructors watched with keen interest. This individual's performance is commendable. To devise such a strategy in such a short span of time. Lao Hong, remember to award him points. Yuan instructor, were we supposed to send Yang and to deal with the mystery? Why is he now confronting the mysterious being? Isn't it a bit excessive to engage with a sea realm mystery? With a slight smile, Yuan Gang replied, rest assured, we can simply observe here. Yang won't disappoint me. Besides, who says that just because the realm is the sea realm, the strength must necessarily be of that level? As night watchers, should we retreat simply because the opponent belongs to the sea realm? Thus, does this assessment still harbor misleading implications regarding realms? At this moment, the new recruits in the male and female dormitories were nearly gathered. Yang was single-handedly maneuvering against Gon, while Lin Xie and other physically adept recruits battled one. With the female recruits, led by Molly, facing off against Shui. Shen Qingzhu addressed the assembled recruits, saying, everyone, those skilled in reconnaissance should scout the dormitory situation. Those capable of rescue should remain at the back of the line, while the rest of the combatants stay vigilant at all times. I've already notified Brother Yang that the new recruits have gathered. Once he brings back those responsible for covering our retreat, we shall launch our assault. A voice from the crowd raised a hand, asking, can we truly prevail against the sea realm mystery? Should we not escape after rescuing them? We are night watchers. If those armed with blades flee, what then for those without? At this moment, several female soldiers lay lifeless in the dormitory, their throats pierced and surrounded by pools of blood. However, they were not truly dead. Rather, the instructors had secretly rescued them, leaving behind meticulously crafted corpses. Molly's eyes were rimmed with red, her surroundings filled with the bodies of her comrades, while the katana in her hand trembled, emitting a low hum. The seemingly elegant performer before her resembled a demon, relentlessly claiming lives. A soft, sinister chuckle escaped Shui's lips, as if the act of killing brought him immense pleasure. Gradually, aside from those who had succumbed to despair and fled, only Molly remained. Shui twirled a decorative gun in his hand as he approached her menacingly. Just then, a booming voice rang out, how dare you? Molly looked up to see Yang and Lin Xie arriving with a few others. Yang wielded a starlit blade, slicing through the air toward Shui's form. W, what are you doing here? Molly stammered. Bailey, filled with concern, stepped forward. Brother Yang drove off two mysterious foes and brought us to rescue you. Molly glanced around, realizing their numbers were limited. Originally, nearly 30 had remained in the boys' dormitory. But now, aside from Yang and Lin Xie, only about 10 new recruits were left. We should flee for now and regroup with Zhuang. If my guess is correct, Zhuang and the others must have activated the void domain and contacted the outside world. At that moment, Shui chuckled again. In the next instant, his shadow darkened ominously, and from within that shadow emerged Gon and Wenyi. Shui's azure theatrical robe was now stained a vivid red with blood. 3 eerie red figures charged toward them, emanating an overwhelming sense of dread. Chapter 60. All I want is your death, Gon. 1. And Shui wore makeup, their strange eyes fixed intently on the assembly. In contrast, on Lin Xie's side, Aside from the recently arrived Nightfall team, there were also the capable new recruits like Li Xiaoguang and Zheng Zhong. Be cautious. I shall lead the charge, Yang declared as he unsheathed his blade and advanced toward Gon. With muscles taut, Gon wielded his broadsword, unleashing it with such terrifying force that it left a trail in the air. Clang! Yang deftly redirected the broadsword, pressing one foot firmly upon it to prevent Gon from lifting it while swiftly kicking toward Gon. With immense force, Yang involuntarily exclaimed, "Damn, I've overdone it." In an instant, Gon's head was sent flying, spraying crimson blood. The others, witnessing this, cheered, "Yang, we shall assist you." Energized, they joined the fray. Lin Xie unleashed his full might, golden flames igniting in his eyes as darkness enveloped him. "Darkest divine ruins," he bellowed. In the next moment, the darkest divine ruins surged forth to encircle Gon, Wen, and Shui. However, Gon and Shui disregarded the encroaching darkness, continuing their assault on the group. Remarkably, Gon's severed head began to sprout numerous filaments, reattaching itself to his body. The onlookers were struck with terror, but Lin Xie recalled the frail red-clad jester, who had also rejoined the fray after losing an arm. Could it be they are immortal? Or perhaps, while Lin Xie was lost in contemplation, Gon, Wen and Shui pressed on. Wen, with her pale hands, merely gestured into the air, causing Li Xiaoguang to collapse, his chest caving in as he violently coughed blood. "Damn, another one down. This is too perilous. These three are all at the sea realm. Staying here will lead to your demise. Quickly, go join Zhuage. I will hold them off," Bai Li Pang exclaimed anxiously. "No way, Yang. We can't abandon you." Yang An wore a playful smile. "Fear not, Pang. When have you ever seen me lose?" With that, he snapped his fingers, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped himself and the trio, while the others were identified and flung away. "Listen, go find Zhuage. You cannot assist me here, and I refuse to witness anyone else fall before me." After uttering those final words, Yang waved his hand, summoning a counterfeit golden staff into his grip. Yet internally, Yang thought, "Damn, hurry and leave. My role is complete. It's time to feign death and exit the stage. The battle is now yours." The group, observing Yang and engaged in combat with Gon, Wen, and Shui, felt a pang of unease, wanted to voice their thoughts, but ultimately swallowing their words. "Let us go. We must find Zhuage. Only by gathering together do we stand a chance of defeating them." Bai Li Pang gently tugged at Lin Qi's sleeve. However, Lin Qi shook his head and replied, "You all go ahead. I am the strongest here, second only to Yang, and, as his brother, it is only right that I stay here with him. Fear not, I will be fine." Lin Qi turned, revealing a carefree smile. With matters as they stood, the others had no choice but to seek out Zhuage. Once they had departed, Lin Qi exhaled deeply, observing the fierce struggle between Yang, and Gon Shui, a faint chuckle escaping his lips. "What is wrong, Qi? You should hurry." Yang An urgit, "I can't hold out much longer." Yet, Lin Qi calmly responded, "What? You managed to deceive them, but you think you can fool me, your brother?" Upon hearing this, Yang and Gon Shui halted in their tracks. "How did you figure it out?" Yang asked with a wry smile. "Those threads. I've seen them on another Yang before. You learned from that, didn't you? And while the mysterious aura undoubtedly belongs to the sea realm and can easily overpower us, is that all the destruction it can wreak? TSK, you're such a nuisance. Likewise. So, this is yet another assessment? Indeed, a final assessment. And I intend to participate, as the instructors have assigned me the role of the mysterious one. Hence, I plan to feign death before you all have. Are you going to die before me again? Are you trying to make a mockery of me? No. Since I'm the only one here now, you should hurry and disguise yourself to infiltrate the mysterious side. I'll prepare my acting skills in advance. Alas, it cannot be so hasty. We must at least go through the storyline. After Yang spoke, the invisible domain was lifted, and Lin Qi naturally stepped into it. What do you sense? Lin Ji inwided. You sense it too, haven't you? Once Zhuage gathers the others, he will come looking for us. He is likely almost here now, and when that happens, Lin Qi's expression turned astonished. You're playing such a high-stakes game? Aren't you afraid Zhuage will come for revenge? No sooner had he spoken than Jai Gu's figure turned the corner and arrived. In an instant, Gan Shui and the others lunged at Yang In, who suddenly shoved Lin Qiyi away. Qiyi, run! In the next moment, Shui's flower spear pierced Yang In's throat, and a torrent of warm blood sprayed directly onto Lin Qiyi's face. Stunned by the scene, Lin Qiyi tendadali asked, Yang An, are you all right? With slurred words, Yang In managed to utter Jiye, run. However, unbeknownst to Shun Qing Zhu, Yang In winked at Lin Qiyi. Yang In, Shun Qing Zhu happened to witness this scene, her eyes wide with rage. Yet, the events were far from over. At that moment, when leaped forward, his palm grasping at Yang In, revealing a vibrant, still beating heart in his hand. Gan's broadsword then pierced Yang In's body, swiftly sweeping across, causing Yang In's form to fracture, exposing his hollow chest devoid of a heart. Though it appeared to be merely a trivial fatal wound, for Yang In, who possessed the indomitable, heavenly will and carefree attributes, it was inconsequential. With his last ounce of strength, Yang In proclaimed, even if I perish, I shall ensure the safety of others. Upon uttering these words, his form emitted 3 extraordinary beams of light, which struck Gan, Wan, and Shui, propelling them away from Lin Qiyi. In an instant, the cultivation levels of Gan, Wan, and Shui plummeted to the Chuan realm, and their healing capabilities were significantly diminished. Soon after, Yang In gradually fell silent, his blood beginning to congeal. Yang In! The simultaneous cries of Shun Qing Zhu and Lin Qiyi resonated. While Lin Qiyi's lamentation was feigned, the anguish of Bro Zhuang was genuinely heart-wrenching. Once gone, Wan and Shui shook their heads vigorously. They staggered to their feet and began to approach Lin Qiyi once more. Lin Qiyi deliberately favored his right leg, rising slowly, the dagger in his hand quivering yet still aimed at Gan, Wan, and Shui. Meanwhile, Bro Zhuang's eyes burned crimson, his teeth clenched tightly. I will undoubtedly kill you. I will certainly kill you, but not now. I cannot allow Yang In's brother to suffer the same fate. Thus murmured Bro Zhuang, and in response, countless compressed air cannons surged forth towards them. Chapter 61. How could we ever stand a chance? Suddenly, countless compressed air bubbles erupted around Gan Wensui and his companions like miniature bombs. Accompanied by deafening explosions, the immense pressure surged forth like a torrential flood, shattering most of their bodies to smithereens. Lin Qiyi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had initially presumed that the recovery abilities of Gan Wensui and his allies would allow them to swiftly mend from such a ferocious assault. Yet it became evident that their recuperative speed had significantly waned. At that moment, a cloud of dust arose, obscuring Lin Qiyi's vision. Under the cover of this haze, the enigmatic figure known as Zhuaiga stealthily approached Lin Qiyi's side. Without hesitation, he scooped Lin Qiyi into his arms and shattered a window, making their escape from the scene. Lin Qiyi lay quietly against Shun Qingzhu's shoulder, his body trembling slightly. With his eyes tightly shut and silent, it was as if he had become isolated from the entire world. Shun Qingzhu could naturally sense the turmoil and sorrow within Lin Qiyi, especially considering that his loved ones had just sacrificed their lives to save him. Qiyi, are you? Shun Qingzhu's eyes reddened as he hesitated, ultimately daring to inquire. I am fine. Lin Qiyi's voice emerged, raspy as if it were forced from the depths of his throat. Though his tone was calm, it betrayed the tempest raging beneath the surface. Before his demise, Yang In dealt a devastating blow to those 3 mysterious entities, causing even their realms to decline. Lin Qiyi continued, his voice trembling slightly. Therefore, we must never betray Yang In's sacrifice. We cannot. As he reached the end of his declaration, Lin Qiyi's voice suddenly soared an octave, imbued with a sense of determination and resolve. In the midst of their chaotic struggle, the two finally located the surviving recruits in the cafeteria. Upon seeing only Shun Qingzhu carrying Lin Qiyi, Bali Pang Pang rushed forward excitedly. Qiyi, are you all right? Why are only the 2 of you here? Has Yang Gu already slain those 3 creatures? The 2 remained silent, their heads bowed. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan observed their peculiar demeanor, a sense of foreboding flooding his heart. Could it be that Yang Gu, Speak with more positivity, Chow. Are you not afraid that Yang Ge will hear you curse his demise and hang you up to be punished? He retorted, glancing at Lin Xie for affirmation. However, Lin Xie, still with his head lowered, spoke in a voice that sounded hoarse from overwhelming sorrow. Pang Pang. What he said is true, Yang'an. He was right before my eyes. In the next moment, Lin Xie, tightly embraced by Li Pang Pang, breaking into a heart-wrenching cry, tears streaming down in torrents and soaking Pong Pong's chest. Elsewhere, Yang'an lay on the ground, scratching his newly grown rear. Taiyang Xingjian is indeed effective, but this new flesh is unbearably itchy. At that moment, the cafeteria was enveloped in silence. After a considerable interval, Lin Xie finally regained his composure and slowly began to recount the tale he had long since fabricated. After your departure, Yang'an also dispelled the barrier. Upon witnessing this, I rushed in without hesitation, standing shoulder to shoulder with him to confront our adversaries. Initially, Yang'an and I coordinated our efforts with remarkable synergy, nearly overpowering the three foes. However, they appeared to possess an immortal essence, as no matter the extent of our inflicted damage, they swiftly regained their strength. In the midst of a fierce battle with an enemy wielding a floral spear, he suddenly swung his weapon through the air. In an instant, I felt a violent strike in my ankle, a wave of excruciating pain coursing through me. At that moment, Brother Zhuai fortuitously arrived on the scene. Witnessing the imminent peril to my life, Yang'an unhesitatingly shoved me aside, but alas, the floral spear pierced through his throat, blood gushing forth. At this juncture, Lin Xie abruptly paused, falling into a profound silence. The room became eerily quiet, with only the sound of his labored breathing echoing in the air. After a brief interlude, Brother Zhuai broke the silence, continuing Lin Xie's narrative. After Yang'an was struck, another enemy reached out into the air, as if performing an act of sorcery, and extracted Yang'an's heart from his body. In his final moments of life, Yang'an unleashed his divine power with all his might, a force that forcibly diminished the three enemies' realm to the sea level. Chao Yuan's expression turned grave. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Xie and slowly uttered, "So, these three mysterious beings not only possess formidable regenerative capabilities, but also have the ability to attack from a distance?" Lin Xie nodded, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a moment, he replied, "That seems to be the case, but Yang'an ultimately succeeded in significantly weakening their self-healing abilities. I discovered this when Brother Zhuai triggered the explosion. As for their other abilities, we remain uncertain." The room fell into a contemplative silence, as everyone pondered the threat posed by these enigmatic creatures. After a while, Zheng Zhong, a former Special Forces soldier, suddenly stood up, his voice low yet resolute. "Regardless of the circumstances, Brother Yang has tragically fallen. Now, we must rely solely on our strength to confront the situation. Previously, we attempted to send out distress signals, only to discover the training camp seems to be sealed by some formidable restriction." "Sealed?" Lin Xie's voice carried a hint of surprise. Zheng Zhong nodded and continued, "Indeed, I suspect this is not merely a straightforward invasion by mysterious beings, but rather a deliberate scheme orchestrated by someone in the shadows." His words struck like thunder, creating a stir in the room. Everyone exchanged glances, an icy dread rising within them. At this moment, Brother Zhuai, who had remained silent until now, slammed his fist onto the table, shouting furiously, "I better not catch them. Otherwise, I will ensure they pay dearly." Meanwhile, Chao Yuan and Bai Li Pang Pang exchanged discreet glances. "Chia, Pang Pang, and I will step out for a moment. We shall return shortly. Be cautious," came the response. "Ah, Pang Pang, you have noticed as well, haven't you? Indeed, there should be another Yang, capable of vanquishing the sea realm outside the training camp. Given the circumstances, it's inconceivable that the Yang here would be oblivious to the situation. Thus, I surmise this is yet another assessment. However, it strikes me as somewhat peculiar. Did not Brother Zhuai celebrate the New Year with us? Has he truly forgotten there are two Yangs?" Upon hearing the questions posed by Li Pang Pang, Chao Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps Brother Zhuai witnessed Yang's demise firsthand, and the shock rendered him unresponsive. Alternatively, He may be feigning ignorance. In any case, regardless of the truth, we must confront this assessment with diligence. Even if we discern it to be merely an evaluation, what difference does it make? We must still proceed. Understood. Chapter 62. The birth of an actor in the cafeteria. Lin Xie engaged the group in a discussion about their next course of action. The three enigmatic beings had now been subdued to the boundary of the river, yet we remain uncertain whether yang and suppression is temporary or permanent. Thus, we must act swiftly to eliminate them. However, if we rush, we may inadvertently sacrifice many of our comrades. A moment of contemplation enveloped the gathered individuals. At that moment, a new recruit stationed outside on alert suddenly called out, urging everyone to take heed. The three mysterious entities had appeared in the reconnaissance zone, leaving us with little time. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Everyone listened. Chao Yuan, Brother Zhai, and Mo Li. We are the strongest among us. We will engage them, while you, Zheng Zhong, being a special forces veteran, shall handle sniping and provide long-range support. The medical personnel will remain in the rear for immediate assistance, while the rest will focus on creating distractions. Is that understood? As Lin Xie's meticulous strategy unfolded, the onlookers found themselves momentarily dazed. The figure before them resembled a commanding officer more than a mere recruit. Understood. Let us move. Outside the cafeteria, Gan and Shui, accompanied by a third individual, approached the assembly with deliberate steps. Bang! The sniper rifle erupted, its muzzle flash akin to the spark igniting a barrel of explosives. With a gentle wave of Wen's hand, the bullet veered off course, striking the ground beside them. In the next instant, Lin Xie appeared before the three, wielding the star blade imbued with the fierce might of the seraph, aiming a strike at them. Gan responded first to Lin Xie's assault, swinging his broadsword directly at him. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted as their blades clashed. Behind Lin Xie, Bai Li, holding the one transforms into 3,000, unleashed several shimmering golden sword phantoms, forcing Wen and Shui back from intervening. Seeing the apprehension on their opponents' faces towards Bai Li's formidable swordplay instilled a newfound confidence within the group. It became apparent that Brother Yang had indeed diminished their self-healing capabilities. With this realization, the three mysterious beings appeared less daunting. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of energy attacks surged forth like a volcanic eruption, overwhelming the trio. These varied assaults took the form of roaring flames, blinding lightning, and razor-sharp wind blades, all lunging at their targets like ferocious beasts. However, in the face of such terrifying onslaught, Shui maintained an extraordinary calm. A subtle smile graced his lips, as if he had everything under control. He began to deftly maneuver his flower spear, the tip tracing peculiar arcs in the air, generating an unusual gale. This wind resembled a colossal vortex, pulling all surrounding energy attacks towards it. The once ferocious flames, lightning, and wind blades under this influence meekly converged upon the flower spear as if tamed like docile sheep. Without hesitation, Shui gripped the flower spear tightly and launched himself towards Bai Li like a cannonball. The tip of the flower spear glimmered with a chilling light, imbued with unparalleled energy as it lunged directly toward the chest of the corpulent Bai Li. In the midst of a fierce struggle with Gan, Lin Xie caught sight of this moment from the corner of his eye, and his heart clenched tightly, his pupils dilating in shock. Without a moment to ponder, a peculiar magical array suddenly materialized in Lin Xie's hand, its radiance swirling. Xiaoshi, arise! With a low command, a torrent surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, shooting from the array with astonishing speed toward the back of Shui. This torrent resembled a sharp sword, unstoppable in its course. It struck true, impacting Shui's back with tremendous force, causing his body to shudder violently. The previously airborne Shui was abruptly yanked down by this torrent, crashing heavily to the ground. Moreover, Bai Li, gripping the fire demon bottle tightly, activated it to its utmost, tilting the bottle's mouth abruptly. The black-red flames surged forth like a tumultuous wave, racing toward Shui with blinding rapidity. Upon witnessing this, Shui's expression changed dramatically. He hastily brandished his spear, attempting to fend off the oncoming inferno. However, The black-red flames seemed to possess an uncanny power, effortlessly penetrating Chui's spear and wrapping around his form like a malignant shadow. In an instant, Chui's body was engulfed by the roaring flames, and he emitted a piercing scream of despair. At that moment, one who was entangled in a battle with Molly and Zhuagu felt a sudden stirring in his heart. He waved his hand, unleashing an invisible force that shot forth like lightning, directly grasping at the flames. To everyone's astonishment, the flames that had clung to Chui began to detach as if drawn by a mysterious power, transforming into a torrential surge that rushed toward Molly with incredible speed. Hey! Faced with this overwhelming blaze, the frenzied Chao Yuan exhibited no fear whatsoever. Instead, he erupted into maniacal laughter. His eyes burned crimson, radiating a violent aura, as he readied himself to recklessly break through the flames blockade. Yet, just as he was about to act, Molly seized him urgently. Damn it! Why on earth am I grouped with this lunatic? Stop laughing, she bellowed furiously, her voice cutting through the roar of the flames. Suddenly, the katana in Molly's grip began to tremble violently, emitting a resonant buzz. In the blink of an eye, the blade vibrated at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, as if it might shatter at any moment. Break for me! With her fierce cry, the katana erupted with a blinding radiance, slicing through the night like a flash of lightning. Where the blade passed, the vast expanse of black-red flames seemed to part as if cleaved by an unseen giant hand, dissipating instantly to either side. Realizing that his flames had been appropriated by the enemy, Bali hastily retracted the fire and continued to bombard with one transforms into 3,000. At this moment, Lin Chia gripped the starblade in his right hand, while a soft and feeble slime rested upon his left shoulder. His eyes blazed with a divine golden flame, and beneath him lay an expanse of profound darkness. This could be described as the pinnacle of his potential being fully unleashed. The starblade in Lin Chia's hand emitted a chilling radiance, each swing producing a sharp sound that pierced the air, and wherever the blade passed, droplets of blood were inevitably scattered. At this moment, Lin Chia's gaze was fixed intently on Gon, his straight blade trembling slightly in his grasp. What on earth has Yang conjured? Even when his body is ravaged, he still possesses such formidable combat prowess. Gon's body was marred with a multitude of scars, oozing with grotesque blood, yet he wielded his broadsword with an imposing vigor. Meanwhile, Zhuangge did not directly engage in a battle against Gon Wenrui, but rather retreated to the previously occupied girls' dormitory. So, it is as I suspected, Zhuangge murmured to himself, observing the blood-stained yet deserted hall. In the next moment, Shun Qingzhu exerted all her strength to activate Qi Min, meticulously sensing the flow of air. Found it. A slight smile curved her lips as she proceeded deeper into the pitch-black corridor. Chapter 63. Oh no. Discovered Shun Qingzhu stood before the door of the storeroom, his heart racing increasingly faster, for he could distinctly sense Yang Yin's presence just beyond that door. He took a deep breath, as if attempting to calm himself, yet his inner turmoil surged like a tempest. Slowly, he extended his hand and grasped the doorknob, cautiously turning it. With each twist, a faint clicking sound resonated in the stillness, each echoing note painfully sharp in the silence. At last, the door cracked open, and Shun Qingzhu peered through the narrow gap. However, the sight that greeted him was not the anticipated Yang, but rather an utterly unexpected figure, a humanoid entity, shrouded in the cosmos, rendering its outline indistinct. Shun Qingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at this enigmatic presence. His eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably, and a wave of intense fear and confusion surged within him. Another one, he murmured, astonishment lacing his voice. Simultaneously, Yang, and hidden behind the door, felt an overwhelming panic. He had believed his famed death plan was flawless, yet had not anticipated Shun Qingzhu would so easily unearth the truth. Oh no! Discovered during my ruse. What should I do? Yang and lamented internally, a sheen of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Indeed, the mysterious figure before Shun Qingzhu was none other than Yang Yin, his entire form engulfed in flames. The reason for this transformation lay in his earlier strategy to better manipulate the actions of Gon, Wen, and Shui by connecting himself to them through the twin blossoms. After Shui had taken a hefty hit from the fire demon bottle, he had naturally succumbed to such a fiery fate. Observing the astonished face of Shun Qingzhu, Yang quickly surmised the unfolding events. It appeared that while Shun Qingzhu had realized he was not dead, he had yet to recognize him. Emboldened by this thought, Yang made the first move, aiming to seize Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback. He could not comprehend how this mysterious entity bore Yang's essence, yet instinctively evaded the hand that lunged towards him. In that instant, the compressed air cannon was unleashed, propelling Shun Qingzhu out of the storeroom with a powerful thrust. "This is bad," he asked, trying to escape. Yang thought frantically, striving to intervene. The reverberations of the gale wind were pushed to their limits, swirling through the terminus with relentless force. This potent airflow emanated a deep, rumbling roar akin to an invisible chain binding Shun Qingzhu tightly, rendering him immobile. What in the world is this mysterious entity? It can wield Qi Min as well? Shun Qingzhu's eyes widened. Astonishment etched across his features as he beheld this sudden apparition. Realizing the creature intended to obstruct his path, a fiery anger ignited within Shun Qingzhu. He resolved to confront this monstrosity head-on, determined to discover whose Qi Min reigned supreme. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his full might, a torrent of energy erupting from him like a volcanic eruption. With a sudden, sweeping motion of his arms, a gust of wind, even more powerful than before, surged towards the monster. In the next moment, two formidable gales collided violently in midair like ferocious beasts. An explosive sound echoed, and a forceful airflow dispersed outward, shattering numerous panes of glass. Immediately after, countless blades of air shot forth like a torrential rain. At this juncture, the new recruits outside the canteen gazed at Gan Wensue and his companions with puzzled expressions. What had happened to them? The trio, who had been fiercely engaged moments ago, abruptly became motionless, causing the other recruits to hesitate, fearful of a trap. Then, a more peculiar scene unfolded. Gan Wensue and his companions began to stretch out their hands in unison, racing toward the same direction as a strange, powerful wind whipped around them. At that moment, some of the more astute recruits began to sense that something was amiss. They started to murmur quietly among themselves. "Look, these guys seem to be in trouble." Rather than three mysterious entities, they appear to be controlled puppets. Exactly. How can they keep regenerating after being struck so many times? They felt a wave of bitterness wash over them. Although young and had indeed sacrificed himself to suppress their self-healing abilities, it did not mean they were entirely incapable of recovery, even if they were reduced to mere shreds. "Wait, did you notice where Zhai Ge went? I haven't seen him around," someone remarked. It seems he vanished right at the onset of the fight. This led to the realization that Zhai Ge must have discovered the true form of the opponent, which explained his sudden disappearance. As the crowd exchanged their thoughts, Lin Xie, Bai Li Pang, and Chao Yuan exchanged glances, understanding that Yang had likely been found by Zhai Ge. "Xie, what should we do now? Can Yang Ge continue with this assessment?" Chao Yuan whispered, approaching Lin Xie. "There is no need to dwell on it. This is merely a drill. If the mysterious entity has been uncovered, it simply reflects its own shortcomings. It has nothing to do with us." Lin Xie replied with calm composure. "All right then." Lin Xie then stood and addressed the group. "Listen up. Some of you may have heard the commotion near the girls' dormitory. I suspect the mastermind is lurking there. I need a few individuals to remain here and monitor these three. Report any unusual movements immediately. The rest of you, follow me to rescue Zhai Ge." With this declaration, the enthusiasm of those present surged. At last, were they finally going to confront this? They could seek vengeance for Yang Ge. No doubt, since the mastermind has chosen to attack us in this manner, it indicates their own weakness. At the very least, they must be weaker than these three. Thus, the group, having escaped the tempest created by Gan Wensue, marched resolutely toward the girls' dormitory. At this moment, Yang had firmly bound the figure known as Brother Zhuai with the abilities of Magi and Hardening. Brother Zhuai, recognizing that these powers originated from Yang, and gazed back with eyes full of resentment. Oomph. This time, I shall certainly capture all the new generation of Night Watchers in one fell swoop. Hiya, Yang Anchuklet wickedly. Brother Zhuai, lying on the ground, rolled his eyes in exasperation, feigning ignorance of the performance he was meant to assist. Speaking of which, during our earlier confrontation, what became of your 3 puppets? Are they under your control as well? The moment those words were uttered, they struck Yang's heart like a heavy hammer. Damn it, this is all your fault. I completely forgot about them. In the next instant, a formidable procession stood resolutely beside the dormitory building. The individuals inside. We have discovered your true form. Surrender, Brother Zhuai. Yang raised an eyebrow. Although they had located him, were they truly this brave? Is it possible that they are merely aware of the mastermind's presence here, yet remain oblivious to the identity of the one inside? Oh, so that means I can continue the assessment. A hint of delight laced Yang's voice. Chapter 64. Your actions are quite disgusting, Shun. Qingzhu rolled her eyes. Is it your way of assessing me? I wouldn't even bother to expose you. However, with so many people here, it should be acceptable for me to call for some assistance. Yang pondered, and at that moment, a pair of violet eyes opened within the starry expanse surrounding his body. Not only that, but Gawen and Chui were also brought to this place by Yang and using Leap. At this moment, Lin Chia in the crowd suddenly received a message. Hey Chia, those 3 mysterious beings have suddenly vanished. Is that so? Lin Chia mused, suspecting that the brother had exhausted his strength. Soon, they would have to face Yang and those 3 individuals. He pondered whether to voice a certain traditional saying. Chia, you look rather strange. What is happening? It's nothing. I just miss my aunt. As the group stepped into the girls' dormitory building, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon them. I can't believe it. What kind of monster is lurking inside? This pressure was even greater than that of Gon, Wen, and Chui at their peak, capable of intimidating those with weaker resolve or strength. Do we really have to confront whatever is inside? Someone asked, chuckling bitterly. What else can we do? We're trapped here. Even if we abandon those noble ideals for the sake of the people, can we really escape? It's better to fight for survival. As they crossed an open space, the group turned to the pitch-black corridor. There, amidst the darkness, a pair of violet glowing eyes fixated on them, strangely square-shaped. In the next moment, before they could react, a humanoid figure enveloped in the starry sky descended among them. A vague voice echoed, Night Watcher die. Instantly, a torrent of crimson flame erupted from the starry realm, as the Ender Dragon, a dominator of a world, unleashed its breath. In the context of the god-slaying world, this creature was a genuine pinnacle entity of the sea realm. The violet dragon flames carbonized the new soldiers in an instant, leaving them no time to scream. Yet, Yang's onslaught did not cease. He stomped fiercely, causing the ground to liquefy, and a large number of new soldiers fell into it, only to be hardened moments later. The new soldiers gazed at the scene before them, their eyes wide in horror, as those collapsing beside them were once their brothers with whom they had shared their dormitory. Among the crowd, one individual caught Yang's eye. It was the Michelin man from before the dormitory was rebuilt. Now he was weeping inconsolably, clutching the charred remains of the roommate with whom he had once vied for a room. Meanwhile, Lin Chia's slime, incited by him, suddenly launched an attack. A viscous blob of slime, surging towards Yang. And damn it, if you can't win, do you resort to throwing snot? Who taught you such despicable tactics? For some reason, Lin Chia perceived a hint of annoyance emanating from that expanse of starry light. Yang gathered the essence of separation in the palm of his hand, unleashing an invisible blade of air in an attempt to dissolve the encroaching viscous substance. However, the repulsive substance continued to surge forth, no matter how much was separated. New tendrils would invariably emerge. This is rather nauseating. With such thoughts, Yang began to sway left and right, striving to evade the relentless pursuit of the slime. Yet, each time he attempted to shift in one direction, he was met with assaults from other recruits, who had now realized that energy attacks were not necessarily effective. Perhaps a more direct approach would yield better results. Their coordination had improved remarkably, shedding the chaotic disarray that had once marked their encounters with the masked squad. In the midst of his disgust, Yongin felt a tinge of satisfaction. At that moment, the slime had stealthily adhered to his ankle. In an instant, it began to expand upon him, causing the areas it touched to emit wisps of black smoke. Moreover, the viscous material constrained his movements. But could Yongin truly not escape? Not at all. He genuinely wished to see how far this group could push him, just as the slime ensnared him. Rendering his body immobile, Molly's katana suddenly emitted a high-frequency vibration, a buzzing sound that seemed poised to tear the air asunder. In the next moment, she leapt like a delicate butterfly, descending upon Yang and with the force of a thunderclap. Simultaneously, by Li's, one transforms into 3,000 displayed astonishing might. The long sword instantaneously transformed into countless beams of swordlight, raining down upon Yang unlike a torrential downpour, each beam imbued with an inexorable intent to kill. Homing in on his heart. Meanwhile, Chao Yuan radiated a fierce aura, this malevolent energy coiling around the starry blade in his grasp, rendering its glow increasingly sinister and sharp. Finally, the focus shifted to Lin Chia. On the edge of his blade lingered a shroud of enigmatic night, seemingly drawn from the depths of darkness itself, imbued with a chilling presence and the scent of death. Lin Chia believed that while the other's attacks might fail to inflict fatal harm on Yang and his own strike, infused with eclipse of the abyss and born of the same origin as the night, would undoubtedly be capable of vanquishing him completely. Yongin, this time, it is my turn to defeat you. I shall surely surpass you. From now on, I shall no longer hide behind you. In an instant, the onslaught of attacks from the group arrived in rapid succession. However, a mere smile graced Yong's lips. The next moment, 3 masks unexpectedly emerged upon his starry visage, belonging to Gon, Wan, and Chui from earlier. Subsequently, 6 arms abruptly extended from the starry sky, enveloping Yang, and one pair wielding a blade to cleave through Molly's katana, another pair ensnaring Chao Yuan and hurling him away, while yet another pair wielded a spear, deflecting the incoming golden rain of swords. Lastly, Yong's own hands activated, breaking all laws and transcendence to their utmost limits. First, the breaking 10,000 laws shattered Lin Chia's darkest invasion, which was merely at the pool level of cultivation. Then, the leap directly impacted the slash, propelling it toward Lin Chia. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief at the astonishing scene before them. It was as if 6 additional arms sprouted from a single body, moving freely across its surface, resembling an extraordinary glitch where 4 individuals were stacked in the same position in a virtual realm. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted from Lin Chia's chest as he was sent flying. At that moment, Yuan Gang, observing through the monitor, was equally astonished. The other instructors questioned, "Old Yuan, can Yongin truly achieve such feats, or is he merely relying on his ability to create dreams and draw others into them?" Indeed, it appeared he could genuinely reach such heights. What Lin Chia and the others were experiencing was not the reality as depicted in the original narrative, but rather a meticulously crafted dreamscape designed by Yongin. In this dream, those who met their demise would awaken and find themselves beside the monitor constructed by Yang and with clever objects, observing the battle. Yuan Gang turned to the new recruit, the brash Shen Qingzhu, and inquired, "You have a good rapport with Yongin. Tell me truthfully, has he ever demonstrated such prowess in your presence?" Shen Qingzhu pondered for a moment, replying, "I have indeed witnessed most of his abilities, but I never anticipated their application to be like this." At this revelation, a profound silence enveloped the monitoring room. Chapter 65. The dawn approaches when the most formidable among the crowd failed to inflict even the slightest wound. Despair undoubtedly permeated the hearts of all. The thought that we might truly perish spread like a plague. Yet, Lin Chia brushed off the dust from his attire and rose once more, the wound upon his chest having healed considerably in that brief moment. I prepared to give it one last desperate attempt. "Chia, you will die. The futility of surrendering here would lead to the same fate. It is far better to exhaust oneself in battle." This declaration was nearly a roar from Lin Chia. At this moment, the golden flames igniting in his eyes blazed even brighter, a dazzling sight. he had undoubtedly become a source of inspiration for the other recruits. Bailey Pang Pang and Chow Yuan were aware that this was merely a drill, devoid of any genuine threat to life. But how could Lin Xie be unaware? What he sought was not merely to fight for survival or victory. He yearned for the right to stand beside Yang and in mutual protection. He understood the chasm that lay between him and Yang, yet he refused to concede. Protecting family was also his heartfelt desire. These sentiments were fully comprehended when Yang En and Lin Xie locked eyes. To be honest, Yang En felt a twinge of surprise. He had never anticipated his significance in Lin Xie's heart to be so profound. However, he inwardly chuckled. "Oh, my Xie, you are still too young. Even if you surpass me, you would still falter against that little black beast at home." Of course, it was merely a jest in his mind. In the next instant, Lin Xie's star blade whistled through the air, aimed directly at Yang En. At this juncture, he had no desire to intimidate with echoes. Yang En, with his palm shaped into a grasp, summoned the slashing horse blade into his hand. He held the blade firmly, refusing to retreat as he met Lin Xie's star blade head-on. Clang! In an instant, sparks erupted. As the sparks fell, both combatants unleashed a flurry of strikes, each cut leaving deep gashes in the wall. Although Yang En wielded a warhorse blade, his speed was not at all inferior to that of Lin Xie. In fact, he seemed to possess a subtle advantage. Observing this, Chow Yuan and others joined the fray. After evading a diagonal slash from Lin Xie, Yang En retaliated with a powerful kick, sending him crashing into the dormitory wall. With his fierce swordplay, Yang En charged into the throng, and in a heartbeat, several individuals were cleaved as they failed to evade, collapsing helplessly to the ground. However, they were no longer the recruits of a year prior. In the next moment, several star blades pierced toward Yang En's chest from various unexpected angles. With a squelching sound, 3 blades embedded themselves in his torso. Yet, it seemed they anticipated the futility of this maneuver. After piercing, they relinquished their hold entirely. What awaited them next was the swift severing of their heads, leaving them lifeless upon the ground. As others beheld the scene, they showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they bravely rushed forward, wielding their blades, only to meet a grim fate beneath the onslaught. They no longer harbored any hope of survival. At that moment, their singular thought was to strike the monster one more time before succumbing. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was their final blow that could carve a path to safety for their comrades. Yang En, meanwhile, began to avert his gaze from the new recruits. Yet he understood the necessity of continuing. This was merely a drill. However, in the future, they might confront such despairing circumstances. And today's experiences might not suffice to alter their fates or ensure their escape. At the very least, they would not descend into fear and hopelessness before their demise. This was Yang En's final gift and training for the recruits, an awakening to the heart that faces death. Gradually, the ranks thinned, leaving only familiar faces, Molly and the future Nightfall Squad, excluding the defiant brother. At that moment, Yang En received a message, a notification from Yuan Gang. Yang En, the exercise has concluded. You failed to eliminate them all. The mysterious faction has lost. Yang En was momentarily stunned before realizing the truth. Indeed, the mysterious faction had lost. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, awakening those who had survived the harrowing trials of the previous night. They slowly opened their eyes, basking in the first rays of morning light, which felt like nature's gentle embrace. Bai Li, groggy, sat up in bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and touched the damp pillow soaked with sweat, exhaling deeply. Phew, so it was all a dream? That truly frightened me. His voice still carried a hint of trepidation. Just then, Lin Xie's voice drifted softly from the side. No, this is not a dream. Everything that transpired last night was real. His tone instantly froze Bai Li's smile in place. The two exchanged glances, each seeing a mixture of resignation and relief reflected in the other's eyes. They silently rose, donned their clothes, and exited the dormitory. As they opened the door, they happened upon Chow Yuan, who had just stepped out as well. Their eyes met, and each offered a somewhat forced smile, both a comfort to one another and a tacit acknowledgement of the heart-stopping experience they had endured the night before. They proceeded together toward the training ground, the air filled with an unspoken camaraderie, accompanied only by the gentle morning breeze that caressed their cheeks, bringing a subtle chill. At the training ground, all the recruits who had failed to endure until dawn had already gathered. They gazed at the approaching Lin Chia and his companions, a hint of amusement gracing their faces. Dear recruits, I trust you all slept well last night and did not have any nightmares. Yuan Gang jested from the platform. Honestly, the crowd below had never been so captivated by Yuan Gang's resonant voice as they were at that moment. The assessment from the previous night was the final examination of the past year's rigorous training. It is the final assessment. By tomorrow, the instructors will evaluate your performances and determine your ultimate station city. However, let me confide in you privately. I'm exceedingly pleased with your performance during this assessment. You have exhibited the qualities of an exemplary night watchman. In the future, you may encounter despair akin to that of last night. But rest assured, we instructors will bear the brunt of it for now. Such words instantly ignited the spirits of the new recruits present. Speaking of which instructor played the mysterious role last night? Truly, what a surprise. Ha ha ha. Don't tell me you can't guess. Yuan Gang, shedding the air of the chief instructor, jested. I wager it was Brother Yang. Ha ha ha. It must be him. Who else could concoct such a wicked idea? By the way, where is Brother Yang? At this moment, in the dormitory of the swaggering brother, Yang was still sprawled on his small bed, fast asleep. To be honest, portraying the cackling creature for an entire night was indeed exhausting. After all, Yang considered himself a profoundly kind-hearted individual. How could he possibly find pleasure in tormenting his comrades? Beside him, Shen Qingzhu gazed at Yang and with eyes filled with lingering resentment. Chapter 66. Mind your own business. I have my uses. Why are you so fixated on those three mysteries? That is of no concern to you. They hold great significance for me. Moreover, I orchestrated this entire exercise all by myself. Surely, you ought to acknowledge that. You are the instructor. Assisting in the exercise is your duty. Oh, my duty? Why don't you report my identity and see if the higher-ups recognize it? You must at least tell me what you intend to do with those three items. Besides, your team failed to protect that spatial cube, which I painstakingly worked to replace. I plan to test my new skill combination and require several subjects for experimentation. Very well, I concede. In the chief instructor's office, Yang and Yuan Gang engaged in a spirited verbal sparring. Woohoo! I'm immensely grateful to you. Old Yuan, you are a good person. Yuan Gang rolled his eyes, responding sarcastically, you're giving me a good person card now? Regardless, you need to tidy yourself up. You must attend the graduation ceremony this afternoon. Yes. Yang saluted earnestly. In the realm of the end, Yang stood with arms crossed, silently observing the three mysteries before him. Now, those who could kill me shall be granted a chance for survival. Thus, do your utmost to please me. Under the crimson sky stood three peculiar figures, two of whom were the hunters and the spider child from the original tale. As for the third, it was a creature from the folk tales of the great Xia, known as the transforming witch. Legend has it that the transforming witch can metamorphose into a captivating beauty, luring individuals into the deep mountains to devour them. At that moment, the transforming witch lunged at Yang, claws bared and roaring. TSK. Charging at me without employing the forbidden domain? Very well, you likely possess little value. In the next instant, Yang slowly extended his palm, as if time itself had frozen. Suddenly, a smooth stone materialized in his hand, as if by magic. This stone appeared unremarkable, yet when the chime of dissociation resonated, the entire realm of the end trembled under its force. As the echoes of the chime reverberated, the stone transformed into countless sharp fragments, each glistening with a chilling light, as though forged from the sharpest of blades. Immediately thereafter, Quantum Leap activated, and these shards were drawn forth by an invisible force, whisked away at astonishing speed directly into the chest cavity of the transforming witch. Caught completely off guard by this sudden onslaught, the transforming witch felt a searing pain in its chest, as if countless daggers were swirling within. The agony was unbearable, causing its pace to falter, ultimately resulting in its collapse to the ground. What has happened to me? The transforming witch moaned in distress, its voice laden with fear and confusion. Yang, however, approached leisurely, a curious smile gracing his features. He gazed down at the fallen transforming witch and softly inquired, "What is your ability?" The transformation witch, suppressing her excruciating pain, trembled as she implored, "My lord, please spare my life. I am of great use. I can transform into any beauty in the world." To validate her claims, she exerted all her strength and swiftly morphed into the most exquisite woman she could envision. This enchanting figure possessed a graceful silhouette and a captivating visage, indeed worthy of being called a beauty that could topple nations. However, Yang's expression transformed into one of cold indifference in an instant. With a slight smirk, he derisively remarked, "You are of no further use to me." Before her words could fully dissipate, Yang lightly beckoned with his finger. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of debris, as if summoned by an unseen command, surged forth like a swarm of ferocious wasps, piercing through the witch's body with blinding speed. The shards ravaged her form from within, reducing it to a gruesome pile of flesh. The fragments slowly orbited Yang, floating ominously around him. "And what about you?" he inquired. "Big brother, I can spin silk. My silk can ensnare souls." The spider child timidly responded. Pleased with the spider child's answer, Yang nodded approvingly. "Show me," he commanded, as he deftly extracted the witch's soul from the grotesque mass of flesh. As the spider child began to weave her silk, a glimmer illuminated Yang's eyes, the faint radiance unique to observing the sea swirling gently. Moments later, Yang halted the spider child's performance. "That will suffice. You have done well, child. As a reward, you shall receive an opportunity to work as an orderly in a state-run psychiatric hospital." With that, the chime of puppet resonated through the spider child's being. In an instant, her eyes dulled, devoid of life. Having completed these tasks, Yang turned to face the hunter, scrutinizing him for a prolonged moment before slowly stating, "You appear to lack any semblance of intelligence." In what seemed a rebuttal to Yang's assertion, the hunter swung his large blade toward him, yet Yang remained unfazed, continuing to speak to himself. Those devoid of intelligence should be turned into fish food. Subsequently, dissolution activated silently. Under Yang's deliberate control, the hunter was disassembled into a torso, a small head, and limbs. "I will deliver this to the little fish shortly," he mused, effortlessly dispatching 3 mysterious entities from the Chuanjing realm in the place of demise. Thus, the hunter's remains were offered to the angling fish. The spider child was assigned to Lin Xie as an orderly, and the transformation which was digested into blood bricks by the realm of finality. It is worth noting that the leftover remnants were preserved by Yang and as offerings for the future summoning of otherworldly beings. Even Yang himself could not help but exclaim, perhaps the capitalists of the end are not so different after all. The graduation ceremony was rather mundane, consisting merely of familiar platitudes and awkward farewells. However, amidst this monotony, the ringing of a telephone pierced through the air. "Hello, old Yuan. A catastrophic mudslide and an unprecedented storm have struck our area, resulting in numerous fatalities. Our resources are severely strained, and we implore you to provide assistance." "Understood. I shall lead this contingent of new recruits into the rescue operation at once. Please hold on for a moment." In the distance, Yang, utilizing his acute perception, comprehended every detail conveyed through the phone. The mudslide is a phenomenon that has occurred in the original narrative. However, where did this tremendous storm originate? Could it be Han Xiaoyan? Yet that seems implausible. Wasn't that individual engaged in a significant purge in Songnan? How could Han Xiaoyan still be alive? For the sake of clarity and convenience in writing, I have designated numbers to the characters appearing in order. Yang sat in quiet contemplation with his eyes closed, while silently activating his communication. "Hello. Did you perhaps forget Han Xiaoyan during your purge of the followers?" How could I ascertain whether that maneuver included Han Xiaoyan? As you know, the AI driving system is rather unreliable. With the mudslide and storm arriving simultaneously, we are likely approaching the pivotal moment involving the undercover operation. Shall we collaborate to orchestrate something significant? O&K. Chapter 67. The third one in the small villages surrounding Jinan Mountain, a torrential storm propelled by fierce winds, swept across the entire mountain range. The icy raindrops lashed against Lin Chie's face, stirring an unsettling feeling within him. This downpour feels off, Lin Chie murmured to himself while seated in the transport vehicle. What's wrong? Chao Yuan inquired with concern. I sense something eerie about this disaster relief operation, though I cannot quite articulate it, Lin Chie replied. Perhaps you have simply been subjected to too much lately, Chao Yuan suggested. Upon hearing this, Lin Chie let out a resigned sigh. Let's hope that is the case. Afterward, silence enveloped the vehicle, as all present understood that this was not only their inaugural mission, but also their final one. Following this, they would each depart to their respective guardian cities. The transport vehicle gradually made its way toward the area most severely affected by the disaster. There were 7 villages in total, and the new recruits, along with their instructors, were evenly divided into 7 teams. As for Yang and Qingyu, aside from Team 2, which remained intact within the vehicle, Team 1 and Xiao Yu had already disguised themselves as villagers, blending in among the refugees. All rescue teams, report on the situation. Yuan Gang's composed voice resonated through the intercom. Report. Team 2 has arrived on site and commenced rescue operations. The situation is not too dire. Many villagers had already evacuated prior to the disaster, the leader of Team 2 stated. Evacuated? Yuan Gang exclaimed in surprise from the makeshift tent. According to the villagers, 2 young individuals claiming to be from the government had arrived earlier that afternoon, predicting a natural disaster and facilitating an early evacuation. Before long, all rescue teams, except for Team 1, relayed similar information. The rain continued to pour relentlessly outside the tent, and Yuan Gang's heart gradually grew heavier. Something is amiss. If the level of disaster is not as severe, then what was the nature of that previous call? At that moment, Yuan Gang keenly sensed that the intensity of the rainfall outside the tent seemed to be diminishing. Who? Yuan Gang suddenly turned, his gaze fixed intently on a figure emerging in the downpour outside the tent. Due to the sheer volume of rain, he could not immediately discern who it was. Deputy Captain Yuan from Shangjing City, how delightful to see you again. The figure approached, clad in a black tailcoat, instantly awakening Yuan Gang's memories. It is you, he exclaimed. The figure raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems you have indeed encountered my previous avatar. I shall be brief. Tell me, what transpired in Sangnan City? Why did all the believers there perish without reason? And why has my avatar vanished without a trace? Yuan Gang scoffed. Your avatar was, of course, dispatched by me. Ha ha ha. Deputy Captain Yuan, you certainly possess a sense of humor. It is not that I underestimate you, but you are simply not worthy. The tone of the figure turned icy in an instant. In that moment, Yuan Gang felt a prickling sensation, as though he were being watched by some unseen entity. The figure coldly remarked, You shall be ensnared in the nightmare I have woven for you. At that moment, a somewhat frivolous voice emerged from behind, whispers. So, when did you conjure the illusion of Yuan Gang here? What? Whispers turned to see a tall, handsome youth holding a staff intertwined with golden red patterns. Not only that, but the earlier Yuan Gang had vanished without a trace, replaced by this very youth. You too. Whispers regarded this peculiar scene with a degree of astonishment. One among them, Yang In, composedly spoke, You came to Sangnan solely to find me, did you not? Well, here I am. Whispers, carefully sensing the realms of these 2 youths, raised an eyebrow. One was merely at the early stage of the sea realm, while the other was at the mid-stage of the river realm. Could one of them truly kill my pinnacle avatar in the sea realm? Ah, don't be ridiculous. A trace of disdain curled at the corner of Yang, and S mouth as his staff surged forward like a ferocious beast. Simultaneously, a sneer escaped, Whispers, lips, overestimating oneself. His voice was as light as a feather in the wind, seemingly mocking Yang In's actions. In that instant, Whispers' nightmare erupted like a mountain suddenly rising, swiftly taking form. The ground cracked violently, and a colossal, pale arm emerged from a vast chasm, resembling a demon from hell, blocking Whisper's path. A confident smile adorned Whisper's face, filled with unwavering faith in his nightmare. He believed Yang and Strike posed no threat. for he was convinced that no one could conquer his nightmare. However, the moment the staff made contact with the giant hand, a startling transformation occurred. The breaking all laws entwined around the staff activated suddenly, and as the staff passed through, the space of the nightmare disintegrated in an instant, like torn paper, revealing the true reality concealed behind it. No! Whispers' cry pierced the air. His eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Whispers was stunned. He clearly had not anticipated that someone could dismantle his nightmare. As the lethal strike loomed perilously close, Whisper's body instinctively reacted. He lunged aside like a startled rabbit, attempting to evade this fatal blow. Yet, Yang would not allow him to succeed. Leap was immediately activated, and Whisper's body miraculously returned to its original position. The next moment, a swift whoosh echoed as the staff, carrying a heart-stopping force, cleaved through the air, descending upon Whispers with the might of thunder. Just as the staff was about to strike, Whispers, the resonances of crimson flame and thunderclap, suddenly erupted from the staff. In an instant, blazing flames and dazzling arcs of electricity detonated above Whisper's head. Yet, strangely, Whispers appeared utterly unscathed. I'm fine. Haha, I told you both. You could never harm me. However, the two young Anis disregarded him and came together. Is it done? Of course. Breaking all laws has already been inscribed into his soul through framing. Consequently, his forbidden domain shall be rendered unusable. Upon hearing these words, Murmur chuckled, exclaiming, "You two truly are delusional. My forbidden domain cannot be used." In an instant, Murmur's expression shifted dramatically. The second Yongin continued, "So, who do you intend to have impersonate him?" The first one grinned widely. "Naturally, we must enlist our junior, the king of undercover, Mr. Yongin III. What? You have employed Endless Cycle again? Aren't you concerned that the Yongin you created might escape your control?" The first one smiled, yet his gaze remained fixed on the second. "Rest assured, I have calculated everything meticulously." Indeed, he had calculated everything well. As he spoke, a seemingly composed Yang and suddenly materialized in this space. "Are you the third one?" Chapter 68. Overlapping dreams in this torrential downpour within the woods. The three Yongin exchanged silent glances. "How is it? Have you secured the Murmur from the Forbidden Ruins?" Number 2, casting a glance at the tightly bound Murmur, was the first to break the silence. "Rest assured, we have obtained it," replied Number 3 with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Murmur erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "You truly can't believe that my true self would come here. A mere novice attempting to impersonate me to infiltrate the believers? Do you think my true self would fail to recognize its own essence?" At this moment, Number 1, with a hint of exasperation, interjected silence. "What qualifications does one possess who cannot distinguish between reality and dreams?" "What dreams? I perceive you as mad," Murmur's tone began to waver. The next instant, Number 2 smiled and addressed him. "This is not reality. Rather, it is a meticulously crafted cage of dreams that I have designed for you using dream entry. Yuan Gang is presently outside this layer of dreams. As for whether your true self can recognize you, confining you within this dream realm transforms your conscious awareness into mere subconsciousness. Even as Klein, I suspect your true self would struggle to recognize this incarnation with its dual personas." This segment of the plan was entirely conceived by Number 1, and Number 2 had just learned of it during their recent conversation. Initially, Number 2 found the idea of impersonating Murmur somewhat implausible, but it was surprising that Number 1 had drawn inspiration from Li Yifei, successfully deceiving Murmur's true self in this manner. Number 2 couldn't help but admire the brilliance of this strategy. Not only had they flawlessly seized control of Murmur's incarnation, but Number 3, as an ethereal entity with only telepathy, dream entry, and indomitable will at their disposal, could minimize any uncontrollable aspects. After all, regarding the instability of endless life, Number 2 possessed a deeper understanding than Number 1. Upon hearing Number 2's words, a cold sweat broke out on Murmur's back. and his lips trembled. No, you cannot do this. You cannot imprison me like this. At this moment, the three Yang exchanged glances before slowly turning their heads. I believe we can, they affirmed. No. Meanwhile, within the dream realm constructed by Murmur, Yuan Gang wielded the Star Blade, delivering dozens of strikes to the Murmur Incarnation before him. Damn it. Is this Murmur insane? Coming before me to show off and then just logging off? Yuan Gang lamented, gazing at the altered Murmur with a mix of exasperation. He sighed inwardly, hoping that the group of youngsters would remain safe. Simultaneously, after completing the essential rescue operations, the rescue team convened to report their findings. This rescue proceeded unexpectedly smoothly. The leader of Team 3 spoke first. Indeed, but don't you think our numbers seem somewhat off? Huh? Where are Chia and the others? It appears so. There has been no word from the rescue team, led by Chia, thus far. Could something have happened? We must promptly report this to Instructor Yuan. The torrential rain in Jinan Mountain continued to rage, and the mudslide surged down like an enraged beast, roaring towards the village below. Amidst this tumultuous deluge stood a remarkably tall figure, the former captain of the Suzhou Night Watch team, Han Xiaoyan. What brings you here? Lin Xie's gaze fixated on the imposing figure before him, sending chills down his spine. However, Han Xiaoyan's weary eyes merely glanced at the rescue team before he spoke. I apologize, but you should leave quickly. I do not wish to harm you. These words ignited the fury of the brash companion beside him. Hey, what did you just say? Do you believe I won't take you down? Han Xiaoyun sighed helplessly, raising his hand slowly as a tempest began to coalesce within it. In the next moment, a multitude of debris was swept up by the wind, colliding in his palm. With a resounding boom, the tempest, already formidable, propelled the stones towards the group like a shotgun blast. Lin Xie exchanged a knowing glance with his brash companion, both understanding each other's intentions. In an instant, the companion extended his palm, tearing through the oncoming tempest, which was effortlessly split in two, rushing away to the sides. As for the debris, it was intercepted by a slime conjured by Lin Xie. Witnessing their seamless cooperation, Han Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, feeling a mixture of relief and disappointment. He was relieved to see the new generation of night watchmen excel, yet disappointed that he was no longer their captain, but merely the 13th seat of the cult of the ancient gods. Since the spiritual mark had been inscribed upon him, Han Xiaoyan had severed all ties with the night watchman. Despite the profound reluctance and pain within him, he was compelled, under the influence of the mark, to repeatedly raise his blade against his former comrades. After the slime halted the debris, Lin Xie and Chao Yuan simultaneously drew their swords. The golden radiance of the seraphic angel and the black-red aura of the Black King erupting from them. Utilizing the slime as a springboard, they propelled themselves forward, the starry blade gleaming coldly as it hurtled towards Han Xiaoyan. Han Xiaoyan shook his head slightly. As a 13th seat, it would be perilous to recklessly engage such an adversary. Then, the raging wind converged around the replica Night Watch starry blade in his hand, emitting a resonant hum from its blade. Lin Xie felt a twinge of apprehension at this presence, yet he had faith in his companions. In the next moment, the slime launched the debris within its body towards Han Xiaoyan, while Bai Li's fire magic bottle also surged forth. With no other choice, Han Xiaoyan unleashed several slashes of energy towards Lin Xie and Chao Yuan, followed by a tightly woven wall of wind erected before him. What? Lin Xie was taken aback by Han Xiaoyan's swift movements, capable of defending against the attacks of both the slime and Bai Li while simultaneously countering him. Clang! 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 Lin Xie's straight sword surged forward, the starry blade in his hand transforming into an impregnable wall. Han Xiaoyun geist at Lin Koi. A faint smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Who taught you the art of the blade, young one?" Lin Xie's voice, icy and unyielding, resonated as he replied. It was Chun Mai, the captain of the Night Watch squad stationed in Sangnan City. His hands remained unwavering, executing a series of precise strikes aimed at Han Xiaoyan's vital points. As for Chao Yuan, in his frenzied state, he was oblivious to the pain coursing through his body. Despite the multitude of minuscule wind blades slicing into him, leaving a tapestry of wounds, he showed no inclination to relent. acknowledging the fierce onslaught from both adversaries. Han Xiaoyan couldn't help but marvel at the emergence of formidable successors. One possessed an extraordinary observance, skillfully evading every invisible wind blade, while the other, audaciously undeterred, pressed forward against the onslaught. "Chia, we shall come to your aid," shouted Zhuang Ji's companions, including Li Wei, as they eagerly brandished their blades and surged into the fray. "Wait, do not go," Zhuang urgently interjected. Chapter 69. Follow me. Han Xiaoyan had strived to restrain himself from employing the forbidden abyss. Yet his body remained uncontrollably emanating energy blades. "Hey, you all step back. My forbidden abyss will hold him," Zhuang declared, activating the full potential of his own forbidden abyss. In the next moment, Han Xiaoyan distinctly sensed the air around him rapidly depleting, and in that instant, he realized that the youth lingering behind was the possessor of the extremely hazardous forbidden abyss, Qimin. With this revelation, Han Xiaoyan felt an innate joy swell within him. This team exhibited such harmonious synergy, coupled with formidable strength, and possessed the means to restrain him. Perhaps, today he might indeed meet his end here. Han Xiaoyan kicked aside the frenzied Chao Yuan and rushed towards Shen Qingzhu. "I cannot allow you to touch Zhuang Ge." Lin Xie's voice echoed from behind Han Xiaoyan. A colossal summoning array suddenly materialized in Lin Xie's grasp, its aura causing all present to pause in astonishment. What lay within? The pinnacle of the sea realm? Han Xiaoyan murmured, feeling the essence emanating from the array. In the next instant, a black dragon head, perfectly square in shape, emerged from the array. As it appeared, the Ender Dragon promptly opened its wide maw, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath aimed directly at Han Xiaoyan. At this moment, one might wonder, how can Lin Xie summon Yang and's Ender Dragon? This was, of course, because Yang and the one who had acquired the dragon found its care too burdensome, and thus entrusted it to Li Yifei. To cover the dragon's upkeep, Lin Xie naturally obtained partial usage rights for the Ender Dragon. However, due to the dragon's immense power, Lin Xie could only manage to command it to unleash a single powerful breath. Finer manipulation was beyond his current capability. The formidable dragon breath obliterated all obstacles in its path, seemingly intent on reducing Han Xiaoyan to ash. Faced with this assault, Han Xiaoyan dared not be careless and immediately summoned all his mental energy. In that moment, everyone truly comprehended the terrifying might of the Great Wind disaster. In the original narrative, the tempest conjured by Han Xiaoyan, a cultivator of the sea realm, wielded destructive force akin to a natural calamity. The Han Xiaoyan before them now was not weaker than the one portrayed in the original tale. Centered around Han Xiaoyan, an exceedingly vast cyclone began to coalesce beneath his feet, resembling a ferocious beast in its fury. The strength of this cyclone was so formidable that it forcibly drew in the air that had previously been siphoned away by Zhuang Ge. At that moment, everyone finally understood. This was the true manifestation of a sea realm powerhouse. All the tempestuous energy was under Han Xiaoyan's control, continuously converging upon him. These energies were being compressed, and further compressed, seemingly without end. What had initially appeared as an apocalyptic storm under Han Xiaoyan's command gradually diminished into an inconsequential speck. Facing the imminent breath of the dragon, Han Xiaoyan found an outlet for the miniature storm in his grasp. In an instant, the dragon's breath collided with the tempest. The violet essence emanating from the dragon scorched everything in its vicinity, while the storm relentlessly unleashed blades of air. The air blades, now on a completely different scale compared to before, sliced through everything in their path, leaving a scene of utter devastation. However, amidst this apocalyptic tableau, one area remained remarkably tranquil. Shen Qingzhu extended his hands, conjuring an invisible barrier. Any air blades that approached would disintegrate upon contact with the protective aura surrounding him, ensuring that those under his safeguard remained unharmed. "Wow, Chia, what have you unleashed? This is terrifying," Bai Li Pengdu exclaimed. "Is Han Xiaoyan truly this formidable, or was he merely toying with us?" He pondered aloud, observing the fierce standoff between one man and one dragon. Lin Xie voiced his concern. "If the Ender Dragon cannot best Han Xiaoyan, we are doomed." At this, Shen Qingzhu raised an eyebrow. Why do you think so? The energy expended by Han Xiaoyan to unleash such a move must be immense. Even if he defeats that creature, we could overwhelm him afterward, Lin Xie replied, shaking his head slowly. That is not my point. What I mean is, this dragon is nurtured by Yong'an. The group gasped in shock. Quick, we must eliminate Han Xiaoyan. Baili Pangu Urja Franticali. I have a plan. I can disrupt his confrontation, Shen Qingzhu declared. Then we shall entrust this to you. He responded, closing his eyes to channel his mental energy. I found it. Shen Qingzhu realized that for Han Xiaoyan to create such a storm, there must be a stabilizing point within it. Otherwise, he could not maintain such power with stability. Thus, Shen Qingzhu resolved to dismantle the stabilizing point within the tempest. He stepped forward, extending his right hand towards the sky before abruptly grasping. Han Xiaoyan was momentarily startled. What? He has actually unraveled my storm. This singular action caused Han Xiaoyan's tempest to spiral into chaos, erupting violently, with numerous wind blades cleaving through his arm, only to be met by the oncoming dragon's breath. At that moment, Han Xiaoyan's consciousness blurred, leaving him with only a faint sense of joy. Finally, I am. Suddenly, just as the dragon's breath was about to obliterate him, something caught his peripheral vision, causing him to pause. With the last remnants of his mental clarity, he uttered his final heartfelt warning, be careful. Baili Pangu was taken aback. Is he warning us? In the next moment, a black tailcoat appeared beside them unnoticed. Oh dear, how could my subordinate be so thoroughly defeated by you? Murmured the figure, before snapping his fingers. The heavenly movement was activated upon Han Xiaoyan. In the instant his body began to restore, a wind blade was unleashed, but its target was not Murmur, but rather Shen Qingzhu and the others. Han Xiaoyan understood that once these juniors were marked by the whispers, their souls would be condemned to a fate worse than death for all eternity. This realization ignited a profound yearning within him. As their senior, he felt compelled to eliminate at least one of them to prevent them from following in his fateful footsteps. Alas, my dear subordinate, do not be so hasty. The whispers restrained Han Xiaoyan's movements with a soul imprint, while Shen Qingzhu employed his abilities to disperse the windblade. Master whispers. I have taken a liking to this group. In the next moment, Brother Zhuai stood frozen, as if his very consciousness had been siphoned away. Noticing Shen Qingzhu's peculiar state, Baili Pangu anxiously called out, Brother Zhuai. What is wrong with you? Brother Zhuai. Chao Yuan and Lin Xie fixed their gazes intently on the whispers, while Brother Zhuai's companions, such as Li Wei, brandished their knives and charged toward the whispers. With a graceful flicker, the whispers evaded the incoming starfall blade and, in an instant, appeared behind Han Xiaoyan, taking Brother Zhuai with him. 13th seat, follow me. We have a new member. The words of the whispers floated into Han Xiaoyan's ears, yet he was engulfed by a sense of despair. Very well. Then, with a snap of his fingers, the whispers vanished before the eyes of the crowd. Shinge! How infuriating! Shinge has been taken. Chia, let us find Shinge. Brother Yang will surely assist in retrieving him. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the whispers and their companions arrived at a desolate location, Shen Qingzhu let out a long sigh. Han Xiaoyan silently approached Shen Qingzhu, placing a hand on his shoulder. I am sorry for not being able to kill you. Do not worry. I hold no grudge against you. Chapter 70. Life and death at one's own discretion. The shadows in Han Xiaoyan's eyes deepened further, yet beside him, the figure known as Whisper chuckled softly. My lord Whisper, what brings forth your laughter? He inquired. I find amusement in your earlier thoughts. Whisper replied. Surely, you do not believe that by eliminating them, they would escape my dominion over their souls. Han Xiaoyan remained silent, absorbing Whisper's words. Enough, Yang quickly elucidate the situation, interrupted Shen Qingzhu, her displeasure evident. Disrupting Yang An's mirror. Yang An. Han Xiaoyan gazed in astonishment at the figure before him. Whisper. The truth is, Whisper began, this body belongs to one of the 3 leaders of the ancient divine sect, myself included. This individual possesses the ability to implant soul marks, effectively brainwashing others and rendering them incapable of defiance. Unfortunately, Our dear Han Xiaoyan here is one of the victims. Han Xiaoyan's emotions swirled, for he had initially perceived Whisper as a mere imposter. The realization weighed heavily on him. He felt compelled to confront him. However, every aspect of his being, from his soul to his mental fortitude, attested that this individual was indeed Whisper. Even the notion of retaliating against Yang and seemed futile, as the soul mark rendered him momentarily paralyzed. At this juncture, Whisper remained oblivious to Han Xiaoyan's turmoil and continued, alongside several others. I have infiltrated the consciousness of this body. His original awareness is confined within the deepest recesses of his mind, while I shall act as his alternate consciousness within the ancient divine sect. The ancient divine sect. But why involve me in this endeavor? Shen Qingzhu questioned, perplexed. Whisper calmly shook his head and replied, I cannot claim to understand this matter fully. The plan to infiltrate the ancient divine sect was devised by number one, and you are merely a piece in a scheme. Your potential role remains uncertain. Very well, Shen Qingzhu conceded with a nod, despite her sense of the surreal. She chose to place her trust in Yang. As for you, Han Xiaoyan, what are your intentions moving forward? Upon hearing his name mentioned by the figure claiming to be Yang, Han Xiaoyan paused momentarily before tentatively responding. If possible, grant me the mercy of death. Yang displayed a knowing smile, producing a short dagger from his pocket. I am aware that the battle from your past has left you with profound psychological scars. If you seek to end your life, I shall not deter you. Yet, I must provide you with a choice. Will you perish in this desolate mountain, or will you spill your last drop of blood against your adversaries? After speaking, Yang cast the dagger before Han Xiaoyan and continued this blade. Will you plunge it into yourself or into your enemies? The decision rests with you. With that, Yang and Shen Qingzhu ventured further into the depths of the mountains, leaving Han Xiaoyan in a state of bewilderment. Han Xiaoyan stared blankly at the dagger, his heart awash with indecision. After a brief moment, his expression remained pained, yet ultimately, he hesitantly grasped the dagger and slowly drew it from its sheath. As he suddenly thrust the blade into himself, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The knife retracted. Han Xiaoyan, bewildered, glanced at the weapon in his hand and could not help but chuckle, his laughter growing increasingly robust. In the distance, Shen Qingzhu inquired of Yang, is he truly leaving like this? Shouldn't we dissuade him? Yang replied with a smile. Do you think it feasible to prevent a powerful ocean realm expert from taking their own life without any constraints? Thus, he merely requires someone to assist him in making a choice. At this very moment, the makeshift command center was permeated with an atmosphere of tension and sorrow. Deng Wei and the others, tears streaming down their faces, clung tightly to Yang, their bodies trembling incessantly. Stop crying. Not yet, Yang urged, forcefully pushing Deng Wei and the others away from his embrace, looking at them with bewilderment. What's transpired? Quickly tell me. Deng Wei and the others managed to quell their sobs slightly, yet tears still glistened in their eyes. They choked on their words, trembling as they spoke. Brother Shen. Brother Shen has been taken by a man in a black tailcoat. A black tailcoat? Yuan Gang, upon hearing this news, spluttered the water in his mouth like a fountain. His eyes widened in astonishment as he urgently pressed. What happened? Relate everything to me in detail. Not a single detail omitted. Yes. Lin Xie and the others responded in unison. Thus, they began to recount how they encountered Han Xiaoyan and how they had severely wounded him. Upon hearing their account, Yuan Gang's expression grew exceedingly complex. He gazed incredulously at these individuals before him, his heart brimming with questions and shock. A mere group of novices, scarcely at the pool realm, had managed to hold their own against a powerful ocean realm expert, even coming perilously close to slaying him. His gaze fixated intently on Lin Xie. He knew Lin Xie was an exceptional combat genius, yet he had not anticipated that Lin Xie harbored such a formidable secret weapon. Indeed, the Yang brothers were each extraordinary in their own right. While marveling at their capabilities, a tinge of doubt crept into Yuan Gang's mind. This rescue operation seemed shrouded in peculiarities, leaving one utterly perplexed. Initially, the distress call indicated severe casualties, yet the reality showed no civilian deaths, only the loss of some homes and property. Furthermore, The afflicted murmurs had come before them, putting on a fa before escaping after sustaining numerous stab wounds. Lastly, why did murmurs choose to abduct only Shinqingzhu? The circumstances at hand suggested that an invisible hand was orchestrating all events, including the night watchman and the ancient god cult, seemingly entangled in this intricate game. Yet even as the affair approached its conclusion, the participants remained oblivious to the roles they played. These thoughts mirrored Lin Chia's own reflections. Was this sensation orchestrated by Yang? Lin Chia's gaze subtly shifted towards Yang. In summary, this is how matters stand. I implore everyone, let us unite to rescue Brother Shun. Shinqingzhu's other subordinates pleaded desperately, yet they were met with a disheartening statement. Deng Wei, it seems Shinqingzhu may not be salvageable. This was the intelligence regarding the ability of murmurs. You may examine it for yourself, Yuan Gang said with a heavy heart. Upon receiving this intelligence, the group fell into a profound silence, their thoughts heavy with despair. After a prolonged pause, Deng Wei, visibly shaken, spoke. Instructor Yuan, do you mean to say, not only can we not save Brother Shun, but we may also have to eliminate him? To be precise, it is possible that Shinqingzhu might pose a threat to you, as you may not be able to overpower him. The others, including Deng Wei, were left speechless. Chapter 71. Seeking assistance at this moment, Yang was the first to shatter the oppressive atmosphere, stating, previously, I was able to free the controlled night watch instructor. I should be able to do the same for Brother Zhuai. If they have not ventured too far, we may still have a chance. Then let us hasten. We shall all search together. However, we must remain vigilant, for the ancient God Church, having orchestrated this assault, surely did not come with just murmurs and Han Xiaoyan. Yuan Gang's words acted as a soothing balm, momentarily easing Deng Wei's troubled heart. Yang continued, we must not scatter too widely to avoid being picked off one by one. Here is the plan. Qi Yi will lead one team, and I will lead another. Understood. I can command the nocturnal creatures, which will facilitate our search. Lin Qi Yi chimed in. Thus, the action plan was solidified. After gathering everyone, Yuan Gang elaborated on the experiences of the rescue team. In summary, this is the situation. The rescue team has split into two groups. Once all the civilians have safely evacuated, we too shall enter the mountains in search of our comrades. This mission is not solely to save the civilians. We must also rescue our brothers. The new recruits gazed at Yuan Gang, their eyes brimming with determination, having shed the naive innocence they possessed upon their arrival. However, among the crowd stood a young man wearing a duckbill cap, his face obscured. He adjusted his glasses and thought, why did he go to such lengths to bring me here? What is his true intention? Meanwhile, Yang En, accompanied by Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, and Deng Wei, traversed the dense woods. Brother Yang, are you certain that murmurs took this route? Yang En turned and smiled. Of course. My instincts never deceive me. Instincts? Thus, Yang En continued to follow the trail, while moving in the opposite direction indicated by tracking. In the depths of the mountains, the ancient God Church members, tasked with ambushing the night watch, exchanged glances. Didn't he, Lord Murmurs, say he would signal us to prepare for hunting those new recruits? Why is there no movement? Silence. How dare you speak so freely of Lord Murmurs? The speaker glanced warily around before continuing. Lord Murmurs mentioned he would first investigate the recent great cleansing in Songnan. Then we would deal with those two Songnan dual agents. Are we clear on the plan? Fear not. With our combined strength, those inexperienced novices will be easily subdued. The leader nodded, affirming the sentiment. Looking around, he noted that among them were 3 at the Chuan realm, 1 at the High realm, and a mysterious being with a goat's head and a human body, which would make confronting the new recruits akin to a massacre. Mysterious being? The others were momentarily puzzled. Indeed, with our involvement, facing those recruits would simply be slaughter. The goat-headed figure interjected. Wait, who the hell are you? As soon as the words left his mouth, the goat-headed being swiftly crushed his skull. The goat-headed figure slowly removed his mask, greeting them with a smile. Greetings. I am a night watchman, Yang En. In the next instant, everyone hastily retreated, eager to distance themselves from this peculiar individual. Yang En let out a deep sigh, declaring, now that I stand before you, do not even think of escaping. Would it not be more entertaining to devise a spectacular final gesture? As these words left his lips, the crowd erupted in fury, ready to launch themselves upon this nascent practitioner of the sea realm, only to find themselves frozen in place, unable to move. Slowly, Yang drew a short blade from his waist, its cold gleam igniting a flicker of panic within the hearts of those present. A resonant chime echoed from within Yang, and in an instant, the single short blade transformed into 5. Come, each of you take one. Do not be greedy. With this proclamation, the blades appeared in every individual's hand, as if conjured by magic. With a smile gracing his lips, Yang regarded the crowd, his expression imbued with a hint of mockery and provocation. Let's engage in a game of life and death, he said calmly. We will each stab ourselves with a blade. The first to perish shall be the victor. Do you understand? Before any could respond, Yang, without hesitation, thrust the blade toward his own heart. A peculiar scene unfolded as the others instinctively mimicked his actions, driving their blades into their own chests. However, just as Yang's blade was about to breach his heart, an astonishing event occurred. The blade retracted into its hilt. Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his weapon, muttering, Why won't my knife penetrate? In stark contrast, the other participants were not so fortunate. Their blades pierced their bodies without hindrance, blood gushing forth like a fountain, pooling on the ground to form a ghastly puddle. Yang narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he observed the now lifeless figures, and lamented, Surely, you must have stealthily exchanged my blade with something cursed. I never imagined you would go to such lengths for victory. But alas, I am a benevolent soul, unable to bear your suffering. I shall not hold this against you. With that, he nonchalantly sheathed his blade and, in a flash, vanished like a specter, leaving behind the motionless figures, their bodies rigid as if time itself had frozen in that moment. Meanwhile, a swarm of bats, under Lin Chie's command, swept across the entirety of Jinan Mountain. With each sweep, his heart grew heavier, for it signified that Zhuage was likely taken away. Yet, glancing back at Li Jia and the others, he reassured himself. Perhaps I merely overlooked something. I shall search once more. At that moment, a message from a silver-ringed snake jolted him with urgency. What? A scent of blood? Upon learning that the silver-ringed snake had detected an overwhelming odor of blood emanating from a patch of grass, Lin Chie immediately commanded the nearest owl to fly toward the source. Navigating through layers of foliage, 4 lifeless bodies soon came into view before Lin Chie. Each corpse was inexplicably posed in a grotesque manner, bending forward like a department store attendant while one hand extended, pointing into the distance. Lin Chie once again guided the owl toward the indicated direction, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a cave. What is it, Chie? A companion inquired with concern, noticing Lin Chie's sudden shift to a serious demeanor. I have discovered something rather peculiar. Follow me, Lin Chie instructed, leading the group cautiously toward the cave they had detected. This place is unknown, yet I can sense it. There is an aura of the ocean realm emanating from within. What shall we do? Should we venture inside? At that moment, Lin Chie glanced back at the surroundings before responding. You should contact Yang first. I will investigate the situation inside. Isn't that a bit too perilous? Do not worry. Even if danger arises, I possess the ability to escape. Chapter 72. The fiery pulse earth dragon Lin Chie navigated the pitch-black cave alone, his movements as fluid as if he were returning home, thanks to the starry night dancer and mortal realm. As he traversed the path, Lin Chie pondered over the scene witnessed through the owl's eyes, for corpses, each with an identical dagger, plunged into their hearts, their postures mirroring one another as though they were puppets of the same puppeteer. The strangeness of this occurrence was unsettling, necessitating meticulous preparation for any eventuality. With this thought in mind, Lin Chie gently unsheathed the star blade from his waist, feeling the power of the darkest god ruins subtly surge within him. He maximized the sensory range of mortal realm while cautiously advancing. Soon, anomalies appeared within his perception, a formidable figure of the river realm. This individual seemed to harness the power of some forbidden object, momentarily appearing within Lin Chie's awareness before vanishing abruptly. Lin Chie furrowed his brow, Could he have been detected? Such a notion felt implausible. Though the recent events were perplexing, Lin Xie stealthily approached, quickly discerning the reason behind the sudden disappearance. Not far around the corner lay a fiery pulse earth dragon of the ocean realm. Just as Lin Xie intended to observe for a while longer, a barely audible voice reached his ears. "Oldly, is this the fiery pulse earth dragon you mentioned? Quite a sizable specimen, indeed. What's the situation? Who is that person conversing with?" Lin Xie wondered internally. The next moment, a slightly lewd voice echoed, "This is indeed the fiery pulse earth dragon of the ocean realm. If we manage to capture it, it will surely lead to the promotion from Lord Whisper. However, we are merely two from the river realm. How can we possibly transport this dragon back?" One remarked, "I possess a magical teleportation scroll entrusted to me by Lord Whisper, but it requires a blood sacrifice to activate. Let's procure a few rookie sentinels from outside to bind." Unbeknownst to them, Lin Xie had overheard their so-called meticulous plan in its entirety. Suddenly, an intriguing idea sparked in his mind. He intended to stealthily plant several liquid explosives near the dragon while the two were busy seeking sentinels, ensuring that the amount was sufficient to rouse the fiery pulse earth dragon. He would then disguise himself as a captured rookie and detonate the explosives during their blood sacrifice, thereby rescuing other abducted recruits. As for the escape, that would rely on the unparalleled Mr. Yongin. After Yang and awakened the Night Satin Star Weaver, the brothers had conducted experiments, discovering that the fabric woven by Yang and essentially functioned as a portal, with the destination determined by his design. Thus, long ago, Yang and had woven a piece of nightfall for Lin Xie, with the other side leading directly to Yang and himself. While Lin Xie indulged in his musings, the two conspirators prepared to exit the cave to capture their victims. "Oh no, they are coming." Lin Xie anxiously surveyed his surroundings, only to find, with a sense of despair, that there was nowhere to conceal himself. In the midst of his mounting anxiety, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the slumbering slime resting upon his shoulder. Haha. Soon enough, the two figures sauntered past Lin Xie without sensing any anomaly. After they had departed, a massive boulder abruptly began to morph as if it were made of pliable clay, ultimately transforming into a small lump that lay dazedly on Lin Xie's shoulder. Standing still, Lin Xie's eyes remained fixated on the two individuals making their way toward the cave's entrance, while his hand gently rested on his shoulder, cautiously pinching a small piece of slime. This blob of slime was soft and seemingly boneless, easily held in Lin Xie's grasp. "Little slime, wake up," he whispered softly, as he observed the slime in his hand. Its previously tightly shut mimic eyes opened slightly, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction at being disturbed, as if protesting against his perceived cruelty. "Hurry, inform Li Jia and the others at the entrance to leave at once," Lin Xie urged, fully aware of the urgency to facilitate Li Jia and the others' escape to avert imminent danger. However, the slime in his hand remained languid and reluctant to move. "All right, be obedient. If you succeed, I shall procure a few pink slimes for you." Seeing its lethargy, Lin Xie promptly made a tempting promise, hoping to spur the slime into action. Upon hearing his words, the slime's eyes widened in excitement, its previously listless body suddenly taut with energy. Indeed, the slime appeared to be invigorated, bursting with enthusiasm. It leapt abruptly from Lin Xie's hand, landing on the ground, where it swiftly extended two short tentacles, waving them as if to signal its readiness to embark. Then a surprising spectacle unfolded. This slime's body elongated dramatically, akin to a stretched rubber band, and utilizing this elasticity, it propelled itself like a cannonball. "Wait, is this how the slime clan moves?" he murmured in disbelief. The speed was astonishing, leaving Lin Xie momentarily dumbfounded. After addressing this matter, Lin Xie's attention shifted to the still, slumbering flame pulse earth dragon behind him. "Be cautious, my friend. Awakening it inadvertently would spell disaster." With this thought in mind, he once again reached into the body of the slime on his shoulder. He then extracted 3 liquid explosives, delicately arranging them around the lair of the flame pulse earth dragon. Lin Xie dared not venture too deep, fearing that a momentary lapse could rouse the dragon, which would lead to catastrophic consequences. All right, the arrangements are complete. Now, I must make my hasty exit. Just as Lin Chie prepared to leave, he suddenly felt a warm, damp sensation above his head. Hiss! This sensation, Lin Chie nervously turned his head to glance back, where a pair of enormous golden vertical pupils was fixated upon him, and from its nostrils, a few jets of golden flames were expelled. Oh, my goodness! In an instant, a chill coursed from the soles of Lin Chie's feet to the crown of his head. Almost instinctively, he swiftly retrieved the shroud of night he had concealed, while the inferno dragon opposite him simultaneously unleashed a torrent of golden flames. For reasons unknown, Lin Chie chose not to envelop himself with the shroud in the face of the approaching dragon fire. Instead, he brandished it forward with fervor. The dragon flames surged into the shroud, yet the moment he executed this action, regret washed over him. Just as the dragon fire dissipated, the shroud in Lin Chie's grasp began to tremble violently, nearly slipping from his hold. In the next heartbeat, a pair of inky black hands emerged from within the shroud. 7. Knight, is this how you treat the life-saving tool I bestowed upon you, by tossing in mere firecrackers? The shadowy figure of Yang crawled forth from the shroud, resembling a malevolent specter. Chapter 73. Master Lin Chie stood in place, grinning like a chastised tomcat. Yang intended to continue reprimanding Lin Chie, but was suddenly drawn to the sight of the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon lounging behind him. A Flame Pulse Earth Dragon from the Sea Realm? Yang questioned, but soon the dragon's actions left him utterly astonished. The dragon spoke in a gentle, sultry voice, Master. You have returned. Yang Lin Chie? The two stood frozen for a moment, gradually regaining their composure. Wait, what did you just call me? Master? I warn you, I'm not that kind of person. However, the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon tilted its head, confusion evident in its eyes. Just a short while ago, its master had not displayed such an attitude. It seemed as though the person before it had transformed entirely. At that moment, the dragon's inner thoughts were laid bare during its shared gaze with Yang. A short while ago, he had keenly caught that specific term, and suddenly, he began to grasp the situation at hand. Slowly, Yang reached out toward the Flame Pulse Earth Dragon and inquired, Is your name Hong Yin? Before Hong Yin could respond, Yang interrupted, Did you see me a few hours ago? As expected, Hong Yin remained silent, prompting Yang to continue, Was there anyone special accompanying me? Perhaps a man dressed in camouflage, or someone wielding a scalpel. Shortly after, Yang concluded his questioning. What's going on? Lin Chie asked curiously. Looking into Lin Chie's eyes, Yang silently apologized. I'm sorry, my brother. It seems your brother might be usurping your caretaker. He then began to recount the events. About a few hours ago, another version of me appeared within Qingyu, although I am still unaware of their exact actions. It is certain that this Flame Pulse Earth Dragon, now named Hong Yin, has become part of our side. Compared to that, I'm more curious about what your other self did to make her so familiar with calling you master. It's best not to pry into matters that don't concern you. Well, since you're here, there are two from the Chuan realm outside. Why not take care of them? Yang, in disbelief, exclaimed, How can you, as a flower of the motherland, encourage others to commit murder? Upon hearing this, Lin Chie was both amused and infuriated. Are you really in a position to say that? No. What I mean is, as a flower of the motherland, you should learn to handle your own affairs from a young age, right? Your own goals should be achieved by yourself. That is what makes a good child. After a moment of silence, Lin Chie replied, I only have one aunt and one patient. TSK. I haven't even had the chance to confront you about that time you blessed me with a burst of dragon flame while I was in the mountains. Yang immediately erupted in anger towards Lin Chie. Fine, but you must give me some assurance. We are dealing with two from the Chuan realm. If you have matters to discuss, seek out Hong Yin. She is indeed a formidable ally. How could one not embrace such a significant opportunity? What need have you for my assistance? Lin Chie mumbled quietly. Killing a Sea Realm expert is no different from slaying a mere Candle Realm one. If not you, then who else shall I turn to? Observing Yang's reluctance to aid him and the situation deteriorating, Lin Chie was compelled to retract the previously set liquid explosives, replacing them with the more ferocious TNT. He strategically positioned the explosives throughout the underground cavern support points. After a brief period of diligent preparation, Lin Yi completed all arrangements, including the placement of 2 automated machine guns at the corners of the cave entrance and several anti-infantry mines scattered within. Young An, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astonished. Wait, are you really using such extensive military hardware just to eliminate 2 Candle Realm foes? We certainly didn't pilfer much from Yuan Gang. Ah, better safe than sorry, Lin Yi retorted. They hold a distinct advantage over me in terms of power. I am no fool to charge in with only my Starblade, shouting about friendship and camaraderie. His words plunged Yang and into deep self-reflection. Am I perhaps taking this too far? How has my Qi become so cunning? I recall he wasn't like this when he was with that other fellow. Could it possibly be because of me? No way. Absolutely impossible. Before long, unusual movements echoed from the cave entrance once more. Lin Yi silently unleashed his mortal realm domain, enveloping everyone without their notice. Through his perception, he discerned 2 individuals dragging 2 bloodied figures inside, who, though unconscious, still clung to life. As they rounded a corner, twin tongues of flame erupted, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the pair. Ambush! Old Li, safeguard the offerings. They must remain alive. Damn it! The one referred to as Old Li cursed under his breath, promptly conjuring a peculiar force field around them, rendering the incoming bullets ineffective. After withstanding the assault, the 2 regrouped. There must be someone hiding here. We need to flee, Old Li stated gravely. Why? Their choice to set a trap indicates their uncertainty about overpowering us. I suggest we turn them into offerings as well, the other proposed. Are you foolish? The enemy lurks in the shadows while we are exposed, and there lies a sea realm flame, vain earth dragon within. You surely understand how terrifying an earth dragon can be when it turns over, right? Are we just to abandon this? Better to preserve our lives. Under Old Li's persuasion, the other began to waver. After a moment of contemplation, he finally said, "Let us go." In the next instant, the duo astonishingly unfolded a scroll inscribed with teleportation spells, intending to make a sacrifice and escape. Ah, so cautious? No, we must act. Lin Yi's heart raced at the thought of them potentially fleeing. Just as the 2 prepared to place the night watchman upon the scroll, another barrage of bullets rained down upon them. They initially believed that the bullet was aimed directly at them, and the protective force field was activated once more. Yet, to their astonishment, the bullet grazed their bodies with exquisite precision, striking the scroll instead. Old Li's expression turned grave. Disaster loomed. The adversary, a formidable opponent, had managed to sabotage their escape route. In the shadows, Lin Yi gripped a submachine gun, cursing under his breath. Damn it! How could he miss? I was clearly aiming for the head. At that moment, the 2 members of the ancient god sect discerned Lin Yi's hiding place based on the trajectory of the bullet. One of them unleashed a mental force toward Lin Yi, exclaiming, "Let me see who I am up against." Aware that his position had been compromised, Lin Yi decided to abandon concealment. The eclipse of the dark god was activated to its utmost potential, and the star blade in his hand, enveloped in a shroud of night, cleaved fiercely toward the mental force. Chapter 74. Unworthy of qualification as the surge of thought energy collided with the Starblade. It was swiftly absorbed by the enveloping darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi advanced, the Starblade in his hand poised for action. What? The man initially expressed surprise, followed by several streams of thought energy shooting forth at peculiar angles. The velocity of these energy projectiles was astonishing. In the eyes of the 2 followers of the ancient god sect, Lin Yi could never possibly evade each and every one of these energy bullets. I thought he was some formidable figure. Turns out, he is merely a timid little mouse hiding in a corner, sneered one of the robust men sporting a buzz cut. However, Lin Yi remained unfazed in the face of the incoming energy bullets. Just as they were about to strike, the star blade in his hand surged forward with an incredible swiftness, leaving a trail reminiscent of a starlit sky in its wake. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds resonated as Lin Yi deflected all 5 projectiles, while the remaining bullets were devoured by the slime resting on his shoulder. In the midst of a series of agile maneuvers, Lin Xie had closed the distance, the star blade gleaming ominously in his grasp. "Humph, seeking your own demise," remarked the muscular man, as a colossal axe emerged from his concealed belongings. Observing Lin Xie's extraordinary skills and strength, Oldly began to form some conjectures about his true identity. "Hey, Zhang Shan, be cautious. This person is likely our target for this mission, the dual deity agent of Tsangnan." Despite this warning, Zhang Shan remained unconvinced that this mere fledgling in the pool realm could defeat him. In the next moment, the giant axe and the star blade collided with the ferocity of two meteors, producing a thunderous sound. The tremendous force from the impact seemed to tear apart the surrounding air, with sparks illuminating the dim cave momentarily. Lin Xie gripped the star blade tightly, feeling the immense power coursing through it. His expression shifted slightly, yet he remained entirely composed. Opposite him, Zhang Shan wore a cruel smile, gazing at Lin Xie with malevolence. "Cease your futile struggles. Today marks your demise. Allow me to sever your head from your shoulders." In response, Lin Xie let out a cold snort, undeterred. "Humph, is that so? You are hardly worthy." As his words faded, the slime on Lin Xie's shoulder suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing several jets of water. These streams surged forth like bullets, their speed and force rivaling that of firearms. Zhang Shan, clearly taken aback by Lin Xie's unexpected prowess, attempted to evade the assault. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow, he was still pierced through the right ear by the torrent. In an instant, warm blood trickled down his face, staining half of his cheek crimson. "You little brat!" Zhang Shan roared in fury, his eyes turning crimson as he glared at Lin Xie, as if he longed to devour him whole. The next moment, Zhang Shan unhesitatingly channeled his thought energy into the giant axe. As his mental energy surged, the might of the colossal axe increased dramatically, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh, its power formidable. Aware that direct confrontation with the burly man would be unwise, Lin Xie promptly abandoned the notion of continuing their struggle and redirected his focus towards Oldly. This individual had remained passive until now. Yet, judging by Zhang Shan's demeanor towards him, he likely posed a significant threat. It was prudent to probe his capabilities first. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Xie unleashed a strike imbued with a razor-like aura towards Oldly. This blade of energy, shrouded in the night, emanated a faint yet menacing presence, prompting Oldly to swiftly evade to the side. He chose not to counter? Is he overly cautious and cunning, or incapable of withstanding it? Not far off, Zhang Shan, witnessing the developments concerning Oldly, bellowed furiously, "Kid, I'll join the fray." With that, he leaped forward, swinging the massive axe down towards Lin Xie. The extraordinary observational prowess bestowed by the mortal realm rendered Zhang Shan's movements painfully slow in Lin Xie's eyes, during which Lin Xie discerned the limitations of the mysterious entity surrounding Zhang Shan's axe. It appeared to be a force akin to telekinesis, or so Lin Xie had initially surmised. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed otherwise. At that moment, Lin Xie clearly perceived a peculiar entity enveloping Zhang Shan's mighty axe. Its outline bizarre, resembling not telekinesis but rather some form of creature. To validate his hypothesis, the slime perched upon his shoulder launched several water projectiles, only for them to dissipate midair as if struck by an unseen force before they could reach Zhang Shan. "Kid, don't waste your efforts. You cannot breach my defenses," Zhang Shan taunted, his grin widening as he swung the axe with increasing fervor. Each time he struck, the creature clung to the axe would descend, and upon receiving an attack, it would hastily crawl back onto his body. That remains to be seen. In the next instant, Lin Xie summoned all his mental energy, pushing the eternal abyss to its utmost limits. If it was indeed a creature, it would surely succumb to the eternal abyss. As he entertained this thought, a profound darkness began to spread from beneath his feet. "What on earth is this?" Both men exclaimed in astonishment. The darkness surged like a tide, swiftly engulfing the entire cavern and ensnaring the two of them. Lin Xie understood that while his eternal abyss could exert control over creatures, it was limited to those of lesser intellect, When faced with humans or entities of higher realms, it could merely disrupt their mental state. Soon, he keenly observed that the mysterious creature enveloping Zhang Shan was moving sluggishly. A prime opportunity. In the next moment, Lin Xie launched another blade of energy towards Old Li. However, this time, the field of telekinesis manifested before Old Li, who, after deflecting the incoming strike, wore a look of sheer terror. Old Li. At this moment, Lin Xie observed that the enigmatic creature clinging to the colossal axe had vanished. With this realization, the onslaught of the Starblade in his hand intensified with a newfound ferocity. A gust of wind, imbued with the scent of blood, surged toward him, with a delicate touch of his toes against the rocky wall. His figure traced an elegant arc through the air, the blade aimed directly at Zhang Shan's throat. Despite the loss of the creature's assistance, Zhang Shan, a formidable warrior from the Chuan realm, remained a force to be reckoned with. Only now did he unveil his true prowess, the forbidden power of monstrous strength. Oomph. You are a warrior of the Chuan realm, yet how is it that you cower so in the absence of your companion support? Lin Xie's words pierced Zhang Shan's heart like a sharpened sword, igniting a fire of fury within him. You little brat, do not be so arrogant, Zhang Shan bellowed. Yet his rage could not alter the prevailing circumstances. Lin Xie glided forward with the swiftness of a specter, the cold gleam of the Starblade flickering in his grasp. The blade sliced through the air with the speed of tempest, each strike perilously close, yet artfully evading Zhang Shan's defenses. Zhang Shan exerted every ounce of his strength in an attempt to grasp the hem of Lin Xie's garment, but no matter his efforts, he could never quite reach him. Lin Xie's speed and finesse rendered him utterly reactive, a mere target for the onslaught. It is time to conclude this, Lin Xie suddenly declared, his voice laced with resolute determination. As his words echoed, the final strike of the Starblade surged forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing through Zhang Shan's heart with unerring precision. Chapter 75. Cthulhu. After resolving matters with Zhang Shan, Lin Xie turned his gaze towards Old Li. Don't think I'm unaware. You could have easily used that creature to protect him just now. Why did you choose to abandon him? Lin Xie regarded the seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man with an expression devoid of emotion. Yet, Old Li chuckled with a hint of self-mockery. Creature? You are utterly ignorant of its grandeur. As he uttered these words, a frenzied light flickered in his eyes, as if he were confronting an exalted entity. Observing Old Li's demeanor, Lin Xie could not help but furrow his brow. In the next moment, Old Li appeared transformed, returning to a semblance of normalcy as he calmly stated, "In my eyes, you have never posed any threat. Having disposed of the brainless Zhang Shan, once I bring you and that Earth Dragon back, the reward from Whisper will be solely mine, will it not?" Such words provoked a laugh of incredulity from Lin Xie. From where does your confidence stem, believing I'm not a threat to you? With that, Lin Xie's form flickered, and he struck a blade towards Old Li's neck. With a sickening sound, Old Li's head was nearly severed, only a sliver of flesh connecting it to his body, as torrents of blood gushed forth. Yet, even with his throat filled with blood, Old Li emitted a chilling, eerie laughter. Ha ha ha! The ghastly scene sent shivers down Lin Xie's spine. What manner of monster is this? He marveled inwardly. Hey, aren't you afraid of awakening that sea-bound flame vein, Earth Dragon? Once it stirs, you know the terror it brings. However, Old Li paid him no heed. From the severed neck, a mass of putrid flesh erupted, surging outward. Do not move, Master S. brother. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the depths of the cave. In an instant, the ground trembled violently. Rocks began to cascade from above, while the temperature gradually rose, molten lava oozing from the earth below. Hey, don't get agitated. Oh my teak, please calm down. Lin Xie hastily called into the cavern. Oh, so she has awakened? Old Li turned his ghastly face, fixating intently on the depths of the cave. Suddenly, his voice regained composure. Don't kill me. Yet, just as he had regained his senses, he succumbed once more to madness. His flesh began to rot, infested with writhing vermin, and he grinned maniacally as he approached the crimson figure. For reasons unknown, Lin Xie's mortal realm gradually became incapable of perceiving what transpired deeper within the cave. As a heat surged through him, in the next moment, a voice resonated. Daring to approach me directly? Prepare to be reduced to ashes. Upon hearing this, Lin Shiye's heart raced with alarm. No. Thus, a golden dragon flame surged forth from the shadowy veil in his grasp, as a pair of inky hands emerged once more from the darkness. Are you mad? I apologize, but matters seem to have spiraled out of control. Before Yong'an could take any action, another voice echoed through the air. What is this repulsive thing? Stay away. Ongyan? In an instant, Yong'an recognized the anguished scream. The two exchanged a glance before racing deeper into the cavern where Hong Yan was located. However, it was only upon their arrival that they truly felt the absurdity of the situation. They beheld Hong Yan's dragon form, covered in numerous festering boils, with several writhing worms atop them. A pale and decayed human face, unmistakably that of old Li, grotesquely adorned her visage. As Yong'an witnessed this scene, a name he was all too familiar with yet found chilling surfaced in his mind. Cthulhu. How could such power manifest here? Yong'an pondered, perplexed. Do you recognize it? Lin Kia glanced at Yong'an. I do not. Sigh. Very well. At that moment, Hong Yan thrashed her dragon form as if battling an unseen foe. But soon her struggles ceased. She turned her head, revealing a horrifying visage that was half human, half dragon, fixating on Lin Shiye. In that instant, an indescribable aura suddenly emanated from Lin Shiye. Golden divine flames ignited around him, and his golden eyes resolutely met those of the creature before him. As the ethereal figure of an archangel materialized behind him. In the distant camp, Yuan Gang felt this aura and exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the aura of an archangel? Could it be that Lin Shiye is confronting the whisper directly beside him?" Yong'an felt a chilling voice arise within him. "Let me take over." In an instant, Yong'an's eyes transformed into slit pupils, a faint red hue surrounding them. The surrounding energy began to surge, breaking through the thresholds of various realms, ascending from the river boundary to the sea boundary, then to the infinite incline, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of existence. Ares understood that if Yong'an continued to elevate his realm, his soul would not withstand the strain. Subsequently, Lin Shiye cast a deep glance at Yong'an, as if to convey something, but after a moment of hesitation, he remained silent. In the next moment, the two launched themselves forward like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the monstrous entity with astonishing speed, leaving behind only fleeting afterimages in the air. As they surged forth, a powerful and sacred miraculous force erupted continuously from Lin Shiye's being. This force was searingly hot, incinerating the monster's flesh and causing it to crackle and sizzle. Simultaneously, two brilliant golden lights suddenly flickered in Lin Shiye's hands. These radiant beams streaked through the night sky like meteors, hurtling toward the creature with breathtaking swiftness. The lights arced through the air, striking the monster with a resounding impact. On the other side, Yong'an's dissociation was fully activated at that moment, a peculiar wave spreading forth, agitating the surrounding air and forming a powerful vortex of energy. Under the influence of this formidable force, everything in the vicinity seemed to disintegrate into the tiniest molecular particles, including the flesh and blood that surged toward Yong'an and Lin Shiye. In an instant, these corporeal forms were reduced to countless minuscule fragments, dissipating like a crimson mist. Do you relish the notion of engaging with flesh and blood? Very well. I shall indulge you to the fullest. Yong'an's roar reverberated throughout the space, as an overwhelming aura of madness suddenly erupted from him, enveloping his entire being. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of flesh gushed forth from the rocks beneath Yong'an's feet, akin to a fountain. These remnants appeared to possess a life of their own, swiftly coalescing into a massive wave of bloody chaos, surging forth toward the monstrous entity. The two frenzied tides of flesh collided violently in mid-air, producing a thunderous cacophony. They gnawed and tore at one another, as if intent on completely devouring their counterpart. Both factions emanated a disquieting aura of madness, albeit with a notable distinction. The chaos of Cthulhu was random and tumultuous, while Yang and Madness bore an air of divine authority. A being, utterly detached from humanity, unlike other deities who retained vestiges of human emotion. The miracles of the seraphim and the insanity of the god of the end intertwined. A tempest of divine power composed of gray and gold surged forth towards the creature. At this juncture in the realm of finality, Yang inquired of Ares, brother goat, "This entity is evidently Cthulhu. If we are unable to vanquish it, should we not simply cast it into confinement?" Ares fell into a contemplative silence before responding, "A mass of flesh that can perpetually grow. Do you not perceive that confining it within the realm of finality would be the most effective means of maximizing its potential?" Chapter 76. The twin gods, the bloodthirsty tide, summoned by Yang, and the grotesque creature before him, were locked in a tense standoff. "Hey, Ares, how could there be remnants of Cthulhu's power here?" A voice distinctly alien to Lin Xie escaped his lips. Yang furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "How would I know? Yet, my instincts tell me it's that fellow's doing again." Despite being ravaged by a tempest of divine power interwoven with gold and gray, the fleshly monstrosity continued to sneer. "Ha ha ha, I have truly succeeded. That esteemed one did not deceive me. No, that is not right. It shouldn't be like this." In the next moment, the creature's form swelled anew. A pair of crimson wings, reeking of blood, burst forth from a mass of decaying flesh. With a powerful flap, its massive body collided with the upper rock face, causing the very stones above to yield, transforming into flesh and clearing a path. "It's trying to escape." Lin Xie's voice betrayed a hint of urgency as his gaze fixated on the fleeing figure. He swiftly conjured several golden spears in his hands, radiating a sacred and searing aura that was blinding to behold. Just as that silhouette was about to smash through the cliff and flee, the echo of the original thing surged to its zenith, propelled by Yang. In an instant, large chunks of rock, infused with the essence of madness and broken laws, cascaded from above like rain, enveloping the figure with immense force. Yang stood at a distance, his hand clenched tightly in the air. The rocks seemed to be driven by an unseen power, growing continuously until they firmly encased the figure within a colossal stone sphere. However, the ordeal did not conclude there. The golden spears in Lin Xie's grasp shot forth like meteors, bombarding the massive stone sphere in a relentless barrage. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the cavern, as if the very ground would collapse under the intensity of the sound. The walls of the cave trembled slightly, teetering on the brink of collapse. The might of the golden spears was extraordinary. Upon piercing the rock, they ignited a tremendous explosion, with foul, crimson blood gushing from the crevices. Subsequently, the spear shafts that remained exposed began to emit a radiant golden light, intertwining to weave a vast golden net. Having accomplished this, Lin Xie, eyes aglow with golden light, approached Yang. "I have sealed it. Now let us finish this as we did before." Ares remained silent, instead striding directly to the encased rock, halting in contemplation. He slowly extended a long, bony hand, gently placing it upon the stone surface. The moment his hand made contact, an indescribable aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, leaving one in awe. At that moment, Yang-An's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Within the stone, he discerned two figures. One of these figures was none other than Old Li, who had succumbed to Cthulhu. At this moment, Lao Li was unrecognizable, his body marred by decaying flesh, with maggots writhing within. Pus and blood oozed from his wounds, emitting a nauseating stench. In contrast stood Hong Yin, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly enduring immense pain. Even more horrifying was the grotesque tumor pulsating on one side of her face, as if it were a living entity, ravenously sucking her blood and flesh. Bai Yong furrowed his brow, slightly upon witnessing this repulsive scene. Clearly, he was displeased, yet he did not linger. Instead, he acted swiftly. With a mere wave of his hand, the grotesque mass on Hong Yan's face seemed to dissipate under an unseen force, gradually vanishing into the air. As for the other, Bai Yong made no unnecessary movements, resolutely casting Lao Li's body aside like refuse into the abyss. After accomplishing this, Bai Yang's gaze fell upon the soul of Hong Yan. He contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to return her soul to Lin Shiyi. Taking a deep breath, he beckoned with his hand towards the rock, and a fiery dragon's soul burst forth from its seal. Lin Shiyi, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but marvel. To think that he could render my seals ineffective. Bai Yang, what manner of being are you? Oblivious to the intricate thoughts of the seraph, Bai Yang gently tossed Hong Yan's soul, which streaked through the air like a shooting star, accurately landing within Lin Shiyi's mental sanctuary. It is time for you to depart. Yang turned, his horizontal pupils fixed on Lin Shiyi, sending a chill down the spine. With a long and resigned sigh, Lin Shiyi felt the golden aura of the seraph slowly dissipate, and his own realm began to plummet until it reached the pinnacle of the pool realm. As the power of the seraph fully withdrew, Lin Shiyi collapsed in exhaustion, succumbing to unconsciousness. Subsequently, Yang's horizontal pupils gradually returned to normal. However, he was somewhat taken aback to find himself invigorated instead of weakened after Bai Yang's extraction. Brother Yang, you need not say more. I did this to enhance the strength of your soul and body, ensuring that my next ascent upon you is not so constraining. Slaying an unknown Cthulhu remnant required cooperation with Michael. Wow, Brother Yang, you are truly wonderful. At that moment, small fragments of rock began to fall from above. Yang glanced at the debris and mused. This cave seems to be collapsing. Hey, Shiyi, wake up. Despite calling for what seemed like an eternity, Lin Shiyi remained in a state of unconsciousness, though his vital signs were stable. Alas, only I could be this good to you. Who else would treat you so well? With a slight exertion, he grasped the nape of Lin Shiyi's neck and hoisted him onto his back. Let us jump. After a considerable time, the leap did not initiate, and only a few unforgiving stones fell upon his head. Damn it, Brother Yang, why can't I use my echo now? Once again, the cold voice of the Ares resonated, yet this time it seemed to carry a hint of uncertainty. Just moments ago, I intended to put on a grand display before the seraph, but exerting too much strength left me somewhat drained. Until I regain my energy, the echo cannot be summoned. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang acted purely on instinct. He swiftly hoisted Lin Shiyi onto his back and began to sprint desperately toward the cave's mouth. It was at that precise moment that the cave began to collapse in earnest. Fortune had turned against him. Large chunks of debris rained down upon Yang. Meanwhile, Lin Shiyi, nestled on his back, was stirring from slumber when suddenly a rock struck him on the head. While Lin Shiyi enjoyed his peaceful rest, Yang resolutely shielded him with his own body. Rest assured, Shiyi, your brother will make it out of here safely. He vowed. This is a promise I made to your aunt and my mother. With you by my side, I will not allow myself to suffer even the slightest harm. Chapter 77. At the final moment before the cave collapsed entirely, Yang kicked aside the massive stone that blocked the entrance and escaped. Huff, huff. I am utterly exhausted. He gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Damn it. Once I caught my breath, I'll confront number 1 directly. What was I thinking? Leading Shiyi into a cave steeped in Cthulhu lore? Taking a moment to collect himself, he glanced back at Shiyi. Shiyi, oh my goodness. Have you been beaten? Your face is bruised. At this moment, Lin Shiyi, having regained a flicker of consciousness, weakly uttered, You, mother, before slipping back into unconsciousness. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush. An enemy? Yang, unable to rely on his resonating powers for the time being, decided to confront the threat with his physical prowess. He swiftly drew Lin Shiyi's star blade from his waist, pointing the blade at the foliage, his gaze tense. Brother Yang, Jie, thank goodness you're safe. It was Li Jia and the others, who had returned out of concern for Lin Shiyi. Simultaneously, Yang and walkie-talkie crackled to life. Hello, Brother Yang, this is Chao Yuan. Have you finished your business? Instructor Yuan mentioned that Shiyi might be in danger and instructed us to come assist. I'm Yang. I've located Shiyi and eliminated the enemy. He replied, but before he could finish, a wailing cry pierced the air. Jie, how could you leave us at such a young age? Even Brother Shun has been taken away by someone else. Why are we so unfortunate? Turning around, Yang saw Deng Wei cradling Lin Qi, whose head was drenched in blood, sobbing uncontrollably. Hey, Qi is fine. She was just struck by a rock upon exiting. Also, is there a walkie-talkie that can communicate with the older Yuan? I need to report. In the camp, Yuan Gang listened intently to Yang An's report, his brow furrowed in concern. According to Yang An, while searching for Shin Qingzhu, they were ambushed by the followers. Lin Qi had managed to slay 2 from the Chuanjing, but was then sneak attacked by murmurs. Thankfully, Yang An had appeared just in time to help her fend off the murmurs. However, something was amiss. What about the overwhelming aura of the seraphim he had sensed earlier? If he recalled correctly, wasn't Yang An supposed to counter the murmurs? How could it escalate to that extent? The sensation had even led Yuan Gang to believe that Michael himself had descended. Yang An continued, one murmur is certainly nothing to fear, but they had deceived Lin Qi into a lair of the infernal dragon in the sea realm. We can hardly contend with one from the sea realm and another from the limitless. Just as the murmurs were about to brainwash Qi, she unleashed a powerful invocation, summoning the seraphim to distract the murmurs, allowing me to slay the infernal dragon. Yuan Gang, feeling the weight of pressure, pinched the bridge of his nose. A routine disaster relief mission had spiraled into chaos. Shen Qingzhu was seized by someone and fell victim to the assault of the boundless realm of murmurs. Confronting the fiery veins of the earth dragon, Yuan Gang sensed that Yang An's report concealed numerous details. He recalled that long ago, he had reported Yang An's peculiar behavior to his superiors, only to receive the terse reply, "He is worthy of trust." This phrase compelled Yuan Gang to disregard the extreme training of the new recruits under the guise of the Thousand Faces, and the night goddess referring to Yang An as her son. Such bizarre occurrences left him in a state of contemplation. Very well, I understand. You and the others return first. Upon your return, we shall make further arrangements. During the journey, Yang An incessantly experimented with the echoes. Oh, when will this echo cool down? I need to confront that number 1 Dio. He cursed under his breath, lamenting how 7 nights had been led into such a predicament. Meanwhile, in the distance, number 1 Yang An had already boarded the bus home with Qingyu. On the bus, Yang An leaned against the window in silence, while Qingyu took out a small fragment of the follower's toe bone, engrossed in her examination. Yang An, could you explain why you chose to get involved this time? And Qingyu paused her work, her calm eyes fixed upon him. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wish to conduct an experiment regarding the serpent species. An experiment? Have you also become entangled in this? Yang An nonchalantly glanced at Qingyu. I intended to see if I could use eternal life within a person's mental realm to abduct their primary persona, thereby acquiring abilities akin to the Nantua snake demon. Such a task. Wouldn't it be simpler to send number 2? After hearing Qingyu's words, Yang An chuckled lightly. Unfortunately, eternal life possesses too much uncontrollability. I could never entrust the entirety of eternal life to another version of myself. So, your sole purpose for this outing was merely this? Primarily, I came to see 7 Nights. The bus from Jinan Mountain to the city was traveling smoothly when suddenly a loud crash emanated from Yang An's seat, startling even Qingyu. Yang An, feeling embarrassed, apologized to those around him before sinking back into silence. Why did you shout so loudly? I shouted loudly? Why did you send 7 Nights to that cave where Hong Yan is? Cave? I didn't tee. Don't lie. I read it from Hong Yan's memories. You took Qingyu to her cave and had her call you master. Upon hearing this, number 1 Yang An promptly spat out the water in his mouth. Cough, cough. What did you just say? I had her call me master? Indeed. 7 Nights told me that while he was controlling nocturnal creatures, he discovered 4 corpses striking the same pose, pointing to one location. Each was pierced by the very short blade from my time as a 1,000 Faces. Wait a moment. I killed 4 ancient gods, that is not a problem. Using Soul Snatch and that short blade is also acceptable, but I certainly did not indulge in the macabre act of manipulating corpses. What then? Is the connection between you and Qingyu that I gleaned from the memories of Hong Yan? I am at a loss as well. Upon uttering these words, both Yang An's expressions grew solemn, as if they had suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Please hold on a moment. I shall inquire with Xiao Lao San regarding this matter to ascertain whether he is involved. How could it possibly be him? Could it be that Brother Zhuai has transformed into an Qingyu, or perhaps even into us? Lao San has not undergone such a metamorphosis. Indeed, you have point. In the next instant, the two young ANS, separated by 1,000 miles, nearly simultaneously lifted their heads, each inwardly contemplating the impending trouble. Chapter 78. The divine battle approaches. Meanwhile, outside the realm of the Great Xia, I repeat once more, the Great Xia lies ahead. The divine beings are forbidden to intervene. The sword saint, Zhou Ping, gripped a dragon elephant sword, surrounded by a fierce aura of sword energy, with the tip of his blade directed at the sea god Poseidon. I yearn to understand why the presence of the archangel Michael manifested in that city, as well as the whereabouts of the wrath of Shiva. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping's sword intent ignited as if set ablaze, soaring to greater heights. His brow furrowed slightly, revealing his discontent with the words spoken by the other party. Then, his voice, though not loud, resonated with thunderous authority. Matters within the realm of the Great Xia are not for you, foreign deities, to meddle in. No sooner had he finished speaking than the dragon elephant sword in his hand quivered slightly, emitting a crisp sound akin to a sword song. Though not thunderous, the sword's intent surged forth like a volcanic eruption, rapidly expanding outward. In an instant, a formidable wave of sword energy erupted from Zhou Ping, sweeping across the surroundings like a tempest. The ocean waves, disturbed, scattered as if they were frightened sheep. However, the might of this sword energy was far greater. It effortlessly shattered the fleeing waves, transforming them into fine droplets of mist. Upon witnessing this, Poseidon's expression darkened instantly. His voice reverberated throughout the expanse, booming like a great bell. "Mortal, how dare you desecrate the divine?" With his roar, the colossal waves surged forward, as if enraged beasts were charging towards the shore, towering like mountains, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire coast. Nevertheless, Zhou Ping remained remarkably composed in the face of such terrifying waves. He merely cast a calm glance at the small city behind him, then resolutely raised the dragon elephant sword. In that moment, the sword radiated brilliant light, dazzling like the blazing sun. Countless remarkable sword energies erupted from the blade, intertwining to form an indomitable, invisible barrier. This sword energy barrier stood firm like an impregnable fortress, holding back the surging waves. Despite the tremendous force of the waves, they appeared powerless against this formidable defense. In the distance, Poseidon's expression shifted as he addressed Zhou Ping. "Mortal, reveal your name." "I am a sword saint of the Great Xia, Zhou Ping." At that moment, it seemed as if the borders of the Great Xia were simultaneously under siege, with 4 of the 5 pinnacle beings rushing to various locations for assistance, save for Master Chun. At this juncture, in Songnan, "Chi, are you awake?" Yang inquired, leaning on his chest. What the hell? Why are you so close to me?" Lin Qi exclaimed, guzzing at Yang An, who had come too near. "Oh, I was just worried about you." My head hurts terribly. What happened earlier?" "I remember. We encountered the fire vein earth dragon infected by Old Li in the cave. And then, the archangel descended upon you, ultimately slaying that creature. He rescued the soul of the beauty and left you in the psychiatric hospital." Upon this realization, Lin Xie hastened to the confines of the mental institution. "Xie, and my master, have you both come expressly to find me? I am deeply honored." At this moment, the once enchanting figure had transformed into a striking red-haired woman. Lin Xie gazed at the now diminished loyalty meter and helplessly remarked, "I have come to release you. From now on, you shall serve as a caregiver in my mental institution. Allow me to introduce you to others shortly." "Indeed, I shall obey your every command," she responded eagerly. As the cage opened, the red-haired woman swiftly leapt into Yang An's embrace, delivering an unexpected embrace. What are you doing?" "This is rather delightful." Just then, a serious-faced Merlin approached the prison door, clutching his tome. "Director Lin, I believe we have matters to discuss." "What is it?" In the courtyard, Lin Xie wore a grave expression as he regarded Merlin. "My Lord Merlin, Are you certain your prophecy is not flawed? Alas, while I cannot discern the future of you and Yongin, this time I assure you there will be no errors. Merlin sighed, then continued. Meanwhile, Yongin pondered inwardly. Why has the War of the Southern Gods commenced so swiftly? Wasn't there supposed to be nearly 2 months remaining according to the narrative? In any case, my prophecy foretells that foreign deities will infiltrate the South, leading to a massacre by numerous mysterious entities, resulting in countless casualties throughout the region. This is regrettable, Merlin said helplessly. At that moment, Yongin suddenly grasped a crucial point in Merlin's words. My Lord Merlin, did you just say that the majority of the populace will face slaughter by these mysterious beings? That is not entirely precise. It is merely that many will be subjected to slaughter by various mysterious forces. As for the severity of the disaster, I have not foreseen that, Merlin clarified. Upon hearing this, Yongin leaped in delight. Incredible. The first phase has indeed shattered the wrath of Shiva curse. Long ago, he had attempted to use the breaking all laws technique to dispel Chun Mai's wrath of Shiva curse, but the results were unsatisfactory until later, when a ram had informed him. Wrath of Shiva is a supernal forbidden object imbued with the essence of the supreme deity Shiva. How could a mere mortal of the river realm hope to break it? To disrupt divine laws, one must at least attain the Klein realm. Klein? Wow. Hearing you say that makes me feel utterly inept. Do you even hear what you are saying? You, as a mortal, managed to cast down a deity from their throne in the Klein realm. Would you still consider yourself weak? Oh, so does that mean once I reach Klein, there will be little distinction between confronting deities and mortals? Indeed. However, this still poses a dilemma. If breaking all laws cannot dispel the wrath of Shiva, how then shall I rescue the captain and my mother? That will depend on you, they replied, observing Yongin, who seemed lost in thought. Yongin? Yongin? Wachi Zichi? Are you all right? Lin Chia, concerned for his well-being, inquired, thinking he was worried about his mother and others. Oh, I am fine. Let us venture forth, for it seems that the so-called outer deities have yet to breach our defenses. We must prepare ourselves in advance. Indeed, let us proceed. The moment Yang and Lin Chia emerged from the confines of the mental institution, they were astounded to find themselves not aboard the transport vehicle of the recruit camp, but rather upon a horse-drawn carriage. Opposite Yang sat an elderly gentleman with hair and beard as white as snow. Awake now? Lin Chia inquired, taking the surroundings. May I ask who you are? I am Chun Fuzi, the pinnacle of humanity. Chapter 79 Apologies. May I add you? Yang gazed at Master Chun with a complex expression. Noticing Yang An's gaze, Master Chun returned the look, and the two held each other's eyes for a prolonged moment, until Yang and finally broke the silence. Even if you are the pinnacle of humanity, kidnapping minors still violates Article 339 of the Great Xia Penal Code, which mandates a prison sentence of no less than 10 years. Moreover, as we are both soldiers, the severity of our actions is amplified. Upon hearing this, Master Chun inadvertently choked on his tea and began to cough violently. Lin Chia, with kindness, reached out to pat Master Chun's back. Cough, cough, cough. Goodness, you nearly took down a pinnacle of humanity. After regaining his composure, Master Chun spoke. I have been entrusted by your Night Watch commander, Yi Fan, to assist you in escaping this calamity. This master, are you referring to the invasion of the Outer Gods? At this, tea spilled once more from the cup, and Master Chun choked again. Slowly, he parted the curtains of his carriage and waved his sleeve to reveal the world outside. Observing the serene skies, he inquired, how did you come to know of the Outer Gods invasion? That is of no concern to you. However, we are night watchmen, and Songnan is our home. With war imminent, how could we abandon our post? Alas, things are not as simple as you might imagine. Master Chun, with a hint of resignation, glanced outside again, his expression shifting as he continued. Are you familiar with the Shiva's grievance? Lin Chia shook his head. The Shiva's grievance is a supernal artifact that embodies the supreme deity Shiva of India. Anything inscribed upon it is conceptually erased from existence. A decade ago, an outer god wielded the Shiva's grievance to deliver a catastrophic blow to Songnan. In that instant, the entirety of Songnan was obliterated. At that moment, a miraculous force emerged, It shattered the curse of the Shiva's grievance. And that miracle is you. Yang interjected. It was when Michael chose you as the divine proxy. Master Chun cast a meaningful glance at Yang and before continuing. Thus, strictly speaking, everyone in Sangnan perished 10 years ago. They exist solely as products of your miracle. As long as you remain, Sangnan shall endure. At this revelation, Lin Xie was clearly struck by an overwhelming impact. So you mean to say that Squad 136 and, Jean, and Yong'an have long since perished, correct? Master Chin fell silent, but Yong'an affirmed, indeed. Just as Lin Xie pondered what to say next, a violent jolt interrupted them. Master Chun, displeased, glanced out the window once more. We have been discovered. Accelerate, he commanded the driver. However, Yong'an interjected, Master, I reiterate, I am a night watchman and a child of Sangnan. I cannot stand idly by while it suffers under the tyranny of those outer gods. My comrades are still waiting for me. Master Chin remained silent, continuing to savor the tea on the table. Then, shall I take my leave? Yong'an inquired tentatively. To speak bluntly, you too are a citizen of Sangnan City, reborn through miracles. As long as Lin Xie remains, you still have a chance to live. Therefore, whether you stay or depart is entirely your choice. I shall not impede you, but Lin Xie must be present. Yong'an responded, Thank you, Master, for your understanding. However, whether Xie stays or leaves should be his own decision. I will not coerce him, and I hope you will not either. Indeed, I wish to go. Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with determination. Alas, sit still. Without my permission, you shall not leave. Master Chun sighed deeply, continuing to savor his tea. That is not necessarily the case. Yong'an grinned, and in the next instant, both breaking all laws and leap were activated, creating ripples in Master Chen's heartscape. In a blink, Yong'an and Lin Xie vanished from sight, leaving Master Chun with a wry smile. The youth of today, becoming increasingly remarkable. Lin Xie felt darkness envelop him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself before the Peace Detective Agency, which was dimly lit, suggesting the absence of occupants. It seems they are not here. They are here, but only one person. Both pushed open the door, and under Yong'an's guidance, they proceeded directly to the underground training grounds. Captain, Team 136. Lin Xie Yong'an reporting for duty. At that moment, Chun Mai, who was organizing equipment, turned around in astonishment. How are you doing up here? Weren't you supposed to follow the master? Report. The night watchmen do not flee before battle. Lin Xie declared resolutely. You too. Alas, I hardly know what to say to you both. Did the master inform you about Xie's role in this battle? Chun Mai asked helplessly. He did, Yong'an replied. Then why have you returned? What if? I said I have a way to break the curse of Shiva's grievance. Would you believe me, Captain? Break Shiva's grievance? Did you not previously claim it was impossible? Indeed, it was impossible. But, Yong'an turned to Lin Xie. Xie, do you recall what Merlin said before? Yes, he mentioned seeing the citizens of Sangnan being mysteriously slaughtered in large numbers. This implies that the populace of Sangnan has survived the curse of Shiva's grievance. Yet what awaits them is a multitude of mysteries. Captain, under such circumstances, our return seems justified, does it not? However, Chun Mai questioned with confusion, Merlin, the legendary god of magic? Indeed, in truth, both Xie and I are also agents of the god of magic, Yong'an declared, conjuring a shimmering teleportation circle in his hand. This magical array undoubtedly reshaped Chun Mai's understanding. Are you suggesting that you are now the agents of 3 gods? Indeed, the weight of this revelation struck Chun Mai like a hammer upon his heart, and after a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure. Can the prophecy be trusted? It can. Yong'an and Lin Xie replied in unison. Since you both insist on participating in a battle, then Team 136, prepare to draw your blades. To rescue the city we hold dear. Chun Mai grasped tightly the starry blade that symbolizes the night watchman. This is somewhat awkward, Captain. By the way, where are Hong Ying and the others? Yong'an interjected, disrupting the atmosphere. I deceived them into going to the capital as soon as I received the news from above. Very well. At that moment, the reception bell at the entrance suddenly rang. Apologies. The office is closed for today. A pale-faced, somewhat slender youth, still clad in a white laboratory coat stained with specks of blood, spoke up. May I join you? Chen Mai and Lin Chie turned to look, their eyes wide with surprise, while Yang maintained a smile. Chapter 80. The Mysterious Siege. When the visage of Qing Yu materialized before Lin Chie, he was evidently taken aback for a moment. Qing Yu? A hint of disbelief laced Lin Chie's words. After all, the current Qing Yu was a wanted criminal, on par with the notorious Thousand Faces. With this thought, Lin Chie discreetly cast a glance at Chen Mai, only to find him returning the gaze. Is it Yong'an who summoned you? Chen Mai inquired, his eyes not directed at Yong'an. It appeared that Captain Chen was already privy to everything, and Qing Yu's calm eyes conveyed an air of mystery. Chen Mai merely nodded in silence before turning to Lin Chie and Yang, and I have known for quite some time that the Thousand Faces is indeed your doppelganger, Yong'an, is it not? Yong'an replied nonchalantly, that is somewhat inaccurate. I'm the later version of Yong'an. Upon hearing this, Chen Mai raised an eyebrow, pondering inwardly about this fellow, who seemed reluctant even to attend the rookie training and had opted for a doppelganger instead. Then, adjusting his demeanor, Chen Mai stated, You are my subordinate, and I shall always have faith in you. Since this esteemed and Qing Yu wishes to join us, let us proceed together. Meanwhile, in the city, the streets bustled with life, a scene of tranquility. However, this peace was shattered by the arrival of a man. Loki, clad in a formal suit, strode through the void. Disdain etched across his face as he gazed down at the ancient carriage beneath him. Mortals, cease your futile struggles. Surrender the Shiva's grievance at once. A glint of cunning and cruelty flickered in his deeply set eyes. Chun Fuji slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage door, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk. Fixated upon Loki, the god of deceit, who had managed to breach the safeguards of the national god Steel and infiltrate this realm. God of deceit, Loki, you dare to invade my great Xia with but a mere doppelganger? Who grants you the audacity to threaten me? Chun Fuji's voice rose in intensity. With that, he abruptly raised his teacup and, without hesitation, poured its contents towards Loki. At the moment the tea exited the cup, it transformed into a surging torrent, akin to a mighty river, rushing forth with formidable force towards Loki. However, in the face of this oncoming deluge, Loki merely smirked, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. His gaze was filled with mockery and disdain, as if he deemed Chun Fuji's assault utterly inconsequential. Just as the torrent was about to collide with Loki, an astonishing event unfolded. The river suddenly appeared to be torn asunder by an invisible force, fragmenting into vaporous blades of water extending 300 meters in length. These blades, swift as lightning, shot towards Loki, each imbued with immense power. Yet, Loki's smile remained unperturbed. He casually remarked, I never expected such formidable talent to arise among humans. However, his words abruptly faltered before he continued, I have the time to indulge in this amusement with you. But what of them? No sooner had he spoken than Loki's divine power erupted violently, akin to a ferocious tempest sweeping through. With a thunderous crash, the countless vaporous blades were rendered as fragile as paper in the face of Loki's might, shattering into oblivion. Following this, with a sweeping gesture, Loki conjured several colossal portals upon the ground. These gateways exuded an ominous aura, reminiscent of Hell's own entrance. Through the gaping portals, pairs of crimson eyes glared menacingly ahead. A multitude of frost giants emerged from the portals, each exhaling a chill that coated the ground in frost, their every step provoking violent tremors beneath. Master Qin disregarded the frost giants below, his gaze fixed upon Loki as he proclaimed, The younger generation has their own affairs to tend to. I shall concern myself only with restraining you, old man, as long as I can hold you back. Humph. Arrogance, Loki retorted, as green divine light enveloped him. Just then, a voice laced with amusement echoed from behind him. The god of mischief, brother of Odin, has stooped to personally confronting an elder? Loki's eyes narrowed, a spear materializing his hand, aimed at Yang and behind him. From a distance, Master Qin observed the scene through a window, a chill creeping over him. Though he was unaware of why Yang and had transformed from a mere mortal into a formidable being, Common sense dictated that a mortal at such a level could never withstand a deity's casual strike. The next moment, a shocking spectacle unfolded. A frost giant inadvertently slipped on a minuscule piece of refuse, triggering a chain reaction, causing the giants to trip over one another, all sent flying by their allies from behind. Their weapons were flung aside, striking the spear and diverting its path. Loki, witnessing this turn of events, widened his eyes in disbelief. Nevertheless, Young An's triumphant declaration rang out. "It seems I have attained unparalleled fortune." With this proclamation, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, a divine presence weaving through the clouds. It appeared Indra had also arrived. Loki erupted in a laughter. "Ha ha ha. Well then, I shall no longer indulge you. I am off to seek Shiva's wrath. Do your utmost to survive amidst the thunder." As his words fell, Loki vanished in a flash of green divine light. Master Chun, his expression grave, exclaimed, "Hey, Young, quickly enter my heart's domain. I can barely protect you." Yet Young replied with a smile, "No need, Master. Just one Indra is no concern. Someone will handle him. Rather, we should hasten after Loki." "What? Young, are you mad? I am the strongest here. I cannot contend with him. I shall lead you to safety." Young shook his head and responded, "I assure you, Master, you might struggle against even my dog." Upon the completion of this utterance, a tall and imposing figure suddenly materialized beside Young. This figure possessed a strikingly handsome visage, with ears that gracefully brushed the shoulders and eyes that sparkled with vitality. At his waist hung a crescent-shaped slingshot, and, in his hand, he wielded a gleaming trident spear that emanated a fierce chill. "Brother, I have arrived." In the distance within the old city, Yang Jin's mother gazed intently in the direction that her son had flown, recalling how, just before his departure, he had pointed towards Yang, declaring, "Mother, that is the battlefield to which I shall hasten. I will return both of them unscathed." She understood that the both of them referred to Yang and Lin Xie. She was perplexed by the transformation of her son, yet she recognized that Yang Jin, Yang Un, and Lin Xie were all her beloved children. "Be careful," she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, upon receiving alarming reports of a significant mysterious incursion in Songnan, Yuan Gang promptly assembled all instructors and recruits. Standing upon the training platform, he proclaimed, "We have just received word that Songnan is under siege by a multitude of mysterious forces, and the citizens are now in peril. Night Watchers, heed my command. This is the final assessment. Survive this conflict. In areas of high danger, the instructors shall lead the charge." Yuan Gang surveyed the Night Watchers below, a mix of pride and concern swelling within him. The current recruits, mingling among the instructors, had become indistinguishable from one another, their forms and appearances blending seamlessly. They now bore a singular title, Night Watchers. "Now all Night Watchers, heed my command. Advance into the heart of the city." Within the ranks, Bailey tightly grasped his free space, silently vowing, "Wait for us, Chie. We are on our way." Chapter 81. The Divine Battle of Songnan. After preparing themselves, Lin Xie and his companions resolutely stepped out of the Peace Detective Agency. Upon their exit, they were greeted by a scene that would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Han Ying, wielding a long spear, deftly maneuvered among the frost giants, each fiery strike causing one of these colossal beings to fall. Meanwhile, when Chima clasped his hands in prayer, rendering the surrounding frost giants motionless. What awaited them next were the merciless bullets fired by Long Xian. Upon seeing Chun Mai and the others emerge from the agency, Hong Ying joyfully called out, "Captain, we were just coming to find you." Chun Mai, astounded, shouted back, "Did I not instruct you to go to Jing City for observation? How did you return?" Wu Xiangnan stepped forward, saying, "I never imagined you would engage in such heroics. Songnan is ours, since time immemorial. The Night Watchmen have never sent the captain alone to confront the unknown." "Then, how did you come back?" Chun Mai felt a foreboding sensation. Captain, is your salary sufficient to cover a Boeing 737? Hong Ying scratched her head like a child caught in a mistake. In the distance, Yang couldn't help but chuckle at this remark, then said, "All right, enough chit-chat. That group of frost giants is still trampling our city." With Yang An's words, the group steeled their expressions. "Captain, what is going on? Why are there so many frost giants suddenly in the city?" To make a long story short, Sangnan is currently facing an invasion by otherworldly deities, and these frost giants have been summoned by them. Chunmai replied gravely. There are two known invaders, Loki, the god of mischief from Norse mythology, and Indra from Indian mythology, Yang added. After nodding, Chunmai continued. Our mission now is to save as many civilians as possible while we await reinforcements. Then, let's fight with all our might. Hong Ying's spear ignited with crimson flames, reflecting her fervent battle spirit. There's no need. I alone can handle these frost giants, Yang asserted, positioning himself protectively in front of Team 136. In an instant, Yang surged forward, his staff materializing as he struck fiercely at the nearest frost giant. The giant, wielding a massive sword, swung it violently at Yang, but upon their clash, a whirlwind of icy mist erupted. Feeling the power coursing through his staff, Yang grinned. You're a bit weak. He then exerted all his strength, forcing the giant's sword back and cleaving through its chest. From a distance, when Chimal watched in astonishment, exclaiming, He is matching strength with the giants and surpassing them? It was evident that this scene left a profound impact on all of them. At that moment, Chunmai resolutely drew his blade and charged forward, emanating an overwhelming aura reminiscent of the underworld, as if the entire realm of Yama had manifested within him. Yang, do not overexert yourself. I shall join you, Chunmai shouted, his voice infused with concern and anxiety for Yang. In his grasp, the star blade shimmered with a chilling light, each swing resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky, imbued with boundless murderous intent and power. Each strike upon the frost giants effectively severed their souls, rendering them lifeless in an instant. Stealing a glance at Chunmai, Yang promptly replied, Captain, I'm being serious. Loki has already freed himself from Master Chen's entanglement. By the time he discovers the location of Shiva's wrath, it will be too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang hurled his long staff skyward with great force. Let's cleanse the battlefield. In response to the counterfeit, the staff in the sky multiplied rapidly, splitting into 2, then 4, until countless shadows of the staff filled the heavens. Descend. The multitude of staff shadows, imbued with intense dissociation, rained down upon the frost giants below with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sharp sounds echoed as the once mighty frost giants, who had dominated the sky moments before, were reduced to mere mush. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. With a sweeping gesture, Yang gathered the remnants of the frost giants, and from the ground arose a complex and profound array. Dimensional summoning. In the next instant, the remnants vanished, replaced by a legion of black withers, the very entities from the Minecraft universe. Ever since Yang forged a pact with the Ender Dragon, he had acquired the ability to swiftly navigate the Minecraft realm. Utilizing the remnants of the frost giants, Yang summoned and bound numerous withers. Soon, the withers surged towards the frost giants, their heads resembling bombers as they targeted the endless stream of frost giants emerging from the portal. Yang complexion paled slightly as he turned to the others with a smile. What do you think? I told you to leave this to me. Team 136, and Xingyu regarded him in silence. At that moment, Chunmai's gaze flickered, seemingly deep in thought. After a long pause, he sighed deeply. Yang, come here for a moment. Just you. What is it, Captain? Yang, tell me, how powerful are you exactly? Chunmai's expression turned grave. If I don't go berserk, I could match a boundless level opponent. Boundless? Are you implying that you, from the River Realm, can contend with a boundless level powerhouse? Captain, as you know, I can nullify others' forbidden realms, and currently, the highest level I can influence is indeed boundless. Very well, allow me to ask you this. If I were to entrust Shiva's wrath to you, could you safeguard it? In the distance, Master Chun and Yang and in vehicle No. 1 were hastening towards the direction of Chunmai. Originally, it was supposed to be Master Chun who would bear the responsibility of restraining Loki, but just moments ago, another human paragon, Lu Wuwei, made his entrance. Lu Wuwei took on the significant burden from Master Chun to confront Loki, for as a knight, Lu Wuwei was undoubtedly more suited for the task than the defense-oriented Master Chun. Young man, what exactly are you? Master Chun gazed at Yongin, who was savoring his tea with rapturous delight. Hearing the confusion in his mentor's voice, Yongin set down his teacup and replied with a calm smile, Master, my identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is how to achieve absolute victory in this war. Absolute victory? Young man, are you not being a tad overconfident? Not to mention the casualties already inflicted by this invasion of the outer gods. Absolute victory is simply unattainable. Rest assured, Master, I am well aware of what I must do. Now let us leave it at that. I must disembark. Yongin lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked down at Lin Xie, who was engaged in battle with the frost giant. Chapter 82. The second hidden reserve energy. Are you going to get off here? Chun Fuzi gazed at Yang, and with a hint of astonishment, before continuing, wait. No, how can I sense another presence of yours below? Master, Yongin began. To be honest, Loki, though merely a manifestation within Sangnan City at this moment, is not something we mere mortals can contend with. An elder once remarked that magic must counter magic, and gods must confront gods. Huh? What does that have to do with your intention to disembark? Chun Fuzi inquired. Of course, it pertains to seeking the power of the divine. I have pinpointed Loki's location. He likely senses the presence of Shiva's grievance as well. With my assistance, I am confident I could detain Loki's avatar, although I am somewhat bewildered at the moment. If you wish to proceed, then go ahead. The other minions are no match for me. Meanwhile, the members of Team 136 found themselves obstructed at the entrance of a portal leading to a frost giant. Captain Chun, the weakness of these giants lies in their second vertebrae. An Qingyu remarked, wiping the blood from her face as she spoke to Chen Mai. It matters not. One strike will suffice for each, he replied. At that moment, a colossal black dragon soared across the sky, unleashing its fiery breath, which swiftly ravaged numerous frost giants. That dragon is an enemy? Zhao Kongchang exclaimed, fixated on the sky. No, it is nearby. Both Yang and Lin Xie responded in unison. Who? Zhao Kongchang questioned. It is I. Another Yang and materialized from the heights, plummeting vertically towards them. Hearing that familiar voice, the other members of Team 136 widened their eyes in astonishment. What is happening? Two Yang ANS. Zhao Kongchang was the first to exclaim. Without further ado, the first Yang seized Lin Xie and the second Yang, and upon landing, declaring, let us go hunt the gods. Lin Xie, clearly taken aback by the straightforwardness of the Yang and before him, queried, didn't you say that there are humans responsible for dealing with those outer gods? Shouldn't we merely delay until reinforcements arrive? The first Yang chuckled lightly. No, Xie, you underestimate them. The allure of Shiva's grievance is far too potent for them. They have come thoroughly prepared, especially Loki. Until we resolve him, the incursions from the mysterious and other outer gods will not cease. As if to mirror the assertions of the first Yang on Loki, entangled by Lu Wuwei, raised his arm once more. A vast green magic circle materialized beneath their feet. Accompanied by a flicker of light, and a pitch-black hellhound with 3 canine heads appeared before Lu Wuwei. A creature of Klein-level mystery? Lu Wuwei remarked, sensing the formidable aura, though it paled in comparison to Loki's. Ha, but there's not just one. Immediately, a plethora of legendary beasts from Norse mythology, including the infamous Kraken, emerged from the portal. Upon a glance, there were indeed 5 of them. Lu Wuwei's complexion was grave. He was acutely aware that he had to restrain Loki here, which meant that the mysteries of the Klein realm would have to be entrusted to others. However, a bitter smile crossed his lips. Were there really any others? Even if the Phoenix team were to come to assist, there were still a full 4 of them. As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Wuwei felt engulfed by a sense of impending darkness. Nevertheless, he continued to hurl bombs at Loki without cease. To be honest, I am indeed feeling a bit despondent at the moment. Yet this does not hinder my resolve to keep you occupied. Even if this city were to be utterly destroyed, it would forever resonate with a ballad celebrating the courage to raise a sword against the divine. Lu Wuwei declared passionately as he gazed at Loki. Upon hearing these words, Loki's expression darkened, and his divine power surged violently. Arrogant insect, you mean I can house the souls of the 2 of them in a mental asylum? Lin Xie asked Yang and before him. Indeed, although prolonged exposure may lead to irreversible damage. But this is our last resort, replied Yang and the first. The second Yang interjected, what about me? What resources do I have to contend with them? The first Yang pondered for a moment before responding, use the Madman. If we do not activate the backup hidden energy now, then when will we? Huh. Do you truly believe that a madman from the Chuan realm can match a host of absurd deities in combat? How much madness have I accumulated since my inception? Your prowess alone is insufficient, but you still have me. I can easily serve as your second backup hidden energy, the first Yang assured the second. The second sensed something amiss and squinted suspiciously. If you impose your madness upon me, what becomes of you? Fear not, I have more than you do. Before them, Lin Xie and the second Yang contemplated deeply. After a moment, they spoke in unison, agreed. Meanwhile, Yang Jin was fiercely engaged in battle with Indra. The dark clouds above Sangnan City roiled as if boiling. Yang Jin stood upon a shattered rainbow cloud, wielding a trident blade that swept outward, its silver arc seeming to rend the heavens as it struck down heavily toward Indra. Suddenly, the void before Indra erupted in purple lightning, a spear of thunder blocking his chest. Clang! At the moment of clash, the cloud sea transformed into a boiling mercury pool, and countless thunder dragons burst forth, clawing and snapping as they lunged at Yang Jin. Yang Jin's third eye abruptly opened, its golden light piercing through the storm clouds. He formed a seal with his left hand while pointing his blade at the sky with his right, shouting break. 72 streams of golden sword energy surged forth from the third eye, intertwining in the air to form a swirling Taiji diagram. The thunder dragons collided with the Taiji diagram, exploding violently, yet were entirely consumed by it. Indra was struck with profound astonishment, exclaiming, shouldn't the deities of Great Xia have all been reincarnated? How do you retain such formidable power? Yang Jin scoffed disdainfully. I owe it all to a certain sheep. Indra furrowed his brow, knowing that the deity before him was not revealing the whole truth. A sheep? What a jest! Why not specify that the sheep's name was Xianjiang? With that, the two deities resumed their fierce clash. Are you ready? Inquired Yang the first. Here we go, replied Yang the second, taking a deep breath as if resigned to fate. As soon as the words left his lips, a resounding chime erupted from the first Yang's body, intertwining echoes of madness and blame swirling around the second Yang. In the next moment, the second Yang's eyes began to glow a fierce crimson, an overwhelming aura of frenzy radiating outward. Simultaneously, Lin Xie, who had remained silent until now, suddenly exuded an unprecedented presence. After accommodating the soul of Nyx, Lin Xie's short hair transformed into flowing locks that cascaded down to his waist, his eyes sparkling like a brilliant night sky, with faint stars streaking across. The first Yang spoke, Mother, you could exert yourself a bit more. A gentle feminine voice emerged from Lin Xie's lips. Shupalos, your brother's soul is too fragile. Forcibly bearing my power will lead to damage. Do not worry, I will also shoulder this burden, Yang asserted, as a resounding chime echoed from the depths of his soul, resonating with finality. His name is known as the Twin Flower. Chapter 83. The Stone of Joy. With the successful construction of the Twin Blossoms, Nyx infused all of her divine power into it. How is it? Can you withstand it? Nyx inquired with concern. In unison, Lin Xie and Yang responded, no problem. At that moment, the two seemed to share a profound connection, easily sensing each other's thoughts. However, Lin Xie found it peculiar. He could feel that deep within Yang's heart lay a portion shrouded in a dense fog, seemingly reluctant to be revealed to him. Noticing Lin Xie's unease, Yang flashed a mischievous smile. Be good and listen. There's nothing worth seeing. As soon as he finished speaking, the second Yang could no longer contain himself. With a whoosh, he soared toward the clouds. The first Yang understood that was where Loki resided, and he chuckled softly, saying, let us go. At that moment, Lu Wuwei's delivery attire was tattered and worn, and the speed of the electric scooter beneath him had slowed considerably. Nonetheless, bombs continued to be launched from Lu Wuwei's hands toward Loki. Are you really that rigid? Clinging to me while ignoring the mysteries? Loki roared. Enough. We are well aware of the Songnon Divine War from 10 years ago. Instead of slaying those mysteries, it would be better to engage you in a one-on-one battle in the royal city. Bah, you're just spouting nonsense I can't comprehend. Lu Wuwei could distinctly sense that the first wave of reinforcements had arrived. Over 200 rookie night watchmen, along with other night watch instructors, had commenced their assault on the underworld hounds and leviathans from the North Sea. Comrades, we must steadfastly hold our line. We cannot allow any mysterious creatures to breach the refuge of Songnon citizens. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront of the ranks, his voice resonating like a thunderclap amidst the chaos of the battlefield. His gaze was fixed ahead, with a monstrous figure of the underworld hound, Gam, loomed, an enormous beast with a grotesque visage, surrounded by black-red hellfire. As Yuan Gang issued his first command, countless missiles from the nearby base surged into the sky like an enraged swarm of bees. These missiles traced brilliant fiery arcs across the night sky, akin to meteors streaking across the horizon, hurtling toward the underworld hound Gam at astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, these missiles rained down upon Gam's midsection with relentless ferocity. The thunderous explosions reverberated through the heavens, flames soaring as if to tear the night sky asunder. Gam, subjected to such a fierce onslaught, shuddered violently, its fur shredded and blood gushing forth like a fountain. A chilling wail escaped it, echoing through the night and sending shivers down spines. Excellent. The bombardment is effective against this beast. Continue, Yuan Gong commanded. However, the impact of the second round of artillery was not as pronounced as the first, and even the previous wounds began to heal slowly. In the sky above the other side of the city, a helicopter hovered, inside which were several familiar figures. It was unexpected that we had returned again, and in such a manner. Wang Mian gazed down at the city and remarked, "By the way, Captain, why have we been dispatched for this calamity?" Logically, the Phoenix Squad would be more suited for this mission, wouldn't they? Vortex inquired, puzzled. Who knows? It's simply an order from headquarters, Wang Mian replied, drawing his weapon. Then, as he approached the helicopter's door, you shouldn't be afraid of heights this time, right? Rose jested. Still a bit, he admitted, while the others shared a collective sigh. At that moment, Loki, engaged in battle with Lu Wuwei, suddenly froze in surprise. What was happening? Shiva's grievance was actually flying toward him, accompanied by 3 peculiar auras. As Loki attuned his senses, he recognized the essence of Nyx, the goddess of night. Though it felt fragmented, as if divided in two, the other presence, though evidently mortal, emanated a disquieting aura. Loki found it somewhat amusing that, as the god of trickery, he was personally embroiled in a prolonged conflict with a mere mortal. He scoffed lightly and then turned to Lu Wuwei. It seems that the Daxia has concealed its depths well. A small Songnon harbors 2 deities. No sooner had he spoken than Loki's divine skill, cunning trickery, was quietly set in motion, weaving a tapestry of deceptions. The 5 Klein beasts on the ground transformed, their might surging forth with overwhelming power. Lu Wuwei, his expression grave, gazed at them, understanding that without his intervention, Master Chen alone could not protect everyone. Within him, a scale seemed to balance. On one side lay the Night Watch's core strength, while on the other rested Shiva's grievance and the citizens of Songnon. As Lu Wuwei grappled with his dilemma, a star plummeted from the heavens toward Loki. As the star neared, Loki was astonished to find that he could not influence its trajectory. Sensing the dark laws entwined with the star, he spoke gravely, Goddess Nyx. I have not wronged you, have I? After uttering these words, he turned to face the direction from which the star descended. To his astonishment, he did not find the beautiful woman he expected, but rather 3 youths. What's this? You seem disappointed to see me? Yang and the first taunted. Upon seeing the familiar face of Yang, and Loki's heart raced. Had he not been a mere mortal before? How had he acquired the powers of the goddess of night in such a short span? What exactly are you? Loki demanded. Yang unfurrowed his brow. Who are you calling thing? Just as Yang and Enlintia finished their retorts, they simultaneously drew their star blades, their gleaming edges radiating a chilling light, dazzling like the brightest stars in the night sky. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As their blades sliced through the air, a formidable power suddenly erupted, centered around the two celestial swords. Behind the blades, what should have been a radiant sky was now shrouded in an abyss of pitch-black darkness. This darkness seemed to surge forth from the very depths of hell, exuding an infinite chill and despair. With the swing of the celestial swords, this shroud of night transformed into a blade of darkness, hurtling towards Loki. In an instant, the night stretched across 30,000 miles, and the inhabitants of Songnan City gazed up at the celestial phenomenon, unable to suppress their astonishment. Loki stood at a distance, witnessing the spectacle, his heart swelling with an intense dread. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding scene. It is worth noting that even his true form barely grazed the realm of a first-level deity, and he was not adept in combat. Faced with such terrifying power, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Thus, without hesitation, he turned to flee, only to be obstructed by Lu Wuwei. Recognizing the predicament, Loki hastily conjured a layer of deceit, concealing his entire being within the void. However, the second figure revealed a sinister smile, as tracking and leap were astonishingly infused into the strike. The blow, propelled by the resonance of these two powers, cleaved through the void, racing towards Loki. Chapter 84. The Phantom of the Eternal Spear. As the night enveloped itself in an endless aura of malevolence, it surged towards Loki, who appeared to be cornered with no avenue for escape. Yet, at this moment, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. "Are you truly prepared to take my life? I still hold the fate of one of your companions in my hands," he taunted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the once overwhelming darkness dissipated like mist. "What did you say?" Lin Xie bellowed at Loki, his starry blade gleaming ominously as it pointed directly at him. Feeling the oppressive weight of an insurmountable force before him, Loki continued to chuckle. "Let me think. Her name was Si Xiaonan, wasn't it?" In the next instant, an elaborate ruse unfolded, and the expressionless Si Xiaonan materialized in Loki's grasp. Lin Xie's heart sank at the sight of Si Xiaonan before him, and he forced himself to maintain composure. You are indeed the god of deceit, Loki. How can I be certain you are not simply toying with me?" Loki tilted his head slightly and replied, "If that is the case, so be it." In the blink of an eye, he carelessly tossed Si Xiaonan into the air, allowing her to plummet freely. Yet, Loki was also taking a gamble. He knew that the Si Xiaonan he held was indeed real. What they did not realize, however, was that she had been born from deception itself. Lin Xie's heart tightened, and he hurriedly soared toward her. Indeed, Lin Xie dared not gamble. Each member of Team 136 was akin to family to him. The very reason he had joined the Night Watchers was to safeguard his loved ones in this world. The thought of Si Xiaonan's demise due to his own doubts was a burden he could scarcely bear. However, as Lin Xie descended like a meteor, Loki's smile grew increasingly audacious, as if he held an undeniable advantage. Suddenly, a brilliant green light erupted from his hand, shining like the brightest star in the night sky, captivating all eyes. "Ha ha!" Loki's maniacal laughter echoed. "I may not know how you acquired the divine essence of Nyx, the goddess of night, but it matters not. With this, your death is assured." His words resounded like thunder, shaking all present. Then, an unparalleled wave of immense pressure surged forth from Loki, or more accurately, from his hand. The onlookers gaped in astonishment as they beheld a long, straight spear materializing in Loki's grasp. This spear radiated with dazzling electric sparks, as if it were forged from countless bolts of lightning. At the tip, a fierce arc of electricity crackled, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of reality. At this moment, Loki's expression of arrogance reached its zenith. He clutched the spear tightly, as if it were the most vital possession of his existence. "Though this is but the phantom of the eternal spear, it will suffice to bring about your end." Loki's voice was cold and resolute, exuding an unshakable confidence. "The eternal spear." In the distance, the two young ANS exclaimed in unison, their hearts tightening as their gazes instinctively turned towards Lin Xie. In the next moment, the ethereal form of the eternal spear solidified, appearing indistinguishable from the genuine article. As the spear was hurled forth, the surrounding space seemed to warp, and the faint electric arcs emanating from it exuded an aura of cataclysmic terror. Faced with this horrifying strike, Yongin remained undaunted. He swung his blade with fervor, the light of his sword slicing through the night sky like a meteor, radiant and dazzling. Yet, the power contained within this blade was far more profound. Under the dominion of the night goddess, even the boundless cosmos appeared to plummet alongside it, as if it sought to rival the spear. However, despite the staggering might of Yang and strike, the eternal spear, forged from the world tree, was a legendary artifact whose potency and dominance far surpassed that of ordinary weapons. The spear shot forth like a bolt of lightning, piercing the darkness directly towards Lin Xie. In an instant, a spray of crimson erupted in the air, the vivid hue resembling a blossoming firework. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Xie turned abruptly, his pupils constricting as disbelief washed over his features. Young-an, you wouldn't. Lin Xie's voice trembled, rife with shock and anguish. At that moment, both Yang Ans materialized before Lin Xie, their bodies pierced by the tip of the eternal spear. Scalding blood gushed from their chests like a crimson fountain, splattering Lin Xie's face. The first Yang and was bewildered, questioning why he had sacrificed himself to save Lin Xie, even as he remembered to dispel the twin blossoms while blocking the spear. As for the second, he had simply been swept away by the fervor induced by the Madman. Since embracing the duality of the Madman, his mind had been inundated with a plethora of emotions. Akin to pushing a boulder atop a cone, any ripple in Yang and's own feelings would amplify into a cataclysmic cascade. Nearby, Loki laughed triumphantly. Though he could only utilize the ethereal form of the eternal spear once, he had not anticipated eliminating two opponents in one stroke. In the distance, Lin Xie gazed at the slowly descending Yang, his eyes reddening as he struggled to articulate a response. Simultaneously, with the dissolution of twin blossoms, an excruciating sensation surged from the depths of his soul. Nyx's voice echoed in Lin Xie's ear. "Donnas, the time for you to bear my soul has arrived. If this continues, you too shall perish. I am sorry." As soon as the words were spoken, the previously unparalleled momentum plummeted, and in Loki's eyes, Lin Xie gradually descended from divine realms to the Klein realm, and then into the Pool realm. Ha ha ha! I thought you too were truly invincible. It seems you are nothing more than this. With that, Loki wove another treacherous scheme towards Lin Xie, who, even in the Pool realm, would have found it impossible to evade, let alone in his current state, with his soul severely compromised. Suddenly, Lin Xie expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body began to plummet. Concurrently, an inexplicable phenomenon erupted in Sangnan City, where Chun Mai, who had been fiercely battling alongside the frost giants, stumbled and nearly fell. He calmly uttered, "Miracle. Has it truly failed to manifest again?" Gradually, golden specks of light began to emerge from his body, and he appeared to be slowly dissipating. "Captain, what has happened to you? Were you ambushed by some mysterious assailant?" Hong Ying inquired anxiously. It was not just the captain. Others in Sangnan City also began to emit various glimmers of light, as if the entire city had succumbed to this extraordinary spectacle. Chen Mai's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Summoning his dwindling strength, he urged the others, "Everyone, flee." "Fine." Xiaonan. Chapter 85. The two figures of Yang and plummeted swiftly from the clouds towards Sangnan City, while a silhouette shimmering with golden light beckoned them from an alleyway. The two Yang Ans darted towards the alley with great haste. Meanwhile, the second Yang and was still engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, and in his dazed state, he seemed to glimpse a figure strikingly similar to himself. It appears that Xiao Si has executed his task commendably. In the sky, Lin Xie was on the brink of unconsciousness just as he was about to fall, when a tall figure swiftly caught him. Loki furrowed his brow at the newcomer, the god of the great Xia. Yang Jin held Lin Xie in his left arm, while his right hand, stained with traces of blood, still clutched a trident dagger, the blood unmistakably belonging to Indra. "Those who offend the great Xia shall be punished." Yang Jin's muscles tenset, a pure and unyielding intent to kill locking on a Loki before him. He then placed the unconscious Lin Xie onto the back of the Xiantian dog, instructing it to take his brother to safety. After accomplishing this, Yang Jin slowly turned, and in that fleeting moment, Loki felt a chill run down his spine. The next instant, Loki hastily attempted to escape into the void, but it was ultimately too late. A flash of blade light cut through the air, and Loki's right arm was severed, golden divine blood gushing forth. Ah! Loki cried out in despair, gazing at his severed limb. It's not over yet. Why the rush? Yang Jin's voice was calm and steady, yet to Loki's ears, it resonated with terror. Daring not to linger, Loki invoked his cunning, and his severed arm swiftly regenerated, though the weakened aura within him remained unchanged. Loki narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Just moments ago, when he pierced that mortal with the eternal spear, the essence of Shiva's wrath had flickered momentarily. Could it be that Shiva's wrath had transferred to that young man? With this thought, Loki quickly sensed the position of Si Xiaonan, whom he had previously cast aside. As the agent of the god of cunning, Klein's mortal form was not destined to perish from such a height. Soon, a relieved smile spread across Loki's face. Excellent. Si Xiaonan is situated close to that mortal. Being pierced by the eternal spear should be fatal for him. Yet it presents an opportunity for Si Xiaonan to retrieve Shiva's wrath. However, this means I must stall this god of the great Xia. On the ground, Si Xiaonan froze upon receiving Loki's directive. Yongin is dead, but he quickly steadied his emotions. As the agent of the god of cunning, he could not afford to reveal excessive sentiment. The next moment, Si Xiaonan began his deliberate approach towards the spot where Yongin's body was destined to fall. Just around this corner lies the destination. Si Xiaonan hesitated at the threshold of this alley, contemplating whether to take that next step. Xiaonan, since you come this far, why not step out to meet me? Yongin's voice resonated from ahead. Upon encountering this unexpected revelation, Si Xiaonan felt a surge of joy, quickening her pace. As she turned the corner, she was greeted by the sight of 3 Yongs, each radiating a golden light, as if they were on the verge of dissipating. Yongin, I have come for the Shiva's grievance. You are injured and cannot defeat me. Surrender, Si Xiaonan stated, her initial excitement swiftly suppressed, her expression now icy. The unscathed Yongin smiled before responding. Come now, Xiaonan. You cannot possibly bring yourself to harm me. Moreover, your threatening demeanor is rather endearing. Si Xiaonan, maintaining her frosty countenance, remained silent. In a flash, she brandished a dagger, pressing it to Yongin's throat, a few crimson droplets surfacing ominously. I will truly kill you if you force my hand. Yet, Yongin merely chuckled, snapping his fingers as the silent domain forest enveloped them once more. Rest assured, Loki cannot perceive you now. Our time is limited, so let us be succinct. I have always known you to be the agent of the god of deception. Yet I also understand that you harbor a deep concern for the collective of 136. I see Xiaonan's brows furrowed, seemingly poised to retort. Do not interrupt. Yongin interjected, grasping her lips. It is precisely for this reason that you have contemplated sacrificing yourself to eliminate Loki, is it not? Attempting to deceive the god of deception as a mere mortal. Truth be told, without my assistance, your success would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, once we conclude matters here, I shall accompany you to Mount Olympus. You need not worry about them discovering me. I possess my own means. Now, this concludes our discussion. And as for what you shall do afterward, that is entirely up to you. With another snap of his fingers, the enchantment was lifted, and his gaze shifted back to the second Yongin. So, have you given it some thought? Why must it be me? The second Yongin exclaimed, his eyes aflame, his mind tormented by the influence of the Madman. Quite simply, the Shiva's grievance massacre in Sangnan occurred a decade ago. I have exhausted various echoes such as breaking all laws, scapegoat, and framing, but none have proven effective. They can only be applied to the current miracle. We lack the power of time. We cannot impose these echoes upon a decade past. The second Yongin shut his eyes tightly, his mind swirling chaotically as 2 instances of the Madman gnawed incessantly at his dwindling sanity. The other citizens of Sangnan have nothing to do with me. I am merely Yongin. I am entirely capable of self-preservation. I can thrive amidst the curse of the Shiva's grievance. Indeed, you can preserve yourself. I have never impeded you. But what of our mother? What shall become of her? Our mother. Our mother's relying on you, is she not? Can you not do this? However, the first Yang-in's lips curled into a slight smirk. Why should I? The second Yang-in, clearly taken aback by such a statement, stammered, how can you say such things? What is wrong with me? The means to save our mother has already been laid before you. Utilize the twin blossoms to unite the entirety of Sangnan City, and by doing so, you shall be blessed by the immortal. You. The second Yang-in fell silent, fully aware that this was a deliberate scheme devised by the Yang before him. The connection of the entire Sangnan City through the twin blossoms would undoubtedly render his mental faculties useless, relying solely on faith. But where does such faith originate? It could only stem from the Madman. Yet what would follow? Just a fleeting moment of madness had already brought him to the brink of mental collapse. If he indeed proceeded as suggested, he might descend into perpetual madness. However, the thought of rejecting him was impossible to articulate. Both Nikes and the maternal figure of this world had provided him with immeasurable warmth, and he could not bear to witness his mother dissipate before his very eyes. Though everything would return in the end of the story, he was unwilling to take that gamble. Consequently, this very thought rendered the second Yang-in's heart restless. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Damn it! Upon hearing this, the first Yang-in immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, well done indeed. It was worth my effort to cling to Brother Yang-'s leg and plead for his help. Subsequently, the second Yang-in spoke again, his voice grave. Tell me the truth. Who exactly are you, Yang-in? The smile on Yang-in's face had yet to fade as he replied, of course. I am the one who created you. And him? The second Yang-in gestured toward the other corpse beside him. He is the fourth. However, he may not even realize that he is the fourth. Chapter 86 must come to an end. What does he mean by not knowing he is the fourth? Number 2. Yang-in remarked. Number 1 let out a long sigh. This may require a recounting from the commencement of the disaster relief efforts. Although time is of the essence, it would not hurt to satisfy your remaining thirst for knowledge. Indeed, I was the first to discuss the operation with you. It was I who killed those 4 individuals and arranged their bodies in that particular manner. To be honest, I had no inkling of the existence of Cthulhu. In summary, I subdued the beauty, altered Xiao Yuer's memories, and created a small fourth who was indistinguishable from myself. Since then, the small fourth has acted in accordance with my will. The small fourth possesses the same memories as I do, but the plans in his mind are merely those I have presented to him. Furthermore, I instilled in him a directive, to protect Qi at all costs during critical moments. Number 2 inquired, is that so? Have you then given me a directive as well? Number 1 flashed a cunning smile. What do you think? Very well. Take care of Mom. Number 2 resignedly closed his eyes, and then, forget worry, was comprehensively lifted. The wounds left by the eternal gun suddenly erupted in excruciating pain, causing Number 2 to cry out. Damn it. Wasn't it said that Brother Yang had healed it? It's not supposed to hurt anymore. Damn. In the next moment, Number 2, Yang-in, poured all of his remaining spiritual energy into Madman, and the previously slow-moving Madman surged forth like a roaring river. Number 2 yawned and let out a pained roar, and in the final moments of his sanity's collapse, Twin Blossoms was successfully constructed. In an instant, the dissipating city of Sangnan was revitalized. Everything ceased to fade, and the previously sorrowful citizens halted their weeping. The entire city fell into silence, and as Twin Blossoms was successfully formed, they sensed that an unseen youth had silently taken on their grief and suffering. They knew not what had transpired, yet when they glanced back at the valiant night watchers, the youth in their hearts seemed to take on a visage. Meanwhile, Chunmai felt his own body and was astounded as he gazed in a particular direction. How is this possible? A miracle that had clearly vanished. Yet this power does not belong to the seraphim. Chunmai clenched his fist, feeling the strength of this new form. This body is robust, but does not seem to be mine. What exactly has happened? Chunmai was plagued by a foreboding sensation. He could see the divine light flickering on the horizon. Yet where has the preceding nightfall gone? Number 2 yawned and continued to roar in despair, while Number 1 yawned and remained silent. Although it was his own scheme, he still felt unsatisfied. Yongen's gaze was fixed upon the fleeing figure on the horizon. The intoxicating aura of madness was tightly ensnared within this alley, and in an instant, number 2 yawned and embraced the collective sorrow and pain of the entire city, his consciousness irrevocably sinking into Madman. At this moment, a cacophony of echoes was unleashed within the unconsciousness of number 2 Yongen. In the confines of such a narrow alley, lightning, flames, and hurricanes surged, intertwining in a grotesque and surreal manner. The surrounding environment warped bizarrely, with some elements stretching infinitely, while others were proportionally magnified, and some even sprouted legs and began to run. Beside Yongen lay a vacuum realm composed of breaking 10,000 laws, resembling the sole vestige of normalcy within the mind of a madman. Si Xiaonan stood silently behind Yongen, her silence betraying her astonishment at the preceding scene. Ah, yes, Shiva's grievance seemed to be manifesting upon him. Without turning, Yongen calmly stated, "I know. It is time to conclude this farce." In the next moment, Yongen stepped forward, revealing that number 2 Yongen was enveloped in flesh and bloodborne of endless life. Without excessive movement, he resonated with dissociation and tracking. He thrust deep into the flesh, rummaging until he retrieved an ancient-looking parchment from amidst the mass. Moments later, the long-untouched Shiva's grievance bore fresh ink, the invader from Songnon. Yongen expended all his mental energy, yet the target of his efforts was a deity. Even though Loki was merely a manifestation and Indra had been decapitated by a fully powered Yangjian, he was still not an existence that could be obliterated by one at the sea realm. However, Shiva's grievance had already been triggered, and with insufficient mental energy, life force would suffice. Subsequently, the once youthful Yongen aged in an instant, his body marred with deep crevices and wrinkles. As Shiva's grievance continued to siphon, Yongen immediately activated indestructible and heavenly movement. Yongen, forcibly using Shiva's grievance will lead to your demise. Xiaonan exclaimed anxiously. No, there is no need for concern. Yongen's voice resonated like a melodious sound from a broken wind instrument. In the next moment, a multitude of frost giant souls began to converge upon him, or more precisely, towards the terminus within Yongen's body. These souls transformed into pure energy at the terminus, replenishing Shiva's grievance. The two entities formed a peculiar positive feedback loop, akin to a perverse swimming pool manager simultaneously draining and filling the pool. Yongen's body ceased to age. Instead, a subtle hint of rejuvenation emerged, albeit at a sluggish pace. Just as Yongen inscribed the words, all hostile deities that had entered Songnon City, the various mysteries summoned by Loki, and the ancient god cult that had covertly infiltrated were instantly reduced to ashes. What happened? A multitude of watchers stood in bewilderment, but only Chun Mai comprehended the situation. This is Shiva's grievance. Given the effects, it appears to have been successfully activated. But what of Yongen? Shiva's grievance had been entrusted to Yongen by Chun Mai, and at this moment, only he could activate it. Yet if Shiva's resentment were to reach such a magnitude, the mental fortitude required would likely be insufficient. Upon this realization, Chun Mai found himself engulfed in a wave of panic. What is it, Captain? There's no time. We must hurry. We need to find Yongen. At this moment, Si Xiaonan gazed at the elderly figure before her, a tinge of bitterness welling up within her. Are you all right? Do not worry. Just give me a moment to recover. The sight of Yongen, with nearly all his teeth missing and his wind-blown mouth uttering these words, struck a comical note. Unable to suppress a light chuckle, Si Xiaonan remarked, "How can you still accompany me to find Loki in your current state?" I am well prepared." With that, Yongen produced an utterly ordinary earring and spoke slowly this earring contains a fragment of my soul. It can conjure another version of me at any moment. You need not carry it with you. It will follow you on its own. Si Xiaonan raised an eyebrow. So this is your little Wu? The name is up to you. Then I shall name him Yingon. What in the world kind of name is that? Chapter 87. The student card. Si Xiaonan departed, leaving herself gravely injured, subsequently triggering a ruse left by Loki as she returned to Olympus. It was only after her departure that Yongen, feeling utterly powerless, collapsed onto the ground. He cast a resigned glance at the second Yongin, who was even more chaotic than Cthulhu, and let out a soft chuckle. Brother Young, I beseech you for a favor. Having this Yongin lying here might tarnish the city's appearance. Could you kindly assist in placing him in the land of endings? Once I completely decipher the wrath of Shiva, I shall rescue him. The ram remained silent in the land of endings, merely waving his hand, and the entire alley was transported into that realm. You are quite formidable, having orchestrated your plans from the Naga right up to this moment. Did you notice, Brother Yang? Indeed, from the very beginning, you imbued the second Yang and with an intense attachment to familial bonds. I originally intended for him to accompany Qingyu in hunting the mysterious, while simultaneously nurturing his relationship with your mother. Although he later insisted on entering the new recruits camp, you managed to fulfill this aspect by allowing him to spend the new year with you at home, which laid the groundwork for his eventual salvation of Songnan. Then, you cleverly arranged for the fourth to deceive him into enduring 2 successive shocks from the Madman, which ultimately propelled him into sacrificing himself for Songnan. Yongin chuckled, adding, admittedly, my tactics to mislead the second Yongin were riddled with flaws, but who could blame him for succumbing to madness at that moment? Besides, the act of misleading is a rather harsh term. Did Yongin not wish to save Songnan? Everyone desires to save her. After Yongin spoke, silence enveloped the two, both exchanging awkward glances upon this blood-soaked land. After a long pause, Yongin broke the stalemate. So, Brother Yang, how much have we profited from this divine conflict? The ram turned to glance at the increasingly frantic second Yang and before slowly responding. This time, we captured a remarkably substantial number of frost giants, 5 Klein realm mysteries, and the remnants of 2 deities. Remnants? Indeed. The 2 deities that came here are incomplete. They're likely avatars. Very well, but surely all these acquisitions should suffice to elevate me to divinity? You are mistaken. You still owe a considerable debt to the wrath of Shiva. Once that debt is settled, it is estimated that you will be able to ascend to the boundless realm. At that point, you may begin to engage with the laws. Laws? Will I be able to utilize them then? Certainly not. But your physical strength will be sufficiently enhanced to warrant a significant boost. Let me clarify. The physical prowess here is not measured by the 10 days of endings. There is no cap on physical attributes. Once you surpass the earth level, regardless of your strength, you will be considered at the heaven level. Wouldn't that complicate the subsequent classifications of physical enhancements? By that time, even if you wield echoes, you could easily vanquish your foes. Why concern yourself so much with physical attributes? I wanted to mention earlier that you possess a total of 3,600 echoes, yet you chose to confront others head-on with a mere stick? Isn't that exhilarating? Yongin lowered his head, casting a discreet glance at the ram before him. Ares, do not tell me that when you ascend to divinity, you will still wield that wretched staff to summon others. Yongin, indeed. By the way, you could also refine the Shiva's grievance in the land of endings. Are you truly considering refining such a remarkable forbidden object? What a brazen act! Shiva's grievance encapsulates the entire essence and divine realm of the supreme deity Shiva. Who knows if its existence is not meant for the resurrection of Shiva, but merely to extract the soul of Shiva within, leaving his divine realm untouched? Very well. Just then, Yongin patted his backside, preparing to rise and depart, when suddenly his entire body stiffened. What is the matter? I stood up too abruptly and have strained my back, and I feel a bit lightheaded. As he spoke, Yongin began to topple backward, but fortunately, Ares was quick to catch him. Such a display of care for the elderly and the young in the land of endings was somewhat absurd. Old man, please take your time, Ares said with annoyance, then promptly kicked him out of the land of endings. Ouch, you young lad have no sense of decency. Bullying an old comrade. Yongin grumbled as he gingerly rose, clutching his back. At that moment, Chumai happened to arrive. Yongin initially intended to feign ignorance and leave, but Chunmai felt an uncanny familiarity with the person before him. Is that Yongin? He has transformed himself in such a manner for the sake of using Shiva's grievance. Chunmai thought, his eyes gradually reddening. He recognized that the person before him was undoubtedly Yongin, That demeanor and aura were unmistakable. As for why he did not acknowledge him, he understood all too well. Who would dare to greet an acquaintance after suddenly transforming from a vibrant youth to an elderly figure? Chunmai remained silent, merely passing by Yang and Fu. Fortunately, the captain did not recognize me. In the next moment, Chunmai's voice broke the silence. I'm sorry. Yang, I truly apologize. Chunmai, a man long departed from this world, whose heart was as steadfast as iron, now found himself shedding crystalline tears. Si Xiaonan had defected. Lin Xie's fate was uncertain. Yang's lifespan was dwindling, and he, the captain, the one who should have perished, remained unscathed. Yang ignored him and continued walking forward, while Chunmai felt a twinge of fear. He dared not confront Yang and to force a recognition, but lowered his head, remaining silent. He yearned for the hope that this Yang would turn around and acknowledge him. As Yang gradually distanced himself, Chunmai slowly crouched down and retrieved his phone. Everyone, there is no need to search any longer. Yang is dead. He spoke these words while gazing at the remains of the other Yang and left behind. Chunmai was aware of the existence of two Yang Ines, thus he was not particularly surprised. However, in the distance, Yang stumbled away, muttering to himself, TSK. What is the captain rambling about over there? Alas, growing old, my hearing is failing. After witnessing Loki's disappearance, Yang Jin understood that it must have been his brother who unleashed the Shiva's grievance. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the cost of such an action. A wave of concern washed over him. Given his abilities, locating Yang would be effortless. Yet at that moment, he was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a ram's head in his line of sight. Are you certain my brother is unharmed? If your plan goes awry, I will be the first to seek you out. The ram waved his hand reassuringly. Fear not, he will be fine. In the meantime, you ought to focus on your mission. I will assist in reorganizing the heavens, but Yang Jin hesitated. I understand your anxiety for him, but even if you doubt me, you should trust your brother. After all, he orchestrated this entire situation. With a resigned sigh, Yang Jin reluctantly turned his gaze toward his home. He could see his mother waiting by the window, and after the recent divine conflict, everyone in Sangnan City had regained their memories. His mother would know that her younger son is the renowned Erlang Shun, and that her nephew embodies a miracle. But what of her elder son? Where had he gone? In the year that followed, Sangnan City saw no further disturbances. Lin Xie, much like in the original tale, was taken to a retreat for healing, retreating into himself as he had before. This time, however, his thoughts were consumed by the images of Yang and standing protectively before him on the day of the divine battle. Yang returned to his small villa to enjoy a life of leisure, paradoxically growing younger with each passing day. Nonetheless, to avoid alarming others, he maintained the guise of an elderly man whenever he ventured outside. Occasionally, he would find a sum of money in his mailbox, the source of which remained a mystery to him. Yet, he accepted it without hesitation, believing that one must seize every opportunity. Simultaneously, he once again utilized eternal continuity to create a youthful version of himself to keep his mother company at home. One day aboard a bus, the driver scanned the small child before him as he tapped his senior card. Beep. The driver fell into contemplation. Beep. The child then presented a student card. Unable to restrain himself, the driver exclaimed, Old man, I can overlook the child using a senior card, but using a student card is quite excessive. Yang widened his eyes. What? I merely look a bit older. I am indeed a student. A bit older? You appear to be nearing 70. Chapter 88. The vigor of age Yang appeared to be a relic of age, seated on the bus as he gazed out at the ever-changing scenery. Nearly a year had elapsed since the Great Southern Divine War, and according to the original narrative, Qi should have emerged from his solitude by this time. Yet, without me, could he truly find his way out? Yang pondered to himself. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to personally seek out Qi Yi. His destination was none other than the familiar Peace Detective Agency. With the aid of a cane, Yang disembarked from the bus, his murky eyes reflecting the faces of his former comrades. Thankfully, they all appeared much as they always had. Observing the vibrant presence of Hong Ying before him, Yang couldn't help but sigh. Although Sangnan City had survived, the 136th team had lost 3 cherished members, a blow that was undeniably profound. Sir, You've been staring at us for quite a while. Do you have a commission? Hong Ing inquired, noticing the elderly man standing before the agency. Yang shook his head. No, I'm here to see your boss. Hong Ing furrowed her brow. Our boss. I'm afraid we don't have a boss. We only have a president. Yang pondered for a moment. Let us put it this way. I'm here to find your captain, Chun Mai, of the 136th team. Upon hearing this, not only did Hong Ing become alert, but so did Wen Qima and the others nearby. The captain of the 136th team? I'm sorry, we don't know him. Yang let out a wry chuckle and revealed the medals he had earned during his time in the recruit camp. Fear not, I'm not a villain. Or rather, I'm not a bad person. I merely wish to reminisce with your captain. As Hong Ing beheld the medals, her pupils contracted. She recognized them as the star medals of the night watchman. Could it be that this elder before her was a retired night watchman? Harboring such thoughts, Hong Ing nonetheless led Yang in to meet her captain, Chun Mai. Captain, a retired night watchman has come to reminisce with you. Hong Ing knocked on the door and announced. Inside the office, Chun Mai, who was reviewing documents, raised his head, causing the tea in his mouth to spray out in surprise. What? How did you come here? Yang wrinkled face broke into a smile. You recognize me? I have a favor to ask. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai exchanged a knowing glance with Hong Ing, who discreetly withdrew from the room. Yang, what brings you here? Oh, Captain, I've come to work again. Though I may have reached retirement age, my passion for this job endures. Age has only strengthened my resolve. Chun Mai's brow twitched in a familiar way, a sentiment he recognized all too well. All right, to cut to the chase, have you encountered any difficulties in life? I can apply for the Night Watchman Hero subsidy for you, especially after what transpired back then. As Chun Mai spoke, a hint of guilt colored his tone. It's nothing serious, it's been nearly a year, and I've been thinking about Chi Yi. I wish to see him. Upon hearing these words, Chun Mai's brow furrowed once more. Are you truly fit to embark on a journey in your current state? Allow me to inform you in advance that Chi Yi is undergoing treatment at the sanctuary, and you are likely unable to gain entry. Alas, have you underestimated me? It is often said that the elderly grow stronger with age. With this proclamation, Yang instantly straightened his posture. In an astonishing transformation, his previously withered hands, akin to tree bark, became robust, and his head of white hair was replaced in an instant with youthful black locks, restoring the visage of his youthful self. However, beyond the superficial change, what was truly significant was the realm Yang revealed, Infinity Realm. Infinity? You rascal. No, rather, your father, that is not right either. In any case, how on earth have you attained infinity? Furthermore, the pressure emanating from the office was palpable, causing those outside to focus intently. Had the aura not lacked malice, they might have burst through the door. Wow, the venerable individual inside is actually a formidable presence of the Infinity Realm. Ong Ying exclaimed. Yet, Wu Xiaonan pondered, how peculiar. I am unaware of any Elder Night Watcher who could match him, and this aura feels strangely familiar. Yang wore a smile as familiar as ever. Captain, what do you think? Can you arrange for me to enter the sanctuary to find Chi Yi now? It could be arranged, but are you certain you can awaken Chi Yi once you're there? Absolutely. All right. I shall report back to my superiors and prepare to facilitate your entry into the sanctuary. Just as Chun Mai was about to make the call to his higher-ups, he was interrupted by Yang. There's no need for such formality. Simply tell me where the sanctuary is located. I have my own means of entry. Upon hearing this, Chun Mai scratched his head in confusion. Do you mean to say that you came here merely to ask for directions? More or less. After receiving the precise coordinates, Yang restored his feeble demeanor, and, just as he was about to leave, he heard Chun Mai say, In any case, welcome back, Yang. Yang smiled without turning back. As he slowly exited the office, the blinding sunlight bathed his face. Alas, it seems this departure may last quite some time. Yang understood that from the moment he sought out Lin Chi Yi and awakened him, his journey of slaying the divine had officially commenced. Reflecting on this, Yang cast a glance towards his home. To his mother, both of her sons were extraordinary individuals, yet he remained the only one able to stay by her side. The younger sibling, Little Wu, had long since had his memories and abilities sealed away with energy storage. Yang could only hope that Little Wu could live as an ordinary person untouched by the tumultuous storms of the outside world, caring for their family. That would suffice. Of course, should danger arise, the energy storage would be undone, and all memories along with 3,600 echoes would return to him. Young An, in a state of melancholy, suddenly caught sight of an enormous black rat on the ground, its eyes glimmering with a peculiar intelligence. A smile crept across his face. It seemed that his first companion had finally returned. Within the depths of the sewer, a young man clad in a white lab coat gently adjusted his glasses, revealing a ghastly grin. I knew it. You are not so easily extinguished. You haven't even allowed me to dissect you yet. You will not perish. Meanwhile, far away, Jiagu gazed at the ethereal prison hovering above the sea's surface, a sense of unease swelling within him. He turned to address his companions, stating, "Ahead lies the objective of the mission as articulated by Lord Murmur. Everyone, remain vigilant. We must not jeopardize Lord Murmur's significant endeavor." Yes, on another front, the rotund Bai Li was engaged in a telephone conversation, a calm voice emanating from the other end. "What is it, Pang Pang?" "Hello, Gao Tai. I have just learned the whereabouts of Qi Yi. It is said that after Yanggu sacrificed himself to save Qi Yi, she has been in a state of unconsciousness ever since. I believe we are the only ones who can rescue her now." Chapter 89, 7 Nights. It is time to awaken. "Hello, little fish." It has been a long time. Yang greeted the figure before him, and Xingyu stood enveloped in the dim yellow light of the sewer, his face obscured by shadows, lending him an air of mystery. He revealed a charming smile as he slowly stepped out of the darkness. "I knew you were still alive. What brings you to the doorstep of Team 136? Could it be, as you once said, the plot has entered a new phase?" Yang waved his hand, acknowledging little fish's perceptiveness. "How about it? Are you willing to join me for an adventure?" And Xingyu adjusted his glasses. "We're the most in-sync partners, aren't we?" Indeed. At that moment, within the confines of the sanctuary, Dr. Li silently observed the black-haired youth before him. "What is the situation?" A deep voice inquired from behind Dr. Li. Turning around, he was surprised to see the commander of the Night Watch, one of humanity's elite, Yi Fan. "Commander, he still hasn't awakened. It seems he has buried his inner turmoil."